Have you tried doing any observations yourself about long distance places?
No, I'm pretty new to all of this. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just came in here to learn more and see all the information you guys have.
Yeah, do you have any questions about anything in general that you might be wondering about?
Not yet, but I'm looking at the Antarctica channel, and I think, oh, that's pretty interesting.
It's kind of mysterious because all we got is, what we've been given. I haven't been to Antarctica, so I don't know exactly what it is.
And
Mhm.
Antarctica Mysterios. Tell us about that. I mean, it might be
Tell
the
you
Antarctic
that I
mystery.
don't know much about Antarctica besides the documentation that we've been given and the videos that we've been given.
We have, I mean, general knowledge. A lot of people have general knowledge about what's going on with Antarctica. But as far as like detailed information, you're going to have to study that. As a person who's like, I'm a fan of history. How did they find Antarctica? No, I'm a historian, and I'm going to see how these sailors found the ice. When they go south.
How they found the ice? They stomp onto it.
It depends on where they came from. I mean, did they come from uh, Tasmania, freaking New Zealand, or different parts of Chile? It's like
What do you think? What do you think about Antarctica, Goobers? What have you find? What do you think about it?
most of the Glovers would be like, Sigma Tantus, bitch.
Isn't
Wait, Sigmantantis is on Antarctica?
Uh, that's pretty much what they're going to say.
Yeah, but we're talking to Goobers, not to just any Glober.
Oh, not goobers. I thought you were talking about Glover, not the goober. Well, it might as well be the same thing.
Goobers, Glovers, same thing, right, Helio? Same
Yeah,
thing.
it might as well be.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, how about Sigma Tantus? Hasn't everyone on Earth seen Sigma Tantus? Because the Earth is obviously a globe. Everybody, hey, everybody, woo, Sigma Tantus, woo, woo, woo.
Yeah.
The answer is
Goobers,
no. Nobody's ever seen it. And if they have, show me the evidence.
Come the cowbell.
Because every single flat earther that's been on this server from Australia, New Zealand, Venezuela, I mean, people that are just like, no. Well, actually, some of them say we see Sigma Tentus, but they don't see it from Antarctica. They don't view it because the only way you can actually view the pole star. I mean, you have the star trails from the north. They don't. I can only find one fake video, two fake videos of the southern star trails working the same way. But you can find hundreds of them working in the north. But aren't there as many? Well, there's not. Most people live in the north, but aren't there hundreds of millions of people that could actually physically take the same type of image, even if they're, especially in South America, if they can go to Antarctica, couldn't they set up a time lapse camera? During during the summer in south, the southern lands, couldn't they capture the same exact footage that we
Hey,
capture
Helio.
in the north?
Helio. My mic working?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can hear you.
yes.
Yeah, if you
Why are you talking about sky shit, Helio? We got new people here. They got any questions?
but as soon as they come in and they ask about that, so I just
No, he is talking to himself. Don't forget about that day.
that's true. But anyway, well, I mean
He wasn't talking to us,
that
bro.
can go for new people too. But anyway, so go ahead. I'll shut up. You guys do your thing.
No. Tell us what you know about Antarctica, Helio. You must know something.
No,
No more. No
I
more,
can
please.
bloviate all fucking night long, but you don't want me to. I promise
Yeah,
you.
I really don't want you to know. And that
No, no. I'm just telling you. This is anyway.
Hey, Helio, do you have any questions for Goobers? Do you have any questions for him, Helio? Or anybody else?
Well, actually, I think Goobers
Yeah.
came asking a question, and I think I was answering a question, even though I was long-winded. That's okay.
You think
So
you made
you
this
guys-
bad, but
Hold
that's
on.
really not the case.
So you weren't paying attention to what I was saying, and you cut it all out. So ask your question. Hold on. Ask your question again, Goobers. Ask your question again, and let someone else answer it. Go ahead.
I don't remember having a question specifically. I guess I just wanted to learn more about Antarctica. But
That's the
I know
funny
that my
part.
friend who's in here right now, Flat Earth Angel, he knows a lot more than me, and he would be able to I guess bring up more information than I would. But yeah,
I just Flat Earth Angel.
Oh, damn, I got VC verified. Let's wave.
We hear you.
What?
Go ahead.
All right, so
Yeah, we
he
can
has a
hear you.
friend that told him about this, but that it's not in here.
Yeah, he's
He
here.
just talked.
Oh,
He
okay.
just talked.
No, that's me.
Helio, let us take this for a second, if you could, please.
Yeah, please, you guys.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I have no room for anymore. Go ahead.
Flat Earth Angel, how are you?
Good.
Yeah. So Goobers says that you brought him in. What's the deal with that?
I mean, I'm the Flat Earth Angel. It's the Flat Earth Discord. It's my Discord.
Oh boy.
No, I do have to ask, you guys act like this is, illegal to talk about. Do you think we're feds or something?
What?
We're just in the Flat Earth Discord.
Feds? What are you talking about, bro?
Well, what are you talking about? Why is it this interrogation? It's about the Flat Earth.
Anyway, we're waiting for people
Helio,
to come
please.
ask.
Helio,
Go
please.
ahead. Yeah, make it quick.
Thanks.
Because I'm about to get pissed off at this.
Well, shit. Okay, so Flat Earth Angel. So you're not a flat earther then?
No, I am.
Okay. And let me ask you a series of yes or no questions real quick, just to see if we can get on the same level. Do you know of any time in history when one person or a group of people directly physically measured the drop over distance arc segment curvature of the Earth? When did they measure the Earth curvature? Who did it? When? Where? How? Has anybody ever done
care. I just watch Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé videos. Why does it have to be this competition of oh, how much do you know? You're not a real flat earther.
Yes or no? Do you know of any time when anyone measured the curvature?
I know all the times, dude.
All of them. Okay, let's hear one.
Yesterday, the day before that.
Okay. So yesterday, who measured the Earth curvature and how they do it?
I did.
So you really just don't know then, huh?
No, I know.
Okay, so who did it?
I know. I'm the amazing atheist, dude. I'm helioskeptic.
Dude, you're a lot of things. You're not amazing.
Well, that's yet to be decided now. I mean, he could pull something out. Let's see. So, Flat Earth Angel, really quickly. So, if you're to be a flat earther, the number one thing flat earthers understand is that the Earth measures flat. So there is no curvature to be found on Earth. So I'll ask again: who measured the Earth curvature and when they do it? Just one instance. We don't need all of them, if there are any.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta pull up Google for this one.
Not looking good,
I
kiddos.
mean, if we know there's no curvature, and we know nobody measured it, the answer will be nobody has measured the curvature.
Let's just see what happens, though. Come on. It's Friday night. Let's get loose. Come on. What are you eating, by the way, Flat Earth Angel? Giving us the pleasure of hearing you chomp down on. Oh, somebody muted you because that's what you should have done to yourself. That's okay. Can't wait to hear what you found for curvature. Can't wait. Audience, perk your ears up. This here is the best the Globers got.
Hey, Glad, what about Soy Boy? Have you talked to them?
Oh no, they're my second favorite name in the chat. Don't you worry, we'll get to Soy Boy.
Oh dear. Great names, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Okay, so unmute Flat Earth Angel. I think he or she. I mean, it depends. This it's 2022. Might have found some
just
curvature.
ask, does anybody has any question? Want to speak about any topic specifically? I mean, we don't.
Usually it's curvature though. So Flat Earth Angel, what'd you find?
Is this on like a live stream or something? You just proved my point that you guys are all like paranoid that there's like a globe head conspiracy. I just joined here like a couple days ago.
Can you cite
No, it's fine.
anybody?
Can
Can you cite where
I don't
anybody?
give a
Gosh,
shit who
Jamesy,
measured the
please.
curve.
Jamesy, I was almost doing
I
it, wasn't
think
I?
the Earth is flat. I don't really give a shit who figured it out or not.
So you think it's flat, but do you know it's flat?
Do you know it's flat? I don't think anybody knows
It's a
it's
yes
flat.
or no question. Do you
No.
No? You don't know it's flat, or you do? We're trying to get somewhere with this.
You're trying to get somewhere with this. I'm not me.
Okay, Jamesy.
Speak for
Flat Earth
yourself.
Yeah,
Angel,
I
we're
don't know
gonna
what
move on.
this is.
Sweet.
Flat Earth Angel, if you're not gonna take this seriously, then we're just gonna move on.
I'm a CIA agent, dude.
So you're not gonna take it seriously, okay? Somebody mute
No,
Flat Earth Angel, and then we can move on to Soy Boy, please.
Hey,
Can't
I
wait.
just wanted to ask you, Flutter Angel, did you join the Discord for any reason specific? You wanted to talk about the topic or anything, or well?
No,
why did
I
you
just
join the
joined.
Discord,
I didn't
bro?
join to get interrogated about and like.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to
Yeah,
be
about
interrogated.
flat Earth. Like, are you kidding me?
No, we're deadly serious. So, anyway, are you going to take
Yeah,
this
this
seriously?
is why this movement died, because you have a bunch of pseudo
It's not a
There we
movement,
go.
bro. It's,
There we go.
Didn't take long, did it,
it's just
folks?
the internet. People have conversations in here, and there's some conversations that you
No, it
might
doesn't
not want to
suit-
have,
You
and
guys
you don't have
corner
to.
new people.
You don't have to speak to people about some things, but if you don't want to speak or don't have any questions, that's just the topic of the server, and that's where we just keep it at.
Help if you were
But
honest,
if
too.
you're welcome to ask questions or to instead of just arguing about that. And your friend Goobers that came in and you presented the flatter idea.
server, bro?
Why'd you join my server, dude? I'm hacking. I'm giving your info to NASA.
I'm
Oh,
giving
there
you
your
go.
info to my butt.
Flat Earth
All right,
Angel is
so
a wild
anyway-
card.
They're gonna put you on the.
Thank you.
Goobers.
No, somebody mute him instead of let him talk because it's pointless. Thank you so much. Okay, moving right along. Goobers, take note. If that person brought you here, I don't know how well you're going to survive if you behave like that. So, Soy Boy, now we're going to move on to Soy Boy. Soy Boy, are you there?
Actually, AI was trying to say something.
Go ahead,
Go
AI.
ahead, man.
All yours.
Oh,
Soy boy lit
I'm
up.
just
but it
gonna ban him.
Oh. Alrighty, cool.
I mean, we don't have to ban him.
Oh, sure. No, keep him around. I'd like to play with my food a little bit before I.
Yeah, let's
calm
just
down.
ban everybody, dude. And we do like the banning thing, bro. Obviously, he's not like some type of flatter angel. That's pretty obvious. But we don't have to be assholes about it either.
He's still not banned. I don't know what you're talking about, Jamesy.
Need to be surrounded by
Yeah.
pitters. bit of vipers though either, do you?
Bro, I joined like let's say less than 50 minutes ago, and I heard already, let's ban this guy, let's ban the other guy already like 3 times.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I mean, you've got. I think the idea is you've got to know a little bit of something about either model that would help here.
There you go. That's the way.
Hold the phone. I mean, I know somebody muted me or whatever. I'm fine with that, but I mean, the dude was being an asshole. You know, it's not somebody
That's right.
had. You know, I mean,
You know what
I
those
didn't
guys
ban
get,
him.
bro?
You know,
Get banned.
fuck. Somebody
That's
muted me. You know, I mean,
ban him off.
because I was calling him out as an asshole, and he got banned by somebody else. You know, I mean, fucking.
Wow, this is all great administrative nonsense on the live stream. So
I know,
can we
it's
move forward,
exactly
please?
weird. I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
everybody pay attention to what's fucking going on.
Yeah. Let me put it this simple: if you want to complain about somebody, do it in the back chat. It's that simple.
You broke up there, AI.
No, he said
Broken out.
you know, if you want to talk about it, talk about it in back chat. That's what he said. I heard him.
Sure. Yeah.
No, let's
Okay.
speak between ourselves and ban the other guys.
Gemsy, what would you have us do?
I was speaking to Goobers, so if Goobers want to speak again or bring up any of the topics he was bringing about, and maybe talk about that.
He specifically deflected to his friend, but let's try again. Sure. Goobers, do you want a second chance to ask us a question? Or are you not buying the fact that we can't even get along as adults?
No, I don't have any more questions, but yeah.
Okay, I apologize for the feelings nonsense. Can we please move on to Soy Boy? Speaking of feelings.
He hasn't replied yet.
Okay, Soy Boy, we're going to come back to you. We'll circle the wagons back. So, Goobers, I'm going to help you out with something. Okay, I'm going to try what we did with Flat Earth Angel, but you sound already, I could just tell in your laugh, that you're more of an honest individual throughout your whole life than Flat Earth Angel is, which is a really good thing. So, how about I ask you the same question? It's just a yes or no question, too. It's nothing hard, no gotcha moments, right? No cornering you.
Mm-hmm.
Just that same simple question of, do you know of any time in history when one person or a group of people, whoever it was, measured directly the physical curvature of the Earth? And how'd they do it?
No.
How'd they get that measurement to know that the Earth is curved? How do we know that? Who let us know that that's the case?
I don't know.
Great. See, that's such an honest answer. Flat Earth Angel, you could learn a thing or two from the guy that you, quote, think is your friend. He's already better than you. So, okay, Goobers, thanks for being honest. You said no. You don't know when someone has measured the Earth curvature, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Would you say, and then I'm done with you, would you say, is yes or no, would you say at this point, if you did believe that there was Earth curvature, it is just a belief because you haven't confirmed it yourself? It's just a bunch of people told you, hey, it's curved.
Well, right, yes.
Yeah? Okay, great.
Yeah.
See, that was easy. Flat Earth Angel, I like your friend better. Cool,
Good.
Goobers. Well, does
We made
anybody
it
else
this
want to talk to
far.
Goobers? My voice is annoying, so anybody else want to talk to Goobers? See, he's honest, and that's what we look for around here.
Okay, I'll jump in and ask Goobers the second question. You know, any time in history that anyone has measured the rotation or detected the movement of the Earth?
No. I can't say no.
Honest answer. Somebody else do the third one.
I can do it if no one's going to jump in. So the third question, and then I promise we are done with you on those questions, Goobers. And you've been great so far, right? I agree. I don't know when anybody actually got the measurement of curvature. I don't know when anybody actually detected the rotation of the Earth. How did they do that? Okay. And then the third one, it's like this. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Now, what that means to me is basically, can you have a bike tire filled up with air without the tire itself?
Oh, could you repeat the question?
Okay, check it out. So, I'll kind of break it down really quickly. The globe narrative is that we exist adjacent, next to, a infinite vacuum. And so that would mean that the gas pressure that we exist within, right? You breathe gas pressure, air pressure. It's in and out with your lungs. You wouldn't be able to do that unless the world around you were pressurized. I don't know if you knew that. You wouldn't be able to breathe unless you had gas pressure here, right? Weather's all because of gas pressure. Everything really is because of pressure. We are contained. We wouldn't have pressure unless there was something against which the molecules could press, right? That's what they call it, pressure, because we got the walls. Okay, so do you know if it's possible to have that pressure without that container?
I don't know.
Thank you. Oh, man. I have been waiting so long for the honesty that you just displayed in the last 5 minutes. Thank you, Goobers. I either don't know if you can have gas pressure without a container or not. On Earth, it hasn't been proven yet, but I feel like you might want to learn more anyway. How did we develop these questions in the first place? Why did they believe it's flat? Well, we don't believe it. We've looked into it. You know what I mean? So anyway, somebody else take it away. I'm sick of my voice.
But you've got a lovely voice, Sean. Don't knock yourself like that.
Well, you're being a sweetheart.
Don't hide your light under a bushel. You.
Well, I also have to make a phone call in 5 minutes, so I got to take it away. Thank you once again, Goobers. You've been lovely. Flat Earth Angel, or LARP Earth Angel now. Well, I'm still going to call him Flat Earth Angel so that people really know who he is. You can go back and listen. Flat Earth Angel versus Goobers. Goobers said Flat Earth Angel brought him in, and Goobers was actually the guy we wanted to talk to. Fancy that. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Thank you.
I can tell Goobers is going to bring a lot to the table. Isn't that right, Goobers?
Don't be sarcastic.
Is there anything you do know, Goobers? I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't know is a wonderful place to start to investigate anything that you'd like to look into. It's a wonderful place to start. We have no preconceived notions of what anything is. It's fantastic. But is there anything you do know?
No, the only stuff I know is the stuff that I've already seen by looking in the channels around here. So there's nothing new that I could bring to the table. But I was looking at the ice walls in Antarctica and all that.
Sorry, I weren't talking about flat Earth. I just meant anything at all.
Anything? No, not that I can say right now.
So you don't know anything at all? At all, anything?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
How good you must feel all the time.
I do.
That's existentialism, isn't it? When you don't know if you can know anything.
I think they say ignorance is bliss.
In the last 2 years, I'd question that, though. In the last 2 years, on things I can't say here, I wouldn't want to be ignorant of certain things in the last couple of years.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
So, Goobers, you're here. Are you going to take this subject seriously, or you think we're all nuts?
No, I plan on taking it seriously.
You want to see a piece of our evidence?
Sure.
Somebody posted the Black Swan. Black Swan. I would, but I'm an old man boomer. Somebody will post it here in a second. Anyway, all this observation is going to show you is an example of going out to reality and gathering information and comparing it against the globe model that we all got taught. So most of us here used to believe we lived on a globe. I spent 52 years thinking I was on a globe. Okay, can you see live stream voice text right now?
Yes.
See that picture with the 2 war rigs in it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where is the horizon in that picture?
The horizon, where is it at? The observer height? 1 foot. Max distance. Geometric
I just want you to
horizon
look at it
sphere,
and just tell me where the
1.22 miles.
where is the horizon at in the picture, though? Is it before the oil rigs or past them?
Past or
Okay, you agree it's past that second oil rig, which is 9.41 miles away.
yeah,
So would you agree? Would you agree that the horizon is at least 10 miles away in that picture?
yeah,
Well, see, the problem is it should be, if it was really a globe of 3959 radius, that horizon should appear in that picture at 1.2 miles away. You see the problem?
yeah.
Okay, and that's just one example of hundreds, maybe thousands of these we have now. We all got taught we're on this ball, but nobody could find the ball. So there you go. There's a piece of our evidence. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah.
Nobody else wants to talk? Jimsy, where you at? You leave?
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Helio.
Hey, Dave.
What's up?
What's up in Kentucky? I'm just messing with you. It's like, what do we have to talk about here? I mean, what you guys are explaining is very simple. And then people are just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, it's like, bro.
We have a guest that isn't right now. Say, yes. I have a quick question. What kind of thing might be in your mind that would be kind of like
whoever's speaking,
trying to
Hold on. You're garbled. You need to do something with the audio.
Yeah, we can't hear what you're saying. Lumpy, no, Lumpy. If you can get your audio working good.
I've got a Bluetooth thing, and probably it isn't my wired one. So
it's very ineffective as far as the.
How about that? Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better. That's way better.
Okay, so this new guest. Hi, I'm Lumpy. So hope maybe you read my thing, but yeah, I really
Dude,
am
we see you.
for...
We see you in the chat all the time. So Lumpy, I haven't heard you talk much before. So yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to bring up something that I think might have been helpful with another new guy the other day, which was maybe just ask the guy like what kind of question or maybe what kind of concept is difficult for you to maybe get yourself over the hurdle of understanding where we're coming from.
But I think the hurdle is like globe flat. Well, everybody, this is, it's cognitive dissonance. Every single person that lives on Earth thinks it's a globe. Why do you think it's flat? This is this is the basic argument. It's like, why don't you just believe what everybody else believes? I'm tired of you fucking flat earthers. I'm tired of hearing what you have to say. So it's just like, but it's just like, do you want to hear why the conclusions I've come to from my research I've done over 7 years? Are you interested at all in any of the information I've come across? Why you think it takes a lot of guts to tell somebody that you've known for several years and be like, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and they'll be like, oh, well, that's the dumbest shit ever. Dude, I promise you that was the first. I thought the flat earth was the dumbest shit I ever heard of too. But let me, after 7 years of research, can I tell you, why I've come to the conclusion that the earth cannot be possibly what they told us it is, the third rock from the whatever. And every single person we talk to, our family, friends, and local concept, even on social media, whatever, they're like, you flat earth, but they just obfuscate, what's the word?
Hey, Helio.
Something. Anyway, they just don't want to talk to you about it. It's just like, hey, man, Globe is the best.
Helio.
Fuck the rest.
Hey, I was Helio.
If you're gonna keep talking, talk to Soy Boy. He wants to talk right now. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Soy
I wanted to ask Soy Boy because maybe we can add ideas. Because when I first entered this, I can remember my first.
There's
few
no
weeks
halfway,
of it.
bro. Is there? I mean, is there halfway?
Well, you're fair with that, 100%. But not everybody's the same or whatever. And I just want to give a new honest person an opportunity in case there was something, and try to make it comfortable.
Well,
so that he wouldn't feel like he's being attacked or any of that. Mine was the Joshua Wiki and the what you're seeing is a mirage, when it was a clear view of the Chicago skyline that should be obscured up, 3/4 of the way up to the Sears Tower.
Are you under the impression that anyone that comes across this information knows who the fuck Joshua Wiki is?
Oh, no. I'm just sharing mine. And prior to that, it was Eric Dubé and the 200 proofs and ideas that really got me questioning it. But it was the Joshua Wiki that got me over the hump, or whatever that was, whatever that mental thing is that goes on. So, I mean, I just like to bring up to new people that are honest, especially them, if there's any kind of question, because we've mulled this stuff over for years now. You know what I mean? Lumpy, and that's why we come.
Lumpy.
Sure. I mean, if I seen Tarsh,
Hold on, I couldn't hear you. Nope, your mic's working.
Why don't you try to talk to Soy Boy? He's wanting to talk now. Lumpy and Soy Boy, go.
So you heard my question. Is there anything that just comes to mind that's difficult, or? And I'm not saying I have the answers to everything, but we have a kind of a college happening here of a
I don't think this guy's mic works, by the way.
It lights up, but nothing comes out.
Oh, shoot. That's too bad. Well,
yeah, we're not getting any sound, Soy Boy. Try your mic again.
Like unplug it and replug it in.
Seeing Soy Boy. I'm not even seeing Soy Boy in the chat. Is that the name that I'm looking at? I'm not even seeing.
Yeah, his name's right below the 2 live streams on my screen.
Really? I'm not even seeing it here.
I guess I'm not going to talk. I will.
I didn't mean to make him feel uncomfortable. I really didn't.
No, sure.
He was talking. I feel kind of bad because he was talking.
Even if I was trying to make someone feel
uncomfortable. Mic check.
Hey, there you go. Is that the new guy? Soy Boy or whatever?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're fine. You didn't pressure me or anything. I'm fine.
In the wrong area. It's $. That's why I was looking in the wrong area. Go ahead, gentlemen. Continue the conversation.
So, I can't even remember back to what specifically I had questions on. Say early on. It definitely piqued my interest, and it made me to continue to try to figure out what was being presented to me and make it work in my brain. And I remember there was a bit of a struggle. So what I'm trying to do is find out if there's something like that happening with you. I can't even remember the details. I'm just saying the truth. I don't remember. I remember kind of struggling, though. I do remember that. But we didn't have the Black Swan back then. We didn't have a lot of this stuff. And so anyway, if you know what I'm getting at. Basically, I'm trying to see if you have anything that you're kind of holding on to that makes you lean forward.
I see what you're saying, but I don't really have much to add. I guess like right now, I'm not really I don't know. I just don't have much to add. But I mean, if you guys want to question me or something, I can answer to the best of my ability.
Well, the live stream voice text gives a lot of great visuals. And then another thing is just come and hang out, and being able to hear some of the personalities in here, and being able to hear the arguments coming from the opposition should, to me, it's just it's interesting for sure. But yeah, just come back. You're welcome to hang out and stay and chat, and I think this is the most interesting topic I've ever run into. So if there was ever an internet thing, and we just want to stay to what is verifiable in a lot of cases. Sometimes when it's just us and there isn't a person in the room that's new, we'll talk about things that interest us and things, but we understand the line between verifiable and conceptual and ideas that are being kicked around and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, welcome, because hey, so it's been 72 hours and I haven't been awake for the whole time, and I haven't been on here the whole time, but it's been about 72 hours since a new honest person I've heard. So I want to thank you because the answers were honest, man, and I just want to thank you for that.
I think that was Goobers. I don't think that was me.
Goobers is the one that did that.
Oh, okay. Man, see, yeah.
Let me ask Soyboy's question. Go ahead.
Soyboy's brand new. Like, we haven't even done anything yet.
We haven't.
So what's the?
Why don't you just ask him one question? Were you listening to us ask the questions of Goobers?
I was listening. I kind of have the general idea, but not the specific answer or question.
Basically, there's three main claims made by the Globe because they created this model and they told us to run this ball, right? And it's a radius of 3959. So the three basic fundamental claims for this globe to exist in reality. So it has to have curvature because it's a ball. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Common sense logic. It has to be in motion. They claim it's in several different motions and vectors going all kinds of crazy speeds. So we need to see proof of that too. And the third one was having a gas pressure without any containment. So did you get anything out of any of those questions? You wonder why there's people been here 6-7 years asking these same questions and we never get any answers? Does that at least throw a little red flag up for you, maybe?
I mean, I don't really know how to think about the whole thing.
Well, can you imagine an arc segment of a circle?
Yeah.
And if you were to draw a straight line out from that arc segment, it should be going down from that line.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, imagine if you're on a sphere, you would be at the top of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From your perspective, everywhere 360 around you would be going down at a certain rate. And we'll make it a two-dimensional concept at this point. So just imagine a circle and you're looking straight out from it. The base, which is the claimed sphere, would be dropping down with distance. Is that agreeable?
Yes, that's agreeable.
Okay, good. What the observations and laser tests that have been conducted, but probably the best one is the Black Swan due to the fact that they're all the best ones. Sorry. Anyway, I'm rambling inside my own head. The Black Swan shows the horizon beyond a known distance, therefore it's a measurement. And the original claim for measurement came from an observation with the naked eye due to a dip angle claim by a guy named Alberuni. And now that we have high power optics, we can verify that this observation couldn't give us a dimension as, say, the Black Swan does, because we have a known distance. He's claiming, Alberuni, the story claims that he made a measurement based on a dip angle to the horizon. However, the horizon's apparent. We can see beyond what his claim was because of high power optics. And that's they've never changed the radius value from that original Al-Biruni measurement, which we now know that the horizon's optical, not a physical place.
I have something to add. So, you said, like, I see that you were saying with the black swan and all that. I'm not trying to prove anything, but wouldn't gravity bend the light to the curvature in the globe Earth model?
Well, but I would like to hold on. I'd like to get back to the original number and how the claim is made that the radius is 3959. We can. I mean, refraction's kind of aside from that, being that we now know that this horizon, due to high power zoom, that it's an optical location. It's not a physical location. And without a known distance, huh?
So I ask him a question.
Am
Is there
I
anybody in the DM? Did you think of that question about gravity and light yourself, or is there somebody in your DM? Be honest.
No, that is myself. I don't have anyone in my DMs.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Lumpy.
Well, again, I want to go back to how the original radius value was given to us, and it's a story about a guy named Al-Biruni. Sometime, in the first 500 years after Christ, I believe, is something in that range, regardless of the actual date. The claim is that he made a dip angle measurement because he was on a mountain to the horizon. But we now know that that the horizon's optical because we can put a time lapse on a high powered zoom camera, and due to weather conditions and air quality, the horizon can move. And not only that, but he didn't have any physical claim to knowledge of what he was looking at as well. He didn't make a claim like we have the black swan. It has a known distance. Do you see how that just kind of really obliterates the original claim? It really does. To me, it's obvious.
I think air quality is a big factor.
Yeah, but the fact that the horizon's apparent, not a physical location with a known distance, is the problem I have with the original claim. Not only that, but we've debunked it entirely. But prior to refraction, there would have to be a measurement made to assert the 3959 claim. And we now know that that horizon can't be measured physically because it's an apparent location.
I think we should highlight and underline the original claim, Soy Boy. Do you understand what that original claim is?
That you can see farther than the horizon?
No. The original claim is that the Earth curve is where the horizon is.
And without optics, within first 500 years after Christ. So naked eye observation, basically.
So when you say things like weather conditions and refraction and all these things, that's our point. Because the horizon is supposed to be where the Earth curvature is. So that is the original claim. It's important to understand that because things like the black swan is a response to that claim. But people forget about that and they start bringing up topics like refraction and weather conditions and all these different factors, which is, again, our argument. So just make sure you understand the original claim here is that the horizon is supposed to be where the Earth curves away from you.
What do you mean by refraction?
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna silence so I can let you guys deal.
Go ahead, Soy Boy.
What do you mean by refraction? I haven't heard that term.
Okay, well, what? Like I said, the original.
Wait a minute. Didn't he just say that the light bends over? Did you just say that? I'm sorry, I was in and out. Did you say the light bends over? That's what you said, Soy Boy, wasn't it?
I said that the light would.
He said gravity bends the light, for God's sake.
That were a big red flag to me. I don't know. Maybe I misheard it.
Yeah, gravity bends light. You didn't mishear him. I was sitting over here belly laughing.
I want to talk to QE. I don't know about this. Sorry, but dude,
my God, did you just come up with that by yourself? Gravity bends the light. That is your rebuttal to the Black Swan? You better return to primary school, son. Or a fucking comedy show.
I don't get why you guys are being so aggressive.
I thought I heard everything, but that is just dumb as fuck.
Well, would you like to explain why?
What? To explain why? To explain your horseshit imaginary claim? Nah, I'm not into that.
I'm not here to prove anything. I'm just trying to ask questions.
Can you explain, then validate why the horizon in the Black Swan is 10 times at least further than it geometrically should be? Can you start there?
I'm not here to prove anything. I'm just asking questions.
Oh, you're not here to prove anything. Yeah, well, that's a problem because you just said gravity bends the light.
I asked the question, wouldn't gravity bend the light?
No, you didn't. You said gravity bends the light. And no, to answer that question, fuck no.
Well, if it doesn't, then well, why not?
If it doesn't, then why not? So you want me to explain the non-existence of something? Are you fucking out of your mind?
Is gravity not real then?
Yeah, gravity. Okay, let's get on to gravity. Which one are you talking about?
What do you mean, which gravity?
Yeah, see, there comes the problem. So, yeah, that's what I mean. Which gravity are you talking about?
Is this a question for me?
Yeah, it is. You said
I don't know what you mean by multiple gravities. I know.
Yeah, there's
the attraction force.
There's more than one. So which one are you talking about?
The attraction force to the center of the globe Earth model.
Gravity is not a force, and you don't globe Earth model. Can you post a pic of the globe Earth model? Post the model inside Livestream for us. You don't know what a model is. You definitely don't know what fucking gravity is. That's for sure. With your statements for the past minute.
What would I have a question?
That you're not asking any questions, especially when you claim gravity. You don't know that there's two gravities. For fuck's sake.
Well, I'm here to ask questions. I'm not trying to prove anything.
Here to ask questions. I know you already said that, but you already tried to prove something by disproving the Black Swan with your gravity bends light fiasco.
I was just trying to ask questions.
That wasn't a question. You made the statement. So, do you know that there's two types? Let's deal with gravity, and then we'll show what a belly laugher is. So, there's two types of gravity. Do you know what they are?
I do not know two types. Can you educate me?
Yes, I'll educate you right now at 52 minutes after the hour in live stream voice text by NASA. There are two versions of fucking gravity, Newton and Einstein. So, do we have that established? So, which one are you talking about? We good?
1 second.
Yeah. Make sure you're getting that loud and clear. From whoever's piping you information.
Yeah, is somebody, that's what I was just about to say. Is somebody piping you something, or?
Of course they are. They're going to get their ass slammed, and you're going to take the brunt of it.
Well, Newton I don't know that.
Newton is the massive. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I'm not very.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not profound between the difference of I'm not sorry. I'm not profound with the differences between them, but I do know a basic definition of gravity that I think is true.
We don't want your definition.
I want to hear it.
No, hold on a second. We don't want his definition. He's a numpty dipshit. We want to hear the actual definition of gravity cited, please. This isn't make shit up time.
Well, the whole heliocentric model is make shit up time, isn't it? So
That's true, but we're not into his. I'm going to tell you what gravity. No, you're not. You're going to go find out what gravity is and then cite it for us. Because besides that, we ain't listening to what you make up.
I have a question.
Sorry.
If you would like to deflect the question and what I was trying to...
Deflect the question. If I would like to deflect the question, number one, I haven't even heard the question yet, so you're divining my fucking motives.
What?
Number two, you've just been exposed as a numpty dipshit that doesn't know what gravity is.
You haven't let me explain.
Let you explain how you don't know what gravity is. Please, floor is yours.
Well, I think gravity is a force.
We don't care what you think it is.
What do
You're
you think?
a numpty dipshit. Already demonstrated. Go fucking find what gravity is from your pseudoscience priest and post it in here.
We're not even debating, Soy Boy. I'm just, before you punt something like gravity into the conversation, you gotta at least know what it means. So he provided you with a source there. Well, go check it out, brother. You're already in the first sentence saying it's a force and it's not a force. So before you go on and embarrass yourself even further, go do some homework.
I have a question. What do you guys, or more like quantum, thinks holds stuff down to the Earth?
Hold on. Man. You can say, I think gravity is a force because... Then you could post something and say, I think gravity is a force because then you can post something in a live stream and then we can talk about that. Why do you think gravity is a force?
Because I think without gravity, then there would be no attraction force to the Earth.
Something doesn't make it real.
But this isn't like, we're not like scientists and scholars here. Like,
really, Quantum Eraser can post. He has been posting stuff about how scientists show you that gravity is a pseudo force. It's not real. It's not a real force. So
no, gravity's not a force. It's not even a pseudo force. The gravity fucking doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's not even.
And when he says that we're not scientists, you speaking for yourself, son. How do you know I'm not? Special Evo mind powers or something?
What is this density Archimedes principle?
Why are you not answering? Okay, this is I'm done with this. Who is this?
It's frustrating. Yeah.
Who is he?
Top of the boards, Money Sign, Soy Boy.
Top of the board. You red herring fallacy and random bring up another point in this discussion, you're going to be muted. You understand me, son?
Instead of directly addressing what we're talking about, you just
he said gravity was a force. Let's go ahead and debunk this right now at 56 minutes after the hour from Scientific American. This is what I want you to do. I want you to cite from what you think are reputable sources. So gravity is not a force. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity. Interesting. With the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped that fucking wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force, not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction. You're done. You're done. You were done in 1916. Astronomical Society from De Sitter on Einstein's theory of gravitation. Listen closely. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a fucking force. Do you get it yet, sunshine? The rest, I got about 20 more that say it's not a force, so you're full of shit.
Is it okay if I say it's a force?
Hell no. You already said enough. You want to bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel again? Go ahead.
I don't want to explain all like...
You don't have to explain anything. No one asked you for an explanation. We don't care about explanations. Those are just so stories. We want validated empirical evidence. If you don't have that,
I'm going to disagree.
Down in
if
here.
you have any physical evidence that gravity is a force, you can go ahead and say it's a force.
I'm not gonna say it's a force because you guys would just keep
do you
yelling
have
at
any
me.
physical evidence that gravity is a force? Show us the physical.
Showed you that gravity is not a force from fucking the supreme commanders of your fucking religion. You want 10 more? Here we go. Let's try this. Let's see if it gets through to him. Let's see if it gets through to him. Okay, this is the universe today. I'm at 59 minutes after the hour. In general relativity, gravity is not a fucking force. From math, University of California, Rochester, strictly speaking, gravity is not a fucking force. From Phys.org, according to this theory, gravity is not a fucking force. From New Scientist, so although Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such fucking force. From Phys Libretext, the answer is that gravitation is not a fucking force. From Physics Hypertextbook, gravity isn't a fucking force. Are you getting it, sunshine? You want 10 more?
You don't have to scream.
You want 10 more? You're done. Fuck off. Go back to primary school. You're a moron. Demonstrated. Yell at you. So you're going to piss down my back and tell me it's raining. So what you're saying when you do that is I shouldn't turn around and rip that pathetic little pecker off that nub of body you got? Is that what you're saying? You think that's wrong of me to do that?
No, I completely see why you do it now, dude. Because when I first heard you a few years ago, I thought, God, this guy's rude. He's so rude. And then I listened for a few more years, and I thought, no, I see why he's rude now. I completely get it. And I didn't hear the 5 years before when you had all this shit, so I see why you are now. And that was, for anybody else listening, that was a reference from the Outlaw Josie Wales. Do you know that? One of my favourite movies. Don't piss down mad bike, tell me it's raining. I love that.
Say again? Say again? Which was? I didn't hear you, sorry.
Piss down mad bike, tell me it's raining is a quote from Outlaw Josie Wales. One of my favourite movies.
Giving away my secrets.
Dear. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you, man. I'm happy to be here because, yeah, you taught me you taught me the foundation of what science is because they put this bloody moniker on everything. You're probably a shower gel. They call it science, and yeah, it's scientism. So, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to point out.
Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Well, no, it's just Soy Boy. If you're listening, what you don't realize is that you're saying, "Oh, why are you shouting at me, brother?" We're trying to help you. We're in this educative state at this moment. We're not even debating flat Earth. We're trying to help you understand your own worldview. But if you're going to say, like, well, what if I want to say it's a force? Why would you say that? The people we're helping you understand that the people on your side are telling you it's not a force. So don't get mad at us for trying to educate you and you're not listening.
Yeah, Kurt, Linda, like, don't involve your feelings. Try to open your mind and absorb some knowledge that you haven't been given. And you're in a flat Earth Discord, and you're postulating things you should have some knowledge of. So if you claim or ask, well, isn't gravity bending the light and causing refraction? Have an idea of what you mean by gravity if somebody questions that.
We all have postulations in our mind every single day. But as far as these, I'm not
maybe. Yeah, anyway, so the whole gravity bending light is within this community.
But that's where it started. That's where this started, right? Yeah, he said gravity bends light, and that's where the whole argument started.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, gravity's bending light. Do you have any evidence for that? And that's where I was like,
yeah. Anyway, So
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. To be
the
honest.
whole reason that came up in this arena is because there are many, many supersedery observations that defy globe geometry. So they need an excuse why you can see things that you shouldn't see. And of course, the easiest way for them to do that, because they can't bend the physical structure, is to bend the optical structure by bending the light. So they needed something to bend the light. So globers will appeal to gravity. Of course, when you do out the math, you find that even if any of that were true, it wouldn't reflect the light not even a fraction of a centimeter, not even a fraction of a centimeter.
But
So no, it's not saving no observations. Secondly, it came from relativity, because they assumed that these large bodies out in the sky, being stars, would have gravitational or space-time bendy-wendy with the light going around them, or some nonsense bologna sandwich like that.
You know, at that point, it becomes philosophy, not reality.
Right. Well, the problem is we know that light alters when it passes through an aperture or goes around an edge of an object. The diffraction changes. So we know that.
But every experiment
that doesn't require any gravity.
Every experiment is only specific to that experiment. So you can make up all kinds of bullshit and tell a bunch of stories, but you've never seen gravity bend light or, and cause refraction, because that's never been done in reality. You can make up stories. You can listen to some freaking YouTubers and come in here and say, well, gravity causes refraction, just like dude claimed earlier, but he has no evidence for that, and no scientist ever has claimed that. That's, I think, that's what the point was from that discussion with QE and that dude, because it can't, because there's no such thing as gravity for one thing, and there's no such thing as the globe for another thing.
I mean, even after all those citations, he was still going to postulate that something's keeping everything down. Like, dude.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yes, everything has weight. I mean, we can't deny that. I mean, but I weigh something, and so does everything else. Sure. We're on Earth. Here weighing something.
He didn't say that, and you can't define weight. He didn't say that. He said gravity was still a force after I posted all those citations. Is exactly what he said.
I know. Yeah, I know. He couldn't even tell you what gravity is.
Right. We should have ended it way back a long time ago. We just strung it out just to make sure everyone knew he was a dipshit.
Yeah, but anyway, for enlightenment, Mr. Soy, the reason why gravity had to be abandoned as an innate attractive force between masses is because it requires an infinite universe. Okay, Newton himself understood this, and this is why he didn't personally vouch for his own theory.
He didn't have a theory.
Yeah, fair enough. He didn't even vouch for it either. So he failed on both accounts.
And he couldn't define mass either. So there's big problems with it. Just
he didn't want anything to do with it, did he?
Yeah, so that being said, what he did, let's just call it, for lack of a better word, a experimental exercise, whether you want to call it philosophy, mathematics, or thought processes, to say, what would it be like if this were true, and I'll try to figure it out and pencil it in. And then he came to the conclusion, this is shit. And then he wrote it, and he said, guess what? Not only is this crap, but anybody who believes it is not in possession in philosophical matters of a competent set of faculties.
Yep.
Anyone that repeats this exercise will ultimately come to the same conclusion that I have.
Yeah, so now that we know that the guy to which it's attributed to basically, was like insult the triumph dog and basically said, this is a great, idea for me to poop on. Now that we know that, Mr. Soy, How can you go on saying it's a force when Quantum Eraser presented you all of these quotes saying it's not, and I presented you the story of the guy who came up with it in the first place saying it's a baloney sandwich. So what say you, Mr. Soy?
Can you expound on his conclusion and say, well, he didn't figure this out, bro?
You want to resurrect him and take him off mute? He's twice, 3 times dead.
I think it's like 10 times tonight.
Yeah, you want to respawn him?
I was going to say his first line in live text is, I'm not trying to poke holes in your theory. What fucking theories have we...
He doesn't know what a scientific theory is.
We're talking about
he doesn't
Earth,
know.
bro. We're talking about Earth, man. We've been talking about Earth all night.
He doesn't know what theory means. He thinks it when he makes up fucking shit that it's somewhat valid or has some veracity. I don't know. Does he know what Dunning-Kruger is?
Now, well, let's stop messing with him.
Yeah.
Now, Dave said he's in live stream voice text said that we have a new people, Zydanx 467 and Landfair.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
No, sure. But do you have questions for us? I mean, I know we can seem pretty abrasive up front, but we've been dealing with some of these guys for hours. But if you have new questions and you're curious about the topic, go ahead and ask your initial questions. Go ahead. We're gentle giants. But if you,
yeah, obviously.
I mean, well, I always like to ask people when they first join. I mean, how did you find your way here, and why are you curious about flat Earth?
Well, I found the server because somebody else told me about it, and I'm probably mainly here just because, it's something entertaining to listen to. A bunch of people arguing about the shape of the Earth. It's definitely quite interesting to listen to.
So did some of your other friends, are they here too? That did they join with you?
It's a long time ago. I don't know if they're still here.
Okay, well that doesn't matter. So how did you come across the top? I already said that. You said friend joined, introduced you.
I mean,
So what do you think? I mean, do you think flat Earth is something sketchy, or is it you think we have any like decent points? I mean, obviously. If you've been listening for a little bit of it, you've heard our points. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I was listening earlier, and I guess my question right now is, what do you guys mean by a force? Because you guys kept on talking about forces, but I don't know what you guys mean by a force. If it's not, what do you mean by a force? I'm just curious.
Wait, force in relation to what?
Don't
say. I know you're going to say gravity, which. Sure, bring up gravity. Don't be scared. It's okay. Say gravitational force.
No, because I don't know what exactly mean by force, right? What is a force?
Wait, go look it up. Hold on. How about centrifugal force? Is that real?
No. Go look it up. Go look what force is.
All right, man.
Go look it up. What's force?
I was just wondering if you guys had a source or something I could look at.
Well, it's out there. The definition of course, you're going to find like 6 different definitions, which creates a big fucking problem.
Here's the definition of force. Strength or energy is an attribute of physical action or movement.
That's incorrect.
I was going to say, does that get the approval, QE?
No.
The first thing on Google usually isn't the right one, so.
Okay, let's check this out.
So, how about you help us out, QE? What is force?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to post it right here. And at 13 minutes after the hour from Hyperphysics, that's Georgia State. It says pressure equals force over area. So P equals FA. Wow.
But isn't pressure a reaction, though?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
So, if we take P equals FA and we solve for F, then force has to fucking equal pressure times area, doesn't it? I'm just saying.
It's like nothing's real every time you say something, John. I think nothing's real anymore. This is like pressure is a reaction, and so nothing's real anymore. Pressure causes force, but it's a reaction to nothing, basically.
It wasn't a rhetorical question. I'm gonna say this again. Since hyperphysics said pressure equals force time or over area, that is P equals F over A, then therefore force has to fucking equal pressure times area. Yes or no?
But mathematically, probably.
Probably.
What I took from that was
I had to fuck with you, John. You already know.
Everything's a push and there's no pull. That's what I took from that. But
all right, so it's a pull, not a push.
No pull, no. Even what appears to be a pull is a push.
Oh, it might as well be the same thing, right?
So there you go. Whoever asked that, who asked that question? I'm sorry. Was it Ian Fair Pete? Whatever that.
That's me. I'm still reading, mate. I'll just take my time.
You're still reading. It's like a few fucking words.
Don't be scared. We're all learning together every single day here, man. Every time we get deep into this thing, we're all learning together. You know, it's not.
How can he still be reading it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fucking words.
You almost made me.
What the fuck is he reading?
I don't know. I think he phoned Soy Boy to get the answers.
Yeah, Soy Boy has all the answers. I mean, we should be looking to Soy Boy. He has all the answers.
So wait a second. We've been talking for like 4 minutes. It takes you 4 minutes to read 8 fucking words?
Well, he's digesting it. He's chewing it. He's chewing it.
I'm taking my time, man. I'm just looking around the website. Don't mind me.
Why would you look around the website?
Sorry, mate.
You think they're going to give you another definition? If they give you another definition of force in the website, then they are
No, I was just looking around the website. Sorry if I'm not engaging. I'm sort of just.
Which website are you looking around?
I wasn't done yet. If they give another definition for force that's not what I just said, then they just contradicted themselves. And that's the university, Georgia State University, by the way.
All right.
And what's that tell you?
That
they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right?
Right.
That's what it tells me. Whenever I hear, 2 contradictory statements in a single document, that means I shit can the whole fucking document. I mule kick it. Because they're morons.
Yeah, when they make those same documents and they call it peer review and there's contradictions, shouldn't that be a red flag?
Yeah. But see, that's assuming that the people you submit it to are competent in logic.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, that was awesome. They use logical arguments to consider whether or not someone has come to a pertinent and obvious conclusion. Yeah.
You can hire people to review documents that you have for logic alone.
Well, I mean that's political shit. We're talking about real.
No, that's not political. That's really? Like you make a document. You want to know if there's errors.
You don't think the universities are political?
Well, maybe them not hiring somebody competent is political decision.
Okay.
Like if we submit this to somebody who knows their stuff, they'll figure out we're doing crap.
Well, we're a little bit off the beaten path.
Yeah, that's way beyond all the.
So back to the force thing. So we identified what a force is. Next question.
No more, man. No more.
Well, that's okay. Hey, the reason we're here is to learn and to teach and have a good time.
I'm here
Or
to
at
bust.
least-
I just want to say why I'm here. I'm here to bust pretender clowns right in their incoherent
You a
blowhole.
goddamn lie. You're here for the same reason I am, John. So
Nope, I'm here to expose pretender clowns, and business is booming.
well, it's not boom. It's only booming because you're a boomer.
You're more of a boomer than I am.
No, you're older than me, so I'm not a boomer. And that
You're not a boomer, really?
I just turned 49, so.
Oh yeah, you're a fucking young idiot.
Well, I'm a young idiot that talks a lot of shit, but I listen to you a lot, and I listen to everything that all you motherfuckers say. And so I analyze. I'm an analyzer.
It doesn't show. You're from fucking Arkansas, man.
Oh, wait a minute. You're from fucking Pittsburgh.
That's correct. Home of the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers. Correct.
So Pittsburgh have won more championship NFL Super Bowls than anyone.
No, I think they're tied with those crayon munchers from fucking New England.
Yeah, from
I'm from my mommy and my daddy.
Yeah, so am I. I'm from my mommy.
I should say I'm from a city of champions, man.
Dude, I've been a Steelers fan. I was actually born in Warren, Ohio, which is very near Pittsburgh. Always been a Steelers fan, but anyway.
Oh,
so me and you have that, in common. But that portion of Ohio and Pittsburgh, what a shithole, right?
Oh, I like what? Pittsburgh's not a shithole. Maybe back in the '60s and stuff,
All right,
man.
well,
You just insult where you live.
Warren is a shithole. I'm just telling you, it was not a nice place to live.
That's not where I live. Number one, I was born there. Number two, I didn't grow up there. I grew up about 30 miles north of the city in the country. Number three,
Oh, so you're
I'm not in Missouri. I'm not in Pittsburgh right now. I'm in Missouri.
No, I know you're in Missouri, and now I'm in Arkansas.
I'm right dead in the middle of a fucking drought.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. It's pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
Like I'm in a Fayetteville area, and it's pretty freaking hot here. But I go to work every day.
It's supposed to get 107 degrees next Tuesday.
Yeah, with
everything's burnt right now.
100% humidity. It's like 100.
Are they saying shit like you can't water your lawn or wash your car?
No,
not yet. I mean, certain portions of where I live, there's like, hey, well, you can't start a fire, for burn bans and stuff like that. But other than that, no, it's just hot as fuck. I mean, the humidity is insane right now.
Oh man.
Yeah, me and John live in pretty close proximity. I mean, a few hundred miles. But.
Yeah,
I
Does the Earth does the Earth get bigger when it's more humid, or does it get smaller when it's?
It shrinks when it dries out.
Damn, you almost made me snarf my beer on that one.
Dude, you sound like you've been snorting beer all day.
Yeah, I'm going to say you've been brewing your moonshine or some shit.
Hey,
but,
does that mean you guys want me to shut up and you guys
no
roll on?
Yeah.
No, we want you to take it like a champ.
I'm good with that. I'm good with listening. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Dude, I have
You
a
already
big
know how I
issue
do,
with the
John.
heat.
You already know. I fucking love you guys.
So, Quantum Eraser, can I speak to you for a moment?
Your mic's pretty muffled.
Sorry, bro. It's a bad headset. Apologize.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, but you could try.
Okay, well, I'll try to speak up. Anyway, two things. I'm just a little bit south of you, and I also have like the worst case of chiggers, rash, whatever the heck it is, of my life. I think as you did. So I don't know what I got into or if it is figures, but it's awful. Number two, I wanted to ask you a question after the open panel about the dip angle, but I didn't get a chance to because I was working. So why do we treat, even though the horizon is an apparent location, why do we correct to the apparent location as far as dip angle is concerned?
Why does Celestial Navigators correct to the horizon? Because they treat the horizon is that apparent position between you and it, and they treat it as flat because, well, it fucking is. So if you're like 20 or 30 feet on a boat deck, then that angle towards the horizon, it's slight. It's actually acute, but we ain't going to get into that because we'll get in a big argument with some of the flat earthers. But I call it an acute angle. So to make the acute angle a right angle, you subtract your height. I think it's pretty simple.
Hey, speaking of that, I was trying to chime in with Brian the other day. An obtuse angle has to be greater than 90 degrees.
Hey, that's why I call it an acute angle. But they're looking at it from a different point of view, which is not wrong. But it is wrong to me the way I look at it.
Yeah, but I guess what I was saying, he was using the phraseology, it's getting more obtuse. Right? So just because an angle is growing, if it's still less than 90, it's not yet obtuse, so it's not getting more obtuse.
Yeah, would you bring that up, AI, next time you're on the show? Would you bring that up? Because I think if it's coming from me, because I'm against all those crayon munchers. I say crayon munchers, yeah, tongue in cheek. I think it's relatively simple. I don't know what the deal is because I posted.
Well, that's why I changed my screen name. If you'd noticed it during that show when you guys were talking about it, I changed my name to Abstrused Angles. Because, well, yeah, it's fair because most people don't recognize that obtuse, meaning hidden, actually came from a mispronunciation of abstrused, which means hidden, because obtuse actually bent out. Like if you took an angle iron and you bent it flat by force, that's what obtuse means.
Right. Right. Did we answer the gentleman's? Did I answer your question correctly? Even though the horizon is apparent position, they treat it as everything going to it is flat. They have to because you can't get an elevation angle without it. Follow?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. And I think another thing that I find surprising is, depending on the day, the horizon that you're sighting could be, 10 miles out, let's say, for example, in the Black Swan. Like 15 feet up on a boat, I mean, that's a tight angle,
Still tight, I agree.
I can't believe they actually correct for 15 feet or so.
You're right. Yeah, but to be technically correct, to get the exact angle, you'd correct for it. But I hear what you're saying. You're correct. It's pretty tight.
Totally. Yeah, no, you answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And check it out. If you went to Walter Bisland's calculator right now, or any of these other places, and you did these Earth curve calculator things where they draw the little line over the hump of Earth curve, right, which is supposed to be intersecting the horizon in theory, blah, blah, blah. You'll see in the little chart where it says the altitude and quote-unquote dip angle and then this other little number on the side. And it's like a minuscule number that's basically inconsequential that could be evaporated into the margin of error by a multitude of factors. It's like irrelevant.
I
basically
agree.
just paying homage to an insignificant nothing.
I guess it's just making shit up to somehow give the anti-flat earthers. I guess they anticipated anti-flat earthers. It somehow gives them some type of way out in their mind. I don't know. All it is just
I think I know where it comes from.
It's just height of eye, though.
So you've been around long enough to have heard these arguments being given by flat earthers and globe earthers. The contradictory sense is, if the Earth was flat, then the horizon would always be at eye, or always rises to eye level, or any of these types of phrases, right? And the globers always represent it as, that means that the horizon will be at exactly 50% in your field of view if you're looking straight out. Okay? And to be fair, a lot of flat earthers think that as well, and they present the language to hint at that to the globe earther. The globe earther then picks up at that and then says, wait a minute, I have all these observations where the horizon is below my 50% field of view line. And they say, well, if you, the flat earther, say it must be at 50% if the Earth was flat, and I see it's less than 50%, then that means the Earth can't be flat. So what's causing that less than? Well, it must be a curved Earth then. So when you use the phraseology like rises to eye level or toward eye level, that doesn't mean it renders at eye level. That means it appears to ramp up like we all see a perspective ramp, like we do in a hallway or anything else.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to render at your eye level. Now, it appears to do so when you're very low to the ground, because the differential between the free space between your eye line horizontal and the ground horizontal, if you're 6 feet tall, that's 6 feet of rendered space. And in your field of view, that doesn't take up much space. So to you, you really can't tell that it's not exact. It's not exact. And depending on your sensor that you're using, like the resolution of the camera or how bad your eyes are, it's going to look as if it's exactly at eye level. But it's not.
That's a good point that you
made. 6 foot of space, that 6 foot of space has to be accounted for.
It's a good point.
And if you go up 1,000 feet, yeah.
Yeah. Like I said for the third time, it's a good point that you make. I thought about that too, because it's pretty close to eye level, but they're paying attention to detail, and I thank them for it. It's about time, only when it superficially benefits them. I mean, it's close enough to eye level, right? When you raise up. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. I mean, I don't know. They're numpty dipshits.
I mean, it comes from, okay, so we all critique the globers for their orthographic ideal projections, right? But to make a claim that you see in linear perspective is also an ideal representation. That would only be possible if you could see at 0 degrees, which nobody can.
Well, why in the hell on a globe fairy tale is it rising up to fucking begin with? Right? Everything should be dropping from their feet in every direction on a tangent, 8 inches per mile squared. Why the fuck is it even rising up?
Yeah, where does that argument actually come from? You're exactly right, John.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. I mean, when we actually get people in here that want to talk about this, they're coming from a different argument. They're not talking about the same thing we're talking about. And they'll say, hey, well, the globe is this. It was like, we're not looking at the globe. We know what you're saying. You're talking about the globe, but they don't even really look at the globe the way that. It's just like a really twisted argument altogether.
No, they're anti-flat earthers is what you're struggling with.
Yeah, of course, that we already know that, John. I mean, that's their shtick or their spiel.
And when they come in here,
anyway, I don't know where where that comes from, but I'm just talking about the genuine argument itself. It's like, are we going to do math together here? You, Globy, is like, really, it comes down to religious beliefs in, or philosophical beliefs and so then it just can go on for hours as if one of us is, telling truth. But for the most part, in my opinion, everybody observes the same Earth.
Now
It's
thinking about this, I don't think they're anti-flat earthers. I think they're anti-globe heads. They're anti-globers. Because
but they promote the globe, right? So go ahead.
yeah, that's the problem. They're anti-globers. Hold on a
When
second.
they're in here, if Dewey doesn't tell them to shut the fuck up, they might be able to get 3 or 4 sentences out.
No, anti-globe. I think they're anti. Back to the anti-glober thing. I don't think they're anti-flat. They could be anti-flat earthers. That's fine. But for the most part, I think they're anti-globers because, like I said, I've been saying this for many years. I used to call them the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up. Those are anti-globers because they're not parroting what their pseudoscience priests tell them.
Right, they're giving some weird ideas that nobody says. They're just making shit up. They're from the MSU, the Make Shit Up University.
Yep. I'm
the globe makes.
I'm going to start calling them anti-globers, man.
Well, yeah, like we
they are.
We
They're
got a guy today.
They're actually helping us when they make shit up.
So so this kid today basically said to me, in my opinion, to me, gravity is what curves light around the Earth, basically. So it's just like I have my subjective view of reality, and the mainstream consensus globe narrative be damned. But Earth's still a globe.
Exactly, you got it. They're anti-globers. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're shit, maybe we're looking at it. We're taking the wrong angle. Yeah, I mean that's
but it's like it's like I'm still on board with the mainstream narrative. But I'm also edgy.
Oh shit! No, don't get me started, bro. No, oh man, I'm gonna look at this from a different angle.
What a great analogy! I'm edgy, and I'm a glober.
I'm gonna bring it up tomorrow on Ballbusters. Let's see how. I am. Let's see how it flies because I'm thinking it's got more bite than. Like I said, they're still anti-flat earthers.
If we're feeding on the same bait every time and just bitching back and forth, then we're just bait, and then just bitching about them, But
what I'm saying
this is a different concept, yeah.
What I'm saying is, when you catch them making shit up, that's not full-on globetard, like a genuine globetard religion, then they're by definition anti-globetards. Not anti-globe. No. Let me restate that. They're anti-globers, is what they are.
They don't even know how to argue against themselves.
Yeah, anti-genuine glober. Because to be a glober, you have to follow all the contradictory pseudoscientific bullshit. You have to follow what you're being told by Wiki, but they don't. The most of the people we deal with don't. They're from that left-wing fuckwit faction I was talking about. So they're anti-globers. That's what they are.
So they make up their own model.
Wow, that's brilliant. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to think about that.
I'm going to bring it up. Stuff. Let's see, because it has that motherfucker has some teeth. See,
didn't Rumpus say that specifically on occasions where he says, "I don't care what those guys being the professionals say. This is the way it is because I say so."
Yeah.
He's done that multiple times.
So he's an anti-glober. See, that has got more teeth than the anti-flat earther. Like I said, I'll bring it up. We'll see where it goes. Oh, we're talking about science, by the way, again tomorrow. You might want to tune in.
So, being a mainstream conformist, you're basically just agreeing with somebody else's paradigm, and that could get you status. Eventually that becomes boring and you need your own status. So you're like, well, how am I going to stick out from these bunch of mainstream sheeple? Well, I have to have my idea that must be true.
Yeah, I was just going to congratulate that guy on his name, actually. Soy Boy. Perfect. absolutely perfect. I think perhaps whoever sent him in here gave him that name and just were giggling, really giggling. And the other thing I've noticed about these people is they seem devoid of any character whatsoever. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
And I know I'm quite old now, so knocking on a little bit. And I look back and I see all these characters from when I was a kid. They're just endless characters. And there's no characters. So I can only put it down to the education system and just the system in general that's done this on purpose, like whack-a-mole. Like you're saying something different, you're saying something different, and it's gross. It's absolutely gross.
But the problem is that now there's a difference because these guys, the ones that you're talking about, they're out here on the circuit.
Yeah.
It's
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a little different than, Joe Coffey down the street. He's not out here on the circuit trying to convince everybody of the indoctrination he's received. That's a different game.
These
right?
have got a prior motive, a fucking agenda. I totally agree.
It's not a motive. It's Dunning-Kruger clinical level.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
You, QE, you are a character. Do you know what I mean? You are a fucking character.
Well, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. These people, these young people, there's no characters. Have you noticed? I almost feel sorry for a stand-up or an impressionist trying to impersonate someone. But, well, on the other hand, you don't need to take the piss out of most of current-day events because they take the piss out of themselves. There's nothing funnier than Joe Biden.
Oh, friend, hold on. I got to correct you there.
Go on.
There's plenty of characters, okay? But they are off the deep end, and so we don't let them be here, and so they're really not here.
I don't know. I see young people, and I talk to them as well, and I don't know. I don't see it. I can't see him growing into a Clint Eastwood or whoever, David Letterman, or there's millions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is they're not positive. Like the characters that they become are really just weird and
no
bad
offense
and
to that
horrible.
Goobers fella. No offense to that guy with the smiley face. Sounds like he's never smiled in his life when he spoke, but he's got a smiley face. And I was just thinking that is that character that's devoid of any character whatsoever. They just, are you all right? There's I just feel sorry for him. That's all. No personality or anything. So that's all I'm saying. Whatever. Yeah, so the dumbing down is complete. Well done. It's great. This is why we need to come here. This is why we need to talk. And this is why this will be taken away, I'm pretty sure, very soon. Because it's so very important. Because I can't talk to anybody. I can't go out and talk to somebody on the street and know me. I can be civil, of course. I can smile and that, but I can't talk to about anything real. Because everything they believe is backwards. So I have to come here. Anyway. Soy boy. It's so good. Yeah, just saying that I recommend Owen Benjamin's stream. He did a song called Soy Boy, by the way. I just realised. And he was a character. And we've seen what happened to him. He's just basically a social pariah. Well, he's been kicked out of everything. I mean, he's proper banned of everything. So that's what happens to characters now.
I want to say this: Owen Benjamin has been kicked off of YouTube, but he's still active. He's still active. I mean, it's not, but it's not on YouTube, bro. I don't think this platform is going to last long on YouTube. So let's take advantage of it while we can, because I don't think it's going to last very long. That's my opinion on it, but yeah, everyone should take advantage of the platform as long as we can, and because we've said way more controversial stuff than Owen has ever said, but we're not as popular as he is. So they just kind of give us a wave, hand wave, and oh well, they only have 3,000 subscribers or whatever.
They just shadow banners into a corner. That's what makes me laugh.
That's okay, but check this out though. You know what happens with the Discord and the YouTube channels that we have? We have dozens and dozens of people that join every single day and talk to us live on the YouTube channel. Now, we're going to utilize this platform as long as we can, and if we have to, we'll move somewhere else, just like Owen has. I'm saying.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Well said.
Yeah, because I think about that a lot. I mean, there's a reason they got rid of Owen, because he was getting too hot, too popular, and he started talking about flat Earth, and he had 300, 400,000 subscribers. And they're like, you know what? Get the fuck out of here. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. He started talking about flat Earth too much. And he started, other things too, but for the most part, that was mostly the thing, in my opinion, why they got rid of him.
Well, that's my opinion, and why they killed John Lennon, because he had too big a platform, if you like, too big a voice.
Sure.
So he had to go because he weren't much of a team player.
And there are many, 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 many others. Even in modern times, as far as YouTube goes, they only want this platform that we're using now on YouTube is, for the most part, in their opinion, is only for a social media thing. Similar to everybody should just jump in and everybody conform. We're not going to do that. We're not going to conform. We're going to tell everybody why you shouldn't conform. And every time we say that, then we risk losing the platform. So but I don't mind that, because I know they're going to eventually kick us.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they let us be here, we're going to keep doing it. And if they actually do kick us from YouTube, I'll spread the word, and we'll do it somewhere else.
Yeah, I just made me think George Carlin, another great character from back in the day, who said reading and writing, yeah, brilliant, reading and writing's great, but to question what you're reading, that's equally important. And I think that's the message we've got to send.
George Carlin is a genius, or was a genius. He died. But
excellent political commentary. As a funny comedian, okay. But as a political, as someone who's a commentator, who's a writer.
Well, he combined the two, because a lot of people didn't really understand what he was saying. They would laugh, but they were just they only laughed because they were subjects.
He's a brilliant writer. I'll give him that.
It was a brilliant approach what George did. Yeah, George Carlin, actually.
Yeah,
it's not funny because you're a slave. Just like yesterday.
Y'all guys need to stop talking shit about the number one best white comedian that's ever lived, George Carlin. So
I disagree with that.
I'm kind of tongue in cheek. No, I know you would, because you don't understand a lot of his early humor, and that's okay. I get it. A lot of people don't.
No, I just don't think he's that funny. I think he's an excellent writer.
Well, it's kind of yeah, that's true. Absolutely. That's true. Absolutely. But it's kind of like when you're trying to explain to a toddler, the inner workings of the universe.
The reason that he made his
I'm just
jokes.
fucking with you, Andy. I'm just fucking with you.
No, but the reason, I mean, I think I was going to say the same thing Glenn Phillips was saying. The reason he wrote those jokes is to shock and awe. It was really shock and awe. I mean, Glenn Phillips, am I wrong about
The
that?
reason I wanted to bring that up, no, you're right. The stuff he's popular and known for is shock and awe. Oh, look, it worked. But what I'm saying is, you know, his earlier stuff was actually what got me into thinking he was funny. Him describing his Catholic school days, you know, back when he was all fucked up on drugs and stuff. He was, I would say,
Dippy
funny.
Weatherman.
He was, what's that?
Dippy Weatherman. That's going way back.
No, it is. You're right.
Hey, but
Anyway.
I heard an interview. There was a 2-hour interview I listened to, and let me see if I can find it. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, so yeah, he said jokes that were a lot more goofy. He was a lot more goofy too, because like I said, he was on drugs, and he'll admit, you know, at that time in his life and this, that, and the other. But anyway, so he was talking about it like, you know, I always wonder, what do I do about doing drugs when trying to take drugs on a plane? Now, if I'm going to get in trouble for having these drugs, so basically I can either get on and get off, or I can get off and get on, or I can get off and get on and get off again, or I can get, you see what I mean? He's making it funny, I guess, but
I found.
Do you understand the joke?
If you want to understand George Carlin, you got to watch this interview.
Anyway, so that's what turned me on to George Carlin in the first place, was just that. To me, that's comedic genius, and it's just kind of like, oh yeah, duh, kind of genius, like doesn't take much to understand. But then he started to do the political thing, and at first I was like, oh no, George might be falling off in his sobriety. But then, as I learned more and more about the world, I was like, this motherfucker be dead on. So yeah, anyway, that's all I wanted.
This is. I thought it was 2 hours. It was 3 hours. If you want to understand George Carlin, listen to this interview. He tells you about how he grew up. He tells you his whole story.
Good. Yeah, it's a fascinating story. He's an awesome guy. Anyway, go ahead.
I've pretty much been obsessed with stand-up comedy since I was a kid. So
yeah,
I consider
me too.
myself.
I mean, I love.
I consider myself a pseudo expert.
To different comedians every single day.
And one of the things they say, it's a Latin phrase which I can't remember because I'm terrible at Latin. But the secret of the art is to conceal the art. The whole point is, like, you've come out to say it for the very first time, even if you've said it 1,000 times.
You know, and with a lot of actors and comedians that actually make their way through the Hollywood system, but still can call them out. They learn that language, and they're almost untouchable. And I think George Carlin was one of those people.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, one of the best for sure. But yeah, I think Louis C.K. had the title for a while, for at least 15
Jim
years.
Carrey is one of them as well, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, a lot of people judge Jim Carrey on certain levels, and
well,
why
because you were an
shouldn't
impersonator, that's why.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's just it just depends on how you look at it. You know, I mean, just like you are, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedians. They start at stand-up, and then they have TV shows, and they get in Hollywood and do their thing. Like George Carlin TV show is freaking hilarious, but he had to hold back so much because he had writers that wrote for him. But he was a great, writer. You know,
that's why I agree. That's why I agree with Owen now, Owen Benjamin, who says he's the best comedian in the world. He is the best comedian in the world.
Bro, he started in Hollywood, and then he said, "Fuck this! I'm going to do something else."
I wanted to tell you real quick one more thing about George Carlin. Sorry, was that I believe, now you can correct me. I hope I'm not wrong about this, but I think he wrote for Saturday Night Live for a number of years too.
Sure,
I don't remember that.
He's been incorporated with Saturday Night Live,
but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did or not. I know he was close with those folks.
Well,
but I don't know. Anyway,
I think he's actually hosted the Saturday Night Live.
Well, he has hosted, and he's been on a lot of their stuff. But I'm saying I think he might have been
like
just
in
for
the beginning,
a couple years.
like
But and again, if I'm wrong,
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
Somebody look it up.
He started as a duo, and he wanted to go on radio with this other fella. I can't remember his name, but they started as a duo, and he wanted to be a an actor, believe it or not. He just wanted to be an actor. He
Yeah.
thought he could use that as a platform to then be an actor. Anyway, back to what I was saying. The reason Owen Benjamin is the best comedian in the world is because he can say whatever the fuck he wants. He can actually
Well,
say
he can now
anything.
because he's not in Hollywood anymore.
So he has no barriers. He has no.
Have you seen that interview? Oh, you
He
might
got
have
people
not
telling
have
him what to
seen
say.
this, bro. I've got a recent interview that I watched a couple weeks ago. You might not have seen this, an interview with Owen Benjamin and Jim Brewer. You guys like Jim Brewer?
He got taken down, didn't he? Unfortunately.
What, that video?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're up for about a week.
Hold the fucking phone. Let me go back to Jim. You talking about the Brunoverse freaking interview?
Yeah, I watched it. It was very good as well. It showed you how they
You
took.
watched it? Wait, it's down?
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube.
Oh
It showed
my
you how they took how Dave
So
Chappelle
I'm telling you, that's what
stole
I'm
his joke.
saying. YouTube hates fucking Owen Benjamin, man. What the fuck? So Jim Brewer had Owen Benjamin on his channel, and they took his video down.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say who took it down. I don't think it was YouTube.
Well, it was YouTube, obviously. But anyway, I'm gonna, because I watched it too. It was a really cool interview, and they really didn't even talk about a lot of shit that was controversial.
Not at all. I don't think there was any swearing in it, even.
Oh man, they actually took that video down from Brunoverse.
Jim took it down himself.
He probably got some emails from YouTube saying,
I don't. From somebody.
You better cut to us, or we're gonna just like shut your channel down too, because you like Owen Benjamin." Oh fuck, man! Did that really happen? That video's not available anymore. I'm gonna.
I don't think personally. I mean, I would have liked to have left him to leave it up, but I don't think you can blame him personally because, yeah,
I wouldn't blame him personally because he's making money from YouTube, but it's just like, and I don't think Owen would blame him either. But yeah, it was a really cool interview.
It was.
If it's
it was.
gone, then it's just fucking gone. Fuck, man.
So he showed Chappelle stealing one of his major jokes, one of his main jokes about Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was. Maybe that's what it was. That's what I remember the conversation. It was about the transgender thing, because, hey, bro, he did steal Ben's joke, bro. He fucking stole that joke. It's the same exact joke. It's the same exact joke.
It's exact same.
Because I saw Dave Chappelle do the same exact joke that Ben did that. Yeah. I saw that before you even had the interview. You know, with because I've been a fan of Ben for a long time. I was like, oh wow, look at. And he was making that transgender joke, and then Dave Chappelle said the same exact joke. And then he talked about it on Brewer's show. So that's probably why they took it down.
The thing I learned from Owen especially is a light hazing. A light hazing is a great thing. And if you get a small group of people that you're not allowed to criticize, let's just say, I'm speaking in code now.
Yeah, I know.
And they never get criticized. That can really hurt them. And Owen really made me.
Yeah, I'm seeing the big picture now. Yeah, it's
So
like, that video's down, but Brewer's still up. Which is cool because I love Jim Brewer.
Yeah, no, he's
Have
good.
you watched his new? He released it on YouTube. His brand new stand-up comedy set. He released it on YouTube like 2 weeks ago. Have you seen it yet?
No, I ain't seen it yet.
All right, I'm gonna send the link. Hold on, bro. You gotta watch it. It's freaking awesome. but I understand why his talk with with Owen Benjamin, why he just had to take it down, because YouTube probably told him to say, "Hey, if you don't take this down, we're going to fuck with you." Because I've been through the same situation with YouTube. Even though I'm not near as popular, but it's just like, hey,
Salty Cracker just did an interview with Benjamin as well.
Well,
I didn't know Jim Brewer did an interview with Owen. I would like to see that, actually.
That's
so would I. Well, I did see it, but I don't think it's on his channel anymore. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm gonna go to. It's called
Brewer's tops, man. I would hang out with Jim Brewer for a week straight every day.
Bruniverse, man.
He's a little late. He's a little late to the party, but I guess better late than never.
Whatever, dude. He was in
late to the party, bro. Jim Brewer is like hot comic, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
I don't care how old he is.
I'm not talking about his comedy. I'm talking about his unveiling of the truth, I guess.
Oh, he knew the truth the whole time.
Yeah, but sort of. But he really kind of like, he has an interview on his channel with Eddie Bravo and shit. I mean, it's called Bruniverse. BR.
Is he late to the truther party? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I think he's careful more than late. He's careful more than late.
Maybe.
I mean that's the way I feel. But you can call him like, do you think he's gonna do what we do?
No, he did say, actually, Jim Brewer said in that interview that there was a video previous where he lost his temper or something and he was just ranting, and he took the video down himself for that reason, because he felt he'd overstepped the line or something. And Owen just said to him, "Oh, you should just leave them up. You should just leave them up, because then it's, it's really honest." And
I'm telling you, he's interviewed several people in the past few months, and he goes balls to the wall on truth. He doesn't say anything about Flat Earth, but he talked to Eddie Bravo. He talked to fucking Owen Benjamin. I mean, it's just
it's an interesting way to do it, because he's trying to frame it as if he's playing a character for that show. So we'll see if they actually can stay up on YouTube. If you notice, when he's starting the show, he's like, "This is all hypothetical. We're playing characters."
Right.
Something to that effect.
Here's the channel. I'm going to share the channel right now. For all you guys.
Maybe per his contracts with certain, entities, he has to say disclaimers or whatever. I don't fucking know.
No,
that other guy.
Every time you sign up for YouTube, you have to give disclaimers. No, this is videos he put out on YouTube. So, anyway.
I just found this other video that other guy, Awaken with JP, the guy that does all the skits. He did a Flat Earth video all the way back in 2016. I'd never even seen it.
It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously is a flat earther, because he understands every single one of the points. He's not making fun of flat earthers. He's just being satirical about it to screw over the censorship.
Yeah, I like JP when he does that. I know JP knows the stuff that we know. He probably knows a lot more than we know about all that. But his flat earth thing was, be honest, really spot on and funny.
Jim
okay, now you can talk, Helio.
No, Jim just put out like 2 weeks ago a brand new stand-up show where all the commentary from this Bruniverse thing. He had a stand-up comedy thing. I mean, he's done like events, but he collated it into this stand-up comedy show, and I think it's badass, but I don't think we shouldn't play it on here, but you better watch it if you haven't seen it. I just shared the channel, but here's the link to his special.
I think he's had Eddie Bravo on twice, right?
Dude, he's had more than Eddie Bravo. He has a podcast where he has freaking Brett Kreischer and freaking Bill Burr and shit. I mean, he's a popular comedian. He has all kinds of people on his podcast and shit. You know,
Has Eddie Bravo been on anything recently?
well, Eddie Bravo doesn't do comedy much anymore. I mean, he more
Yeah, but I just mean anything.
straight on his fighting, his fighting thing in California and stuff. He doesn't do comedy, but he does every once in a while join some podcasts and stuff. But he's more concentrated on his.
Dude, I gotta find that. There's this one video where Eddie Bravo is talking to this one guy who's supposed to be some kind of scientist-y type guy. I think Rogan brought him in to particularly put Eddie down for his flat Earth talk. And the guy got so irate with Eddie basically taking him to task that he walked up over to him, like put his shoulder in the position of like, I'm going to do something. And Eddie Bravo was just like, I can't remember what he did, but he either stood up or stared him down. And it was like about to be a fight. And this retard was like, I'm so zealous for the globe that I'm going to take my 98-pound twig frame over to like a champion fighter.
Is this like some independent video or something?
No, it was on Rogan's show.
Oh, Rogan. So
this Glober could not contain himself so much that he literally tried to walk up on Eddie.
To kick Eddie's ass because
what's weird about it, the guy is like literally a twig. It's like he's like balsa wood that you snap between your fingers or something. Is the fact that he just got so irate that he's like, I'm so irate now, I can do something physical. It was just crazy.
Hey,
that's funny. I never saw that one.
Did you watch that episode of Joe Rogan where it was Joe Rogan, again, Eddie Bravo, and Alex Jones? Do you remember? And they were like, Alex Jones was just freaking slamming freaking vodka or Jameson or whatever. I don't know what it was, but he was smoking.
I think the only part I remember was that his shirt was too tight.
But anyway, I mean, he was just talking so much shit to Eddie Bravo. It was so funny.
And when Joe Rogan first started, I watched it religiously. This is the really, really early days, and you should have heard him dismantling the moon landings. It was just the thing of beauty.
we did hear it. I mean, all of us
he did
that
it
have
at
been here for
180.
a while. When Eddie Bravo really came out and started talking about this shit, and he connected with some of the flat earthers and stuff. He's like, and then he connected with Alex Jones. He's like, with Rob Dew and shit. He's like, hey, we're going to talk about flat earth. And that was the only time that that InfoWars would talk about flat earth when Eddie Bravo was there. Other than that, nobody talks about flat earth. And it had Eddie Bravo. What was the other guy, the blonde haired guy's name? There was another time that he talked to Eddie Bravo. But yeah.
So anyway, once he did a 180 on the old moon landings, I stopped listening to him just like that. That's kind of what I do. If I hear something, I know they took the ticket.
No, I get that.
I don't want to listen to him anymore.
No,
because I know
but
the mouthpiece.
all of this is kind of like a slave trade intellectually. So you kind of have to follow. It's like, a flat. The flat just moves down through these different trains.
No, you
But
see,
anyways, maybe I'm, could be wrong, and I'm certainly an asshole. Everybody knows that.
no, he's just speaking for someone else. He's a mouthpiece.
Hold on.
No,
Who's
sure. I
Haley?
mean, I like Eddie Bravo. Yeah, I mean, he's a mouthpiece for.
Hold on, friends.
Go ahead.
I got to instigate some people in the room. So, Jesse, Gordon, we just learned earlier from our friend that gravity pulls light down. So, that being said, how do you know that when you take theodolite, quote unquote, measurements, that what you're experiencing is physical displacement versus optical displacement? How could you possibly account for it?
Well, let's start from the beginning. Does this person understand the instrument? What is a
Dude, he literally has an icon of it as his PFP. So clearly he's an expert.
well? Well, let's talk about how the instrument works and what the intention is when you. I mean, a theodolite is it's designed to measure from one point to another. It has nothing to do with curve.
Well, yeah, you aim it at an optical target.
Yeah, just like you do with an
off level, it gives you an angle
camera or binocular
of some kind.
telescope. You just
And then from there, you do a math on a piece of paper, and you derive a curve from it. So you don't actually measure any curve in reality.
I mean, the theodolite is not it's not designed to measure curves. So what you would do with theodolite, they use that for surveying. You wouldn't try to measure curve with a theodolite.
Right, yes. Yeah, fair. But if your target appears to be below the midline of your level line in your optic, then that means you have an angle, a depression angle, right? And so you could say, well, I have something displaced optically in my field of view, or you could say it's displaced physically.
But you don't use the optical instrument by itself. You actually have someone standing, a certain distance away, so that you can measure. You can measure the the field of view, and you want to measure whether the
right. So are you? That's the point. So are you measuring a displacement in your field of view,
you're
or a displacement in free space?
You're not going to figure out shit by one theodolite.
Why not, dude? If I put a target out, right, that's the same height as my theodolite, let's say, and that appears to be
surveyors put someone else as the target, and they have an instrument too, but they don't use the camera. The theodolite is the start of how you measure, how you survey, a certain area. You have to have someone on the other side to actually.
Okay, irrelevant to the point.
All right, my bad.
You could have any kind of target. You could have a literally painted stick. The point is, you set it up, and you take a measurement of the angle of your device, right? You either have to be perfectly level, or you have to angle up, or you have to angle down. And so if you have to angle down, then when you get to your little paper and you draw out some math, it appears that the object has been physically displaced. So you just assume it must be, since I have a depression angle, the Earth that it's sitting on must also be depressed.
AI, how could that possibly be a thing if you are using a theodolite at the shore of an ocean and then point at the horizon and measure?
Well, yeah. Yeah, you got to make a lot of assumptions about what a horizon is.
You certainly do. Yeah. Because most people that use theodolites, they're just like, they're surveyors, and they do that on Earth, across land.
Yep.
I mean, to try to do that, nobody uses a theodolite to survey oceans. Now, if you're going to build a bridge across an ocean, maybe that could be a thing. But for the most part, you're going to survey the land while you're building the bridge. I mean, you're going to build the structure, and then you're going to have different methods to get the structure going. Like, say, building the Golden Gate Bridge, right? And so you're going to have structures under the ocean, structures above the ocean. Then you're going to have cables. I mean, to be honest, the Golden Gate Bridge is. Have you ever been across the Golden Gate Bridge, AI?
No.
It's freaking amazing. It's
I
like
think the Verrazano Bridge might be the biggest suspension bridge I've been across. But
I've been across the Golden Gate, and I've been across.
Is the George Washington Bridge a suspension bridge? I can't remember. I think so. Maybe.
I mean, it doesn't matter as far as bridges. You wouldn't just use a theodolite to build that bridge. I mean, it's going to be, be like, oh, it's like 3 feet. I mean, what are you going to do underwater?
Oh, yeah, but speaking of that, like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, you ever watch your History Channel and Modern Marvels intermixed within some of it, they'll say, did you know that when they built the Verrazano's Narrows Bridge that they had to account for the curve of the Earth? So the towers are 1 5/8 out from each other?
Which is complete bullshit, and it's provable complete bullshit. But anyway.
Dude, to get that structure 1 5/8 out at the towers is like a miracle of tolerances. You couldn't engineer that if you were daydreaming.
5 inches between the ties and shit. What the fuck?
Well, there's 11 feet. There's 11 feet of differential in the altitude of the deck that the cars ride on through from the expansion throughout the year. 11 feet.
Well,
yet these suckers want to say they engineered this thing to 1 5/8.
Well, and they use theodolite. They use theodolites to do it, right?
Yeah, they probably put the theodolite on the ground, half drunk, and did
No,
spins.
they put the theodolite on the bottom of the ocean to figure out.
Well, actually, to get elevation angles from the globe, you have to use the celestial plane or whatever it's called, which actually passes through the center of the Earth. So they actually had to bore to the center of the Earth.
The theodolite already knows what to do. Yeah, exactly. Hey, flat earthers are too dumb to figure this out. So, hey, smarter people figured out how to make these big ass bridges, and they used theodolites. You dumbass. That's not how they built these freaking badass bridges. It has nothing to do with theodolites. Theodolites are used by local surveyors. And as a matter of fact, I drive around town all the time, and I see surveyors using theodolites all the time. If I stopped and said, hey, are you measuring the flat Earth? They'd be like, well, I'm measuring this part of the flat Earth. And if I said that, that would be a real answer.
Oh. We remember when
even if they're measuring freaking 300-400 yards, I'd be like, hey, I see them with their instruments. I always think about it when I drive by them. I'm like, that motherfucker's measuring how to build a building on the flat Earth.
Well, you remember when Garcia had that challenge, whatever it was, to prove curvature? And he got sued by one of the applicants. And it was to present real evidence of Earth curve.
He won that case. Yeah.
Well, Zen won the case.
Zen won the case. Yeah.
The Glober presented like a model projection of the curve that would be needed to be taken into account, quote unquote, if the Earth was a globe on a bridge. But he didn't present any real measurements of reality. Mm-hmm. And so he basically got told, "You're out of luck."
No, you don't have any evidence. So Zen wins. So I love that, man. Yeah, we've had Zen on here a couple times. Anyway, Zen Garcia is cool. We need to invite him back and talk.
Yes, if the Earth was a globe, this bridge would need to be 1 5/8 out of plumb from tower to tower. Therefore, Earth's a globe.
Wouldn't you want to? I didn't hear the whole proceeding, but I would like to. I want to hear all the evidence the judge has presented, and hear this guy, give his argument, or his lawyer give his argument, and hear the judge just say,
Yeah, but check this out, bro.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah, so moving on to this whole theodolite thing and everything. So if you go to the book, Principles of Higher Geodesy, right? Mathematics and Principles of Higher Geodesy, 2-volume set, 600 pages. And you read the thing it says in there, we can't access the whole Earth to measure, but with a transform, a mathematical transform, we can map these measurements we do take around a globe assumed by gravitational forces, blah, 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 blah.
So the transform can be it can be replaced with a presumption, right? I mean, it's the same word.
Yeah. And but that's even thrown out because that is generally because like there's the geoid, the equipotential surface, and the measurements that they actually
they don't really have any physical proof of any of that.
Well, yeah. So check this out. So Zanek's been arguing lately, and a few other Globers, that anywhere you experience a flat portion is where the geodetic potential is greater or lesser than other areas, which essentially means there's more or less distribution of gravity in a different permutation where the forces essentially make a portion of the ocean flat or a portion of this place flat and a portion of that place more curved or less curved. So basically, anywhere you go where you get a contra,
everywhere it looks flat, it is flat, but it's not.
But it's still on a globe.
Oh my God! Are you fucking serious?
For real, dude. It's
is that
it's
what
the same thing with the plumb lines? Yeah, it's the same thing with the plumb lines.
That's why we don't let them come in here and say that bullshit.
Yeah, it essentially makes it unfalsifiable, even with the plumb lines, because like the classic statement is gravity pulls everything to the center of the
They'll
Earth.
just turn it back around on us and say, "Well, yours is unfalsifiable too." Na 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 na. Like fuck you, motherfuckers. Oh, how about the Earth that we all can see together? The instruments that we can use with real physical evidence. I mean, that's
all right.
Oh my God!
So let's go through this. Let's see if we can make it through this. Part of your 12 steps. It's called "Don't Interrupt." All right. I'm just teasing you. All right, listen.
No, I get that. I want to hear
gravity. If gravity is
I haven't paid attention to them very much lately, but that sounds ridiculous.
So the idea gravity pulls the center of the Earth, that's nonsense. Okay? In their own model. That would require a perfect distribution, which you don't have. So you have varying distribution, which means you have varying gravitational vectors. Not only that, but you have the Brenda force, which is the differential angle between the axis of rotation, right, being centrifugal force outward, and gravity being inward. So already there you have differential vectors where it's not going to the center. Now you have the varying pockets of more or less gravity, which alter those plumb lines even more in a myriad directions. So nowhere on the Earth do you have this perfect ideal model of splayed radial field lines going straight to the center of the Earth. So when you map out,
did you say splayed like SPLAYED, splayed lines?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Continue.
So you don't have that. You have all different directions. So if somebody presents to you an ideal, like, for example, Jesse Kozlowski, where they take two theodolites and then they say, oh, I see a differential in my field of view, therefore it's a physical differential. I take it back to my table. I draw lines, create triangles, call them plumb lines, say they're pointing relatively to the center of the Earth, and make these radials and say, oh, it's within this tolerance. Well, how do you know that that's accurate within that area? It could be pointing in another different direction.
So when you do that, you don't even know if you're truly leveling your device.
That's
Because if the plumb
absolutely
line
true.
isn't pointing to the center of the Earth, you can't use the standard circumference. You can't use the standard radius. You can't use any of it.
That's like I was saying. If I drove by one of these surveyors that I see standing on the side of the road, like, are you measuring according to plumb? They'll be like, yeah. And is that toward the center of the Earth? They'd be like, I don't know what you mean. That's basically.
Hey, that's a fair answer. I don't know what you mean. Nothing to see here. Moving along.
Do you understand surveying? Yeah, no, I do understand surveying. I was just wondering if you were measuring plumb to the center of the Earth, and they'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, this is the way you got to talk to people to really get them to understand what they're doing and the confusion between down and inwards to the center of the Earth. They're two different things. We all operate with down. Nobody operates with inwards to the center of the Earth.
I mean, I'm not going to be redundant. I can say it again, but whatever. That's the way it goes. It's just like there's no real geodetic surveyors. There's no such thing as a real geodetic surveyor. They're just mathematicians. The same way with these NASA freaking people that took pictures of freaking galaxies and shit. I mean, they make shit up just like everybody else does. I mean, and if you had somebody with like Jesse Kozlowski go up and be like, hey, you're doing it wrong. You're not measuring to the center of the Earth, bro. Your buddy over there, he's not measuring toward the center of the Earth. Hey, man, shut the fuck up. We're trying to do our job here. Get the fuck out of my face, bitch. There ain't no such thing as measuring toward the center of the Earth. We're just, we're measuring from, we're about to build a building, and it has nothing to do with center of the Earth. That's not what surveyors do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
And anybody can say I'm goddamn wrong, but I know I'm goddamn right.
You're wrong.
All right, say it. All right, now prove it.
Well, you didn't say nothing about proving it. You just said saying you're wrong.
All right, well, say it. All right, you said it. All right, cool. But yeah, I mean, it would be really interesting. I'm going to do it one day. I'll be like, I'm going to stop. And when I see people surveying land, I'll be like, are you surveying across the... All right, you have your buddy here with the surveying instrument. The other guy is standing on the other side. Are you measuring to the center of the Earth? You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're just measuring, altitude, and we're trying to level, figure out how to build this building on a level. It's 100 yards. It's like, well, do you consider gravity, how it pulls everything to the center of the Earth? That dude probably punched me in the face.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say at the job site. But hey, can you make that cabinet perpendicular to a splayed line to the center of the Earth?
That's funny you bring up cabinets. You already know I'm a cabinet maker. So anyway, and I know how to fucking put cabinets in a house and mansions and shit. I know how I build cabinets for mansions. I already know how to. I built cabinets for freaking corporate airliners and shit. I know how to do all that shit. Think I couldn't walk up to a surveyor and be like, do you know how to measure to the center of the Earth? Are you measuring a flat line? Do you have your buddy over there just like with your little instrument? Are you considering the center of the Earth as your as you're losing the theodolite? they would probably punch me in the face if I actually asked them some stupid question like that.
That'd actually be a good like little tagline on a level. Be like relatively guaranteed perpendicularity to the center of the Earth.
I'd be surprised if they actually say, yes, we're measuring to the center of the Earth, you asshole. I seriously doubt if I actually walked up to someone while they're surveying. I mean, like, of course we're measuring, according to the center of the Earth. I mean, that's what surveyors do, don't you know?
Yeah. All right, brothers, I'm out of here.
Thanks,
Take it
AI.
easy.
Yep, I'm not far behind you, but hey, well, this has been fun. All right, next question. Geocentrists, ahoy. Heliocentrists, bring your questions to us. We have answers all day and all night long. I don't know if they're good answers, but we have a lot of shit.
Yeah, I got a question for you, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
What do you say to people that believe that satellites are, in orbit above, like, our atmosphere? Like, is there fuel for these
satellites? A lot of times, initially, if someone says, "Hey," well, hold on, I'll let you finish. I interrupted you. What?
My main question is: Are we using fuel to keep these satellites in this quote-unquote type orbit? Are the satellites actually in orbit? I don't know.
All right, cool. So I initially say, like, how did they get there? If they're going to maintain orbit, if they were in orbit, how did they get there? I mean, that's where it has to start, because there's a major claim that rockets from Earth like spit them out into space, and they have a certain trajectory, right? I mean, this is the story, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like, whether it's Falcon or NASA, whatever, spit freaking satellites up into orbit, is just like.
So you're saying that there's never an object floating in space. It's never happened.
The major claim is that what happens when they actually do dump these satellites, or which is a physical object, right? And they just push it out in the, and then it due to Earth's gravity, it's just falling around the Earth in a trajectory, right? So your question was, how does it maintain orbit? Does it have thrusters? Right. That was your original question, right?
I actually don't believe anything is in orbit. And I'm wondering.
I don't think so either. So why did you even ask the question?
Because how do we debunk this to people that believe there is a bunch of space debris floating around?
And you just do it the same way I just did.
It would depend on a couple questions.
It's so simple because they can't do it.
Is there evidence of satellites floating? Like, you know what I mean?
That's why I asked you. I mean, how did this rocket actually put this supposed little rock in space, and then it just got little boosters just go boop and maintain orbit?
Okay, no, I misunderstood at first.
Well,
I'm making jokes, but at the same time, sure. I mean, they'll claim most satellites are in geocentric orbit, and there are certain distances, but that's a very large question. As far as satellites and how they're connected, that's a bigger question. But I mean, your question was a really good question, and I answered it. And anyway, go ahead.
I appreciate your answer a lot, actually.
Well, there's another way to answer the question, though.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. You're presuming that they do have, fuel and thrusters. And
no.
That's how they keep them.
All I'm saying is that's what they say, but I don't think it's true. But go ahead.
Right. Got you.
There's another way of answering the question. The military's been sending up weather balloons since the 40s and 50s. So if it would depend on where your personal definition of where space begins. Is it possible for things to be floating above us up in the atmosphere? Absolutely, it's possible. Yes. Do they function the way that you've been taught in school? The way they function? No. So
That's right. I understood that about balloons, how they launch satellites using balloons like somewhere in Antarctica. I've heard this before. And this was what made me ask, like, okay, you launch them up there, but then is there a fuel source on there that's keeping them up there? You understand my question, so that's great.
yeah. Well, of course they would still be underneath the sun, so you could have solar panels on there, and they could still be powered. You could also put some type of a small nuclear reactor. That's speculation on my part, but submarines can function for 25 years without refueling. So why couldn't you put something up there that doesn't need refueling?
Sure, but Levelus with
right. Good point.
I mean, I don't know, but that's as much speculation, I guess, as
absolutely. I prefaced it with speculation.
All right, cool. So
either way, it is not the absence of gravity keeping it
on that point.
You're saying that it's all these. It could be
whether it's balloons or orbits or whatever. We do have, what they call satellite communications, right? Something is there. Now the balloons can't maintain, a certain thing unless you make stories. They have stories about little boosters that keep them in orbit or whatever. Same with the ISS. But for the most part, every single communication we have, just like the one we're talking on now, that's landline and local tower communication here on Earth. Has nothing to do with satellites. So
okay, but
who needs satellites?
But how would you explain talking internationally then, across oceans and stuff like that? Are you saying that there's just a big
undersea cables?
Just a big undersea cable going underneath the ocean?
No, not just one.
They admit that. Yeah.
What are you denying this? I mean, that's the only way.
I mean,
that's the only fucking way we can communicate with Australia from here, from America, is undersea cables. It doesn't happen through satellite communication. And if you're in sea, they have Wi-Fi freaking towers in
underwater cables. I thought that there was I thought it was a thing that underwater cables don't work.
Wow.
I might be.
Well, then you're wrong.
Fucking told you that.
You're incorrect.
Sure, thanks. No, it was some project, I think, in the 1920s that they tried to build a very long cable underwater, and it turns out that it was just incorrect or something. I don't know.
Electric? Who told you that? That's the only way we can communicate across continents. Almost. The only reason we can talk to people in England and in Australia almost immediately is because of undersea cables. It has nothing to do with satellites whatsoever.
No, I'm not.
Are you confusing that with the Marconi radar stuff? Is that what you're getting confused about?
I'm literally talking about some project in the 1900s, over 100 years ago, probably, where they built some long cable underwater and then it just never.
I'm gonna send you.
I gotta find the actual project because they definitely.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna send you a video if you don't mind me sending you a private message about how they've sent these fiber optic cables all across Earth so that we can communicate with each other.
Sounds good, man. I like videos like that.
All right, bro. It's the best shit. I mean, you wouldn't be able to talk to us, this fast if you weren't communicating through laser cables, because it definitely ain't coming from satellites. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I always had an iffy feeling about satellites anyway, so kind of confirming all these weird shits to me right now. I have a friend that actually, he works for these companies that sell technology to people that manufacture satellites. And it's just like, he tells me about like being at the launches for the satellites, and I'm just like, damn, like they've really got people like standing there watching shit float into the air, you know? What do you say to all that? It's just like what they believe is these satellites. You know, how do you convince them?
I don't feel like posting all these pictures. Just do a Google search. Underground communication cables. I mean, they're all over the place.
I'm trying to find the best. I'm trying to find the best one that'll be easy to understand. But they started this friggin' over 20 years ago. You know, building these communication cables. They spent hundreds of billions of dollars to create communications between continents. You know, and it has nothing to do with satellites whatsoever. So if you think you're communicating with us now because of a satellite, you're absolutely in the dark about this.
That's, yeah, definitely never said that. So you're right.
I mean, I'm still looking up some stuff that I want to send you something that would actually show you how we are actually talking to each other now. Has nothing to do with the satellite at all.
Yeah, the G in GPS doesn't stand for global. It stands for ground.
Dope.
Good video that you can watch. It was like animated map reveals the 555,000 miles of cable hidden under the continent that power the internet. Oh, this might be good.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I think there's a lot more than this. I think this is an early video, but this is a way to start. You can find some of it. But I think there's a lot more than 555,000 or 550,000 miles of internet cable.
Practice that Google foo.
Dude, every single day they're rebuilding these internet cables. They have ships that are built to build new transfer between the continents. But it's somebody's job. They have. I mean, it might be in this video how they actually lay these cables across.
Oh, look at that.
And
yep, I'm watching it. Okay.
Across the Atlantic, the Pacific. I mean, bro, there's so much involved there. So yeah, this is
let's take a look at this video. 550,000 miles. That's a deep.
That shows you kind of the paths, but the ships that actually lay these cables undersea, there's videos that are there, and I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna show. Undersea fiber optic cable.
Yeah, I'm checking it out right now, man.
Well, I mean, just look it up. Undersea fiber optic cables, and this is how we have our internet.
By the way, that video is from 2017.
Yeah, that's how we can talk to each other from us to London or us to freaking Australia. I mean, we can almost immediately talk to each other. And it is the fiber optic cables they laid under the sea. Nothing to do with satellites whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a 5-year-old video now, so there's no way they stopped laying more cables. So
they're still doing it now. They're actually replacing them, picking them up, reutilizing it. I mean, it's a constant thing. Look
at the way that they're doing it all around.
That's the internet. That's the internet. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's almost like they're laying the groundwork for more ports. You see how you could almost add
you
to the
can
land?
go on a cruise. You can go on a cruise and be halfway across the Atlantic and still get Wi-Fi. Where the fuck you get that from? Well, they have buoys with Wi-Fi fucking antennas, and they're connected with, but they've figured this shit out, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with satellites at all.
At all.
I mean, it's going to be slow if you're in the middle of the Atlantic, but God bless America if you can just Google something in the middle of the Atlantic. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to find this little bit of information about this failed project in the ocean in the 1800s or something. Hold on.
Okay, now you just want to go backwards. All right.
No, because I really was referencing something specific. I'm just trying to find it.
Thought you were talking about satellites, and now you want to go to 1800.
No, you made sense of my question. I mean, you don't believe that they,
Should I believe it?
I mean, I think the answer is actually we both know that this is not what's really happening. So
I didn't say I know a goddamn thing. I just asked you if I should believe it or not.
Believe in that? I don't think you should. No.
All right, cool. So what are you talking about the 1800s? What?
Oh, I found it right here. Hold on. I got to listen to this guy say it in the video, so I'm going to leave the call for 20 seconds.
All right, cool. Come back with some good stuff. But anyway, sorry if I was stepping over anybody's toes or anything. But bro, I mean, this is how people have internet across the Atlantic. Or not internet.
Yeah.
They have freaking Wi-Fi buoys and shit.
No, it literally said the first transatlantic cable was laid in 1858, and it only worked for a month. So I actually found a little snippet from the video that I heard this in.
Sure,
I'll send you the timestamp right now.
Oh, I get that. Because
that's pre-telephone, bro. That's Morse code era.
Yeah, basically, it's like maybe some voice, but maybe more Morse code. Yeah, they had ships that were laying cables, and from there, that's what started it. It's like, oh shit, we can lay cables from across the Atlantic to North America and then back and forth. And it's been going that way for decades. And they've... I really don't... Electric... Yes, I'm quite aware of that. I don't know what it has to do with what I was talking about. Because right now they have... I've seen videos of these ships that are laying these freaking 2-foot wide fiber optic cables at the bottom of the ocean. They have a tower as they're moving across. They're just laying these fiber optics. That's why we can talk to each other transatlantic, transpacific. We can talk to people in Russia. We can talk to people in fucking Norway almost instantaneously. Has nothing to do with what you posted, but yeah, I mean, it was the start of it. So yeah, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what gave them the idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, hey, let me just run an electric line over here, and I can go.
I wasn't like 100% like trying to defend. Anyway.
What were you trying to do? Just like, hey, yeah.
No, I stated that I have a disbelief in satellites, and I told you why I think I do, and you kind of just reaffirmed why I don't agree with this shit.
So I just reaffirmed it and told you why. Some people say, oh, the reason that I can talk to someone in Australia almost instantaneously is like I can call somebody in Australia right now over Discord and talk to them real time. Because I'm talking to them through a satellite? How many people would say yes if you polled 100 people?
Well, in all honesty, they don't even need the drama of satellites anymore anyway. We have autonomous drones now. So they don't even need to
the
say that.
drones aren't moving. I'm talking about if I were to go into the general public, I mean, this might be a fun test. It's like, hey, do you guys want to talk to somebody in Australia? Well, I could call them and be like, hey, are you in Australia? And they'd be like, oh, yeah, fuck yeah. You know, all their freaking Australian shit. I'm in Sydney and all that. And I'd be like, hey, do you want to talk to my friend? And they'd be like, yeah, right. I mean, just like you're having a phone call with somebody down the street, right? Saying there's almost zero lag, right? But they're fucking 7,000 miles away, and so you're talking to someone in Australia, 7,000 miles away, and there's no lag. Is that because we're talking over a satellite? You know, and then you could ask people on the street and be like, I don't know, I never thought about it. That's pretty much what they're going to say. But we know that we're talking over fiber optics, cables that are going between North America, South America, Africa, from the Middle East to, through different continents. It's not going through South Pacific because they don't run the lines that way. Anyway, all these fiber optic cables run this way. They've been doing this for dozens of years. They've made sure that the internet runs very fine. So why we can talk to somebody in Australia from North America almost without lag. So, and you.
Well, I feel like I definitely asked the right person, man. You definitely had an answer for me, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, dude. Do you think you're gonna send? Let's talk.
No, I don't actually. That's why.
All right. This is talk. This is talk. This is just talking. Check this out.
I hear you.
We have. All right. Here's another aspect of it. The gamers that are, that are gaming online, they're playing games with people. All this information from the games, they're playing live with people from fucking Europe, Africa, Spain, freaking everywhere, Australia, and they can kill each other, with their stupid freaking shooting games, real time.
And if there's a
you think all the information from their game console is going to a fucking satellite and then coming back down? No.
And and if there's like a 0.05 second lag, it's like stupid fucking computer.
Yeah, right. See how dumb that is. It has nothing. Internet has nothing to do with satellite.
Right on, man.
Hey, Hugh, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Roshi?
Hey, I want to just tell you something. I was brought up in Hawaii, and we were stationed at Marine Corps Station, Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station. And this is 1957, 1959. I'm not sure, you can look it up. But we were granted to be the first transatlantic cable voice. We made a phone call from Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station to Los Angeles in 1957 or 59.
Through undersea cables?
Yeah, the very first submarine laid cables were, and it was like this giant thing, and my family got to be the ones that made. I was like 7 years old. It was like really weird, but I just thought so it's been laying cable since like 1907.
Is that sexual, Roche? I mean, come on, no. My family been laying cable. I'm just playing. I'm really just playing.
But just thought I'd
jokes. You know how I do. No, but it's really interesting.
Your family actually lays that communication cables underwater?
No, he was saying, his family was in Hawaii, and they were part of the first communication between Hawaii and through undersea cables.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I was making jokes, but
That's
your mic
interesting.
is a really kind of soft, real Shane. I was making jokes, but I wasn't trying to disrespect. I don't know what's going on with your mic, Roche.
I got my air conditioner on. It may be some back feeding. Let me turn this off and then I'll fix it.
Maybe turn your input sensitivity up a little bit so that we can hear you.
Yeah, that's what I'll do right now.
All right, cool. But yeah, that's all he was saying. I mean, he was part of one of the first undersea cable communications from Hawaii to Los Angeles. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, thank you for that, man. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I turned it up a little bit.
That sounds a little better.
There we go. I'm about 90% right now. Turn this air conditioner off.
Are you on a like headphone mic or Bluetooth?
No, I'm just speaking into my iPad.
Ain't gonna lie, it's a little crappy.
I mean,
but I did understand what you were saying, and I think you made a very pertinent point that that your family was part of the first communications, undersea communications from Hawaii to LA.
Yeah, well, what I was trying to also say is right after World War II, they started doing all these different things. When I first got my first boat and I was young, we all used Loran C, and there wasn't any GPS. We did all these triangulations through land-based places, and there was no satellite. And I just wanted to bring up the fact that between the Loran Sea and between these transatlantic cables, and like you say, there's these gamers that are doing live, real time, shooting each other up, and they're 10,000 miles apart, 8,000 miles apart. It's
That's impossible over air.
Exactly.
Only possible through landline.
And
only possible.
It's impossible over a curved Earth too.
That too, but I mean, it's only possible through fiber optics, and I couldn't find the right video. But this is when you're talking to us, when you're playing online video games and everything, it's all through fiber optic landlines between continents. Has nothing to do with satellites whatsoever. And even talking to us right now, if you're talking on a telephone, your telephone doesn't connect to satellites with GPS. It just doesn't. It's not even the same thing. I mean, they can tell you whole kinds of shitloads of cartoons on TV and say, "Oh, the satellite, this and that." That's just cartoons on TV. I mean, look at the cartoon they put out about, look at deep space. NASA put a new. Do you think we're gonna buy that shit anymore, NASA? No.
Hey, did you see on YouTube or on the internet about the SpaceX that the biggest booster ever had a big explosion on the pad?
Yeah, I think I saw something about that.
I wonder what the heck that's on. They think he's. You know what I like about
I think they're just getting desperate, to be honest, because
they are. Elon Musk now he wants to bypass the moon and he wants to go to Mars. Is he kidding? The guy's
like, wouldn't it make sense to actually put a base on the moon and then go to Mars? I mean, that makes more sense.
It's easier to get to Mars.
It's easier to just go from here to Mars than anyway.
That's crazy.
Dude, if any sensible person would be like, moon's a lot closer, couldn't we build a base there for? And they make movies where they build, moon bases, and they're like, yeah, we can launch from here.
Well, the P1000s are too good for the moon, but they could always fake it on Mars, right? Easier to fake it on Mars than it is the moon.
There you go. Are you this gullible?
The answer is yes. The people of the world are this gullible.
I mean, it's kind of sad. I mean, it actually makes me sad, but I don't blame them. But at the same time, I do sometimes, especially when I've tried to tell them for years and years. You're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking the wrong way. Look, you're looking at the wrong thing. Hey, they could say the same thing about me too. Yeah. Because hey, guess what? They have money and I don't. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing because you got money. All right. Let's see what happens to that money. Either way, I mean, it's not about money anyway, but it's just like, so it's like, whose idea was better? Well, it's just like, I ignored everything you said, and now I'm successful, sort of, but I'm subject to the system because they helped me. And I did everything they said to do. And
Helio, your boy Jesse Gordon's still in the chat.
Jesse Gordon, I don't think I've talked to Jesse Gordon tonight. Jesse?
Jesse? Juicy?
Gender Bender? Who's that? Oh, that's Bendy Water. Never mind. I'm just fucking with you, Bendy Water. No, I don't know who you're talking about.
Jessa.
Jussie Smollett? I didn't know that nigga was still a woman. So you done pushed me too far now. I don't know who you're talking. I don't know who you're talking about, man.
He's typing.
Oh, Jesse Gordon. I don't see him in the live stream.
Theodolite boy.
Well, I mean, I think I pretty much covered that. Do you think I did okay on that, or do you think?
On which part?
Yeah, the theodolite thing. You think I covered that fairly well? I mean, do you think that I would stand up against someone like, one of the masters of the universe, like Flat?
No, that's not how those theodolites get explained to me by the people that actually use them in real life. All the contractors, like if they're building a warehouse, they don't just leave that theodolite in the same spot and build a 1 million square foot warehouse. It keeps on getting set up every. They might set it up 8 or 10 times.
They only use it a couple 100 yards.
They're not looking 20 miles out with a theodolite.
Otherwise, you're gonna fuck that whole fucking building up. And you definitely don't use them on over oceans. This is like the first time I talked to fucking Red's Rhetoric, first and only time. I talked to that motherfucker and he was like, how about, why don't you just pull up a theodolite app on your phone, go to the ocean, and then you can see that there's a dip value, and that's the Earth curve. It's like, I mean, even back, when I was, very young, new to this argument, I was like, bro, man, that's not how you find the Earth curve. You don't use an app on your phone. And I wasn't even really familiar with theodolite app. I mean, he introduced me to the theodolite, and then once I really learned it, I was like, dude, this dude is total fucking clown. Because that's not the way they use theodolite. I'm talking about like the first time I ever talked to anyone on the internet about flat Earth. It was Red's rhetoric.
No.
Yeah, and that's what he said to me.
What year was that, Helio?
Oh shit! Was it 20? It was like 2015, 2016. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was the first time I ever went live online because I was talking shit in his live chat one night.
Talking shit.
He's like, "Nigga, let's set up a live stream, live talk," and then we did one-on-one. You guys want to hear it? I think it's still on his channel.
No.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I was gonna say I don't know who Red's rhetoric is actually.
That's good.
I'm gonna share it anyway.
No, don't do it.
No, it's really not that bad. But
I had a very different reaction when I found out about the true shape of the Earth, or this realm that we're in. I didn't talk to anybody about it for fucking like 2 or 3 years. I didn't think anybody in my sphere of influence would be able to handle it, so I didn't even choose to talk to them about it.
Man. That was smart. That's total.
I get that. I mean, if you're not ready, you ain't ready.
I was just KYP, know your personnel. I was reading the room. I knew nobody that I knew would be able to handle it,
All right, cool. How long before you actually came online? How long before you actually found people to talk to online about it?
It was here, and I don't know what my join date was. I'm guessing late 2019 or 2020. I had given up.
That was the first time you ever talked to anyone online.
Yeah. When the whole, the whooping cough, when the whooping cough broke out, I was when the whooping cough came out, I was trying to also red pill people on the shape of or our true reality. And when I went to YouTube, I didn't even know that YouTube really had erased everything. So I was like, I was scrambling to find videos.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I found this place.
A lot of people really kind of what's it called when you break your shell or whatever? There's another word for it. Like when the first time you talk online to someone about it.
Yeah, but the other side of that is when I was going through my flat Earth realization, I wasn't learning the information with the intention of debating these fuckers on the internet, I was just learning it for me.
But now you're stuck. Stuck.
Well, I was just trying to conform it to put it in my own memory banks so that I could access it when I needed it. I never had the intention of trying to discuss it with anybody.
Right.
I didn't discuss it with anybody for me to be able to understand our true reality. So all the rest of these guys that come in here and whine and want everybody to explain everything to them.
Nobody understands everything, but we do often.
You're right.
We all have opinions about it, and what
do you guys think about satellites? Those aren't real, man? What's up with that?
What's up with them satellites?
What's up with them satellites, man?
Do you think satellites
take the fucking moons around, man? What's up with that?
Man. I mean, it's just like, but you have to be patient. Or you don't have to be, but it's better to be a little patient when you get new people and they ask dumb questions. And so, just like I was with the other guy about satellites.
Hey, glad, man.
None of this has anything to do with satellites.
Who fuck's lying?
Undersea cables. And I think we brought that out very well. Everybody shared information about the undersea cables. I think that was all cleared up. I'm going to go.
Hey, guys, how funny would it be if, 3,000, 4,000 years ago and 4,000 years in the future, that everything that's happening now just happens just as it does before? There's just eventually people come to realize, oh, the Earth's flat. All right, yeah. And then eventually society disbands or something along those lines. And then later on, you got your own secret societies coming up out of the cut, 100 years in the future or 1,000 years in the future, and then they're like, oh, hey, I got an idea. Let's tell everyone that they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and we can use it as a baseline to control their minds, you know? Like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do this. And then it just starts all over again.
So what do you think these Starlink things are, man? Drones?
I think they're fake.
I don't know, man. Somebody came in here and swears they saw them. I was trying to see them for fucking days and days and days, man. I'm like, we're supposed to be flying over my house, man. I didn't see shit, man.
Yeah, but even if they did see him, what did they really see? They saw lights in the sky. What was that proof?
I get it, but it just looked like drones to me, man. Have you seen those drone shows they do now at the fucking, like, at Disneyland and shit? They, like, makes like a Mickey Mouse, and then they fly over here and make it kinds of crazy stars and shapes, and it's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it's the military technology I've ever seen.
So I saw some video of one of those drone shows where they're just flying around in the music or whatever. Pretty cool. Anyway, don't know. I was asking if anybody around here had Starlink for their internet. And there was a guy in here that said he watched a video of a guy setting it up. And I know
I can't even go small. Sorry, so Elon Musk be like, look, Starlink, can you see it? The purpose of these Starlink is, can anyone name the purpose of Starlink?
To make it so you can stream Star Trek faster.
To make what faster?
Star Trek.
To make it so you can stream Star Trek faster.
Yeah, you can watch your Star Wars fast.
What's the official story about, this Starlink project? I mean, what's the official story?
Right.
Does anyone know?
I'll check it out. Hold on, man. Yeah, man. They're supposed to put thousands of these things up there. I don't know.
For the purpose of.
For fast internet, man. It's all about internet.
Oh, God. Where? Because we already have fast internet. And in Western culture and, different parts of the world. Yeah, I mean.
Well, you just think it's fast enough. It's not fast enough for you, though. You just think it's fast enough.
No, it's fast enough. I'm talking to your ass right now.
You're not responsible enough to make decisions for yourself. Someone else needs to.
Well, I'm just wondering because, I mean, coastal regions, which goes back to the cables going from coast to coast, which I already explained for about an hour.
They say they got 400,000 subscribers to this Starlink, man.
I'm asking, how does it make the internet faster, and who does it make the internet faster for?
And how much faster does it make? You said you got 400,000 subscribers. What are they getting for what money?
$110 a month and $500 for the setup.
So is that it's like remote parts of Somalia and shit? Well, those motherfuckers don't have any money,
right?
Do they have
and people actually donate internet to those motherfuckers. So we don't need Elon to do shit. We'll donate.
Yeah, it seems to me the internet worked pretty well before Elon came around.
We don't need that stupid motherfucker. Fuck Elon Musk. I think he's a piece of shit. If you don't think he's a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. I'm just fucking.
They're putting 12,000 of those little bitches up
I
there.
want 12,000 robots over Somalia so they can have internet. They don't even have fucking iPads and What the fuck kind of Wi-Fi they're gonna connect to? What the fuck is this? So what? Come on, tell me more about this.
I'm fucking telling you, man.
Like he for a while was trying to use robots in his factories to make his cars, and then I guess they didn't work, or like maybe they did work, but every time we had to reprogram them, they were like too much of a hassle to reprogram.
They want. I'll tell you
he
what.
got rid of them. He actually brought back the people workers. Like he actually brought back human workers. So like.
Wow.
He wasn't doing it because he was a good guy. He was doing it for profit's sake. But not that there's anything wrong with that. But
damn, that's not funny.
At least it makes us a little more comfortable that robots more difficult for them to take over if they can't even get them to make a bunch of cars.
We should make a meme with the with those drones or whatever. They're like, thanks, Elon. Thanks, Easter Bunny. Thanks, Elon. Like the whole program didn't do anything. So I mean, what are we supposed? What are we? I mean, how much money did Elon spend on that, and nothing happened? Oh, $12 billion, and it's like, wasn't this fantastic? Yeah, it was fantastic, as in fantastical fantasy. You freaking retard. Nobody benefited from it at all, and you spent 12 billion or however freaking many billions of dollars wasted. It doesn't help humanity whatsoever in any way. We tried to look it up. I think somebody benefited from it, just not you. Well, if anybody in humanity benefited in any way, we could find it in 15 minutes. And I asked you guys to look it up, and nobody said, oh, here's the way that humanity benefited by this freaking project, and nobody gave me a good answer. So if it was really that popular and it was like, oh, this is amazing for humanity, it's the most amazing fucking thing, everybody, or at least you could get some article be like, this was so amazing, and what Elon Musk did with this project, it was so badass. I mean, look what he did to benefit humanity. He brought internet to different portions of the world where they didn't have internet before, as if that's a benefit anyway. But anyway. Everybody's dumb as fuck. Anyway, pardon my French.
You're fine, man. I'm just reading about Starlink. It's just
They have nothing to offer.
What's that about? Break it down. Break it down.
The federal government gave him $1 billion for subsidies.
All right, Elon Musk doesn't have his own fucking money. But we already know that. Well, if you're smart enough, you already know that Elon doesn't have his own fucking money.
Yeah, he admits they would go broke without the government's help. So
yeah, and Starlink got should we tell? Should I? So you just said you're looking it up now. They put it out in public and it's like, Starlink ain't doing shit, but they got $1 billion from the government to not do a goddamn thing. All right, so how about you give me $1 billion? I will make a difference in the world. Give me $1 billion, government, and I promise I'll make a difference in this world.
yeah, if you look at the financials of Tesla as well, those cars aren't making money. They're still not in profit selling those cars.
Of course not. Yeah, I mean, anybody that thinks they're gonna save the world by driving electric cars, where do you fucking think electricity comes from?
Water.
Water.
Comes from space, man.
According to Dave Weiss, scientists still do not know how solar panels work.
Shut up.
Wait. Most.
That's what he said.
Hold on. Most electricity. Where do you think most electricity comes from?
Coal-fired.
Nah, ding, 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 ding. Coal.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it comes from dams and electric dams and shit. Most of it comes from coal. We have nuclear power plants, which that's water, which is boiled and turns turbines and turned into steam. I don't know. We're not gonna get into nuclear. I don't think that's actually a real thing. But anyway, that's something else. But yeah, I mean, it's most electricity comes from coal. Because if you have electricity in your house, it comes from a coal power plant.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Your mic is boozy.
Did somebody say no? Did somebody say no?
No, I said yeah. I can hear you.
Okay.
No.
I thought somebody was disagreeing with me.
No. We're talking. Somebody just chimed in. Who was that?
Cool.
Planet Charles Pizza. Your mic is bad. Terrible. It's really bad.
You guys can't hear me at all?
Is that Orion?
Take the
call me Mr. Know-It-All.
Take the cell phone out of the box.
What I was going to say is that, like, when you're returning bottles, to get the 10 cents or 5 cent deposit back, if you see someone make sure to turn to them and say, thanks for doing your part to save the not planet, or thanks for doing your part to save the planet, and give them, like, a weird look when you say planet or something.
Thanks for doing your part to save the not planet. I mean, that's not bad. And a lot of people won't get that, initially, but I mean, that's a good one. I like that.
The plane. Thanks for doing your part to save the plane.
Yeah, but if they be like, I don't support anything you say. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're talking to them about. It's like, well, thanks for doing your part to. Thanks for doing your part in your support of the death of humanity, because you won't listen to a goddamn word I say. So, anyway.
Global warming's all your fault, Julio. All your fault.
As if I support the government that
I
does
think
the
we should call it flat Earth warming.
Hey, I'm gonna go back to where I said
Flat Earth warming's gonna kill us all, guys.
Flat Earth warming's gonna kill us all.
I'm gonna go back to the point where I said I was gonna shut up and I want to listen to you guys deal with this, and let me go smoke. Have fun.
Go have a smoke, man.
Yeah.
You can hold it down here.
But I'm definitely gonna listen. This is amazing.
All right. Well,
this has been amazing flow tonight. It's just kind of like,
check that out. Check out what I just posted. Not that I ever thought that global warming was actually real, right? But I just found this website tonight. I was trying to find out what the temperature of the water is. I want to know if it was warm enough for me to dip in the Pacific Ocean. Check that out right there. It's anomalies in the water of the Pacific Ocean over the last 40 years. It's 40 years of data. As of right now, it's plus or minus 1 degree Celsius over the median data of the last 45 years.
Yeah. That's it. And yeah, that dude, it's always cold in the Pacific Ocean out here in California or up north. It's fucking cold. Mexico's a little warmer down there. But you get out of Hawaii. Hawaii's nice. That's a nice warm temperature out there. Anyway. Amazing. Yeah. So do you think that big San Joaquin Valley, you think that was like a lake? Or? Looks like a...
I used to live up there as a kid. I lived up there in Escalon, Modesto.
Yeah, that big valley, man, where they grow all the food. It's fucking huge, man. And it's flat. And it's... I've seen maps where California was an island, but it might have just been one big fucking lake right there at one time. It just looked like an island. Like, oh, fuck. It looks like an island.
Yeah, I have my own theories on why all those old maps are contradictory to each other.
So many, dude. I mean, I went through it years ago. I've running some map websites, man, and just fucking map after map after map, and fucking you get lost up in there for years. What's your theory?
Well, the first corporations were these great shipping empires from the Dutch, right? All the Jays got kicked out of Spain, and they ended up in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And so I forget the year. It was like either year 1500 or year 1600. There's like 15,000 shipping vessels representing the country of the Netherlands, and all the rest of the world's ships combined was like 3,000 ships. So they ran the seas. They had a monopoly on the seas. So if you are running this multi-conglomerate corporation and your people are the ones out there drawing these maps when you're going to India for spice or to China for opium, why the fuck would you come home and let everybody else know exactly what the world looked like? It makes no sense to me. It's like there's an esoteric map and an exoteric map. So that's my version of why all the maps don't line up.
So, it was 2,500 years ago. Hey, it's a globe. Columbus sailed the earth. It's a globe. Everybody, it's a globe. It's a globe. It's a globe. We finally get the technology to go up high enough to take a peek. And they get up there and they're like, it's definitely a globe. Check it out. Have you seen the first picture from space? It's pretty fucking hilarious looking, man.
Yeah, it was like 1948.
Like a cartoon, yeah. Shows the curve of the Earth. Yeah, like, wow. Okay.
Meanwhile, the movie studios in Hollywood in the 30s and 40s already knew the shape of the Earth, huh?
They did. Everybody knew it, but are they going to tell you it's a fucking flat plane? No, they can't do that. Can't do that. No, math says everything, right? Math,
yeah. We're gonna calculate a model. We calculated a model.
We calculated a model, everybody. Check it out. It's 24,901 miles around. I do.
By the way,
direct measurements of stuff. I mean, I build guitars and things like that. And you have to be really very accurate in your measurements when you do that. And so yeah, I'm a big fan of measuring. And there was an argument in here, if it was this morning or somebody was like, well, you can't calculate without a measurement. That was his fucking defense. Like, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, I'm like, yep, we got to measure shit to get the calculations, right? Yep, measure first. Not shadows, bro. We're not measuring fucking shadows. Fuck off. We were measured.
Yeah, they built those big skyscrapers, 100-story buildings on the shadows, right? They don't use levels, right? They use shadows.
And then, shadows. Shadows, lumpy gas dropping. What's up, lumpy gas? Or lumpy? I just call him lumpy. Yeah, it's quite the cuck show out there with the these guys coming in here with their. Just imagine calculations. Just imagine my calculations. Just imagine. Of course, you can't see it or feel it or that it's moving or it's around. Of course, you can't. Don't be ridiculous. But we got calculations that totally tell a different story. Yeah. Okay. That's a good one, man. I wish I could use that in the real world. Say, hey, I fixed your piano. Totally fixed it, bro. And you just have to believe me. And you play it, and it's like sounds like shit, and it's all fucked up. And I'm like, no, it's good. It's good to go. You're just imagining it's fucked up and sounds like shit. You need to get your ears checked, okay? It's totally out of tune. No. It's in perfect tune. There's something wrong with your ears, man. I think you're having I think there's something wrong with your ears, man. Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's be honest. Most people haven't been exposed to this argument on either side. Most people don't know the actual globe story, and most people don't know. Obviously, they don't know our side. But the people that have been exposed to both sides, and they choose to hang on to the globe, they're hanging on to the railing on the Titanic. You know,
yeah, they are.
They're gonna go down. They're gonna fucking stay with the ship.
They're playing in the band on the Titanic going down.
Yes, but
good for them. Good for them.
I'm skin flute player on Titanic in my dreams.
Dude.
Skin flute player. That was
hilarious.
I like that. But I want to go back. Club's analogy of like people listening to someone playing a piano that's out of tune and then like sounds good.
No, that was Flat Earth dude.
Helio, man.
That's Flat Earth dude.
Yeah, sure. You know, the analogy there.
You got to give Flat Earth dude the credit. I had nothing to do with it. He fixes piano. He builds pianos, mother.
Sure. Yeah, but that's a freaking brilliant analogy.
Yeah.
It's like I understand what good music sounds like, you know, or everyone assumes they do. I mean, I like songs, I like music. This one sounds good, and then somebody starts to play the piano, and it's just like, you know, a musician or anybody that can see something, you know, something about something's wrong, and they play a piano that's out of tune. And they're just like, oh, I love that. I mean, it sounds and then other people are going, oh, it's like that piano's out of tune. The other people are just like, no, it sounds good to me.
Sure it's out of tune, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that was a really good analogy. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, man. Thank you.
I agree.
Let's, you know, I'm trying to keep it with the analogies that compare the ridiculousness of this fucking spinning globe thing, man, to what we experience. And they just tell us this, and they tell us this is trillions of miles away, and this is trillions of miles wide, and you know, and you're seeing a small.
Dude, might as well be, right?
You know, and it's like, of course it's trillions of miles away, and yeah, of course I totally believe that, man. It's
like what
100 miles.
You don't believe them.
That was a great fucking meme. That was my favorite meme of the year so far. Was Pizza just dropped it, man. That fucking made me laugh so hard today. I saw that.
I saw that a couple days ago. Yeah, it's just like,
oh my god, that is so pro, man. Whoever got that, man.
It's just like people were dropping memes about like the bottom of a frying pan. You know, they would drop images of bottom of a frying pan, zoomed in close, and like the universe. People have been doing that for a long time. So anyway,
yeah, what a cool fucking meme, man. I just think that's one of the best I've ever seen, man. That's how fucking cucky they probably did just take a picture of some fucking black marble or whatever, fucking granite, whatever that is.
I work with marble. It looks like
Jerry
that.
Garcia. Jerry Garcia.
You know what's really funny? A
Thank
lot,
people
of the,
to
a
marvel.
lot of the people that share images here are picking this up from
It's a good one,
Facebook from their friends that aren't buying into the bullshit. It's just like, all right, so this is the new NASA picture, and then they're sharing me, and I've experienced this myself. I have friends on Facebook going, "Yeah, this new NASA shit looks like freaking the same shit." You know, and they're just not convinced. They're not convinced.
Levelist, I think you're right on with the guide stones having the hole through it that you could see Polaris. And it's been 42 years the thing's been up there. And it should have shifted well past a half a degree. And then just in another short, like less than 30 years, it's supposed to be shifted an entire degree. And it hasn't shifted fuck all, as we know. So, yeah, that's why they took him down, man. I'm 100% convinced of that. So we got to get rid of this shit. This is...
Allow me to put my tinfoil hat on.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't told him yet, but I give all the credit to Austin. I have a feeling Witsit got those things knocked down, dude. I really do. That's my inner conspirator. Right. Yeah. I had no idea. I've known what our reality is since 2015. I had no fucking clue that that's what the Guidestones did. I didn't know you could look through and look at Polaris every single day, every single minute. Not until that tour was only a couple months ago, right? When did that information actually get out?
About a year ago.
6 months ago, 9 months ago, something like that.
Yeah, somewhere in there. That was one of their first stops, man, was they hit the Guidestones. I think they...
I disagree. I think it was for me, it was 12 years ago.
You knew you could see Polaris through those stones?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So, like I said, that's my own conspirator.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I'm sticking to it. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, and you call yourself a truther. Whatever.
No,
I'm sticking to it.
I mean, it's no waste. I mean, of course. The only reason that we've come across the information for this many years and why we're here is to help everyone along.
I got to send that to my friend, man. He'll laugh his ass off.
What are you talking about? The one I posted?
Coming soon, the Dollar General.
I know, right? Isn't that a fucking bad? I found that on Facebook. It's like all the. I mean, a lot of people aren't on Facebook, but this is where you find the best memes.
Yeah, it is the best memes in here, dude. I swear to God. I mean, we'll be talking about something like, who knows? It'll be like. Just.
I mean, I've known about the Georgia Guidestones for quite a long time, and I mean, there's a lot of information. I don't talk about everything that I know. I mean, we keep it on Flat Earth, but there's so much information that relates to Flat Earth that we can't divulge without going into many other aspects. But for the most part, if you for the most part, well, we want to keep it on we want to keep it on level.
Yeah, man. We want to keep it on the level truth, the reality of what we observe. We like real observations, real things that we can check out ourselves. And, it has to do with where we live. Now, it might be trees, might be mountains, might be water, could be, very, very cool stuff we get to deal with every day.
Yeah, even if I knew, Polaris was there the whole time. I've been a geocentrist the whole time, but I used to think that we were the center of the solar system. So when I went to Flat Earth, I went from geocentric to geocentric. You know what I mean?
Hey, leftist, is that politician that was twerking for votes or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is.
I never clicked the video.
It's my favorite gif. It's my favorite gif of all time, right there.
You think I'm kidding?
In the history of gifs, that's my number uno right there.
You think I'm fucking kidding, Julio? I'm on BitChute a lot, man.
Where did I miss that?
I got dropped
Where's
like
that
47 times on BitChute, man. I guaranteed. There was like twerking for votes.
They both happened the same week, so someone decided to put them together in the same gif. It was beautiful.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I'm not seeing the meme, though, man, but what is it?
Laughing my stupid ass off, man. Oh, that's so fucking.
Let me ask you guys something. Did you guys learn about the Georgia Guidestones from Alex Jones, like how I did?
Yeah, sure, man. I was probably the first time I heard about it was
Probably, yeah, me too, man. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think didn't he do a whole show? Yeah.
It's like evidence that he's not a good researcher, because it seems like if he were to know about this before us, it seems like he should have been able to figure out the Earth is stationary before us, but he still believes the Earth's a ball and it's spinning.
You got to go watch. You gotta watch that twerk video there, Helio. Hold on.
Yeah, where's the twerk video?
It's in the chat, man.
I got you.
I'm checking.
Leftist hooked it, man. Totally.
So this video was like a promo for.
It's a candidate, man, for senator.
He's like, look at me! Don't you want to vote for me? That wasn't a bad part, man. That's a upside.
She'll probably win.
Yeah, that's some shaky booty, man.
This is where it's gone to, boys and girls. We've gotten to this level. Yep.
Idiocracy. I mean, we're at idiocracy, right? So it's like, might as well be.
Dude. Yeah, the first
you
time.
Remember that part in Idiocracy where he goes through the test thing and he's like,
the doctor.
He has to put one thing in his mouth and one thing in his ass, and he's
Here, put this in your butt.
Shit, I got. And afterwards, he's like, "Oh shit, I think I got that wrong." He's like, "Oh, this is supposed to get in your mouth, and the other one's supposed to go in your ass." He's like, "No." But anyway.
By the way, she's not running for senator. She is a senator.
Shut the fuck up. No.
Yeah, right?
Rhode Island.
No.
She's sitting.
No.
Here's the thing with that video. They don't realize she got her head stuck in the sand. She's trying to get out because she measured the math and it's wrong.
Hey, hold on. It doesn't matter because she shook her booty in front of everybody. It's just like, you remember on Idiocracy when the president came out and he's like, "Chow, chow, 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 chow. Chow, 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 chow." President Camacho.
Bow,
bow, bow. You remember on Idiocracy?
Yeah.
And he's just like freaking shooting, and he's like, "This motherfucker not sure." You remember that movie?
Hell yeah!
I've watched this so many times.
I've only watched it like.
Wait a second. So I'm born in 1982, and this person who was born in 1993, like while my friends are on spring break and shit, is now pulling some spring break shit, sitting as a fucking senator in the country. What world am I in? What's happening right now?
And she's shaking her booty on
You're in
TikTok.
a globe world.
Hey, man. Hey, have you seen Idiocracy, the movie?
Where can we see it?
That's why I defend my stance that that's the best gift of all time right there.
On BitChute.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay.
You can find it. I'll send a link to the movie. It's on Soap Today.
Yeah, it's out there, man. I watched it off of YouTube one day, man. And somebody had it on their channel. I was like, fuck.
It used to be free on YouTube. It might still be. Let me see if it's still.
I heard that movie, man, it was like, it's one of those copyright-free movies, man. I've heard that.
It's Mike Judge.
It's copyright free.
That's what I've heard, but I don't know. I can't verify it. Somebody told me it was copyright.
It was free on.
What
on
are we
YouTube.
talking about?
In the movie Idiocracy.
Oh, yeah, it's on BitChute for sure.
Yeah, it's on the BitChute for sure, man. Guaranteed.
Great. All right, great. I'll look at it up.
It's hilarious, dude. I mean, you're like, this is the kind of world we're living in where you got senators tweaking for votes.
At
And
the very beginning of the movie, it's like got rich folks going like, "Hey, we're gonna plan our future, and we're not gonna have any kids." And then it's got like all the rednecks and shit going like, "Kid," you know, and it's just like cheating on each other. Just freaking, they have like this family tree.
Hey, Rondo has electric lights, man. Rondo.
Rondo.
I don't know how they made that movie without just laughing the whole fucking time.
Yeah, it's not free on YouTube anymore, but I'll send you a link where you watch it for free.
There it is. Somebody dropped.
People joke and say that's a documentary, right? It's not a movie. It's a documentary.
Dude,
there's another one. I dropped another one. You should watch Wagging the Dog, by the way. Wagging the Dog was like a late 90s movie.
Wagging is called Wag the Dog.
Wag the Dog. Wag the Dog. That's also a documentary.
No doubt.
Everybody should watch that movie.
Hey, let me ask you guys. I don't know if you live in the South where I live, but they have a convenience store. It's huge. I mean, they cook breakfast pizzas and freaking coffee and everything. You know, it's a nice convenience store. It's called Come and Go. Spelled with a K, Kumngo. Come and Go. That reminds me of Idiocracy. Like, come in here and get your donuts and pizza and everything your beer, you know.
Listen, the first time I saw Come and Go, spelled that way.
I thought it was a joke.
Yep. I was like, what is this building that says KUM ampersand GO? Like, what the fuck is this? And now, listen, now I've been to more of those than any other gas station. So
it's
there
great.
you go.
It's great. I mean, it's just like they have everything at the Come and Go.
Come and Go. Come and Go? Really?
They're straight up just fucking laughing at us, man. Laughing.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I live in the South. I don't know where they are, you know, and for other people, but there's plenty of Come and Goes around here.
Stop and Goes. We don't have no Come and Goes.
You have what?
We used to have Stop and Goes. They're like,
yeah, well, now you have Come and Goes. And it's spelled with a KUM.
It's a real thing. I looked it up. It's a real thing.
Bro, dude, it's a big store. Bro, I mean, you walk in there, you can get coffee and freaking, they have a deli and shit. You can get breakfast sandwiches, freaking beer, freaking everything you want at the Come and Go.
Yeah, Come and Goes are uptown. I got to say it. Weirdest thing I've probably ever said in my life, but a Come and Goes uptown.
What do you mean it's up? It's fucking, it's like fancy? Is it fancy?
Idiocracy. I mean, it's
a nice gas station.
Yeah, it's a nice convenience store. Yeah, so it's called Come and Go.
I can't believe it. I'm shaking my head here, man. No.
Bro, dude, there's just one on the corner everywhere here. Yeah, it's Idiocracy personified.
Thanks, Hollywood. Way to go, Brigade.
Well, it's just like if you watch Idiocracy, there's like Starbucks is a fucking whorehouse, right? So, you know. So we're almost there.
We're getting close. The president summed up America in one word this week, and it's that was like I couldn't make that up if I fucking tried.
Yeah, I don't think me and you flat earth dudes should be in the same room together because we'll turn this room into like freaking weird fest. Oh,
we'll give it a shake, man. We're gonna turn it.
Fuck 'em. We're gonna do it anyway.
I'm here for entertainment, fun, and laughing at this shit at this point because it's like so over the top, ridiculous. I can't believe my common sense is
I
radar.
can't believe you guys never heard of the Come and Go. Let me see if I can find it.
Come and goes. Well, we have the In-N-Out burgers out here, man, in California. And there used to be bumper stickers that said In-N-Out burger, and people would cut out a few of the letters, and it would say it would spell In and Out Urge. And they had them on.
Urge, right? No, I mean, it's like, I mean, that's Idiocracy too, right? It's just like that's simple. It's like you remember in Idiocracy is just like with that. Besides that first test, and he's like, there's like you have an ailment, and when he went up to was like, who are they were like, move to this line, you don't have a label or whatever. He's like, he was like, what's your name? And I don't know how he was like not sure, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's this motherfucker not sure. And he went in front of the Congress. This fucking not sure.
I'm gonna watch Wag the Dog again. And
yeah, Wag the Dog is a really good movie.
I need to do my
excellent. I didn't see it. I didn't watch it in the '90s. I watched it like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was creepy. It was creepy.
Or Idiocracy.
Yeah. No. I saw it. No, I'm talking about Wag the Dog. It was the first time I watched it for the first time like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was creepy, dude.
It totally creeped you out, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna creep me out because I haven't seen it since I've been a flat earther, so it's gonna really mess with me now. Oh shit. But I knew 92, man, that this whole place was just a fucking showbiz cuck job, man. The fucking presidents and they're just cucks, and I want nothing to do with them. I'm going to go to work and shut the fuck up and not vote and not fucking pay attention to those things. If I saw an article about politics or something, I just turn the page, man. No, not interested. Not interested. And that's probably, they say, hey, man, it's your fault. This place is all fucked up because you didn't vote, man. And I'm like, no, it's not my fault. Trust me.
I was watching. You remember Dave Chappelle show, and he was like, "What? Shit!" It was like they had on the Dave Chappelle show. He had like a panel of people. Like one was a New York City cop, and one was a rapper or whatever. He was like something about black people. That's it.
Well, Chappelle, man, was so, I don't know, groundbreaking in a lot of ways.
The real Chappelle, but this new guy,
yeah,
I don't think that's him.
But the show, man, was just epic, man.
Dude,
I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this. Oh, fuck, that's hilarious. Oh, he's so good. Just so good, man. I laughed so fucking.
They offered him $60 million.
50
season. $50 million. And then he
said, no. I gotta go, man.
He said no because they said we'll give you $50 million as long as you don't do this and don't do that. And he's like,
no, listen, motherfucker he had integrity because he wasn't going to put on a fucking dress for nobody.
That's one of the reasons. Yeah, that's one of them. But they also taught him you can't say this about the because you already know what he was doing on the other shows.
He did it so well and sly.
Like everybody was getting all sensitive and shit. Like, you can't do this anymore.
I mean, there's no chance he could come out now and do this show. There's no. I mean, they would just go fucking cut him down.
But those old Chappelle episodes are
Oh, so good. Man.
Well, I wouldn't ask that completely different person masquerading as Dave Chappelle to fucking do anything that the original Dave Chappelle ever did. So there's that.
Dude, they don't even play reruns of Chappelle, man. They can't. No. You can't do that.
Nope.
It's still on Comedy Central's YouTube channel. So yeah, I mean it's still there.
Oh, so it barely exists. There you go.
Right, it barely exists.
Yeah, but the new Chappelle, which I don't think is the real one, but anyway, that's
yeah.
He's pretty funny, but it's just like a total different.
People get mad at me. I always thought Chappelle was a little overrated. I thought Charlie Murphy and Donnell Rollins made that show, but that's just me.
You know what? You're definitely was a cast, man.
Why do you think he recruited them, and why when they were trying to control him? I think that
was the cast that killed.
I think his show, like the actual show, is better than his actual stand-up. I've never been a huge fan of his stand-up.
I love his stand-up, but yeah,
stand-up guy.
I mean, he's talented as fuck. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm just saying he's not as funny as other black comics. Is what I'm saying.
Charlie Murphy was hilarious, and Darnell, I mean, was get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking funny, bro. That guy is fucking funny as fuck off. He's so good too, man. And these guys did it straight faced, man. I don't know how the fuck they pulled that off, but
yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it and not laugh.
I would have been
playing that character.
I don't think they did it live, but they taped that shit, right?
I don't think I can tell a joke without laughing afterwards.
Exactly. Yeah, I have to laugh. Laughter's so healthy, man. I don't know if you guys are into laughing, but I'm like totally into it.
I feel like a lot of times if I'm joking, if I don't laugh, I feel like you guys will think I'm being an asshole. Which that's okay sometimes.
Helio, nobody ever thought you were an asshole on Discord ever.
No, I don't think that's true. But if I tell a joke,
I heard you got pulled on the carpet today a little bit. Maybe, I don't know.
By who?
I think Adam called you out. I think for being a drunk person that I hate to listen to drunk people, and it's horrible. And Helio, and he kind of.
Well, I mean, he couldn't be. He wouldn't be able to pull me on the carpet. So anyway,
he was throwing you.
If he doesn't like to hear me talk,
he had a drinking problem. He fixed it.
That's cool.
It's like an ex-smoker, man. It's like.
No, I totally get it. I mean, I try my best, but not always. To if I'm totally out of control drunk, I try not to come on here.
And wait, Glad, you met Chevy Chase? Yeah, that's crazy.
His delivery is one of a kind. Chevy Chase had a great delivery.
Unbelievable, man. There was that. He did a movie.
Real quick, I just wanted to tell that story. It's a quick story too. So my stepdad had a lot of money at the time, and he was spending it a lot. And Snowmass, Colorado, and had a family vacation. He had a friend who knew a guy that Chevy Chase was going to be in town. And so I don't know how he got it set up, but we did a couple ski runs with him. That's all that happened, and he didn't talk to us the whole time. It was really weird. So it was like he was getting paid to like ski with this family for a second, or so, I don't know what it was, or maybe he had to do it to just like clear a debt, or he didn't talk to us the whole time. Very stuck up. But he was what was great was that he was wearing this really bright, vivid, bright neon pink jumpsuit, and it was like purposefully ugly and bright, and that was fun. So. It was weird because it was almost like it was an act that he wasn't paying attention to us at all. We were so excited. We were like, oh my God, we're going to like quote all these movies to him and he's going to love it and we're going to love it and it'll be great. And he didn't say a fucking word. He didn't even look at us. He was just sitting there with his suit, the whole pink jumpsuit on, and then these pink goggles. Okay.
Yeah.
and he nailed that part, whatever the part he was in that moment. He probably just wanted to not fucking deal with us, to be honest. This was when he was super popular. This was like mid-90s, early to mid-90s. So anyway, that's the story. It was fucking weird.
Well,
Real
let
weird.
me ask, did he ski well?
Yeah, he dominated. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a thing for comics or actors that break the fourth wall, and Chevy Chase is particularly good at breaking the fourth wall.
Interesting. Yeah. I got to look into that.
Do you guys ever watch some Norm Macdonald? That motherfucker was totally out of control.
He died.
Yeah, he died last year, but
Yeah, he
he had cancer for several years and didn't tell anybody.
Fletch. My brother loved the movie Fletch. I don't know why. He swears it's. I gotta watch it again or something. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. Anyway,
I mean, Chevy Chase was awesome in most of his movies. You know.
but yeah, you're right. He has a way of telling
delivery, unique
telling
delivery.
the truth without, telling you the truth.
It's when he looks into the camera, bro. It's when he brings us in. You turn to the camera and you give us the story, and then you go back to the plot. It's amazing.
Like, bitch, you believe me?
Shit like that. Yeah, he's just yeah. He's amazing, man. Yeah. So yeah, we're surrounded by people that are trying, man. I know these cocks and music, making music and films, and
that's how we know. That's how we know when we see these congressmen on camera that they're full of shit.
Well, I like to see senators twerking, man. That's my thing.
Especially when they have big old booties.
I'd love to see
big booty hoes. Come with it.
See, but as a matter of fact, I think if
call me weird, man.
But just like be like, who twerks the best? And be like, that's you. That's you. I'm voting for you.
That's hilarious, dude. I love bitch shoot, man. You can fucking.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie.
Bitch is the bitch shoot, man. I can't wait till they shut that fucking bitch down. So Coco 21 comes along. Coco 2020, and it's like, yo, man. YouTube says, fuck off. You can't talk about that shit. Facebook, everybody says fuck off. Twitter, fuck off. No. You can't go against the narrative. And then all of a sudden this BitChute shows up, man. I was like, whoa, what the hell is this, man? Why are they giving us this fucking free-for-all? What the hell is going on, man? Where'd this come from, man?
We can't live stream on BitChute.
Absolutely.
That's what's fucked up.
Without BitChute, man, I'm like on, a couple of.
But dude, as soon as you can live stream on BitChute, we're gonna fuck off on YouTube. We're gonna be over on BitChute.
Well, that was, my dream was to always have a place where we could just fucking talk about whatever. That's the human nature, wants to talk about everything. And for us to be censored like we're getting censored, man, is so discouraging. And it costs so much money to do live streams and have the servers and all that shit, And it's incredibly hard to find a place. Even DLive. DLive is like kind of cucky too, right?
Yeah, but they never send me. We're live streaming right there right now. They never send me an email saying your content is this, and that. They actually, we're there 24 hours a day, just like we are on YouTube, but they never send me.
I looked at DLive as an opportunity to do live streams and have that the discussions that we do have, and I'm like, yeah, I want to go to the place that will allow.
It's not the same people that would find us on YouTube.
The problem is, man, nobody's ever heard of D Live, dude. Nobody, man.
No, I get that. I get that.
I walk around and like D Live. No, I don't know what the hell's
That's
that.
like who the fuck's heard of BitChute either.
Exactly, same thing. BitChute. Nobody's fucking heard of it. But
anyway, that's like I was saying earlier. We're gonna do it.
I turned BitChute on to a couple people, man.
As
and
long as we possibly can before they get
you're
rid
out
of
there,
us.
you want to get somebody to kind of look at some different shit. BitChute's great, man, for that. There's a lot of political bullshit.
I think D-Live is not bad, because it has a pretty hot chat room.
Just waking
But I mean, if YouTube kicks us off, ultimately, you can go to D-Live and we'll have the similar platform, chat room, everything. We'll be set up, man. Right. So anyway.
So I was camping last month, man, up in California mountains. Anyway, talking to my buddy. He's kind of a normie, but I've been hitting him for years. He knows I'm a flat earther, and I gave him all the arguments, and then one day I started sending him like BitChute videos, and he's like, "Man, this new world takeover thing is really wild, man. And I can't believe people don't see it." And I'm like, well, I can't believe people don't see the fucking flat Earth, man.
Just Captain Blue, you haven't talked to him about it?
No, we're just hanging out, we're camping, and he's like he's totally awake when it comes to like the world's being taken over by Charles Mr. Schwab or whatever, He's down with. He knows what the World Economic Forum's doing, man, and how they work. He knows it, and he goes, "I can't believe people don't see it." I'm like, dude, believe me, I know how you feel, man. I can't believe people can't go out and look and say, "Hey, man, I'm living on a stationary piece of dirt here, man. Check it out." With lots of water on it. I got dirt and water, man. And it all looks pretty flat, man, last time I checked it out. Anyway, the point is, you wake people up to stuff, man. You don't know how they're going to wake up. And, I'm still working
you never know. I mean, if you talk to other people, even on
just a wild west of conspiracy.
They know what you're about, and they see what's happening, so they know where to come when they're like, holy shit, shit's really going down. Oh, man, Helio, man, do you really think some of this is true? I've been telling you this shit for 10 years. Well, I mean, I'm talking about like this shit, I'm just like, hey, let's see what's about to happen, because you
woke up in '92, man, and I was hit with a tape. Guy handed me. It was Colonel Bogreitz. You can look him up, man. If you don't believe me, his shit's on YouTube. But he's talking about how George Bush is bringing in the drugs from planes from Vietnam, and I'm like,
I started in like 97, 98. I was listening to some libertarian podcasts and shit, like shit I had to download,
Bringing the drugs in. The government's bringing the drugs in? Really?
I mean, I grew up in Arkansas. That's where Clinton, was governor before he was president, right? So, yeah, I mean, I already, it was like...
he's from Hot Springs. He's from Hot Springs, Arkansas, man.
No, well, that's where he was born, but he was governor for 12 years here, and they were bringing drugs through Hope and shit. I didn't find that shit out till later, but as far as like,
they made a movie about that shit, dude. Tom Cruise made a movie about that shit.
Yeah. Well,
in Arkansas.
No, it wasn't Tom Cruise. It was. Well, are you talking about American? Well, American Drug War was, and one of the Alex Jones's buddies, but they made a major film starring Jeremy Renner. That it was the same story about Freeway Ricky Ross and the crack epidemic. They were bringing cocaine through Hope, Arkansas,
Yes.
into
That was-
LA. Yeah, and the FBI and CIA were like bringing drinks in, all that shit. Yeah.
Hey, Helio, I thought that the Tom Cruise movie was the one where Tom Cruise played. He was the pilot that was landing all the drugs for the Narcos. He was the pilot.
Yeah, they probably made that movie before the other one because after American Drug War came out, they made that movie with Jeremy Renner. That was really a portrayal. It was really Jeremy Renner was playing the reporter that was calling out, the CIA and the FBI and how they were bringing the cocaine in through Arkansas, sending it to LA.
Hey,
and
reporter ended up dead. There was a fucking retired FBI guy, man, came out and said, "Hey, man, they're doing this."
That was a fucking Hollywood movie.
That was through Arkansas, right? That was through Arkansas.
Yeah.
Billy Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. While he was governor of Arkansas,
he was governor.
Yeah.
I think one of the big things that took him down too is when those two kids were on the railroad tracks and saw them unloading their boats. And
the Memphis 3, that was another story that happened while he was governor. But I don't think he had anything to do with that. But that was something else. There's some sketchy shit going on with that as well. But I don't think Clinton.
There's sketchy shit going on, boys and girls.
Yeah, Arkansas is fucked up, bro. I'm telling you, I grew up here, bro.
I told you my friends looking at moving there.
You remember that? You remember that old HBO show, Gangs in Little Rock?
You told me
shit.
I'm not good.
I'm gonna. You remember that show in from HBO? That was before the other show, Gangs in Little Rock. It was I think it was early '90s.
Yeah.
A show called Gangs in Little Rock, just like it was just like all drug trafficking and shit, and people dying or whatever. I mean, I was living here at that time. As a matter of fact, I was in Little Rock College during that. I never, I didn't. There were certain parts of the city you just didn't go to. So I already knew that because I grew up here.
Yeah.
But they made a show on HBO about it.
I see the clock 11:11 a lot. That's the one I keep seeing over and over and over. Some people see different numbers on the clock, especially if it's a digital clock. You'll see 11:11 or 1234 or 333. I don't know, man. Do any of you guys have a consistent number that shows up on your clock?
No, I don't understand. So why do people make such a big deal about that? By the way, I don't know, man. I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either, man. That's why I brought it up.
I have some crazy ass dreams sometimes, but while I have lucid dreams quite often, and if some of those numbers come up, I'll pay attention. I'll give you some feedback on.
I mean, I don't know. I've had digital clocks in my past in my bedroom. I don't have a clock in my bedroom now, or a TV or anything like too much electronics. I might have a fan, but I used to wake up at 11:11 or 3:33. Sometimes I would wake up. It's just weird, man. It's just not. There's probably no Mandela effect behind it whatsoever, but it's just interesting. That's all, man. I'm not deep diving into it at all. Davey says he sees them all, man. You see them all? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I see 8675309.
I feel so bad for the person that ended up with that phone number. Oh my God. That was horrible.
But, thank God he didn't give the area code.
Right. But everybody called that number, man, when their own area code. Yeah.
Hey, so you
called it in years, but
how come everybody skips Gen Xers? How come everybody talks shit about the booms and everybody talks shit about the millennials? But how come Gen Xers don't come out of nobody's mouth, by the way? Did anybody find that a little weird?
We are the Gen
Y'all
Xers.
motherfuckers ain't worth talking about. You feel me?
We are the Gen Xers. We talk about
That shit is weird to me, bro. That's weird.
It's because
we're like we're a skip generation or what?
Hey, I'm the first Xer ever born, man. I'm it. So you guys can fuck off. You're right.
No, yeah. Flat Earth Dude's the X-Man.
I am the fucking X-Man number one. I was born right when it turned, man. And I'm thankful for that.
I mean, I guess everyone wants to talk about their different generation. I mean, we talk about our own generation sometimes, but we don't necessarily say. Go ahead, I'm talking to
the reason why they don't talk about them is because they're the ones in control.
That might be true. That's a good point.
Right. You're fucking right. You're fucking right, man. Shit. Oh, you nailed it. All right, that's it. Leftist, you got your answer, bro. Shit.
Hey, but that being the case, hey, that being the case, don't tell anybody. Because since we have that influence, let's utilize that. Just like hold on to it, and then you'll be able to use it.
Yeah, it is the Gen Xers that are running the fucking cuck show right now.
Sure, I mean, don't we make the best arguments and everything? You know,
we do, man. 100%.
Yeah, just don't tell anybody you're in control. Just you want them to kind of like, oh, okay, well, you old man, or you just don't understand. It's like, what don't I understand, motherfucker? Tell me. I've been through it all. This person half my age tell me what I don't understand.
What are we on about?
No, we're just on about this general shit we have to go through with some of these little kids that come in and say, "Oh, you just don't understand. You don't believe." I was just like, "No, I don't believe it. I actually want to. I want to know what you understand about Earth. You don't believe that the Earth is a globe. Well, should I believe the Earth is a globe?"
Well, there was an argument today, Helio. I heard about belief, and it was Gregory and somebody else. They were talking about maybe a gospel that in order to have a measurement, and I don't know, it was something about belief without knowing,
Yeah,
knowing is one thing and belief is another, but you have to have both to make it work or something like that, man. It was basically about that, man. You can't believe something unless you know something. And I appreciate that, man, because when you know something, man.
Hold on. Don't do that. You are making a fatal mistake here.
Right?
Here's the deal. We can't go around saying, oh, the globe is a religion and it's just a belief system, but I'm going to believe all this other stuff and talk about it. No. It's either a belief system or it's not. You can't have it both ways. I'm sorry. It's either belief or fact. That's the distinction. If you blur those lines, we've got a big problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to straighten out those lines. I don't want to blur them for sure. I thought it was a pretty shitty fucking blur, man, is my point. I'm like,
well, and to be honest, I think
I know something or I believe something. There's two different fucking things. Totally two different things.
Yeah, I think someone that maybe been a young person that came in with a tactic from some of the other anti-flat earthers is like, oh, you don't believe? They're just trying to say, hey, they're just trying to spin shit around. It's like, you don't believe or this, believe. And that's why I was like, hey, this isn't about belief. We're talking about Earth. Don't you live on Earth? That's the way. If they say something about belief, I'll just go back to Earth.
Right.
Like, I don't have to believe Earth. I live on Earth.
Yeah,
So
you're
don't
right.
you live on Earth as well?
And we can't.
So we're not talking about belief. We're all experiencing this together.
Right. No, I'm not going to blur the line of belief and knowing, man. And fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, you can get off in the minutia if you start to argue that shit.
You
But
wanna
it's like, don't you live on the same fucking Earth that I do?
Right. It's over. Yeah.
So at that point, you'd be like, well, tell me about the Earth you experience. I'm going to tell you
Where-
what I experience. And then
Where
we can,
does the sky meet the ground, Mr. Skeptical?
I mean, I think everybody. I'm not going to tell everyone how to argue the point, but that's the way I do it. Just like, don't we both live on the same Earth? I mean,
Mhm.
so it's not like you
Be
can
where
tell
your
me
feet are,
something
man.
about- You're going to tell me something about Earth I don't know because you've been somewhere else. You know, I don't know where we're going with this.
Well, I've heard the term like a reality observer and observing reality. I'm a reality observer.
Yeah,
I
sure.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Go.
I'll say what I typed. The fact says after an approximate 3 miles, nothing should be seen beyond the mass of the opposite globe, of the apparent globe.
Yeah, David, you're going to have to include the observer's height in that.
Put me at any fucking height. I ain't going to see no bend.
Well,
You
where
know what I'm
did the
saying?
fucking 3 miles come from?
They're math.
Which math?
They're the globalist math.
The radius.
But you're not specifying where you're observing the horizon from. That's what I'm saying.
The
You have to-
beach. The beach.
Well, see, you're already off in their idea. That's what I'm saying. We're not.
Okay. All right. That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn.
Yeah, cool. This
And
is how
from
you
what
argue.
I can see, from the two platforms.
It's not a bad argument, but you're going to have to talk about the observer's height if you're going to bring up the 3 miles.
Okay, from 1 foot.
It's not a wrong argument.
From 1 foot height, I should be able to see
1.2
a platform. I should not be able to see a platform at 1 foot height
at 10
6
miles.
miles away.
10 miles.
10 miles away.
9 miles.
At 100 miles away. Whatever miles.
Hold on. If you want to go by the 3 miles, that's just someone standing on the beach. It's
That's
average
a
of 5-6 feet
5
tall.
foot and a half tall.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like if you're standing on the beach, this is what the globe claims is like the horizon. That they will never admit that it's the curvature of the Earth because this is what they think it is, but they won't tell you it is.
Right, exactly.
All right, but you're going to have to say from approximate 3 miles, but it's from eye height. So it's about 5-6 feet observer height. Now,
Okay, no matter the height that I'm at, what should I see?
No, it all depends on your height. Okay.
See, the reason we bring up, that point about the distance to horizon is to point out that the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
So you want them to talk more about the horizon being the curvature of the Earth because it's obviously not.
Here's an interesting thing, Helio. You'll dig this, man. So if I'm we have this deserts out here in California between here and Nevada called the high deserts. And the desert's way up on a plateau, man. It's like 4,000 feet up, right? And it's flat as fuck out there too, by the way. Anyway, so if I go up on a mountain and I look down on the ground, I'm at like 7,000-8,000 feet, but I'm only looking down they call it a 7. I'm not really 7,000 feet away from the desert floor. I'm 7,000 feet away from sea level. Right?
I dig it. I see what you're saying.
I'm only just maybe a couple thousand feet up over the desert floor. That's it.
Yeah. If you
my
consider
observer height to the desert floor is a couple of thousand feet, but
if you ever consider horizon, never talk about looking down or up. You're looking across Earth.
We're looking across. Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't matter your altitude.
Exactly.
So now, in their claim, when you see the horizon, that's the curvature of the Earth, right?
Right. So my question, man, on the long distance photography record of 275 miles, roughly, to a mountain range, he was at 9,000 feet, I think was his observer height. Now, was he at 9,000 feet above the desert, or was he at 9,000 feet above sea level? Because that would make a totally different fucking calculation if he's only
No. Horizon is different depending on the terrain. If you're near the ocean,
man, because
of course,
you're calculating everything.
It makes a difference. Definitely makes a difference. If you're going to say horizon, you can't. That's why we talk about
land. Isn't it over land, that world record picture?
I don't know. I'm thinking of a land spot that they could see Chile on the other side of the ocean.
No, I think.
Let me get the meme.
Italian.
Yeah, I've seen water ones, but I think I'm thinking about the land ones over land, not over water.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you go high up in the mountains and see another.
Let's say you're at 9,000 foot on the mountain, but you're at 9,000 foot above sea level. You're looking at a mountain that's maybe 2,500 feet tall. At 200,
that's friggin' 250 miles, 270 miles
land, but you're really not at 9,000 foot observer height. You are at only maybe 2,000 or 3,000 feet observer height instead of 9,000. Right.
I don't know. But
you guys aren't tracking. That's cool, man. I'm probably not making much fucking sense anyway. But
you're talking about
over land is from your observer height to the land.
Basing it on sea level
to the land. You're not. If I go up to Big Bear, man, and I look out on the high desert, I'm at 10,000 feet up there, man. But it's the desert floor is 6,000 feet below my fucking eye level.
Did you remember that video a few years ago? The guy was in Appalachians. He was in Appalachians and took like video of like different peaks. It was like 4 different peaks.
Huh.
You remember that video from a few years ago?
No.
Took like 4 different peaks in the Appalachians.
No, I don't remember that guy.
That fucking. It was a cool video.
Anyway, I just think when we do a lot of these Earth curve calculators and shit, man, I don't know if the Earth curve calculator. I mean, I know that the mountains should have never been seen from that picture at 275 miles.
I know that too. We're just arguing minutia because what are you supposed to be measuring if the? I mean, what fucking curve,
Was the curvature taken from the 9,000 foot or 6,000 foot, whatever it was? He was way up on the mountain when he took the picture, and which is cool, man. Climbing up mountains is great. I don't know if you guys have ever done it, but
oh yeah,
it's fucking insane, man. Once you get up there and you got the view, and you're like, "Fuck off!"
Like, this globe Earth is beautiful.
Fucking globe Earth.
Does anybody ever think that when they're looking on Earth? Like, this globe Earth is beautiful. I wonder what Mars Earth looks like, or the Martians.
Look at all the pretty stars. They're trillions of miles away. The closest one is only 26 trillion miles away, bro.
Well, that's
26 trillion. Fuck off. 26 trillion miles. I mean, that's just so funny to me, man. Even to this day, I've known this for years. I'm like,
it's
so
like
funny.
it's like if you walk a mile, you get tired.
Right.
26 trillion fucking miles.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's just tell them the stars are really far away, man. You think they'll buy it? Yeah. We'll have to put together.
Well, it's not. It's really not that hard. Look, we told them that G. Harvey Oswald shot JFK. Look at him.
Hey, I was going to make a video, real quick one on BitChute. It's only going to be 4,000 hours long, and it's called Kennedy Shot Himself.
Put it up, man.
And, I've got evidence. Guaranteed the guy shot himself, man. What a bummer. Guy
I
killed
don't
himself.
think he was even in the goddamn car at this point.
At this point, man, with deepfake and the kind of stuff I've seen,
I think he's Jimmy Carter, but
technology, man, they're at least 20 years ahead of us, if not 30. And yeah, they could have pulled some kooky shit off. Yeah.
Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji. We got a guy in here that's climbed it, I don't know, 15 times.
Wait, Jin's in there?
Yeah, from Japan. Jin from Japan.
What's about Fuji?
We're
Where's the curve? From the land on the other side.
He's a flat earther. He's hiked it, I don't know, 15 times, something like that. He didn't make it summit every time. He went up like 19 times. About
Said he's in here, but he ain't in here.
4 or 5 times. Anyway, we love Mount Fuji. It's a beautiful hike. It's a pretty easy hike, but it's just a long, it's pretty high up.
Yeah.
Man.
But what explains the distance between Mount Fuji and the land you could see it on across the ocean?
Well, that's it, man. I mean, when you can see the ocean from the mountains, then you're seeing down to sea level from a very high altitude. That's very stationary. It's very still. If you guys have ever, I think I was up at like 14,000 feet was like the highest I ever got up. And that was in the Colorado Rockies.
Did you see curvature?
No curve. It might have been, I don't know. Anyway, it was way the fuck up there above the tree line. And above the tree line, that means nothing fucking grows above the tree line, man. It's up. The air is so thin, man. I couldn't believe how thin it was, man. I was like, damn.
At some point, if you're on land that you could actually see Mount Fuji,
right?
At what point do we disclude math that says you should not see it?
Well, the cool thing is that we do see it, and that there lies the evidence for a visual observation of 2 points, and it's a beautiful thing, man.
I agree. It is a beautiful thing.
It's just good to see it with your own eyes, and when you're out there, and
even a picture is good to see.
You're out there on Earth. Even pictures are blowing your mind, yeah. But to be actually out there on the mountain, standing there still, man, and looking across 100, 200, 300 miles, whatever it is. Sometimes you can see so far, you're like, damn, that's just incredible.
Yeah.
But there's days it's cloudy, rainy, whatever, it might be shitty, not the best time to hike.
You could see beyond that 3 mile point where everything should disappear, right?
Oh yeah, that shit should be disappearing, leaning, gone, out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind.
I think that's what the Globers rely on, that it's out of sight, it's out of mind.
Well, certainly I call them the manipulators of the world.
There you go.
Doing is manipulating money, resources. They don't care about any of that shit. But they're just manipulating what they can. They've been doing it a long time. And so I got a Macintosh computer. I've had one since 2000. Anyway, it comes with this really cool picture of Yosemite National Park, which I've camped at, I don't know, maybe 5 times. Hiked it. And I'm looking at this one vantage point where this picture's taken from, where I know exactly where it is because I've been there. And I can see Half Dome, and then I can see way beyond that, man. These mountains are way in the fucking background. Probably, a good 40, 50, 60 miles away, man.
You shouldn't see it, though, right? According to the math, you should not see that shit.
Everything should be going downward, but it doesn't do that, man. And that is in reality and in pictures. Things should be like, we should see some kind of a drop off, and we just don't see it, man. It's crazy how they hijacked everybody's perspective, man. They just hijacked it. How far can we see? Okay, well, we'll give them a horizon here. That'll work. We'll give them a horizon there. We can see too far, man, and it's a beautiful thing, man. When you go out and look at it, oh my goodness! And you have to put 2 and 2 together and go, I don't think I should be seeing that on a 39, 59 radius, man. And there was Brian Mullen. I don't know, you guys probably don't know who Brian Mullen is, but he was the one that was pointing this out with the super kick-ass presentation of it and how it works and how they hijacked it and how we could see way too far. He's actually credited, man. If you see that one, he did the CAD on the radius, and he's credited on that one that shows 100 miles. You should see, this many feet of curvature, 200 miles.
What's his name again? Brian Mullen?
Mullen.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But he had like a whiteboard and a shitty like little video camera. It wasn't even that great, man, at the time. And he was an engineer that said, hey, man, I need to look into this. And you can see his presentations. He only did about like a 12 video thing, man. And then somebody came along, one of the Globers, said, and called the engineering board on him and said, hey, this Brian Mullen's putting out false information about the world, and he needs to be shut down because he's wrong. And it was like, what? So he had to stop making videos. Otherwise, he was going to lose his engineering license. And he couldn't afford to do that because he has a wife.
All about the money.
Wife and kid. So he had to walk away.
All about the money, yeah.
So the guy walked away, man. And I'm hoping at some point he's going to reemerge and have some really cool stuff to show us, man. It would be great. I would certainly encourage to get Brian back into the scene because he figured it all out back in 2016. And he was great, man. Legend. Anyway, fuck you, George, for calling the fucking you cuck bitch bastard George fucking cuck fucker. There was a guy, George, came on to Nathan Oakley's and admitted that he was the one that called the engineering board on Brian Mullins. And I had a chance one time, man, on...
Yeah, it was George Hatanuik or something. George H. Hatanuik.
Yeah, they got a nickname for George. I forget. George...
Yeah, well, anyway, look up, within the Nathan Oakley crew, George H, and
you'll find him.
Might find him. Yeah,
I got a chance one day to get a hold of him, man. I'm on a hangout like this. I wasn't Discord; it was a hangout, I think. And I'm like, "Hey, you're the cuck motherfucker that called the board on Brian Mullins."
Oh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be simply I wouldn't be simply satisfied with a mere internet interaction. You know what I mean?
I was just like, "Oh, you're the piece of shit, fucking cuck, fuck." I went after him, man. I don't usually get triggered, but that one got me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, basically for the audience listening, what happened was somebody went after someone else for telling the truth. Oh, God forbid. So they threatened his life and his career. They threatened his career. I heard he lost tenure. I heard all these kinds of things. I don't know what happened, but I did notice this is the only empirical evidence of something having happened to him, making him stop, was I noticed his channel got deleted, all his videos got taken down from all platforms, and someone did a really good job of scrubbing him.
Yep.
And it was probably him who did it, or whatever. Maybe he had help too. I don't fucking know. But anyway,
Right.
Yeah, I noticed that he just up and disappeared one day, and I was really into his videos. And I took advantage because I didn't save as many as I should have. And then they were all gone. But yeah, it was. I thought he was going to be around forever because he was so good. His shit was so spot on.
Oh, good.
And I didn't realize that that's why he was going to get shut down.
Well, that was it, man. He's a high-level thinker on their terms, on the high-level
Well,
thinker.
that's the thing, and they took one look at him too. He's such a nice, genuine guy. They're like, we can like slap his wrist and he'll be in line the rest of the life. You know, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was so genuine, like he wouldn't hurt a fly. So you could easily fuck with him and, you know, threaten just his job, let alone his life or whatever else. Like, you know, and then he'll be like, oh, okay, well, I don't want to lose any of that stuff, so I'll just go away. Okay, bye.
All right. Leftist just dropped a link in the chat.
It's levelist, by the way, man. You got to stop with the leftist thing.
Fuck.
You keep saying leftist, and that's like, you just can't do that.
All right. I'll fix that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Dude, my brain's not working right these days, apparently.
No problem.
I'll figure it out, man. Don't you worry about a thing. Don't you worry about a thing.
Hey, don't worry about leftist name. He's dropping some decent shit. I just dropped
Helio.
I dropped a playlist.
Helio, levelist. Okay, I've been listening to this too long. He mentioned something in the chat. I'm concern trolling, yes, but it's levelist. That's the guy's name.
Hey, I'm a dyslexic retard. I see the F and I put the L, and you know, I'm a total fucking dyslexic fucking retard. You guys should know this about me.
Hey, do you mind if I change your name to levelist? Because obviously other people have a problem with it.
No, man, I'm just dyslexic, bro. I don't have a problem. I just, if you want, I'll level it.
Talking to levelist.
It's a way cooler name, man. Levelist.
Helio, bro. Let's just move on because I think everything.
Anyway, I was just saying, I just dropped a link to Balls Out Physics. You guys were talking about Brian Mullen.
We were.
I just dropped the link. Yes, you were talking about Brian.
I said,
if you want to see his old school videos,
Yeah. Let's see those. Yeah, talk about that. Everybody, calm down,
man. Please, let's get back.
I just did. That's why I jumped in.
Okay, you're spot on, man. Everything's cool. Thank you, Levelist, man, for dropping the Plantis Veritas, Brian Mullen.
Plantis Veritas is not Brian Mullen, but he has some good shit too. But I guess nobody's paying attention except for me. But that's okay.
That happens a lot. You'll be all right.
Thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate that.
Hey, Helio, stop being a dick, dude.
There you go. There's that.
Yeah, there's that. I have a tendency toward that. Yeah.
Wait, I'm confused. Why would anyone want to be called leftist?
Exactly. I don't know. That's a bad name.
That's an excellent question, my friend.
So why would you want to be called?
Did something change? Is there a levelist and a leftist? Because I've seen both.
Well, and that's why I was confused. I was wondering if
Mandela.
His original name is Levelist.
It's a Mandela effect now. Yeah, I feel honored. I'm honored. Fuck, I'm honored.
Right. Just for the sake of everyone in the room, click on leftist name. You can see his original name is Levelist. So that's why I was saying, do you want me to change it to Levelist, or do you want to change it yourself so that nobody's like getting pissed off about that?
Wait, before you change it, I say that we give credit to whoever changed it to leftist. I want to recognize and give them credit for changing it to leftist because that's a good troll.
That's a good one, man.
Oh, you didn't do that?
Well, he might have done it himself, and kudos. I'm just wondering if
I
didn't.
There we go. That looks better right there. Yeah, here we go. Levelist is, dude. That's a sweet name, bro. I mean, I would trade Flat Earth dude for Levelist.
I mean, I know we clown around sometimes. As moderators, we can change people's names. I was just wondering if he did that himself, or if he, that's all I was wondering. It's the only reason I brought it up.
He bounced or he fell off. It happened.
Well, I mean that.
No, I didn't. Now my name is Rightus.
Oh shit!
Rightus. He's doing it again.
Cock bitches.
This is why I love you guys.
Someone's good, man.
I don't want you to go down the middle of the road.
Someone's good.
Somebody's good, man. Somebody's really good, man.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Love you.
Okay. Love you. Bye-bye.
We love you long time. That was hilarious, dude.
Anyway, I mean, you guys were talking about Brian Mullen for quite a while.
Let's get back to Brian Mullen.
It's hard to find his videos, but I just sent you a playlist. Everyone can click on that playlist. You can see his videos there. And George did call. From what I understand, George called.
Oh no, he did it. I asked him.
He did. He admitted it on Nathan's show what he did, and he called.
He admitted
the board that certified him as a engineer. He called an engineering board in the state that he was like, "Hey, have you guys ever?" And they were like, then they was like. He's like, all right, I'm going to stop doing this so I can keep my job and stuff. So anyway, that's pretty much the way it went down. Yeah, George fucked with him, and that's why everybody hates George. And I think a lot of Globies hate George for that reason too. So,
well, what's the Planete Veritas guy's name? But that guy's a sharp motherfucker too.
Robert Bassano.
Robert Fasano, yeah. That guy's he's a pretty sharp cookie too, man.
Yeah, he jumps in and jumps out like he's like a year at a time. He'll probably come back in here one day. He's been in here before too.
All right.
He runs.
Hey, my shout out to Robert Bassano. So this guy would call up NASA and just start ringing numbers, man. He had the Skype and he would live stream he would just literally like, today, hey, guess what I'm doing, man? I'm calling NASA. Let's go. And he started dialing numbers. And 2 times, man, he got a hold of the guy that was in charge of Hubble. for 25 years, and he got a hold of a guy that was in a one of the guys that worked with a program called SOFIA, which was the 747 with the exact same telescope as Hubble inside of the 747. And it cost the exact same amount as Hubble to put this telescope. It was the exact same dollar amount to put the telescope in SOFIA as it was to put together the Hubble Space Telescope. And he got a hold of one of the guys who was in charge of that program on SOFIA, and he got a hold of the guy that was in charge of fucking Hubble. And the conversations are legendarily informationally accurate to they're just making this shit up, man. And they shot the same picture from Hubble as SOFIA on the same day.
The guy's been a director of SOFIA for like 25 years. Right? He's never seen a live feed of SOFIA in his life.
Who was the Hubble? I think that was the Hubble one guy.
Oh, okay. My bad. Whatever. He's never seen a live feed in the 25 years he's been working there.
Bassano was the guy that called both these guys up and got them on the horn and recorded it and live streamed it and said, "Hey, man, look at what I got, motherfuckers. Check this out." And he fucking killed it because he's so...
I found the original interview. You guys want to hear it? I mean, we don't have to listen to it.
He knew all their lingo, man. He knew that you called, Hubble Space Telescope isn't called, it's HTS, man. He would go, on the HTS, the velocity of the decay in the orbit depends on the atmospheric refraction of the... I mean, he knew this shit is better than these cocks. I'll tell you that, man. This guy knew. Fucking Robert knew.
That link I just shared. That is the phone call when he went through the different phone calls, and he finally got a hold of this guy.
Yeah.
That video I just shared, you can listen to it, and that's...
Listen to those, and these are the guys that are in charge of these equipments that's supposedly out there in outer space or on a fucking 747 or whatever. But those are the guys that are... He got a hold of them, man. Thank you, Robert Bassano. I can't believe his channel's still there.
I can't either. I can't believe they haven't shut it down. It's still there.
All his videos are still there. So that's weird, but the way he went out and said, "Good luck," and
it's like back in the day when I first started listening. You remember when he was doing shows with QE?
Fuck yeah, man.
That was so awesome, man. It filled up my day. It was like I was just listening to QE and Robert go back and forth, brother. That was so freaking...
It was incredible, man. I mean, these guys are going back and forth about what is science, what is light, what is distance, where's the curvature. There was no thing that wasn't discussed in great detail, man.
Yeah, if you're not subbed to this channel, everything that they were talking about 6 years ago is pertinent to what or what Robert was talking about 6 years ago is pertinent now. So you sub to his channel and go back and listen to a lot of his videos. It's good stuff. Hey, man, I have a feeling he's going to come back in here one day because it's pretty much the only place he can go back to. He's the last people, when it comes to Flat Earth, that he's talked to me and Jose and some other people.
Right.
So I think, when he makes his way back, he'll talk to us first.
Well,
I guarantee you it has always been refreshing to listen to original thinkers.
Yeah.
Throughout the history of mankind. It has to have been.
It has to have been. There's no question.
Robert Fasano is an original thinker.
Oh, he's one of the greatest. So, rightist.
Yeah, that's my new name. That's my new name. Someone's good. Someone's good. I don't know who it is, but someone's good.
Here we go.
You guys are fucking cucks. To stop that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
You mongos. Stop that shit. So where was I going? I don't know where I was going. I was gonna original thinkers, man. What do you think of Alan Watts? Not Watt. There's another guy, a newer guy.
Yeah, he has good stuff too, man.
There was
I didn't know. Like, so the only thing I remember for sure that I learned from Alan Watt, I didn't know that Great Britain, the UK, it was a law. You had to have a television in your household. They were buying used televisions shipped from America to the UK, and there was some law in the 1950s. It was mandatory for UK households to have a television in there.
Get the fuck.
Yeah, I learned that from Alan Watts. That's crazy. And he was breaking it down. He said basically the television was the breakdown of, how did he put it? He said so he said before the television came into vogue, everybody used to get together like once a month, all the different families or sects, or I forget exactly how he put it, but everybody would get together and they would all discuss the problems going on in society. And he said as soon as the television came out, everybody stopped meeting with each other. Right. The society stopped existing the way it was before then.
That totally makes sense. Yep. Yeah, you want to separate everybody, man. Hey, Coco 19. Woo, let's separate everybody. You can't go to the store and you can't do this and you. If I had told you,
it was like your new resident expert appeared on television. Instead of learning about what's going on in your society from your friend on the other side of the hill over there, you learned about it from television, and everybody accepted it.
Hey, they got horses and they got a creek and they got garden. I'm gonna go see my friend over the hill, and I'll see you guys later. You know, I might walk, I might take a horse or ride my bike, whatever, man. But yeah, I'm gonna go talk to them. Now it's just like I'm just gonna hop on entertainmenttonight.com or whatever the fuck it is, you know, whatever. Hollywood Explorer 2022. Hollywood Explorer. We're out on the streets watching people drive by and they're bitching cars and eating lunch at the Ritz with the hanging on the patio with the fuck off. Where do we live, man? Where do we live?
I mean, many of the people in England have talked about the television tax. You guys don't know that that's required now?
Well, they call it's a state licensing television thing that
they have to pay for it, and they have to prove that they're not watching television.
Right. Yeah, I've been down that road.
It's happening.
Yeah.
It's still happening for them, people in England. But I mean, it doesn't happen here. But
right.
But it's still happening in England. I don't know when you guys are talking about it like it used to be a thing. It's still happening.
No, but
because they have the BBC America, they have different channels that are government.
What Ritus was saying, man, was that it was a law that you had to have a television in your house. That's a mandatory thing.
What the difference is now, if you have a television in your house, you have to prove that you're not watching the public programming. Otherwise, you have to pay.
Yeah, he's right. They pay for it. Everybody has to pay for television over there.
Yeah. It's still happening. So I mean, it's a different wording, but yeah, they have to actually pay for public TV over there in England. Yeah.
Yeah, we do here. It's called.
It's called
NPR.
PBS. Right? You know, NF. You know, yeah.
This is NPR. Yeah, you're right.
NPR and freaking PBS and all that shit, right? You know, but we, you know.
Imagine if you were in England in the 1960s.
If you have a TV, you know, and say, "Oh, right here."
Hey, Helio, hold on. Pizza.
Imagine if you were in England in the 1960s and you got your TV stolen, and then you get in trouble because you don't have a TV.
God damn it!
That's
right, we'll give you a TV, but you're gonna have to pay us.
I can't pay this month. My TV was stolen. The robbers, they came.
The robbers, they came.
It was just weird. He said they bought used television shipped over from America. It was just a random, like, that was weird to me. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, because the Americans are upgrading to better televisions so they can be more programmed than the English.
We got the super ultra thin flat screen. Yeah, 2000.
Probably still happening that way too.
Yeah. And when the English government bought him, they bought him out of a guy's, the back of his trunk. Bought him out of his trunk.
Like a drug dealer. And I got your super ultra HD TV.
I got your super.
This one's only $30, man. $30. That's a good price.
It's a 20-inch, bro, man. This is top of the line, man. In America,
you got to get your programming in, man.
I didn't realize how much material Alan Watt has. I definitely have not followed all of his material.
Somebody
that's
in
for
the
sure.
chat said Alan Watts. There's a difference between Alan Watt and Alan Watts. Alan Watt had a podcast that went for years called Cutting Through the Matrix. And that dude, I mean, his voice, it's droning. A Scottish dude that lives in Canada, but there's so much information there. Alan Watt.
No S. Yeah, I'm not talking about ALANWATT.
I used to listen to Cutting Through the Matrix. I listened to that for a long time. It's really good stuff. Yeah. Matter of fact, I played one of his shows the other day here.
Play some Alan Watts, which is totally different than.
Is Alan Watt the UK version of Bill Cooper? It's kind of what it sounds like to me. If I had to.
All right. See, now we're getting confused. Alan Watts is not Alan Watt.
That's where I'm getting the confusion. Because listen to this guy for a second, man. Here we go.
Into the positive and the negative, and the male and the female. In Genesis, it is the creature that is split and not God.
Yeah, that's not Alan Watt.
That's Alan Watts.
Yeah.
Right? That's
right.
A different voice.
Alan Watts is Scottish. Alan Watt. God damn it. Alan Watt. Without the S is Scottish. He's a Scottish guy, but he lived when he was doing his podcast. He's dead now, but when he was doing his podcast, he was in Canada, but he grew up in Scotland.
Alan Watts with an S.
No, Watt with no S.
No S. Yeah,
Scottish guy.
Isn't he still going? He's still going.
No, I think he died about a year or so ago.
Did he die from the cocoa? Did he?
They might say that, but who gives a shit?
Died from the cocoa. It's because he was anti-cocoa. He died from the cocoa. Hey, they push those stories. You remember that? I don't know if you guys remember that, man, but they pushed he was he didn't think the cocoa was real, and he died.
Levelus is too clowning now. He's clowning too much.
Is he clowning? No, nobody's clowning.
Who's?
You never heard of Hadrian's Wall, dude?
Who's Alan Watts in the chat?
Oh, Somebody changed my name again. I don't know. I just found that out myself.
You fucking mongos.
I guarantee I haven't changed my name once. So
Right, who's changing your name, bro? Somebody's.
I tried to tell you to give them credit. I said before you change my name back, give credit to whoever changed my name in the first place.
You fucking.
Only mods can change names, so it wasn't me. So who the fuck?
I have no idea who it is.
Oh, it's Chris. It's Chris. It's gotta be Chris, bro.
Check out my roles. I have no roles in here, dude. I don't want any roles.
Oh, man, there's a way to find
Chris. He's lurking, man. Chris, you mother.
So here's my theory on the Alan Watt and
Take
Alan.
the S off it. Take the goddamn S off it. Make it Alan Watt. If you're gonna fuck me over, take the S off the motherfucker.
That's the problem. The system is fucking you over because they came up with another guy later on after Alan Watts to throw you off of Alan Watt. Throw you off.
No, I think Alan Watts had some good stuff, but he wasn't. It wasn't even the same. It wasn't even the same ballpark. I mean,
No.
Alan Watt had his own.
Yeah, it was, man. You got to think of the time.
It was more metaphysical, isn't he?
It's very metaphysical.
Dude,
I told Helio, I get mixed up between Jim Mars and Tex Mars, so it's understandable to me.
Ooh, I don't.
I still do. I still get confused.
What? Dude, they're not even in the same ballpark either. So anyway. Tex Mars. I followed him.
Well, I think
I actually, when I listened to a Tex Mars show and he interviewed Edward Hendry about his new Flat Earth book called the what the fuck was it called? Anyway, I had like spam in my YouTube about Flat Earth, and I was like, "That's the dumbest shit." But I was listening to Tex Mars, and then he interviewed Edward Hendry about his Greatest Lie on Earth book, and I listened to that. And I was like, maybe there's something to this. Maybe I should take a look at it. And that's when I really took a look at Flat Earth, and I for like 6 months was like everything that Flat Earth came up. I was like, get this shit out of my face. But I'd been following Tex for a long time before that. Yeah, I mean, Jim Mars, I know who that is. I mean, he's the, there's, I don't know how you can get that mixed up. Jim Mars is a reporter, that worked with Alex Jones and shit.
Just because of last name. The last name. I don't remember them
I followed too closely, maybe, so I knew the difference anyway. But, and Alan Watt and Alan Watts, I guess I never really followed Alan Watts, but Alan Watt, I listened to his show for several years. So yeah, so he's got really good information. Cutting through the matrix.
I never heard Alan Watt stuff.
Bro,
this guy has a body of work. Fuck, he has a lot of material. Go to BitChute. Go to BitChute and put in Alan Watt. He's got fucking pages of shit.
I'm telling you, bro, man, just listen to it. I mean, it's kind of droning. It's just like you either fall asleep or you just be sucked in. You just be like, oh my god. Yeah,
all right.
Like I'm telling you, bro, that I listened to him for years, man. Alan Watt is the Scottish dude. He grew up in Scotland, but he was in Canada when he made most of this material that you'll find on his podcast, Cutting Through the Matrix. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Okay. Will do.
Flat Earth, dude.
Alan fucking Watts. Not. God damn, the fucking Matrix is such a tricky little bitch. Fucking A.
Wait.
Watts is different than Watt. Two different guys spilling about the same kind of fucking truths about everything.
What's your favorite thing that Alan Watts came up with?
The fact that if you look up into the sky and you're looking at the star, you are the only one in the entire existence of all humanity that is seeing that star at this moment. Period.
I'll tell you something funny that I heard from him. He said if you're on hallucinogens and you're looking at an ashtray and someone asks you if what's the meaning of life, and you see the Virgin Mary there, and then you say here. That was the funniest thing he ever said.
I saw the Virgin Mary when I was on hallucinogens, and it was on a curtain though, and I wasn't the only one on the same hallucinogen. We all saw the same thing.
No. That was her sister Meredith.
Was that?
What?
Say that again.
That was her sister Meredith.
Meredith?
Oh, that was her sister?
Oh, her sister Meredith. Might have been, whatever. But I'm just telling you, someone said, hey, look at this. And we were all tripping, and then we all looked at it and saw the same. Well, I don't know if I saw it the same way everybody else did, but I could see what this person was seeing.
Really? Because that's trippy.
It was like in a curtain in a room. And it was just like, it was like holographic, like 3D kind of shit. It was weird.
That's trippy. Nah, yeah, but I mean, I wasn't trying to make fun of that. I was just saying that, like, he actually said it in a sarcastic way. So that was my favorite thing.
I mean, unless you really kind of experience hallucinations, it's fun to make fun of people that have done it. But if you've never done it, you know, that's fine.
Nah, I've experienced it, not at my will, but.
What? Somebody drugged you and just gave you some hallucinogens?
Bro, yeah, something was laced, so that's when I started tripping the hell out, bro.
When I would never do that to anyone.
Yeah, man, like everyone in the room was just tripping balls.
And that's not
that ain't cool at all.
Don't dose people, man. That's freaking
Heck no.
Did Elon Musk, was he the first one to say tripping balls?
Nah, I said it back in fucking 08.
08?
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man. I'm just checking. I don't know.
I think people were saying that before he was even famous.
Said it in the 80s.
Oh, wait. Oh, all right, for sure.
80s? Get the fuck out. Nobody said tripping balls.
You mean, oh, wait.
2008.
Yeah,
no, 1989. I said I'm tripping balls.
They were probably saying that shit back in 78. Bro, I'm tripping balls.
People were saying that when I was a child, so yeah, I believe they'd be saying that 10 years before that. That thing you said a second ago, Flat Earth dude, about the Matrix being like some tricky freaking thing or something. I was going to say, like, I think Keanu Reeves does the same thing when he wakes up in the morning.
Yeah. It's Alan Watt.
I don't know.
Oh, shit. Alan Watts. Boy. Which one is it, man? Alan Watt or Alan Watts?
Wait a minute. My name will change in a minute.
I find this humorous. We were discussing there's two different people with, both having
Alan Wattist
information.
I like Watt Assist. Alan Watt Assist. I think that's a good name.
Watt Assist. I love it. There you go. Let's take it next level, man. Alan Watt Assist. Oh shit! You guys are hilarious.
What?
I couldn't find the video. I was talking about though, where he's discussing it being an actual law in the UK that everybody had to have a television. I couldn't find it. So.
All right, it's all right, man. I'll believe you. No, man. The way that they are cocky about television in the UK is kind of interesting in its own right, man. I mean, I've known a lot of truthers that just don't pay their licensing fees for their television. They just don't pay it. They just don't fucking pay it, and they tell
rebels, fucking rebels.
Hey man, you owe like $400 for the fucking. And they just go fuck off, and they shut the door, man. And I've seen like probably 20 videos of these guys just telling these collectors for their televisions just to fuck off, man. And that's a beautiful thing, man. It's just guy comes to the door, says, "Hey, you owe me money," and you just go fuck off. I love that. Love it, man.
The reality is, you could YouTube that shit, and you could watch them guys 100% saying "fuck off" to the guys coming to collect the money.
That's true.
Enough videos, just like there's so many people out there going, "Nah, fuck off." Like I love when reality hits the street like that, man. It's beautiful. Reality
Fuck
is
the BBC. That's how they say it. Fuck the BBC.
What? The council. Is it the council that comes around and collects? I don't know. I can't remember. The council.
Top Gear is the best thing that's ever happened to the BBC, in my opinion. In my American opinion.
Is it good?
Top Gear? You never heard of Top Gear?
Wait, I'm thinking of Top Gun. My bad.
No, you're good, man.
You never heard of Jeremy Clarkson, dude?
I'm being bad. Is everybody all right?
Chris M loves the Queen. Dude, look at that. Section 363 of the Communications Act of 2003 makes it an offense to install or use a television receiver to watch or record any television program. It's too far away for me to read it now.
Wow.
He loves the Queen. He loves her.
Chris, he hates that. Hey, my favorite song last year was Boris Johnson is a cunt. Did you guys catch that one?
You can drop a link?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll drop a link. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah. It's even on YouTube, I'm pretty sure, man. Yeah, it's gotta be on there. It's gotta be on there.
Is that Homer Simpson in that gif there?
How come Americans can't do a UK fucking accent to save our lives? Why is that a thing, dude?
Fuck off. I got deep English fucking accent. Fuck off.
We couldn't save our mothers to do a UK accent, dude.
Yeah, we suck at it. I love the way they just throw around the word cunt and like, you're just a fucking cunt. You fucking cunt. I'm like, wow, man. You guys, okay. That's a no-no here in America, man. I can't say that. So I'm typing in a Google search right now on YouTube. And I'm typing Boris is a chaunt.
Why are you still using Google?
Well, I'm using YouTube, man. Yeah, he wants
just fucking with you, man.
He wants the link, man. I gotta give him the link, man. Gotta give him the link.
At least use DuckDuckGo or Brave or something.
What's that?
I said at least use DuckDuckGo or Brave or something.
Yeah, I could do DuckDuckGo, no problem. But
again, I'm just messing around, man. I'm just messing around.
You're cool.
Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt.
That's pretty good. I can go with that one. All right. I hope you enjoy this one, man. I'll drop that link. But this is not the one that was popular, but yeah. Anyway, I love the energy on that one, man. Damn, punk rock, man, has good energy. It's good. All right. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. Hey, so yeah, throw that word around. No, that's not going to work. Hey, I watched a congressman ask a professor about men getting pregnant, and she's like, "Well, that's not the point. It's because the people identify as a certain gender. Yeah, that's not gonna work out, man. That's not gonna work out, man. Sorry, I'm super open-minded person, man. I looking into anything, but woman's born a woman, boy's born a boy, man. Get over that, man. If you can't distinguish between those two parties, man, you got a problem. So
check that out. Have you seen that video I just posted?
No, man. Where'd you put that in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. No, I almost clicked on it like yesterday. I was like,
just watch it. Just watch. It's still only 30 seconds. Just check it out real quick.
I'll be right back, man. Let me mute. I'll watch it.
So light is a trip. No one. Okay.
That was hilarious.
Hot like a tamale.
Hot like a tamale, baby. I say, looking good. You're looking good, baby.
I thought that shit was hilarious.
Don't accept a blowjob after that hot tamale.
That's hilarious, man. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I love the thumbnail for that. That's good, man. The kid with the NASA shirt. Well, there is sanity to be found out there. There is. You got to find it, man.
That's crazy.
And just question the people around you in the most delicate way, apparently. Fuck. But if you're dealing with somebody who says, hey, man, a man can have a baby, dude, if you're dealing with that level of fucking cockness, you're going to have a hard time kind of breaking through there. You might want to move on to the next.
Shit, if this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potato.
At that point, you got a question.
What the hell is that?
Your whole established question might be, do you believe men can have babies? And then you could just disqualify people from that.
It's just so bizarre, dude. I mean,
it's a fucking joke.
It is. It's a fucking joke, man. Really, it's definitely Dave Chappelle shit here, 100%. And how we've reached the point of what the fuck is going on, man. I mean, I love to laugh at the most crazy shit, but when you telling me a man can have a baby, man, you've actually fucking crossed the fucking. You've crossed the curvature, man. You've crossed it. And that's where I'm at, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure most of y'all are the same place.
The world's full of cucks, right?
You're full of cucks, man. Cuck City, bro. Cuck City. And the last 2.5 years have really taken it to the next cuck level, man, for sure. But to take it to like men can have babies and it's okay to, and you're inciting violence if you say that that's not true.
The nail is in the cuck coffin.
Fuck off a minute, man. Wait the fuck off, man, because that is just beyond any kind of common sense that I've ever had in my entire existence here. And so yeah, men can have babies now. What? Oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah, I actually heard somebody in here saying, "Hey, man, if you switched out all the organs and everything from a man to a woman, a man could have a baby. You know, through medical surgeries and such. You know." That's wicked, all by itself, man. That's really wicked.
Get out Satanism right there, man.
Yeah, that's really, really super wicked shit, man. I love that. Alan Wattist. Alan Wattist. You're an Alan Wattist, guaranteed.
Guilty. Yes, I'm guilty.
Totally an Alan Wattist. I love that's
apparently.
You guys are too fucking funny. Please change it back to levelists, man. That would be cool. But dude, I don't have the power to change people's names or anything around here, man. That movie. That's hilarious. I am laughing. Davy's laughing his ass off. You're still in here.
I'm going to stream Idiocracy tonight.
You're going to stream it?
I'm going to stream it on DLive and Odyssey.
And Wag Your Dog. You can do both?
I can do Wag Your Dog on Odyssey, but if, from what I've heard tonight, that other quack movie, Idiocracy, can be streamed on both because it's not copywritten.
Well, don't take my word for it. It used to be free on YouTube. I read in the description on the time that I watched it.
I'll put that as a disclaimer in the chat too.
Copyright free.
I put them both. I put two links. I put them back to back. They're both from BitChute.
Yeah, they're in.
I downloaded it. I'm going to stream it straight off of my computer.
But they're both documentaries. One's a funny documentary, but I swear to Buddha, Wag the Dog is like a real, actual documentary. Like they're admitting. It feels like they're admitting to us.
That's part of their Satanistic rituals. They have to put that shit out for the public to see. If they don't put it out, I'll change my name to Davy Jones.
I'm just gonna say, if you're gonna stream those movies, you're gonna. I mean, I don't know where you're gonna stream it at. I mean, don't do it on YouTube,
dude. No, I don't do YouTube.
Well, if you're gonna,
who the fuck's Davy Jones?
I don't even know. All right,
who the hell did
stream away?
That Davy Jones is Davy Jones's locker. It's an old.
Okay, all right.
I'll
check it out.
Wait.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Wait. He doesn't know what Davy Jones' locker is?
He doesn't know.
No. His name's Davy Jones.
Oh, somebody switched Helio. Somebody switched. Somebody changed his name.
Oh, shit.
Those cocks, those cocky motherfuckers.
That motherfucker's fucking with me now.
Yeah.
What?
No, I know who Davey is. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. No, I'll stream it. I will. I'll go. I'll set it up here. I'll go silent,
No, you
and
can't
I'm going
stream
to
it
set
here.
it up.
You can't stream it here.
No, I'm not going to stream it here.
No, he means on D Live or something, man.
Hey, you can send the link to us, and we can go watch.
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll bring it back. I'm going to go quiet, and I'm going to set up the streams to go live on Odyssey.
Who's Davy Jones?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll look into that. What you guys said. I'll look into that so I can aware myself to what I'm being called.
If you're looking at Davy Jones was part of the Monkees, man.
Okay, all right, yeah, I dig it.
Yeah, you can dig it.
But I don't. But yeah,
Yeah, that's where it originated from.
He died in 2012, man, but he was part of the Monkees.
Yeah, nobody was named Davy Jones before that.
I know Davy Jones is part of the Monkees. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only person who was ever named Davy Jones.
Okay.
Right. In the history of humanity, yes, he's the first Davy Jones. Yes.
And you know, well, even if somebody was popular named Davy Jones, nobody was named. I mean, it was just that person from the Monkees. That was Davy Jones. It's the only person in history that was popular.
I'll say this. I didn't change my name. Oh, there we go. I'm Crockett now. All right. I'm going to go silent. I'm going to set up my streams, and I'll drop the links.
Crockett. Davy Crockett.
Have we figured out who the name changer is? Who's the good-natured name changer?
I told you it was Chris. But anyway, just let him freaking do his thing.
Chris is.
All right,
he's pretty good. He's pretty good. Is all I'm saying.
Man. All right, I'm gonna give you a hint. Look up Davy Jones's locker. Then you'll find out that there were other people named Davy Jones before the Monkey.
I got you. Davy Jones locker. Davy Jones locker.
Locket. Are you gotta be fucking kidding me?
Locket.
You guys are fucking hilarious. I love it.
Oh my goodness.
It's hilarious, man. Oh my goodness. Who else is another Davy? Davy something. Davy Crockett. Davy. What was Captain Cook's first name? All we know is Captain Cook, man.
Wow, that's a good.
Was he Davy? Was that Davy Cook by chance?
It's probably Christopher. I mean, all the Spaniards were named Christopher.
Hey, I was in Hawaii, man, and I landed on the beach, man. I was doing a snorkel adventure on a boat, and I landed on this beach on a big island, man. And they said, "This is where Captain Cook died." And I turned to the pilot of the boat and I said, "Hey, man, I heard that they ate. I heard that once they killed him, man, they ate him." And he goes, "Yeah, that's true, man. They fucking ate his ass, Captain Cook. They fucking ate him in Hawaiian Islands, bro."
At the end of his trip,
after he died, man. Many years later, man, yeah, he was in the Hawaiian Islands and he was
Do you think that was his will? It was just like, I want the Hawaiians to eat my body. Because obviously he was a very famous man by then. You know, come on.
James Cook. There you go.
James, yeah. I got it now. Yeah. I was James.
But yeah, man, I'd heard the story, man, that he got eaten in the Hawaiian Islands by the natives. And it was
they savaged him, or was it like was there a ceremony? Because he's
ceremony. That was the key, man. The guy goes, "Dude," and I goes, "Yeah, but it was a ceremonial thing." And I was like, "Right on," you know. Dude, I would have eaten him too because he's like a fucking cock bitch sailor fuckhead that just racked the world, man. Thanks, Mr. Cook. Yeah, thanks. You and Columbus.
He died in Hawaii. I mean, I don't go for the full like Hawaiian. Do they roast him like a pig over the spit?
No, they didn't do that, man.
No, I mean, it
was
he might have ended his voyage. He was like, I'm gonna die in Hawaii. That's where I want to go. And
Maybe.
so then he went there, but
they did eat him, man. That's all I know for a fact. And yeah, it happens. Anyway, I'll never forget that, man. I like because I knew about Cook getting eaten by the natives, and that's why I asked the guy. Man, I'm like, dude, man, this is.
As far as a lot of these stories go, how do we know they actually?
How do we know? How do we know? Hey, man, I ran into a guy the other day that said the closest star to Earth is 26 trillion miles away. How do I believe him?
Well,
How do I?
Well, did you ask him? How do you know?
I
that?
did, man. And he said NASA. And I said, oh, that's interesting.
What did he say?
And he said that NASA proved that the closest star to Earth is 26 trillion miles away through satellites and radio spectrometers with a little bit of the blue light, red light shift. The blue light, red light shift.
Did he say that kind of shit? He actually didn't know, or was he talking about a specific star?
They proved it with the blue light, red light shift.
Yeah, they did. They did.
26 trillion miles away. That was it, man. That's what I got, bro. It was a light shifting guarantees.
You got red shift, blue shift, spectrometers, and radar telescopes.
Yeah, those kind of instruments totally prove that that's 11 trillion miles away. 11 trillion miles away. 11 trillion. No, wait. 26 trillion. 26 trillion.
Might as well be.
11 trillion, 26, whatever. It doesn't
legit.
It's far. It's very, very far. And
them some pretty high numbers. I mean, are you nine?
Hey Helio, have you ever driven a 2,000-mile trip?
Yeah.
Yes, you have. It's a long way, man.
I always knew where I was going when I was doing it, though, too.
Well, you think you knew where you were going, but you got there.
No, I drove on international freeways, and every time I left from somewhere, I knew exactly where I would end up. So, yeah.
So I heard somebody the other day on a debate say, "Hey, man, we know for a fact that the Earth is measured because we've driven the entire Earth in a car." And I was like, "What?
The balls on that fucker, huh?"
Yeah, the balls on.
Yeah, you see how it works when you just like. When you run out of arguments and then you just make some stupid claim like that?
The roads together, if you add them up, exactly meet our expectations of the globe, man. Guaranteed. I was like, what? Who's driven the roads across the Pacific Ocean? Anybody?
That's like the Atlantic. Ain't no bridges down there that I know of that go from fucking South America to Africa.
I mean, dude, I've driven from Maine to California. It's a long fucking drive, man. It's like 30.
I've been across the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge 6 times.
There you go. That's a 20-mile bridge.
Yeah, it's over 20 miles. Yeah.
Damn.
The other thing is that America is the easiest country in the world to drive in. Every other country you visit and you want to drive, it is more difficult than America to drive in.
No doubt. No doubt about it. Yeah. Yeah, drive across Australia, man. See how that goes. That's good.
Actually,
Drive across Asia. Try to drive across Asia. See how fun that fucking is, dude.
Yeah, fuck off.
There's a highway in Australia that you can hit, and it would be like 400 miles of straight line, but there ain't no gas stations, so good fucking luck with that.
I was camping in Yosemite one time, man. And these guys on these motorcycles showed up, camped next to us, and he said, "Hey, man, what are you doing?" "Hey, we are from Germany, yeah, and we're gonna ride our motorcycles all through America, and then we're gonna go
Really?
and we're gonna go all the way down to South America, and then we're gonna fly home from there." I was like,
I bet they never made it.
no, I think they made it, man. These guys were on it, man.
Really? They had the whole shit planned up.
They fucking did, man. And I never found out. This is before the internet or texting or, hey, man, what's your phone number, bro? Give me your.
They drove by motorcycle through the southern border of America. Went
all the way down, man. And these were like,
and had their motorcycles
hybrid dirt bikes.
flown back to Germany.
Did it, man? I hope they did it. I was like, yeah.
Like a cool plan. If they had enough money, man, they probably could have done it. Yeah.
All the way down to Cape Horn, dude. All the way down. They were going all the way. I was like, fuck yeah, let's go, man.
Yeah, that sounds like, dude. If I had the means to do that, I would do the same fucking thing, bro.
Dude, man, that would be just incredibly. If I was, let's say, 25 years younger, dude, I'm getting a sailboat, and we going for a fucking cruise, man. Let's go.
Where we going? South Pacific.
We're going everywhere, man.
We ain't, well, if I'm with you, we ain't going to South Pacific.
We're going everywhere. I'm going South Pacific, North Atlantic, wherever, man. We're going.
We're going South Pacific, like stay near the shore of South Africa and shit. But if you try to just be like, "Hey, man, we're gonna head toward Antarctica from here," I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna stay in South Africa. I'm good."
Well, I think Levelist has posted a great picture of Captain Cook's voyages.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, what's his fascination with New Zealand, by the way? What's going on with New Zealand?
Look what happened when he went down to South Africa. That's crazy. All right. Let's go over that.
It does end at the Hawaiian Islands. I was right. Thank you.
I mean, look at that wild. Like once he hit Africa, and then he went down, and he's spiraling around. He's like, "What the fuck?"
No, isn't Cook the guy that has the logs of traveling around the ice wall for like 65,000 miles or some shit?
Correct. You are correct.
Yeah, am I correct? Yeah, I'm correct.
It's not his only trek, and I think that's
obviously that's not his only trek. But Cook was the one who.
The green one is very impressive. That's kind of what I'm looking at, right? You see that on the map that we were talking about?
All right, the green one, the green line.
And then he goes down, back around. And like, oh fuck, there ain't nothing out here. And then he goes. Apparently, he hit Antarctica, and then he's just like, I don't know how they had resources to travel that far from there to New Zealand. How the fuck did he?
Really liked New Zealand. Guaranteed, he really loved it. That was his little stop along the plane. It was just nice. It was a nice stop, man. New Zealand, man. I don't know. It's a lot like Southern California, I've heard.
Between
it doesn't get too hot. It doesn't get too cold there, man. I've heard it's really nice climate. I've heard.
So check that out. I just
eat and drink and not get scurvy.
check that map out that I just posted right now. Like, I don't see too many people talking about this map. I just found this today, by the way. I think it's called the North Polar Projection Map.
I have that same map, dude. I actually have that on printed or something close to that. What year? What year?
I don't know, actually. I just found it today. I haven't done any, I haven't dove deep into it.
I'm going to find it.
Everybody talks about Australia being down under. And I always thought, nobody ever talks about Australia being cold. I've never heard anybody saying they're cold in Australia.
Never.
And I know for a fact that the tip of South America,
Australia, when it's wintertime there.
yeah, well, but I know for a fact that in Patagonia, in the tip of South America, people freeze to death down there. And I just, through that map right there, you can see that the tip of South America is 15 degrees more south. The tip, the 60 degrees south is the cutoff for Antarctica, right? But through that map right there, it looks like the tip of South America is 58 degrees south. I mean, it's right there. It's right next to it.
It's right there, man. It's right there, yeah.
Most of the land of Australia is desert, and we know how cold deserts can get in the wintertime. So, yeah, it definitely gets cold in Australia. Not a question.
I don't
talk to Australians.
No,
most Australians we talk to are either in the northeast or southeast of Australia. We have talked to people from Perth, but for the most part, we don't ever talk to anyone from the central part of Australia because
they're in the west,
mostly desert.
Yeah, nobody lives there. Nobody lives in the middle of Australia.
That's not true. There are people who live there, but we never talk to them.
Right.
Yeah, there's no internet there.
Hey, you got to get the Starlink, man. They got to get $500. Only $110 a month, man. Come on. Those guys can do it, man. I know they can.
Yeah, we talk to people from Australia every single day, but they ain't in Central Australia. And even, in their wintertime, it's cold. I mean, but it's wintertime right now.
Max Egan said
it's cold as shit right now.
Max Egan said, "Hey, man, I took the Southern flight, man. I took the Southern flight, man. Guaranteed. It's working."
I'm telling you right now, in Sydney, it's wintertime, and it's. I ain't gonna say it's like snowing or anything, but it's cold.
Oh, it's cold, man. All right, I gotta go to bed.
Me too.
I got a guy coming at 8:00 in the morning.
To do what? Go contract?
Yep. Do some work. He's gonna polish a piano for me, man. Polish. Tricky stuff, man.
You contracting with another person that polishes pianos?
Yep. That's what he does.
Ooh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yep. And he's going to come here and polish a piano and make it look like a piece of glass, flat and level. Good night.
How's the piano sound? I mean, is it already tuned? He jumped out. I was wondering if the piano was already tuned. Because it's very hard to tune a piano. I think there's a video I was gonna play. after I played 1984 yesterday. But then
Helio, do you think 54 degrees is cold?
no, I don't.
Yeah, it ain't. It ain't cold.
Where's it 54 degrees?
Sydney, Australia. It's their winter. It's their winter right now. Everybody says it's their winter. It's their winter. Australia is not that far south.
Don't get excited.
Oh, sorry. I have a loud voice. I have a fraud voice. Sorry.
It's peak of summer here in America, right? So what temperature is it 300 miles into the desert?
Now I'm gonna look up the tip of South America. I'm gonna look up that temperature
No,
right
I'm
now.
talking about in Australia.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Where is it?
So, you know, Sydney's a tropic environment, right? Even in the wintertime. Just listen, find somewhere a few hundred miles away from Sydney in the desert in the center of Australia. Look at the temperature. It won't be snowing, but it's probably about freezing. They don't have any type of ocean winds or anything. Yes, of course, Sydney's going to be warmer because it's near the coast. You're not going to give me no fucking gotcha on that shit. Because I live in Arkansas, motherfucker.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha. No, I don't know any cities. I need to give me a city.
Because nobody lives there because it's desert.
Yeah, I know, but give me a city. I can't look up a city if I don't know the name of the city.
I told you it was going to be cold in Australia. I mean, like when I'm in Arkansas, it's not always, below freezing in the wintertime. 54 is pretty. If you're talking about Fahrenheit, it's still chilly. I mean, you're going to put on a jacket when you go outside or a hat. It's not warm. I don't know what you're trying to.
Live streams posted in the chat.
I mean, just pull up a temperature map of Australia. I mean, you can find that shit on Google pretty quick. See what it is right now. Even that hard to figure out. I mean, near the coast, it's warmer. And right in the middle of Australia, it's probably pretty fucking cold.
So the absolute dead center of Australia supposedly is a city called Alice Springs, and it's 71 degrees right now.
Really? Well, it's daytime there now. What temperature was it 12 hours ago?
39.
There you go. See, it's cold. That's cold. I mean, like I said, there ain't no gotcha, but anyway. Millennium Envoy. Have you talked to us before? Have you guys talked to this guy before, Millennium Envoy?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, call Millennium Envoy. Can you open your microphone and speak to the room? We talk about 24 We talk about Flat Earth 24/7 for the most part. We do talk about temperatures in Australia every once in a while.
If somebody asks, we'll tell you about the temperature in Australia.
And I'll tell you what, we actually have people from Australia that join quite often. So if you ever want to talk to an Australian or South Africa, we have some people from South Africa too. So Millennium Envoy, are you willing to open your microphone and talk to us? Do you think? We're not going to make any accusation. I'm not going to just beg you to open your microphone. I can do something else. So, Millennium Envoy, do you want to talk to us? You have a control of your microphone. You can click on the microphone and say, "Hey, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, how you doing?" But apparently, Millennium Envoy has no interest in that. Just wants to listen, or maybe joined and passed out, or maybe he's AFK making some coffee or some shit. Come back to Millennium Envoy. I like the name, though. I'm gonna lie, I like that name. It's a bold name, Millennium Envoy.
You hear me?
There you go. Oh, see, I told you he was a little bit AFK. If we give him a second.
No, just being selfish and mostly just listening.
So, how did you find the server? I mean,
I had to re-find this server because I had it like for a couple years, and then my account got banned in January.
well, that was because you're probably being an asshole, but that's okay. We'll forgive you. I'm just
probably, but so like I got
What do you think now?
so like I got an email like just saying like oh you just got removed from Discord for either posting misinformation or being involved in a server that does it. And I'm like,
You got an email
I just remade
from
my account.
Discord about our channel?
Not your channel. It didn't even say which channel. It just said oh you were involved in misinformation, and like it just deleted me with no examples, and then I just like cloned my account, same picture, same name, came back on Discord, but I couldn't find the server even if I searched it. So like
You have
my
to type
only
how to find us. You just type in 24/7 on Google, 24/7 space or 24/7 or 24/7 space flat space Earth space Discord. You'll find it right away.
yeah.
We're running.
Yeah, it's probably really probably has to be
Only way
really
you can find
specific.
us, but unless you, it's or you search that on.
Yeah, but they don't delete Flat Earth stuff. So what the fuck were you talking about that you got deleted off of Discord, my brother?
I was probably not when I was. It just said you were involved in a server that was posting misinformation.
But it
so I
wasn't
think I
this
had
one.
to.
It was just,
No.
you said it wasn't this one.
No, it couldn't have been because my only way back here was a friend that I recommended the server to, and I'm like, hey, do you still have the link to that? You still on that Flat Earth Discord server? And he gave me the link back, and I returned. But I think it was about it was a server that was kind of blabbing a lot about the prescription, the recent prescription. I'll just call it that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we avoid.
That's probably what did it.
It was only two things
Exactly.
I was thinking about. That was one of the two things I was thinking about. So okay.
And I wasn't talking about it, but I was like in the server that was. So there you go.
That's just
probably
like,
why.
I mean, it's like we live stream 24/7, and YouTube will get us on that one, and apparently Discord will too. So even if you're in a private room.
I mean, I got my account on Twitter got permanently banned. I never, so help me God, I never commented or liked any video on the entire platform. All I did was view videos. But mine is now permanently banned from Twitter.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, Twitter's never fucked with me. I've been live streaming the same thing we're doing here on Twitter. Never gotten a negative comment from Twitter. When I get like maybe 13 to maybe up to 45 viewers a day, and I've never gotten an email from Twitter saying your content's fucked up.
Do you know when they update their what do they call it? Update their policy or whatever? I always refresh the page and not click on their button. I've never contracted with them.
I don't even use Twitter very much, but I'm streaming on there. But they'll send me an email saying, "Hey, your viewership is up," and they'll tell me how many people are watching. And it's like, "Oh, so 20 people found your show today," and I'm just like, "All right, cool." Other than that, I mean, nobody really watches on Twitter. but they never sent me an email saying your content is fucked up. Like YouTube fucks with me all the time. But Twitter never does, and DLive, we're on DLive too, and they never fucking send me emails saying, "Hey, your shit's fucked up." They never send me emails. But
permanently suspended.
I get emails from on a constant basis, like several a day from YouTube saying, "Here's your first warning," or "We have a community guideline strike," or we have a copyright claim against your channel because somebody played a song, which it wouldn't. It's not even really a copyright song. I mean, it's just like I just ignore those emails. It's like, bitch, I'm gonna keep streaming on YouTube as long as I can.
I've never made a post. I've never made one post in my entire life on Twitter.
Well, I stream on the same stream that's on YouTube every day. Streams on my Twitter channel. Same exact stream, 24 hours a day.
Dude, I was banned on Twitter in 3 minutes. Like the first 3 minutes I was on it.
Dude, I've had three Twitch accounts banned trying to stream this same stream on Twitch. They got rid of me on Twitch, but Twitter, I haven't had a problem from the beginning. I've had the same Twitter account for freaking, I think, 10 years. So they haven't fucked with me at all. But I'm not that popular or anything. But we get people to find the Discord, and that's the purpose. When I stream this, what we're doing here, the only reason I stream it is for people to find the Discord so they can come and talk to us. It's not to get popular. It's for people to find the Discord, because for the most part, the format's not set up for us to respond to people that are watching the live stream. It's really set up to get people in here and talk to us, and then we can make a really decent conversation and make a show for everyone. If you want to listen, then that's what you want to do, listen. But if you want to get involved, it's a free and open platform. And that's how you found your way here, probably, Millennium Envoy, from clicking one of the links on a live stream or on a Discord channel. Like, hey,
I think I might have found it. Through Indio's channel way back. First time.
Videos he put up. Yeah, we use content from this server, put it up on our channels, and here's the link to the Discord. If you like what we're saying, jump in. And Indio has some really good content out there. So you've been following Flat Earth idea for a while. What do you think about it? I mean, do you think the Flat Earthers have some validity to their argument, or?
Oh yeah, I've been one for like 3 years. So 2019 was like the big year, and I was like, okay, this is true. And it ended with an interesting finale towards the end of the year. I was attending, it was my last year attending California University, Belly of the Beast. But anyways, one of the classes was like
You talking
pretty
about
pointless.
Cal?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, how great of an ending it was when I found out about Flat Earth in 2019, and like how it all ended, like with me giving a presentation on Flat Earth, and like everyone laughing at the beginning, and then no one laughing at the end.
And as part of your university study, you gave a presentation of Flat Earth as part
Yeah, because it was just like a random like literature course we had to take, and you had to give a presentation on something like either on folklore, and one of the options was any conspiracy theory. So that's what I went with. I'm like, I'm gonna go with this one. Yeah.
All right, so you prepared a whole Flat Earth presentation based on that?
Yeah, I mean they gave me like 15 to 20 minutes, so I couldn't include everything, but started giving them the fisheye lens and Mr. Blue Marble, just the basics, and
Did you have like a slideshow or was it?
Yeah, it was a PowerPoint.
Dude, I'd love.
It's pretty awesome.
Dude, you ought to recreate it and do it on here sometime.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like I just really liked it,
and we can share it.
Yeah. I still have it on Google.
So
Gmail, I think.
Tell us about what happened after. So obviously the entire. If that was your final test, for the class. Is that what you're saying for that class? That was your final presentation.
Yeah, it was a final project. Right. I got an A on it.
How many students were in the class at the time?
Between 30 and 40. It wasn't like a huge one, but it was
not huge. But that's not bad though. So you gave a PowerPoint presentation of Flat Earth, and just kind of tell us what it was like. Your professor is there saying, "Hey, I encourage you to do this." Is it a man or a woman that was your professor?
It was a lady, and she looked like, to be honest, she was pretty bored throughout the entire semester. So, like, it was just.
How about when you brought this in?
Yeah, it was hilarious because I'm like,
what would she look like when you were doing this?
Like speechless, like no comment, like But I picked Flat Earth also because like it's not a downer, right? It's like you're able to use comedy where you can't really do that with some other conspiracies. But like, I brought up Disney and everything, and like it was, Mr. Blue Marble, Sex in the Clouds. I'm like, sex is in the air, and like they were laughing at that. It was pretty awesome. Like it was a really positive one. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, man, you should recreate that and make a video. We can share it around. Do you still have it written?
Yeah, I'm still like gathering. I'm gathering things for like a really long YouTube video, and I'm kind of just like scavenging for more findings that you guys are coming up with, and like I'm always surprised, even though I know it's flat. Like I'm always surprised. Like wow, it's that clear to see. It's not like some complicated argument.
You're just waiting for better jokes to tell during the presentation.
Yeah.
Me too. It's just like sometimes I'm serious and I'm like, all right, so this. Let me ask you this: how do I make a stupid joke? It's like,
it's like
hey, get the joke. Did I make a joke that nobody's gonna get?
Like that's why I love I don't love it, but like I was in college for 5 years, so like it is the belly of the beast, but I've grown accustomed to that like that environment, that whole social scene. So like I'm really good at communicating to that group. I'm thinking about like returning on campus and just like giving red pills in some way.
So you're still in school?
No, I graduated in 2020. What a year, right? What a year to graduate.
What you thinking about going back?
Not to attend, just to like, return there with some red pills and then bail. Not attend more schooling.
Just like walk across campus, with a.
Yeah. Like maybe show them like, hey, do you think this scene of Derek Chauvin and this mugshot of Derek Chauvin are the same, and like the cognitive dissonance of like different topics. It'll be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought a lot about just like setting up downtown here where I live in Fayetteville. It's the home of the Hogs, right? And I know where all the students are going to be, at a certain time. I'll just set up some flyers.
Yeah.
And just be like, hey, you ever talk to anyone about flat Earth? And they might walk by, but some, it's how you fish, right? It's like set a hook.
Exactly.
And just like, hey, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth? Hey, flat Earth, flat Earth. It's like, what are you, flat Earth? We have a table set up, just like flat Earth, flat Earth. Somebody's going to come and talk to us about flat Earth, you know what I'm saying? It's like, God damn it, what do you mean, flat Earth? It's like, Earth isn't flat. I mean, what do you mean? And then we just, go from there.
Yeah.
And we do the same thing on here, so that's why it would be so easy to transition to doing the same thing in public, too. It's like, I know exactly the corner where there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of students walking by every single, at a certain time. And they don't have to stop, but a lot of them will. And so I think it'd be.
Yeah, just remember, though, you can't mute someone in person.
Well, I mean, they're in public. I mean, we're on a public sign, so I can record it. I mean, it's the law.
Right.
So I can record them at any time. And it's just like, I'll have cameras set up, and it's just like, hey, you're talking to me here on camera. We're going to put this on the YouTube channel. I mean, I might even do it live, but I think I'd record it first and then edit. But yeah, dude, it would be so easy to just get people to talk about flat Earth on that street. No.
Like Witsit just goes raw live streaming in random cities, and I'm like, dang.
That's how it's like. I told Witsit, I told him where to set up. Well, I told him where he should set up in Little Rock, but this where I'm talking about in Fayetteville is even better. It's because I used to live in Little Rock, but that's more party scene. This like where I'm talking about in Fayetteville is college scene, and there's always college kids there. Yeah, somebody's going to talk about flat Earth. So somebody's going to like take it, and be like, all right, I'll talk. What do you got? I mean, bro, there's freaking hundreds of kids walk down that street every day. Somebody's going to talk about flat Earth. So.
Yeah, really, like, I mean, college is really, like, peers have potential there. They're just, like,
especially, like,
potential's inverted.
Especially, like, after summer, right when they come back to town, they're getting ready to do their classes and shit. They're getting in their dorms, starting their parties and stuff. They're going to be right downtown. It's like, this is right down from the university, man, where I'm talking about setting up. It's just
nice.
Hundreds of people just walking around all the time. You just wear a flat Earth hat and t-shirt and have a couple of flyers and a table. Just like, hey, flat Earth, flat. Just have a couple of cameras. They'd be like, I guarantee you, it'd just be like in a whole fish freaking salmon pool. Like, hey, flat. And you could have like 10, 12 of them going, wait, mate, I have a question. It's like, one at a time, please. So what about, why would they lie about the Earth? It's like, well, that's later. Let's get back to this question. Well, if Earth is flat, how does the seasons work? It's just like, hey, you're all going to ask the same question this person asked, so let me answer it for all of you, that kind of thing.
Or just have like a list of the basic questions out, like, which do you want to pick from this menu? Like it's a menu.
Like, we already know what you're going to say. Pick one. That'd be kind of rude, though. Because we all have the same questions, too. So, but it's not, I wouldn't do that to them. Yeah, that would be kind of. like, we already know what you're gonna say. Here, pick one you want to. They might be ignorant. Be like, that's a good question. It's just like, yeah, I thought about that the first time I heard of it too, and so I can answer it because I've been talking about this for 7-8 years. So anyway, so I'm going to answer this question. So I mean, they might be offended by us already having their questions before they answer them or ask them. I mean, that could be kind of rude, but might not be a bad idea. Bad idea to go ahead and list them just to show them we already know what they're going to say. Once they figure it out.
Or just like have a list and also have tallies next to each question every time it's asked. Like this has already been asked 12 times. Like
just like 1, 2, 3, 4. But no, that's not what we're about. We're actually there to meet people just like we are here. We meet people, we're patient, or we try to be patient, and we answer questions and introduce them to the idea. You don't know. Nobody here is trying to preach the gospel of flat Earth or anything like that. If you don't like our idea, go somewhere else. If you think, it's like, hey, I'm going to show you flat earthers that it's a globe and you guys are dumb. Bro, all of us thought the Earth was a globe in the first place. Why do you think we're doing this? I probably know more about the globe and the way I used to think. As a matter of fact, the reason I know that it can't be a globe is because I know more about the globe than your dumbass. So why are you trying to convince me that the Earth is a globe when I already know all that shit? As a matter of fact, even on top of that, every time I argue about the flat versus globe, they learn more about the flat Earth, and I learn more about the globe Earth, and that's been going on for 7 years. So you think you're going to convince me that the Earth is a globe now, or are you going to convince the other people that are listening to me talk to you about this globe Earth? It's not going to happen, man. So you think the Earth is a globe? Bring some shit on. And we're going to have a discussion, but you're not going to try to convince me.
You're crazy, Helio. The Globers have been doing so good recently. They've been killing their arguments.
Crushing, dude. You saw those new photos?
Yeah, you can tell by how they're begging flat earthers to come on their channel and talk about the globe with them. You notice how many globe earthers that used to have these debates all the time aren't doing it anymore?
You can only be a punching bag for so long.
I'll go on their channel if they pay me every super chat. Like if they go live and then they pay me money, every super chat they get, they give me the money. I'll go on there and talk about flat Earth. It used to be half, but no, not anymore. The entire thing. I want all your super chat money. I don't think any flat earthers should touch any of these anti-flat earth channels unless they give them all the profits from that channel, because they're nothing without us. Call me a dick, but not, I am.
You're a dick, dude. You're a dick.
Say it.
So am I, by the way.
It's just like, to be honest, I mean, it's like, should we support these anti-flat earthers by going on their channel and just like, hey, you want to have a debate about flat Earth? And then while we're sitting there, debating, it's just not a debate, it's just kind of a shit show. And they'll
yeah, I've seen the debates. They're pretty
$100 in super chats, and because you're there and you're the show, right? Like, motherfucker, you're not going to give me shit? Any of that money that you made tonight, you're not going to give me any of it, even though you invited me on the show. I'm just like, bro, since you're not going to even offer it, I'm not sure if that happened in the past. I could be wrong. Maybe some of those guys offered them part of their funding in the past. But it's like, bro, if you invited me on the show and you're going to make a shitload of money off of me, you better give me some of that, or I'm just going to. Not only am I never coming back, I'm going to talk shit about you for the rest of my life.
Yeah, the debates don't really become productive. Like, I remember one guy who was he was debating Witsit, and in the same debate, he said, like, look at this geometric horizon. He was showing Witsit, like, look at this geometric horizon, and then, like, deeper into the debate, he's like, you never see the geometric horizon.
No shit.
I think it was Batoon, I think his name was.
Yeah.
And then, like, some other guy he debated was Hosho, I believe. I think that was his name. And then Witsit's like, okay, show me, where you can get gas pressure without a container. And he showed Witsit a container. It was like, yeah, but in the container is a vacuum. He's like, okay, but there's a container. And Kosho's like, where's the container? I'm not joking. I can link you the debate. Pretty bad.
No, I get you. Dude, Kosho's been on here for years. Yeah, I've talked to him. He's kind of, doesn't make sense a lot of times. Hey, Millennium Envoy, I can tell you've been here before. You said you had to create another account. I just went ahead and gave you the Flat Earther role. I can tell you're a Flat Earther.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're good. Good to go on.
Kind of enjoyed the mystery role, but yeah.
I'm in the VC Verify. There's not much to do with that. I mean, Flat Earther's not necessarily different, but I can tell you're a Flat Earther. What the roles from here would be, I can add a role where you can, share links and images, but I don't remember. Do you remember me talking to you before or whatever? I don't necessarily remember talking to you.
I don't think so.
So until we get to know each other, I won't give you any other roles that will give you other perms. But yeah, I can tell you're a Flat Earther because we're
it's like any images I share.
Same language, man. Speaking the same jive.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a Flat Earther role. A lot of times when people come in here with VC Verify, it takes we shouldn't give the Flat Earther role until at least maybe 24 hours. But but you've been speaking for a while. I can tell you're a Flat. No reason not to.
Flat Earth has no accent, man.
The more you continue to participate, if you want to get some more perms to like share links and images and stuff, just keep talking. You'll meet other moderators and stuff. Like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and are you gonna once you if you get involved in a conversation, hey, I want to share a link or share an image, then you can ask, kind of like early freaking Saturday morning. Which means that I was asleep this time yesterday, and then I woke up late for work. As a matter of fact, though, I think I woke up about this time yesterday, went out and smoked a cigarette, went back to bed. Then I woke up late for work, and my boss was calling me going, are you at work? I was like, no, I ain't at work. And they get your ass there. And I was like, fuck. So I was over an hour late for work, but I still got a job. And anyway, that's the kind of piece of shit I am. But you know what else? You know what else? I'm really good at my job, so they put up with me sometimes.
It sounds like it.
Pretty hard to get skilled labor nowadays. So
it is, bro. I'm really good at what I do. So it's almost impossible to replace me. I mean, I'm not trying to take advantage of it. I want to be there because, I mean, shit, when I show up an hour and a half late, I ain't making that hour and a half of money, you know? So, I mean, it's like, it hurts me too. You know, I didn't mean to wake up late, but, you know, because I want that money, but like I'm taking advantage of it. Just kind of the way it works.
So I saw this video today. It was a Pink Floyd concert, and they had this huge screen above the stage, and it appeared as if Pink Floyd is trying to wake up the boomers to the struggles going on in the world. So the caption at the bottom of the video was like, if they're trying to wake up the boomers right now, that means something crazy is about to happen. So I had a tendency to agree with the caption, actually.
All right, well, can you show me what you're talking about?
Yeah. Let me try to find it.
Because I mean, they were trying to wake up the boomers, you know, in the 70s when the boomers were not boomers. When they wrote The Wall. You know what I mean?
Pick them up about what?
Yeah. My dad didn't want nothing to do with that.
Bro,
my dad's an alpha boomer, dude. he don't give a fuck about truth, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about Pink Floyd when they wrote the album The Wall.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I listened to that in 9th grade. My 9th grade teacher made us listen to that. I remember that.
Well, it's a truther album. Hello? Is there anybody in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on now. I hear you're feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. Relax. I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain. You are receding. That's part of The Wall. It's one of the really good songs called Comfortably Numb. We have Mother, do you think they'll drop the bomb? So yeah, I mean, yeah, show me what you have with Pink Floyd opening Boomer's Eyes. I think they were trying to open Boomer's Eyes 30 years ago.
Let me see. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Let me look.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen to The Wall. So that's them trying to open people's eyes 30 years ago. This is not how I am. Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon too, bro. Let me come comfortably now. Bro. Hey, were you guys listening, or anybody listening, when I played 1984 audiobook last night, and it was like really late, and that's why I was playing. I woke up in the morning, it was still playing, and then I restarted the stream. It was still playing, and then I listened later, and Gospel Bear came in, and he was playing Animal Farm by George Orwell, same author. A lot shorter video.
Yeah, I had to look up George Orwell. I had the wrong idea about George Orwell, by the way. I thought George Orwell was part of them, but apparently he wasn't. Apparently he was a part of the resistance, actually.
Well, I mean, he was part of the. He grew up in the elite families, but he's a brilliant author, and he had a way of exposing, what he was experiencing.
In his later life, he was considered an anti-Semite.
Don't they say that about everyone?
Yeah, I'm guilty too. Yeah.
So fuck them. They can fucking say it about me one day. But anyway, but I was gonna play before. I didn't when I started that 1984, I knew it was long. It was it's like 10 hours long, but it's dramatized, so it had the sounds in the background and shit. It sounded pretty cool. And then but that Animal Farm, it's like 3 hours long, and so it was a really good idea for Gospel Bear to go ahead and play that, because that's I listened to that same exact one about probably 6-7 months ago. It's really, really good rendition of that, and it's only a few hours long. But I also have another version, not a version. I have a Aldous Huxley Brave New World that's on YouTube as well. It's really good. If everybody if you guys want to talk, or you want to, because eventually, I mean, I got, it looks like everything's slowing down. And once everything just stops, I'm going to go ahead and play that Brave New World book. And I ain't trying to shut everybody up, because I'm not going to be up much longer.
I hear you. I'm about done myself. So,
well, let me set this up. I'm going to get this Brave New World set up, because I already have it pulled, and I'll play that through the night for people that join. It's a really good story too. I mean, they have an Paramount Plus. They made a whole series on this story, and there's an audio series from back in the day. I mean, it's a pretty popular film. And Aldous Huxley is the nephew of Sigmund Freud. So this is it's a really cool story. I mean, you've probably heard aspects of it before. You'll recognize it when you start listening to it.
You mean the same Sigmund Freud that wanted to have sex with his own mother? Is that the Sigmund Freud you're referring to?
Probably the same person. This is his nephew. And what he wrote a story about this. This was kind of a description of what everyone's experience. It's mostly an asexual but a pansexual experience for everyone. But he wrote this shit like in the 50s, early 60s is when he wrote it, I think. And not that I'm promoting it, I'm just telling you these elitists were writing books like this, and they were supposed part of these elite families and shit. Anyway, but it also shows you how the elite control and manipulate the population and shit.
So that video I just posted is what I was talking about. It was like a marquee above the stage that was sending out messages.
So the one you posted. Oh well. You said so. Wait, you said that is the one you're talking about? The what isn't? The ruling class teach your children well. Teach your children well. Their father's hell could slowly go by.
I mean, good for Pink Floyd for being able to sell out stadiums still, by the way.
No shit, bro. David Gilmour is one of my favorite fucking artists, man. I love David Gilmour. Dude, that looks like an awesome stage, too, bro. Rule the world. Control. Oh, that's freaking awesome, man. I'd love to see that.
Let's shop till we drop, it says.
Did it? See, he's playing freaking The Wall right there. We don't need no control the narrative. Alone. You hear that? Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. Control the narrative. Rule the world. That's nice, bro. So this is one of their recent concerts?
That's my take on it, yeah, recently.
So I think it probably this was uploaded by this person on yesterday. Today. Yeah, on or is that your channel?
No, I don't have a channel. No, I found that today as well.
Decoding Satan uploaded that today on BitChute. To help the rich. Wow, that to fuck the poor. Oh, both here at home and over there, bro. If they come anywhere near here, I'm going to that freaking concert. The avarice rules. Yeah! And wise men are fools. Let's shop till we drop. You're a little bit ahead of me. We're the cream of the crop. Dude, I would love to see that concert. That's an awesome display, man. The many should slave for the few. Us good, them evil. Us good, them evil. Burn books, keep them hooked. Burn books, keep them hooked. Dude, I'd love to see that concert. So let's listen to this Brave New World. It's a very interesting novel. Find where which tab I had it open in. Sure. Oh, here it is. Pretty sure this is the entire Brave New World complete dramatized audiobook. Share. Copy. See if this works.
Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Read by Steve Parker. 1. A squat, grey building of only 34 stories. Over the main entrance, the words Central London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, and in a shield, the World State's motto, Community, Identity, Stability. The enormous room on the ground floor faced towards the north. Cold for all the summer beyond the panes, for all the tropical heat of the room itself, a harsh, thin light glared through the windows, hungrily seeking some draped lay figure, some pallid shape of academic gooseflesh, but finding only the glass and nickel and bleakly shining porcelain of a laboratory. Winteriness responded to winteriness. The overalls of the workers were white, their hands gloved with a pale, corpse-colored rubber. The light was frozen, dead, a ghost. Only from the yellow barrels of the microscopes did it borrow a certain rich and living substance, lying along the polished tubes like butter, streak after luscious streak in long recession down the work tables. "And this," said the director, opening the door, "is the fertilizing room." Bent over their instruments, 300 fertilizers were plunged as the director of hatcheries and conditioning entered the room, into the scarcely breathing silence, the absent-minded soliloquizing hum or whistle of absorbed concentration. A troop of newly arrived students, very young, pink and callow, followed nervously, rather abjectly, at the director's heels. Each of them carried a notebook in which, whenever the great man spoke, he desperately scribbled, straight from the horse's mouth. It was a rare privilege. The DHC for Central London always made a point of personally conducting his new students round the various departments. "Just to give you a general idea," he would explain to them. For, of course, some sort of general idea they must have if they were to do their work intelligently, though as little of one, as they were to be good and happy members of society as possible. For particulars, as everyone knows, make for virtue and happiness. Generalities are intellectually necessary evils. Not philosophers, but fret-sawyers and stamp collectors compose the backbone of society. "Tomorrow," he would add, smiling at them with a slightly menacing geniality, "you'll be settling down to serious work. You won't have time for generalities. Meanwhile, it was a privilege. Straight from the horse's mouth into the notebook, the boys scribbled like mad." Tall and rather thin, but upright, the director advanced into the room. He had a long chin and big, rather prominent teeth, just covered, when he was not talking, by his full, floridly curved lips. Old, young, 30, 50, 55, it was hard to say, and anyhow the question didn't arise. In this year of stability, AF 632, it didn't occur to you to ask it. "I shall begin at the beginning," said the DHC, and the more zealous students recorded his intention in their notebooks. Begin at the beginning. "These," he waved his hand, "are the incubators." And opening an insulated door, he showed them racks upon racks of numbered test tubes. "The weak supply of overkept," he explained, "at blood heat, whereas the male gametes," and here he opened another door, "they have to be kept at 35 instead of 37, full blood heat sterilizers. Rams wrapped in thermogene beget no lambs." Still leaning against the incubators, he gave them, while the pencils scurried illegibly across the pages, a brief description of the modern fertilizing process. Spoke first, of course, of its surgical introduction. The operation undergone voluntarily for the good of society, not to mention the fact that it carries a bonus amounting to 6 months' salary. Continued with some account of the technique for preserving the excised ovary alive and actively developing, passed on to a consideration of optimum temperature, salinity, viscosity, referred to the liquor in which the detached and ripened eggs were kept, and, leading his charges to the work tables, actually showed them how this liquor was drawn off from the test tubes, how it was let out drop by drop onto the specially warmed slides of the microscopes, how the eggs which it contained were inspected for abnormalities, counted and transferred to a porous receptacle, how, and he now took them to watch the operation, this receptacle was immersed in a warm bouillon containing free-swimming spermatozoa at a minimum concentration of 100,000 per cubic centimeter, he insisted, and how, after 10 minutes, the container was lifted out of the liquid and its contents re-examined, how, if any of the eggs remained unfertilized, it was again immersed, and if necessary, yet again. How the fertilized ova went back to the incubators, where the alphas and betas remained until definitely bottled, while the gammas, deltas, and epsilons were brought out again after only 36 hours to undergo Buchanovsky's process. "Buchanovsky's process," repeated the director, and the students underlined the words in their little notebooks. "1 egg, one embryo, one adult normality. But a Bukanovskified egg will bud, will proliferate, will divide from 8 to 96 buds, and every bud will grow into a perfectly formed embryo, and every embryo into a full-sized adult, making 96 human beings grow where only one grew before. Progress. Essentially, the DHC concluded, Bukanovskification consists of a series of arrests of development. We check the normal growth, and paradoxically enough, the egg responds by budding. Responds by budding. The pencils were busy. He pointed. On a very slowly moving band, a rack full of test tubes was entering a large metal box. Another rack full was emerging. Machinery faintly purred. It took 8 minutes for the tubes to go through, he told them. 8 minutes of hard X-rays being about as much as an egg can stand. A few died. Of the rest, the least susceptible divided into 2, most put out 4 buds, some 8. All were returned to the incubators where the buds began to develop, then, after 2 days, were suddenly chilled and checked. 2, 4, 8, the buds in their turn budded, and having budded were dosed almost to death with alcohol, consequently burgeoned again, and having budded, bud out of bud, were therefore further arrest being generally fatal, left to develop in peace. By which time, the original egg was in a fair way to becoming anything from 8 to 96 embryos, a prodigious improvement, you will agree, on nature. Identical twins, but not in piddling 2s and 3s as in the old viviparous days when an egg would sometimes accidentally divide, actually by dozens, by scores at a time. Scores, the director repeated, and flung out his arms as though he were distributing largesse. Scores. But one of the students was fool enough to ask where the advantage lay. My good boy, the director wheeled sharply round on him. Can't you see? Can't you see? He raised a hand. His expression was solemn. Bukanovsky's process is one of the major instruments of social stability. Major instruments of social stability. Standard men and women in uniform batches. The whole of a small factory staffed with the products of a single Bukanovskified egg. 96 identical twins working 96 identical machines. The voice was almost tremulous with enthusiasm. You really know where you are for the first time in history. He quoted the planetary motto. Community, identity, stability. Grand words. If we could Bukanovskify indefinitely, the whole problem would be solved. Solved by standard gammas, unvarying deltas, uniform epsilons, millions of identical twins. The principles of mass production at last applied to biology. But alas, the director shook his head. We can't Bukanovskify indefinitely. 96 seemed to be the limit, 72 a good average. From the same ovary and with gametes of the same male to manufacture as many batches of identical twins as possible, that was the best, sadly a second best, that they could do, and even that was difficult. For in nature, it takes 30 years for 200 eggs to reach maturity, but our business is to stabilize the population at this moment, here and now. Dribbling out twins over a quarter of a century, what would be the use of that? Obviously, no use at all. But Podsnap's technique had immensely accelerated the process of ripening. They could make sure of at least 150 mature eggs within 2 years. Fertilize and Bukanovskify, in other words, multiply by 72, and you get an average of nearly 11,000 brothers and sisters in 150 batches of identical twins, all within 2 years of the same age. And in exceptional cases, we can make one ovary yield us over 15,000 adult individuals. Beckoning to a fair-haired, ruddy young man who happened to be passing at the moment, Mr. Foster, he called. The ruddy young man approached. Can you tell us the record for a single ovary, Mr. Foster? 16,012 in this center, Mr. Foster replied without hesitation. He spoke very quickly, had a vivacious blue eye, and took an evident pleasure in quoting figures. 16,012 in 189 batches of identicals, But of course they've done much better, he rattled on. In some of the tropical centres, Singapore has often produced over 16,500, and Mombasa has actually touched the 17,000 mark, but then they have unfair advantages. You should see the way a Negro ovary responds to pituitary. It's quite astonishing when you're used to working with European materials. Still, he added with a laugh, but the light of combat was in his eyes and the lift of his chin was challenging. Still, we mean to beat them if we can. I'm working on a wonderful Delta Minus ovary at this moment, only just 18 months old. Over 12,700 children already, either decanted or in embryo, and still going strong. We'll beat them yet. That's the spirit I like, cried the director, and clapped Mr. Foster on the shoulder. Come along with us and give these boys the benefit of your expert knowledge. Mr. Foster smiled modestly. With pleasure. They went. In the bottling room, all was harmonious bustle and ordered activity. Flaps of fresh sow's peritoneum, ready cut to the proper size, came shooting up in little lifts from the organ store in the sub-basement. Whiz, and then click, the lift hatches hew open. The bottle liner had only to reach out a hand, take the flap, insert, smooth down, and before the line bottle had had time to travel out of reach along the endless band, whiz, click, another flap of peritoneum had shot up from the depths, ready to be slipped into yet another bottle, and next of that slow, interminable procession on the band. Next to the liners stood the matriculators. The procession advanced. One by one, the eggs were transferred from their test tubes to the larger containers. Deftly, the peritoneal lining was slit, the morula dropped into place, the saline solution poured in, and already the bottle had passed, and it was turn of the labelers. Heredity, date of fertilization, membership of Bukanovsky group details were transferred from test tube to bottle. No longer anonymous, but named, identified, the procession marched slowly on through an opening in the wall, slowly on into the social predestination room. 88 cubic meters of card index, said Mr. Foster with relish as they entered. Containing all the relevant information, added the director, brought up to date every morning and coordinated every afternoon, on the basis of which they make their calculations. So many individuals of such and such quality, said Mr. Foster. Distributed in such and such quantities. The optimum decanting rate at any given moment, unforeseen wastages promptly made good. Promptly, repeated Mr. Foster. If he knew the amount of overtime I had to put in after the last Japanese earthquake, he laughed good-humouredly and shook his head. The predestinators send in the figures to the fertilizers, who give them embryos they ask for, and the bottles come in here to be predestined in detail, after which they are sent down to the embryo store, where we now proceed ourselves. And opening a door, Mr. Foster led the way down a staircase into the basement. The temperature was still tropical. They descended into a thickening twilight. 2 doors and a passage with a double turn ensured the cellar against any possible infiltration of the day. Embryos are like photograph film, said Mr. Foster waggishly as he pushed open the second door. They can only stand red light. And, in effect, the sultry darkness into which the students now followed him was visible and crimson, like the darkness of closed eyes on a summer's afternoon. The bulging flanks of row on receding row and tier above tier of bottles glinted with innumerable rubies, and amongst the rubies moved the dim red spectres of men and women with purple eyes and all the symptoms of lupus. The hum and rattle of machinery faintly stirred the air. "Give them a few figures, Mr. Foster," said the director, who was tired of talking. Mr. Foster was only too happy to give them a few figures. 220 meters long, 200 wide, 10 high, he pointed upwards. Like chickens drinking, the students lifted their eyes towards the distant ceiling. 3 tiers of racks, ground floor level, first gallery, second gallery. The spidery steel work of gallery above gallery faded away in all directions into the dark. Near them, 3 red ghosts were busily unloading demijohns from a moving staircase. The escalator from the social predestination room. Each bottle could be placed on one of 15 racks. Each rack, though you couldn't see it, was a conveyor, travelling at the rate of 33 1/3 centimeters an hour. 267 days at 8 meters a day, 2,136 meters in all. 1 circuit of the cellar at ground level, 1 on the first gallery, half on the second, and on the 267th morning, Daylight in the decanting room. Independent existence, so called. But in the interval, Mr. Foster concluded, we've managed to do a lot to them. Oh, a very great deal. His laugh was knowing and triumphant. That's the spirit I like, said the director once more. Let's walk around. You tell them everything, Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster duly told them. Told them of the growing embryo on its bed of peritoneum. Made them taste the rich blood surrogate on which it fed. Explained why it had to be stimulated with placentin and thyroxin. Told them of the corpus luteum extract. Showed them the jets through which at every 12th meter from 0 to 2040 it was automatically injected. Spoke of those gradually increasing doses of pituitary administered during the final 96 meters of the course. Described the artificial maternal circulation installed in every bottle at meter 112. Showed them the reservoir of blood surrogate, the centrifugal pump that kept the liquid moving over the placenta and drove it through the synthetic lung and waste product filter. Referred to the embryo's troublesome tendency to anemia, to the massive doses of hog stomach extract and fetal foal's liver with which, in consequence, it had to be supplied. Showed them the simple mechanism by means of which, during the last 2 meters out of every 8, all the embryos were simultaneously shaken into familiarity with movement. Hinted at the gravity of so-called trauma of decanting, and enumerated the precautions taken to minimize, by a suitable training of the bottled embryo, that dangerous shock. Told them of the test for sex carried out in the neighborhood of meter 200, explained the system of labeling, a T for the males, a circle for the females, and for those who are destined to become free martins, a question mark, black on a white ground. For of course, said Mr. Foster, in the vast majority of cases fertility is merely a nuisance. 1 fertile ovary in 1200, that would really be quite sufficient for our purposes. But we want to have a good choice, and of course one must always have an enormous margin of safety. So we allow as many as 30% of the female embryos to develop normally. The others get a dose of male sex hormone every 24 meters for the rest of the course. Result, they're decanted as free martins. Structurally quite normal, except he had to admit that they do have the slightest tendency to grow beards. But sterile, guaranteed sterile, which brings us at last, continued Mr. Foster, out of the realm of mere slavish imitation of nature into the much more interesting world of human invention. He rubbed his hands, for, of course, they didn't content themselves with merely hatching out embryos. Any cow could do that. We also predestine and condition. We decant our babies as socialized human beings, as alphas or epsilons, as future sewer workers or future... He was going to say future world controllers, but corrected himself and said future directors of hatcheries instead. The DHC acknowledged the compliment with a smile. They were passing meter 320 on rack 11. A young beta-minus mechanic was busy with screwdriver and spanner on the blood surrogate pump of a passing bottle. The hum of the electric motor deepened by fractions of a tone as he turned the nuts. Down, down. A final twist, a glance at the revolution counter, and he was done. He moved 2 paces down the line and began the same process on the next pump. Reducing the number of revolutions per minute, Mr. Foster explained. The surrogate goes round slower, therefore passes through the lung at longer intervals, therefore gives the embryo less oxygen. Nothing like oxygen shortage for keeping an embryo below par. Again he rubbed his hands. But why do you want to keep the embryo below par? Asked an ingenious student. Ass, said the director, breaking a long silence. Hasn't it occurred to you that an epsilon embryo must have an epsilon environment as well as an epsilon heredity? It evidently hadn't occurred to him. He was covered with confusion. The lower the caste, said Mr. Foster, the shorter the oxygen. The first organ affected was the brain. After that, the skeleton. At 70% of normal oxygen, you got dwarves. At less than 70, eyeless monsters. Who are no use at all, concluded Mr. Foster. Whereas, his voice became confidential and eager. If they could discover a technique for shortening the period of maturation, what a triumph, what a benefaction to society! Consider the horse. They considered it. Mature at 6, the elephant at 10. While at 13 a man is not yet sexually mature and is only full grown at 20, hence, of course, that fruit of delayed development, the human intelligence. But in epsilons, said Mr. Foster very justly, we just don't need human intelligence. Didn't need and didn't get it. But though the epsilon mind was mature at 10, the epsilon body was not fit to work till 18. Long years of superfluous and wasted immaturity. If the physical development could be speeded up till it was as quick, say, as a cow's, what an enormous savings to the community. Enormous, muttered the students. Mr. Foster's enthusiasm was infectious. He became rather technical, spoke of the abnormal endocrine coordination which made men grow so slowly, postulated a germinal mutation to account for it. Could the effects of this germinal mutation be undone? Could the individual epsilon embryos be made a revert by a suitable technique to the normality of dogs and cows? That was the problem, and it was all but solved. Pilkington at Mombasa had produced individuals who were sexually mature at 4 and full-grown at 6.5, a scientific triumph, but socially useless. 6-year-old men and women were too stupid to do even epsilon work, and the process was an all-or-nothing one. Either you failed to modify at all, or else you modified the whole way. They were still trying to find the ideal compromise between adults of 20 and adults of 6. So far, without success, Mr. Foster sighed and shook his head. Their wanderings through the crimson twilight had brought them to the neighborhood of meter 170 on Rack 9. From this point onwards, Rack 9 was enclosed, and the bottle performed the remainder of their journey in a kind of tunnel, interrupted here and there by openings 2 or 3 meters wide. Heat conditioning, said Mr. Foster. Hot tunnels alternated with cool tunnels. Coolness was wedded to discomfort in the form of hard X-rays. By the time they were decanted, the embryos had a horror of cold. They were predestined to emigrate to the tropics, to be miner and acetate silk spinners and steel workers. Later on, their minds would be made to endorse the judgment of their bodies. We condition them to thrive on heat, concluded Mr. Foster. Our colleagues upstairs will teach them to love it. And that, put in the director sententiously, that is the secret of happiness and virtue liking what you've got to do. All conditioning aims at that, making people like their inescapable social destiny. In a gap between 2 tunnels, a nurse was delicately probing with a long, fine syringe into the gelatinous contents of a passing bottle. The student and their guide stood watching her for a few moments in silence. Well, Lenina, said Mr. Foster when at last she withdrew the syringe and straightened herself up. The girl turned with a start. One could see that, for all the lupus and the purple eyes, she was uncommonly pretty. Henry! Her smile flashed redly at him, a row of coral teeth. Charming, charming, murmured the director, and, giving her 2 or 3 little pats, received in exchange a rather deferential smile for himself. What are you giving them? Asked Mr. Foster, making his tone very professional. Oh, the usual typhoid and sleeping sickness. Tropical workers start being inoculated at meter 150, Mr. Foster explained to the students. The embryos still have gills. We immunize the fish against the future man's diseases. Then, turning back to Lelina, 10 to 5 on the roof this afternoon, he said, as usual. Charming, said the director once more, and with a final pat, moved away after the others. On Rack 10, rows of Next Generation's chemical workers were being trained in the toleration of lead, caustic soda, tar, and chlorine. The first of a batch of 250 embryonic rocket plane engineers was just passing the 1100-meter mark on Rack 3. A special mechanism kept their containers in constant rotation. To improve their sense of balance, Mr. Foster explained. Doing repairs on the outside of a rocket in mid-air is a ticklish job. We slacken off the circulation when they're right way up so that they're half-starved, and double the flow of surrogate when they're upside down. They learn to associate topsy-turvydom with well-being. In fact, they're only truly happy when they're standing on their heads. And now, Mr. Foster went on, I'd like to show you some very interesting conditioning for Alpha Plus intellectuals. We have a big batch of them on Rack 5, first gallery level. He called to 2 boys who had started to go down to the ground floor. They're round about meter 900, he explained. You really can't do any useful intellectual conditioning till the fetuses have lost their tails. Follow me. But the director had looked at his watch. 10 to 3, he said. No time for the intellectual embryos, I'm afraid. We must go up to the nurseries before the children have finished their afternoon sleep. Mr. Foster was disappointed. At least one glance in the decanting room, he pleaded. Very well, then, the director smiled indulgently. Just one glance. Two. Mr. Foster was left in the decanting room. The DHC and his students stepped into the nearest lift and were carried up to the 5th floor. Infant nurseries, neo-Pavlovian conditioning rooms, announced the notice board. The director opened a door. They were in a large bare room, very bright and sunny, for the whole of the southern wall was a single window. Half a dozen nurses, trousered and jacketed in the regulation white viscose linen uniform, their hair aseptically hidden under white caps, were engaged in setting out bowls of roses in a long row across the floor. Big bowls, packed tight with blossom. Thousands of petals, ripe, blown, and silkily smooth, like the cheeks of innumerable little cherubs, but of cherubs, in that bright light, not exclusively pink and Aryan, but also luminously Chinese, also Mexican, also apoplectic with too much blowing of celestial trumpets, also pale as death, pale with the posthumous whiteness of marble. The nurses stiffened to attention as the DHC came in. "Set out the books," he said curtly. In silence, the nurses obeyed his command. Between the rose bowls, the books were duly set out, a row of nursery quartos opened invitingly, each at some gaily coloured image of bird or fish or beast. "Now bring in the children." They hurried out of the room and returned in a minute or two, each pushing a kind of tall dumbwaiter laden, on all its 4 wire-netted shelves, with 8-month-old babies, all exactly alike, a Bukhanovsky group, it was evident, and all, since their caste was Delta, dressed in khaki. "Put them on the floor." The infants were unloaded. "Now turn them so that they can see the flowers and books." Turned, the babies at once fell silent, then began to crawl towards those clusters of sleek colours, those shapes so gay and brilliant on the white pages. As they approached, the sun came out of a momentary eclipse behind a cloud. The roses flamed up as though with a sudden passion from within. A new and profound significance seemed to suffuse the shining pages of the books. From the ranks of the crawling babies came little squeals of excitement, gurgles and twitterings of pleasure. The director rubbed his hands. "Excellent," he said. "It might almost have been done on purpose." The swiftest crawlers were already at their goal. Small hands reached out uncertainly, touched, grasped, unpetaling the transfigured roses, crumpling the illuminated pages of the books. The director waited until all were happily busy. Then, "Watch carefully," he said, and lifting his hand, he gave the signal. The head nurse, who was standing by a switchboard at the other end of the room, pressed down a little lever. There was a violent explosion. Shriller and ever shriller a siren shrieked. Alarm bells maddeningly sounded. The children started, screamed, their faces were distorted with terror. "And now," the director shouted, for the noise was deafening, "now we proceed to rub in the lesson with a mild electric shock." He waved his hand again, and the head nurse pressed a second lever. The screaming of the babies suddenly changed its tone. There was something desperate, almost insane, about the sharp, spasmodic yelps to which they now gave utterance. Their little bodies twitched and stiffened, their limbs moved jerkily as if to the tug of unseen wires. "We can electrify that whole strip of floor," bawled the director in explanation. "But that's enough," he signaled to the nurse. The explosions ceased. The bells stopped ringing. The shriek of the siren died down from tone to tone into silence. The stiffly twitching bodies relaxed, and what had become the sob and yelp of infant maniacs broadened out once more into a normal howl of ordinary terror. "Offer them the flowers and the books again." The nurses obeyed, but at the approach of the roses, at the mere sight of those gaily coloured images of pussy and cock-a-doodle-doo and bar-bar black sheep, the infants shrank away in horror. The volume of their howling suddenly increased. "Observe," said the director triumphantly. "Observe." Books and loud noises, flowers and electric shocks. Already in the infant mind, these couples were compromisingly linked, and after 200 repetitions of the same or a similar lesson, would be wedded indissolubly. What man has joined, nature is powerless to put asunder. They'll grow up with what the psychologists used to call an instinctive hatred of books and flowers. Reflexes unalterably conditioned. They'll be safe from books and botany all their lives. The director turned to his nurses. Take them away again. Still yelling, the khaki babies were loaded onto their dumbwaiters and wheeled out, leaving behind them the smell of sour milk and a most welcome silence. One of the students held up his hand, and though he could see quite well why you couldn't have lower caste people wasting the community's time over books, and that there were always the risk of their reading something which might undesirably decondition one of their reflexes, yet, well, he couldn't quite understand about the flowers. Why go to the trouble of making it psychologically impossible for deltas to like flowers? Patiently, the DHC explained. If the children were made to scream at the sight of a rose, that was on grounds of high economic policy. Not so very long ago, a century or thereabouts, gammas, deltas, even epsilons had been conditioned to like flowers, flowers in particular, and wild nature in general. The idea was to make them want to be going out into the country at every available opportunity, and so compel them to consume transport. And didn't they consume transport? Asked the student. Quite a lot, the DHC replied, but nothing else. Primroses and landscapes, he pointed out, have one grave deficit. They are gratuitous. A love of nature keeps no factories busy. It was decided to abolish the love of nature, at any rate amongst the lower classes, to abolish the love of nature but not the tendency to consume transport. For, of course, it was essential that they should keep on going to the country even though they hated it. The problem was to find an economically sounder reason for consuming transport than a mere affection for primroses and landscapes. It was duly found. We condition the masses to hate the country, concluded the director, but simultaneously we condition them to love all country sports. At the same time, we see to it that all country sports shall entail the use of elaborate apparatus so that they consume manufactured articles as well as transport. Hence those electric shocks. I see, said the student, and was silent, lost in admiration. There was a silence. Then, clearing his throat, once upon a time, the director began, while our Ford was still on Earth, there was a little boy called Reuben Rabinovich. Reuben was the child of Polish-speaking parents. The director interrupted himself. You know what Polish is, I suppose? A dead language, like French and German, added another student, officiously showing off his learning. And parent? Questioned the DHC. There was an uneasy silence. Several of the boys blushed. They had not yet learned to draw the significant but often very fine distinction between smut and pure science. One, at last, had the courage to raise a hand. Human beings used to be... He hesitated. The blood rushed to his cheeks. Well, they used to be viviparous. Quite right, the director nodded approvingly. And when the babies were decanted, born, came the correction. Well, then they were... The parents, I mean not the babies, of course, the other ones... The poor boy was overwhelmed with confusion. In brief, the director summed up, the parents were the father and the mother. The smut that was really science fell with a crash into the boy's ear, avoiding silence. Mother, he repeated, loudly rubbing in the science and leaning back in his chair. These, he said gravely, are unpleasant facts, I know it, but then most historical facts are unpleasant. He returned to little Reuben, in whose room one evening by an oversight his father and mother, crash, crash, happened to leave the radio turned on. For you must remember that in those days of gross viviparous reproduction, children were always brought up by their parents, and not in the state conditioning centers. While the child was asleep, a broadcast program from London suddenly started to come through, and the next morning, to the astonishment of his crash and crash, the more daring of the boys ventured to grin at one another, little Reuben woke up, repeating word for word a long lecture by that curious old writer, one of the very few whose works have been permitted to come down to us, George Bernard Shaw, who was speaking, according to a well-authenticated tradition, about his own genius. To little Reuben's wink and snigger, this lecture was, of course, perfectly incomprehensible, and, imagining that their child had suddenly gone mad, they sent for a doctor. He, fortunately, understood English, recognized the discourse as that which Shaw had broadcasted the previous evening, realized the significance of what had happened, and sent a letter to the medical press about it. The principle of sleep teaching, or hypnopedia, had been discovered. The DHC made an impressive pause. The principle had been discovered, but many, many years were to elapse before that principle was usefully applied. The case of little Reuben occurred only 23 years after our Ford's first T model was put on the market. Here the director made a sign of the T on his stomach, and all the students reverently followed suit. And yet, furiously the students scribbled, Hypnopedia first used officially in AF 214. Why not before? 2 reasons, brackets A and brackets. These early experimenters, the DHC was saying, were on the wrong track. They thought that Hypnopedia could be made an instrument of intellectual education. A small boy, asleep on his right side, the right arm stuck out, the right hand hanging limp over the edge of the bed. Through a round grating in the side of a box, a voice speaks softly. The Nile is the longest river in Africa, and the second in length of all the rivers of the globe. Although falling short of the length of the Mississippi, Missouri, the Nile is at the head of all rivers as regards the length of its basin, which extends through 35 degrees of latitude. At breakfast the next morning, Tommy, someone says, do you know which is the longest river in Africa? A shaking of the head. But don't you remember something that begins, the Nile is the longest river in Africa and the second in length of all the rivers of the globe. The words come rushing out, although falling short of, well, now, which is the longest river in Africa? The eyes are blank. I don't know. But the Nile, Tommy. The Nile is the longest river in Africa, and second, then which river is the longest, Tommy? Tommy bursts into tears. I don't know, he howls. That howl, the director made it plain, discouraged the earliest investigators. The experiments were abandoned. No further attempt was made to teach children the length of the Nile in their sleep, quite rightly. You can't learn a science unless you know what it's all about. Whereas, if they'd only started on moral education, said the director, leading the way towards the door. The students followed him, desperately scribbling as they walked, and all the way up in the lift. Moral education which ought never in any circumstances to be rational. Silence. Silence, whispered a loudspeaker as they stepped out at the 14th floor, and silence. Silence. The trumpet mouths indefatigably repeated at intervals down every corridor. The students, and even the director himself, rose automatically to the tips of their toes. They were alphas, of course, but even alphas have been well conditioned. Silence. Silence. All the air of the 14th floor was sibilant with the categorical imperative. 50 yards of tiptoeing brought them to a door which the director cautiously opened. They stepped over the threshold into the twilight of a shuttered dormitory. 80 cots stood in a row against the wall. There was a sound of light, regular breathing, and a continuous murmur as of very faint voices remotely whispering. A nurse rose as they entered, and came to attention before the director. "What's the lesson this afternoon?" he asked. "We had elementary sex for the first 40 minutes, she answered, "but now it's switched over to elementary class consciousness." The director walked slowly down the long line of cots. Rosy and relaxed with sleep, 80 little boys and girls lay softly breathing. There was a whisper under every pillow. The DHC halted and, bending over one of the little beds, listened attentively. "Elementary class consciousness, did you say? Let's have it repeated a little bit louder by the trumpet." At the end of the room, a loudspeaker projected from the wall. The director walked up to it and pressed a switch.
"All wear green,"
said a soft but very distinct voice, beginning in the middle of a sentence.
"and Delta children wear khaki. Oh no, I don't want to play with Delta children. And Epsilons are still worse. They're too stupid to be able to read or write. Besides, they wear black, which is such a beastly color. I'm so glad I'm a Beta."
There was a pause, then the voice began again.
"Alpha children wear grey. They work much harder than we do because they're so frightfully clever. I'm really awfully glad I'm a Beta because I don't work so hard. And then we are much better than the Gammas and Deltas. Gammas are stupid. They all wear green. And Delta children wear khaki. Oh no, I don't want to play with Delta children. And Epsilons are still worse. They're too stupid to be able..."
The director pushed back the switch. The voice was silent. Only its thin ghost continued to mutter from beneath the 80 pillows. "They'll have that repeated 40 or 50 times more before they wake, then again on Thursday and again on Saturday. 120 times, 3 times a week for 30 months, after which they go on to a more advanced lesson." Roses and electric shocks, the khakis of Deltas, and a whiff of asafoetida, welded indissolubly before the child can speak. But wordless conditioning is crude and wholesale, cannot bring home the finer distinctions, cannot inculcate the more complex courses of behavior. For that there must be words, but words without reason. In brief, hypnopedia. The greatest moralizing and socializing force of all time. The students took it down in their little books, straight from the horse's mouth. Once more the director touched the switch.
"So frightfully clever,"
the soft, insinuating, indefatigable voice was saying.
"I'm really awfully glad I'm a Beta because..."
Not so much like drops of water, though water, it is true, can wear holes in the hardest granite. Rather, drops of liquid sealing wax. Drops that adhere, encrust, incorporate themselves with what they fall on, till finally the rock is all one scarlet blob. Till at last the child's mind is these suggestions, and the sum of the suggestions is the child's mind, and not the child's mind only. The adult's mind, too, all his life long. The mind that judges and desires and decides, made up of these suggestions. But all these suggestions are our suggestions, the director almost shouted in his triumph. Suggestions from the state! He banged the nearest table. It therefore follows. A noise made him turn round. "Oh, Ford," he said in another tone. "I've gone and woken the children." Three. Outside in the garden, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing ball games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s amongst the flowering shrubs. The roses were in bloom. 2 nightingales soliloquized in the boscage. A cuckoo was just going out of tune amongst the lime trees. The air was drowsy with the murmur of bees and helicopters. The director and his students stood for a short time watching a game of centrifugal bumble puppy. 20 children were grouped in a circle round a chrome steel tower. A ball, thrown up so as to land on a platform at the top of the tower, rolled down into the interior, fell onto a rapidly revolving disc, was hurled through one or other of the numerous apertures pierced in the cylindrical casing, and had to be caught. "Strange," mused the director as they turned away. "Strange to think that even in our Ford's day most games were played without more apparatus than a ball or two, few sticks and perhaps a bit of netting. Imagine the folly of allowing people to play elaborate games which do nothing whatever to increase consumption. It's madness. Nowadays, the controllers won't approve of any new game unless it can be shown that it requires at least as much apparatus as the most complicated of existing games." He interrupted himself. "That's a charming little group," he said, pointing. In a little grassy bay between tall clumps of Mediterranean heather, Two children, a little boy of about 7 and a little girl who might have been a year older, were playing very gravely and with all the focused attention of scientists intent on a labor of discovery, a rudimentary sexual game. "Charming! Charming!" the DHC repeated sentimentally. "Charming!" the boys politely agreed, but their smile was rather patronizing. They had put aside similar childish amusements too recently to be able to watch them now without a touch of contempt. Charming? But it was just a pair of kids fooling about. That was all. Just kids. "I always think," the director was continuing in the same rather maudlin tone when he was interrupted by a loud boo-hooing. From a neighboring shrubbery emerged a nurse, leading by the hand a small boy who howled as he went. An anxious-looking little girl trotted at her heels. "What's the matter?" asked the director. The nurse shrugged her shoulders. "Nothing much," she answered. "It's just that this little boy seems rather reluctant to join in the ordinary erotic play. I'd noticed it once or twice before, and now again today. He started yelling just now." "Honestly," put in the anxious-looking little girl, "I didn't mean to hurt him or anything, honestly." "Of course you didn't, dear," said the nurse reassuringly. "And so," she went on, turning back to the director, "I'm taking him in to see the assistant superintendent of psychology, just to see if anything's at all abnormal." "Quite right," said the director. "Take him in. You stay here, little girl," he added, as the nurse moved away with her still howling charge. "What's your name?" "Polly Trotsky." "And a very good name, too," said the director. "Run away now and see if you can find some other little boy to play with." The child scampered off into the bushes and was lost to sight. "Exquisite little creature," said the director, looking after her. Then, turning to his students, "What I'm going to tell you now," he said, "may sound incredible, but then, when you're not accustomed to history, most facts about the past do sound incredible." He let out an amazing truth. For a very long period before the time of our Ford, and even for some generations afterwards, erotic play between children had been regarded as abnormal. There was a roar of laughter. And not only abnormal, actually immoral. No. And had therefore been rigorously suppressed. A look of astonished incredulity appeared on the faces of his listeners. Poor little kids not allowed to amuse themselves? They could not believe it. "Even adolescents," the DHC was saying. "Even adolescents like yourselves, barring a little surreptitious autoeroticism and homosexuality, absolutely nothing." Nothing? In most cases, till they were over 20 years old. 20 years old, echoed the students in a chorus of loud disbelief. 20, the director repeated. "I told you that you'd find it incredible." "But what happened?" they asked. "What were the results?" "The results were terrible." A deep, resonant voice broke startlingly into the dialogue. They looked around. On the fringe of the little group stood a stranger, a man of middle height, black-haired with a hooked nose, full red lips, eyes very piercing and dark. "Terrible," he repeated. The DHC had, at that moment, sat down on one of the steel and rubber benches conveniently scattered through the gardens. But at the sight of the stranger, he sprang to his feet and darted forward, his hand outstretched, smiling with all his teeth effusive. "Controller! What an unexpected pleasure. Boys, what are you thinking of? This is the Controller. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond." In the 4,000 rooms of the center, the 4,000 electric clocks simultaneously struck 4. Discarnate voices called from the trumpet mouths. "Main day shift off duty. Second day shift take over. Main day shift off." In the lift, on their way up to the changing rooms, Henry Foster and the assistant director of Predestination rather pointedly turned their backs on Bernard Marks from the Psychology Bureau, averted themselves from that unsavory reputation. The faint hum and rattle of machinery still stirred the crimson air in the embryo store. Shifts might come and go, one lupus-coloured face give place to another. Majestically and forever the conveyors crept forward, with their load of future men and women. Lenina Crown walked briskly towards the door. His Fordship Mustafa Mond! The eyes of the saluting students almost popped out of their heads. Mustafa Mond! The resident controller for Western Europe, one of the 10 world controllers, one of the 10! And he sat down on the bench with the DHZ. He was going to stay, yes, and actually talk to them, straight from the horse's mouth, straight from the mouth of Ford himself. 2 shrimp-brown children emerged from a neighboring shrubbery, stared at them for a moment with large, astonished eyes, then returned to their amusements amongst the leaves. "You all remember," said the controller in his strong, deep voice. "You all remember, I suppose, that beautiful and inspired saying of our Fords, 'History is bunk.' History," he repeated slowly, "is bunk." He waved his hand, and it was as though, with an invisible feather whisk, he had brushed away a little dust, and the dust was Harappa, was Ur of the Chaldees, some spiderwebs, and they were Thebes and Babylon and Gnosis and Mycenae. Whisk, whisk, and where was Odysseus? Where was Job? Where were Jupiter and Gautama and Jesus? Whisk, and those specks of antique dirt called Athens and Rome, Jerusalem and the Middle Kingdom, all were gone. Whisk, the place where Italy had been was empty. Whisk the cathedrals, whisk, whisk, King Lear and the thoughts of Pascal, whisk, passion, whisk, requiem, whisk, symphony, whisk. "Going to the Fearleys this evening, Henry?" inquired the assistant predestinator. "I hear the new one of the Alhambra is first rate. There's a love scene on a bearskin rug. They say it's marvellous. Every hair of the bear reproduced. The most amazing tactual effects." "Well, that's why you're taught no history," the controller was saying. "But now the time has come." The DHC looked at him nervously. There were those strange rumors of old forbidden books hidden in a safe in the controller's study. Bibles, poetry, Ford knew what. Mustafa Mond intercepted his anxious glance, and the corners of his red lips twitched ironically. "It's all right, Director," he said in a tone of faint derision. "I won't corrupt them." The DHC was overwhelmed with confusion. Those who feel themselves despised do well to look despising. The smile on Bernard Marx's face was contemptuous. Every hair on the bear indeed. "I shall make a point of going," said Henry Foster. Mustafa Mond leaned forward, shook a finger at them. "Just try to realize it," he said, and his voice sent a strange thrill quivering along their diaphragms. "Try to realize what it was like to have a viviparous mother." That smutty word again. But none of them dreamed, this time, of smiling. "Try to imagine what living with one's family meant." They tried, but obviously without the smallest success. "And do you know what a home was?" They shook their heads. From her dim crimson cellar, Lenina Crown shot up 17 stories, turned to the right as she stepped out of the lift, walked down a long corridor, and, opening the door marked Girls' Dressing Room, plunged into a deafening chaos of arms and bosoms and underclothing. Torrents of hot water were splashing into or gurgling out of 100 baths. Rumbling and hissing 80 vibro vacuum massage machines were simultaneously kneading and sucking the firm and sunburnt flesh of 80 superb female specimens. Every one was talking at the top of her voice. A synthetic music machine was warbling out a super cornet solo. "Hello, Fanny," said Lenina to the young woman who had the pegs and locker next to hers. Fanny worked in the bottling rooms, and her surname was also Crown, but as the 2,000 million inhabitants of the planet had only 10,000 names between them, the coincidence was not particularly surprising. Lenina pulled at her zipper downwards on the jacket, downwards with a double-handed gesture at the 2 that held trousers, downwards again to loosen her undergarment. Still wearing her shoes and stockings, she walked off towards the bathrooms. Home! Home! A few small rooms stiflingly over-inhabited by a man, by a periodically teeming woman, by a rabble of boys and girls of all ages. No air, no space, an under-sterilized prison, darkness, disease, and smells. The controller's evocation was so vivid that one of the boys, more sensitive than the rest, turned pale at the mere description and was on the point of being sick. Lenina got out of the bath, toweled herself dry, took hold of a long, flexible tube plugged into the wall, presented the nozzle to her breast, as though she meant to commit suicide, pressed down the trigger. A blast of warmed air dusted her with the finest talcum powder. 8 different scents and eau de cologne were laid on in little taps over the wash basin. She turned on the third from the left, dabbed herself with a chypre, and, carrying her shoes and stockings in her hand, went out to see if one of the vibro vacuum machines were free. And home was as squalid psychically as physically. Psychically, it was a rabbit hole, a midden, hot with the frictions of tightly packed life, reeking with emotion. What suffocating intimacies, what dangerous, insane, obscene relationships between the members of the family group. Maniacally, the mother brooded over her children, brooded over them like a cat over its kittens, but a cat that could talk, a cat that could say, my baby, over and over again, my baby, and oh, at my breast, the little hands, the hunger, and that unspeakable agonizing pleasure, till at last my baby sleeps with a bubble of white milk at the corner of his mouth, my little baby sleeps. Yes, said Mustafa Mond, nodding his head. You may well shudder. Who are you going out with tonight? Lenina asked, returning from the vibrovac like a pearl illuminated from within, pinkly glowing. Nobody. Lenina raised her eyebrows in astonishment. I've been feeling rather out of sorts lately, Fanny explained. Dr. Wells advised me to have a pregnancy substitute. But my dear, you're only 19. The first pregnancy substitute isn't compulsory till 21. I know, dear, but some people are better if they begin earlier. Dr. Wells told me that brunettes with wide pelvises, like me, ought to have their first pregnancy substitute at 17, so really I'm 2 years late, not 2 years early. She opened the door of her locker and pointed to the rows of boxes and labeled files on the upper shelf. Syrup of Corpus luteum, Lenina read the names aloud. Overridden, guaranteed fresh, not to be used after August 1st, AF 632. Mammary gland extract to be taken 3 times daily before meals with a little water. Placentin, 5 cc to be injected intravenously every 3rd day. Oh, Lenina shuddered. How I loathe intravenols, don't you? Yes, but when they do one good. Fanny was a particularly sensible girl. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud had been the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. The world was full of fathers, was therefore full of misery. Full of mothers, therefore, of every kind of perversion from sadism to chastity. Full of brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, full of madness and suicide. And yet, among the savages of Samoa, in certain islands off the coast of New Guinea. The tropical sunshine lay like warm honey on the naked bodies of the children tumbling promiscuously amongst the hibiscus blossoms. Home was in any one of 20 palm-thatched houses. In the Trobriand's conception was the work of ancestral ghosts. Nobody had ever heard of a father. Extremes, said the controller, meet. For the good reason that they were made to meet. Dr. Wells says that a 3-month pregnancy substitute now will make all the difference to my health for the next 3 or 4 years. Well, I hope he's right, said Lenina. But, Fanny, do you really mean to say that for the next 3 months you're not supposed to... Oh, no, dear, only for a week or 2, that's all. I shall spend the evening at the club playing musical bridge. I suppose you're going out. Lenina nodded. Who with? Henry Foster. Again? Fanny's kind, rather moon-like face took on an incongruous expression of pained and disapproving astonishment. Do you mean to tell me you're still going out with Henry Foster? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters. But there were also husbands, wives, lovers. There was also monogamy and romance. Though you probably don't know what those are, said Mustafa Mond. They shook their heads. Family, monogamy, romance, everywhere exclusiveness, a narrow channeling of impulse and energy. But everyone belongs to everyone else, he concluded, citing the hypnopedic proverb. The students nodded, emphatically agreeing with a statement which upwards of 62,000 repetitions in the dark had made them accept, not merely as true, but as axiomatic, self-evident, utterly indisputable. But after all, Lenina was protesting, it's only about 4 months now since I've been having Henry. Only 4 months, I like that. And what's more, Fanny went on, pointing an accusing finger, there's been nobody else except Henry all that time, has there? Lenina blushed scarlet, but her eyes, the tone of her voice, remained defiant. No, there hasn't been anyone else, she answered almost truculently. And I jolly well don't see why there should have been. Oh, she jolly well doesn't see why there should have been, Fanny repeated, as though to an invisible listener behind Lenina's left shoulder. Then, with a sudden change of tone, but seriously, she said, I really do think you ought to be careful. It's such horribly bad form to go on and on like this with one man. At 40 or 35 it wouldn't be so bad, but at your age, Lenina, no, it really won't do. And you know how strongly the DHC objects to anything intense or long-drawn. 4 months of Henry Foster without having another man, why, he'd be furious if he knew. Think of water under pressure in a pipe. They thought of it. I pierce it once, said the controller. What a jet! He pierced it 20 times. There were 20 piddling little fountains. My baby, mother. The madness is infectious. My love, my one and only, precious, precious. Mother, monogamy, romance, high spurts the fountain, fierce and foamy the wild jet. The urge has but a single outlet. My love, my baby. No wonder these poor pre-moderns were mad and wicked and miserable. Their world didn't allow them to take things easily, didn't allow them to be sane, virtuous, happy. What with mothers and lovers? What with the prohibitions they were not conditioned to obey? What with the temptations and the lonely remorses? What with all the diseases and the endless isolating pain? What with the uncertainties and the poverty they were forced to feel strongly? And feeling strongly, and strongly what's more, in solitude, in hopeless, individual isolation, how could they be stable? Of course there's no need to give him up. Have somebody else from time to time, that's all. He has other girls, doesn't he? Lenina admitted it. Of course he does. Trust Henry Foster to be the perfect gentleman, always correct. And then there's the director to think of. You know what a stickler. Nodding. He patted me on the behind this afternoon, said Lenina. There, you see? Fanny was triumphant. That shows what he stands for, the strictest conventionality. Stability, said the controller. Stability. No civilization without social stability. No social stability without individual stability. His voice was a trumpet. Listening, they felt larger, warmer. The machine turns. Turns and must keep on turning forever. It is death if it stands still. 1,000 millions scrabbled the crust of the earth. The wheels began to turn. In 150 years, there were 2,000 millions. Stop all the wheels? In 150 weeks, there are once more only 1,000 millions. 1,000 men and women have starved to death. Wheels must turn steadily, but cannot turn untended. There must be men to tend them. Men as steady as the wheels upon their axles, sane men, obedient men, stable in contentment. crying, my baby, my mother, my only love, groaning, my sin, my terrible God, screaming with pain, with fever, bemoaning old age and poverty. How can they tend the wheels? And if they cannot tend the wheels, the corpses of 1,000 men and women would be hard to bury or burn. And after all, Fanny's tone was coaxing. It's not as though there were anything painful or disagreeable about having 1 or 2 men besides Henry. And seeing that, you ought to be a little more promiscuous. Stability, insisted the controller. Stability, the primal and the ultimate need. Stability. Hence all this. With a wave of his hand, he indicated the gardens, the huge building of the conditioning center, the naked children furtive in the undergrowth or running across the lawns. Lenina shook her head. Somehow, she mused, I hadn't been feeling very keen on promiscuity lately. There are times when one doesn't. Haven't you found that too, Fanny? Fanny nodded her sympathy and understanding. But one's got to make the effort, she said sententiously. One's got to play the game. After all, everyone belongs to everyone else. Yes, everyone belongs to everyone else, Lenina repeated slowly, and sighing was silent for a moment. Then, taking Fanny's hand, gave it a little squeeze. You're quite right, Fanny, as usual. I'll make the effort. Impulse, arrested, spills over. And the flood is feeling. The flood is passion. The flood is even madness. It depends on the force of the current, the height and strength of the barrier. The unchecked stream flows smoothly down its appointed channels into a calm well-being. The embryo is hungry day in, day out. The blood surrogate pump unceasingly turns its 800 revolutions a minute. The decanted infant howls at once. A nurse appears with a bottle of external secretion. Feeling lurks in that interval of time between desire and its consummation. Shorten that interval, break down all those old unnecessary barriers. Fortunate boys, said the controller. No pains have been spared to make your lives emotionally easy, to preserve you, so far as that is possible, from having emotions at all. Ford's in his flivver, murmured the DHC. All's well with the world. Lenina Crown, said Henry Foster, echoing the assistant predestinator's question as he zipped up his trousers. Oh, she's a splendid girl, wonderfully pneumatic. I'm surprised you haven't had her. I can't think how it is I haven't, said the assistant predestinator. I certainly will, at the first opportunity. From his place on the opposite side of the changing room aisle, Bernard Marks overheard what they were saying and turned pale. And to tell the truth, said Lenina, I'm beginning to get just a tiny bit bored with nothing but Henry every day. She pulled on her left stocking. Do you know Bernard Marks? She asked in a tone whose excessive casualness was evidently forced. Fanny looked startled. You don't mean to say... Why not? Bernard's an Alpha Plus. Besides, he asked me to go on one of the Savage reservations with him. I've always wanted to see a Savage reservation. But his reputation... What do I care about his reputation? They say he doesn't like obstacle golf. They say, mocked Lenina. And that he spends most of his time by himself. Alone. There was horror in Fanny's voice. Well, he won't be alone when he's with me. And anyway, why are people so beastly to him? I think he's rather sweet. She smiled to herself. How absurdly shy she had been. Frightened, almost as though she were a world controller and he a Gamma-minus machine minder. Consider your own lives, said Mustafa Mond. Have any of you ever encountered an insurmountable obstacle? The question was answered by a negative silence. Has any of you been compelled to live through a long time interval between the consciousness of a desire and its fulfillment? Well, began one of the boys and hesitated. Speak up, said the DHC. Don't keep his Fordship waiting. I once had to wait nearly 4 weeks before a girl I wanted would let me have her. And you felt a strong emotion in consequence? Horrible. Horrible, precisely, said the controller. Our ancestors were so stupid and short-sighted that when the first reformers came along and offered to deliver them from those horrible emotions, they wouldn't have anything to do with them. Talking about her as though she were a bit of meat. Bernard ground his teeth. Have her here, have her there. Like mutton. Degrading her to so much mutton. She said she'd think it over. She said she'd give me an answer this week. No, Ford. He would have liked to have gone up to them and hit them in the face. Hard. Again and again. Yes, I really do advise you try her, Henry Foster was saying. Take ectogenesis. Fisner and Kawaguchi have got the whole technique worked out, but would the governments look at it? No. There was something called Christianity. Women were forced to go on being viviparous. He's so ugly, said Fanny, but I rather like his looks. And then so small. Fanny made a grimace. Smallness was so horribly and typically low-caste. I think that's rather sweet, said Lenina. One feels one would like to pet him, you know, like a cat. Fanny was shocked. They say somebody made a mistake when he was still in the bottle, thought he was a gamma and put alcohol into his blood surrogate. That's why he's so stunted. Oh, what nonsense! Lenina was indignant. Sleep teaching was actually prohibited in England. There was something called liberalism. Parliament, if you know what that was, passed a law against it. The records survive. Speeches about liberty of the subject. Liberty to be inefficient and miserable. Freedom to be a round peg in a square hole. But my dear chap, you're welcome, I assure you you're welcome. Henry Foster patted the assistant predestinator on the shoulder. Everyone belongs to everyone else, after all. 100 repetitions 3 nights a week for 4 years, thought Bernard Marx, who was a specialist on Hypnopedia. 62,400 repetitions make one truth. Idiots. Or the caste system, constantly proposed, constantly rejected. There was something called democracy, as though men were more than physiochemically equal. Well, all I can say is that I'm going to accept his invitation. Bernard hated them. Hated them. But they were two. They were large. They were strong. The 9 Years' War began in AF 141. Not even if it were true about the alcohol in his blood surrogate. Phosgene, chlorocyprin, ethyl iodacetate, diaphenylcyanine, trichemomethyl, chloroformate, dichlorethyl sulfide, not to mention hydrocyanic acid. Which I simply don't believe, Lenina concluded. The noise of 14,000 aeroplanes advancing in open order. But in the Kurfürsten Dam and the 8th arrondissement, the explosion of the anthrax bombs is hardly louder than the popping of a paper bag. Because I do want to see a savage reservation. CH3C6H2NO2 plus HGCNO2 equals, well, what? An enormous hole in the ground. A pile of masonry. Some bits of flesh and mucus. A foot with the boot still on it, flying through the air and landing in the middle of the geraniums, the scarlet ones. Such a splendid show that summer. Oh, you're hopeless, Lenina. I give you up. The Russian technique for infecting water supplies was particularly ingenious. Back to back, Fanny and Lenina continued their changing in silence. The 9 Years' War, the great economic collapse. There was a choice between world control and destruction, between stability and... Fanny Crown's a nice girl too, said the assistant predestinator. In the nurseries, the elementary class consciousness lesson was over. The voices were adapting future demand to future industrial supply.
I do love flying,
they whispered.
I do love flying. I do love having new clothes. I do love...
Liberalism, of course, was dead of anthrax, but all the same you couldn't do things by force. Not nearly so pneumatic as Lenina. Oh, not nearly.
But old clothes are beastly,
continued the untiring whisper.
We always throw away old clothes. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than...
Government's an affair of sitting, not hitting. You rule with the brains and the buttocks, never with the fists. For example, there was a conscription of consumption. There, I'm ready, said Lenina, but Fanny remained speechless and averted. Oh, let's make peace, Fanny, darling. Every man, woman, and child compelled to consume so much a year, in the interest of industry, the sole result.
Ending is better than mending. The more stitches, the less riches. The more stitches...
One of these days, said Fanny with dismal emphasis, you'll get into trouble. Conscientious objection on an enormous scale. Anything not to consume. Back to nature.
I do love flying. I do love flying.
Back to culture. Yes, actually to culture. You can't consume much if you sit still and read books. Do I look all right? Lenina asked. Her jacket was made of bottle green acetate cloth with green viscous fur at the cuffs and collar. 800 simple lifers were mowed down by machine guns at Golders Green.
Ending is better than mending. Ending is better than mending.
Green corduroy shorts and white viscous woolen stockings turned down below the knee. Then came the famous British Museum massacre. 2,000 culture fans gassed with dichlorophyll sulfide. A green and white jockey cap shaded Lenina's eyes. Her shoes were bright green and highly polished. In the end, said Mustafa Mond, the controllers realized that force was no good. The slower but infinitely surer methods of ectogenesis, neo-Pavlovian conditioning, and hypnopedia. And round her waist she wore a silver-mounted green Morocco surrogate cartridge belt, bulging, for Lenina was not a Freemartin, with the regulation supply of contraceptives. The discoveries of Pfitzner and Kawaguchi were at last made use of, an intensive propaganda against viviparous reproduction. Perfect, cried Fanny enthusiastically. She could never resist Lenina's charm for long. And what a perfectly sweet Malthusian belt! Accompanied by a campaign against the past, by the closing of museums, the blowing up of historical monuments, luckily most of them had already been destroyed during the 9 Years' War, by the suppression of all books published before AF 150. I simply must get one like it, said Fanny. There were some things called the pyramids, for example. My old black patent bandolier. And a man called Shakespeare. You've never heard of them, of course. It's an absolute disgrace, that bandolier of mine. Such are the advantages of a really scientific education.
The more stitches, the less riches. The more stitches, the less...
The introduction of our Ford's first T model. I've had it nearly 3 months. Chosen as the opening date of the new era.
Ending is better than mending. Ending is better.
There was a thing, as I've said before, called Christianity.
Ending is better than mending.
The ethics and philosophy of underconsumption.
I love new clothes. I love new clothes. I love.
So essential when there was underproduction, but in an age of machines and the fixation of nitrogen, positively a crime against society. Henry Foster gave it me. All crosses had their tops cut and became T's. There was also a thing called God. It's real Morocco surrogate. We have the world state now, and Ford's Day celebrations, and community sings, and solidarity services. Ford, how I hate them, Bernard Marx was thinking. There was a thing called heaven, but all the same they used to drink enormous quantities of alcohol. Like meat, like so much meat. There was a thing called the soul, and a thing called immortality. Do ask Henry where he got it. But they used to take morphia and cocaine. And what makes it worse, she thinks of herself as meat. 2,000 pharmacologists and biochemists were subsidized in AP 178. He does look glum, said the assistant predestinator, pointing at Bernard Marx. 6 years later, it was being produced commercially, the perfect drug. Let's bait him. Euphoric, narcotic, pleasantly hallucinant. Glum, Marx, glum. The clap on the shoulder made him start, look up. It was that brute Henry Foster. What you need is a gram of Soma. All the advantages of Christianity and alcohol, none of their defects. Ford, I should like to kill them all. But all he did was to say, no, thank you, and fend off the preferred tube of tablets. Take a holiday from reality whenever you like, and come back without so much as a headache or a mythology. Take it, insisted Henry Foster. Take it. Stability was practically assured. 1 cubic centimeter cures 10 gloomy sentiments, said the assistant predestinator, citing a piece of homely hypnopedic wisdom. It only remained to conquer old age. Damn you, shouted Bernard Marx. Hoity-toity. Gonadal hormones, transfusion of young blood, magnesium salts. And do remember that a gram is better than a dam. They went out laughing. All the physiological stigmata of old age have been abolished, and along with them, of course. Don't forget to ask him about that Malthusian belt, said Fanny. Along with them, all the old man's mental peculiarities. Characters remain constant throughout a whole lifetime. 2 rounds of obstacle golf to get through before dark. I must fly. Work, play at 67, our powers and tastes are what they were at 17. Old men in the bad old days used to renounce, retire, take to religion, spend their time reading, thinking. Idiots. Swine! Bernard Marx was saying to himself as he walked down the corridor to the lift. Now, such is progress. The old men work. The old men copulate. The old men have no time, no leisure from pleasure, not a moment to sit down and think. Or if ever by some unlucky chance such a crevice of time should yawn in the solid substance of their distractions, there is always Soma. Delicious Soma. Half a gram for a half holiday, a gram for a weekend, 2 grams for a trip to the gorgeous east, 3 for a dark eternity on the moon, returning, whence they find themselves on the other side of the crevice, safe on solid ground of daily labour and distraction, scampering from feely to feely, from girl to pneumatic girl, from electromatic golf course to... Go away, little girl, shouted the DHC angrily. Go away, little boy. Can't you see that his Fordship's busy? Go and do your erotic play somewhere else. Suffer, little children, said the controller. Slowly, majestically, With a faint humming of machinery, the conveyors moved forward 33 centimeters an hour. In the red darkness glinted innumerable rubies. The lift was crowded with men from the Alpha changing rooms, and Lenina's entry was greeted by many friendly nods and smiles. She was a popular girl, and at one time or another had spent a night with almost all of them. They were dear boys, she thought, as she returned their salutations. Charming boys. Still, she did wish that George Edsel's ears weren't quite so big. Perhaps he'd been given just a spot too much parathyroid at meter 328? And looking at Benito Hoover, she couldn't help remembering that he was really too hairy when he took his clothes off. Turning, with eyes a little saddened by the recollection of Benito's curly blackness, she saw in a corner the thin, small body, the melancholy face of Bernard Marx. "Bernard," she stepped up to him. "I was looking for you." Her voice rang clear above the hum of the mounting lift. The others looked round curiously. "I wanted to talk to you about our New Mexico plan." Out of the tail of her eye, she could see Benito Hoover gaping with astonishment. The gape annoyed her. "Surprised I shouldn't be begging to go with him again," she said to herself. Then, aloud and more warmly than ever, "I'd simply love to come with you for a week in July," she went on. Anyhow, she was publicly proving her unfaithfulness to Henry. Fanny ought to be pleased, even though it was Bernard. "That is," Lenina gave him her most deliciously significant smile, "if you still want to have me." Bernard's pale face flushed. What on earth for? She wondered, astonished, but at the same time touched by this strange tribute to her power. Hadn't we better talk about it somewhere else?" he stammered, looking horribly uncomfortable. As though I'd been saying something shocking, thought Lenina. He couldn't look more upset if I'd made a dirty joke, asked him who his mother was or something like that. "I mean, with all these people about." He was choked with confusion. Lenina's laugh was frank and wholly unmalicious. "How funny you are," she said, and she quite genuinely did think him funny. "You'll give me at least a week's warning, won't you?" she went on in another tone. "I suppose we take the Blue Pacific rocket? Does it start from the Charing T Tower, or is it from Hampstead?" Before Bernard could answer, the lift came to a standstill. "Rolf," called a creaking voice. The liftman was a small simian creature dressed in the dark black tunic of an Epsilon Minus semi-moron. "Rolf." He flung open the gates. The warm glory of afternoon sunlight made him start and blink his eyes. "Oh, Rolf," he repeated in a voice of rapture. He was as though suddenly and joyfully awakened from a dark, annihilating stupor. "Rolf!" He smiled up with a kind of doggily expectant adoration into the faces of his passengers. Talking and laughing together, they stepped out into the light. The liftman looked after them. "Rolf?" he said once more, questioningly. Then a bell rang, and from the ceiling of the lift a loudspeaker began very softly and yet very imperiously to issue its commands.
"Go down,"
it said.
"Go down. Floor 18. Go down. Go down. Floor 18. Go down. Go."
The liftman slammed the gates, touched a button, and instantly dropped back into the droning twilight of the well, the twilight of his own habitual stupor. It was warm and bright on the roof. The summer afternoon was drowsy with the hum of passing helicopters, and the deeper drone of the rocket planes hastening invisible through the bright sky 5 or 6 miles overhead was like a caress on the soft air. Bernard Marx drew a deep breath. He looked up into the sky and round the blue horizon and finally down into Lenina's face. "Isn't it beautiful?" His voice trembled a little. She smiled at him with an expression of the most sympathetic understanding. Simply perfect for obstacle golf, she answered rapturously. And now I must fly, Bernard. Henry gets cross if I keep him waiting. Let me know in good time about the date. And waving her hand, she ran away across the wide, flat roof towards the hangars. Bernard stood watching the retreating twinkle of the white stockings, the sunburnt knees vivaciously bending and unbending again, and the softer rolling of those well-fitted corduroy shorts beneath the bottle green jacket. His face wore an expression of pain. "I should say she was pretty," said a loud and cheery voice just behind him. Bernard started and looked around. The chubby red face of Benito Hoover was beaming down at him, beaming with manifest cordiality. Benito was notoriously good-natured. People said of him that he could have gotten through life without ever touching Soma. The malice and bad tempers from which other people had to take holidays never afflicted him. Reality, for Benito, was always sunny. "Pneumatic, too, and how?" Then, in another tone, "But I say," he went on, "you do look glum. What you need is a gram of Soma." Diving into his right-hand trouser pocket, Benito produced a file. 1 cubic centimetre cures 10 gloomy... But I say... Bernard had suddenly turned and rushed away. Benito stared after him. What can be the matter with the fellow? He wondered, and shaking his head, decided that the story about the alcohol having been put into the poor chap's blood surrogate must be true. Touched his brain, I suppose. He put away the Soma bottle, and, taking out a packet of sex hormone chewing gum, stuffed a plug into his cheek, and walked slowly away towards the hangars, ruminating. Henry Foster had had his machine wheeled out of its lockup and, when Lenina arrived, was already seated in the cockpit, waiting. 4 minutes late, was all his comment as she climbed in beside him. He started the engines and threw the helicopter screws into gear. The machine shot vertically into the air. Henry accelerated. The humming of the propeller shrilled from hornet to wasp, from wasp to mosquito. The speedometer showed that they were rising at the best part of 2 kilometers a minute. London diminished beneath them. The huge tabletop buildings were no more, in a few seconds, than a bed of geometrical mushrooms sprouting from the green of park and garden. In the midst of them, thin-stalked, a taller, slenderer fungus, the charring T-tower lifted towards the sky, a disk of shining concrete. Like the vague torsos of fabulous athletes, huge fleshy clouds lolled on the blue air above their head. Out of one of them suddenly dropped a small scarlet insect, buzzing as it fell. "There's the red rocket," said Henry. "Just come in from New York." Looking at his watch. 7 minutes behind time, he added, and shook his head. "These Atlantic services, they're really scandalously unpunctual." He took his foot off the accelerator. The humming of the screws overhead dropped an octave and a half, back through wasp and hornet to bumblebee to cockchafer to stag beetle. The upward rush of the machine slacked off. A moment later they were hanging motionless in the air. Henry pushed at a lever. There was a click. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, till it was a circular mist before their eyes, the propeller in front of them began to revolve. The wind of a horizontal speed whistled ever more shrilly in the stays. Henry kept his eye on the revolution counter. When the needle touched the 1200 mark, he threw the helicopter screws out of gear. The machine had enough forward momentum to be able to fly on its planes. Lenina looked down through the window in the floor between her feet. They were flying over the 6-kilometre zone of parkland that separated central London from its first ring of satellite suburbs. The green was maggoty with foreshortened life. Forests of centrifugal bumble puppy towers gleamed beneath the trees. Near Shepherd's Bush, 2,000 beta-minus mixed doubles were playing Ryman surface tennis. A double row of Escalator 5 courts lined the main roads from Notting Hill to Willesden. In the Ealing Stadium, a Delta gymnastic display and community sing was in progress. "What a hideous colour khaki is," remarked Lenina, voicing the hypnopedic prejudices of her caste. The buildings of the Hounslow Feely studio covered 7.5 hectares. Near them, a black and khaki army of labourers was busy revitrifying the surface of the Great West Road. One of the huge travelling crucibles was being tapped as they flew over. The molten stone poured out in a stream of dazzling incandescence across the road. The asbestos rollers came and went. At the tail of an insulated watering cart, the steam rose in white clouds. At Brentford, the Television Corporation's factory was like a small town. "They must be changing the shift," said Lenina. Like aphids and ants, the leaf-green gamma girls, the black semi-morons swarmed round the entrances, or stood in queues to take their places in the monorail tramcars. Mulberry-coloured beta-minuses came and went among the crowd. The roof of the main building was alive with the alighting and departure of helicopters. "My word," said Lenina. "I'm glad I'm not a gamma." 10 minutes later, they were at Stoke Poges and had started the first round of obstacle golf. With eyes for the most part downcast and, if ever they lighted on a fellow creature, at once and furtively averted, Bernard hastened across the roof. He was like a man pursued, but pursued by enemies he does not wish to see, lest they should seem more hostile even than he had supposed, and he himself be made to feel guiltier and even more helplessly alone. That horrible Benito Hoover! And yet the man had meant well enough, which only made it, in a way, much worse. Those who meant well behaved in the same way as those who meant badly. Even Lenina was making him suffer. He remembered those weeks of timid indecision during which he had looked and longed and despaired of ever having the courage to ask her. Dared he face the risk of being humiliated by a contemptuous refusal? But if she were to say yes, what rapture! Well, now she had said it, and he was still wretched. Wretched that she should have thought it such a perfect afternoon for obstacle golf. That she should have trotted away to join Henry Foster. That she should have found him funny for not wanting to talk about their most private affairs in public. Wretched, in a word, because she had behaved as any healthy and virtuous English girl ought to behave, and not in some other abnormal, extraordinary way. He opened the door of his locker and called to a lounging couple of Delta Minus attendants to come and push his machine out on the roof. The hangars were staffed by a single Bukhanovsky group, and the men were twins, identically small, black, and hideous. Bernard gave his orders in the sharp, rather arrogant, and even offensive tone of one who does not feel himself too secure in his superiority. To have dealings with members of the lower castes was, as always for Bernard, a most distressing experience. For whatever the cause, and the current gossip about the alcohol in his blood surrogate may very likely, for accidents will happen, have been true, Bernard's physique was hardly better than that of the average gamma. He stood 8 centimeters short of the standard alpha height and was slender in proportion. Contact with members of the lower castes always reminded him painfully of this physical inadequacy. I am I, and I wish I wasn't. His self-consciousness was acute and stressing. Each time he found himself looking on the level instead of downward into a Delta's face, he felt humiliated. Would the creature treat him with the respect due to his caste? The question haunted him, not without reason. For Gammas, Deltas, and Epsilons had been to some extent conditioned to associate corporeal mass with social superiority. Indeed, a faint hypnopedic prejudice in favour of size was universal. Hence the laughter of the women to whom he made proposals, the practical joking of his equals among the men. The mockery made him feel an outsider, and feeling an outsider, he behaved like one, which increased the prejudice against him and intensified the contempt and hostility aroused by his physical defects, which in turn increased his sense of being alien and alone. A chronic fear of being slighted made him avoid his equals, made him stand, where his inferiors were concerned, self-consciously on his dignity. How bitterly he envied men like Henry Foster and Benito Hoover, men who never had to shout at an Epsilon to get an order obeyed, men who took their position for granted, men who moved through the caste system as a fish through water, so utterly at home as to be unaware either of themselves or of the beneficent and comfortable element in which they had their being. Slackly, it seemed to him, and with reluctance, the twin attendants wheeled his plane out on the roof. "Hurry up!" said Bernard irritably. One of them glanced at him. Was that a kind of bestial derision that he detected in those blank grey eyes? "Hurry up!" he shouted more loudly, and there was an ugly rasp in his voice. He climbed into the plane and, a minute later, was flying southwards towards the river. The various Bureau of Propaganda and the College of Emotional Engineering were housed in a single 60-story building in Fleet Street. In the basement and on the low floors were the presses and offices of the three great London newspapers, the Hourly Radio, an uppercase sheet, the pale green Gamma Gazette, and on khaki paper and in words exclusively of one syllable, the Delta Mirror. Then came the Bureau of Propaganda by television, by feeling picture, and by synthetic voice and music, retrospectively 22 floors of them. Above were the search laboratories and the padded rooms in which soundtrack writers and synthetic composers did the delicate work. The top 18 floors were occupied by the College of Emotional Engineering. Bernard landed on the roof of Propaganda House and stepped out. "Ring down to Mr. Helmholtz Watson," he ordered the Gamma Plus porter, "and tell him that Bernard Marx is waiting for him on the roof." He sat down and lit a cigarette. Helmholtz Watson was writing when the message came down. "Tell him I'm coming at once," he said, and hung up the receiver. Then, turning to his secretary, "I'll leave you to put my things away." He went on in the same official and imperious tone, and, ignoring her lustrous smile, got up and walked briskly to the door. He was a powerfully built man, deep-chested, broad-shouldered, massive, and yet quick in his movements, springy and agile. The round, strong pillar of his neck supported a beautifully shaped head. The hair was dark and curly, his features strongly marked. In a forcible, emphatic way, he was handsome and looked, as his secretary was never tired of repeating, every centimetre an Alpha Plus. By profession, he was a lecturer at the College of Emotional Engineering, Department of Writing, and in the intervals of his educational activities, a working emotional engineer. He wrote regularly for the Hourly Radio, composed feely scenarios, and had the happiest knack for slogans and hypnopedic rhymes. "Able," was the verdict of his superiors. "Perhaps," and they would shake their heads, would significantly lower their voices, "a little too able." Yes, a little too able. They were right. A mental excess had produced in Helmholtz Watson effects very similar to those which, in Bernard Marx, were the result of a physical defect. Too little bone and brawn had isolated Bernard from his fellow man, and the sense of this apartness, being, by all the current standards, a mental excess, became in its turn a cause of wider separation. That which had made Helmholtz so uncomfortably aware of being himself and all alone was too much ability. What the two men shared was the knowledge that they were individuals. But whereas the physically defective Bernard had suffered all his life from the consciousness of being separate, it was only quite recently that, grown aware of his mental excess, Helmholtz Watson had also become aware of his difference from the people who surrounded him. This escalator squash champion, this indefatigable lover, it was said that he had had 640 different girls in under 4 years. This admirable committee man and best mixer had realized quite suddenly that sport, women, communal activities were only, so far as he was concerned, second best. Really, and at the bottom, he was interested in something else. But in what? In what? That was the problem which Bernard had come to discuss with him, or rather, since it was always Helmholtz who did all the talking, to listen to his friend discussing yet once more. 3 charming girls from the Bureau of Propaganda by Synthetic Voice waylaid him as he stepped out of the lift. "Oh, Helmholtz, darling, do come and have a picnic supper with us on Exmoor." They clung round him imploringly. He shook his head. He pushed his way through them. "No, no. We're not inviting any other man." But Helmholtz remained unshaken even by this delightful promise. "No," he repeated. "I'm busy." And he held resolutely on his course. The girls trailed after him. It was not till he had actually climbed into Bernard's plane and slammed the door that they gave up pursuit, not without reproaches. "These women," he said as the machines rose into the air. "These women." And he shook his head. He frowned. "Too awful. Bernard hypocritically agreed, wishing as he spoke the words that he could have as many girls as Helmholtz did, and with as little trouble. He was seized with a sudden urgent need to boast. "I'm taking Lenina Crown to New Mexico with me," he said in a tone as casual as he could make it. "Are you?" said Helmholtz with a total absence of interest. Then, after a little pause, "This last week or two," he went on, "I've been cutting all my commitments and all my girls. You can't imagine what a hullabaloo they've been making about it at the college. Still, it's been worth it, I think. The effects," he hesitated, "well, they're odd. They're very odd." A physical shortcoming could produce a kind of mental excess. The process, it seemed, was reversible. Mental excess could produce, for its own purposes, the voluntary blindness and deafness of deliberate solitude, the artificial impotence of asceticism. The rest of the short flight was accomplished in silence. When they had arrived and were comfortably stretched out on the pneumatic sofas in Bernard's room, Helmholtz began again, speaking very slowly. "Did you ever feel," he asked, "as though you had something inside you that was only waiting for you to give it a chance to come out? Some sort of extra power that you aren't using, you know, like all the water that goes down the falls instead of through the turbines?" He looked at Bernard questioningly. "You mean all the emotions one might be feeling if things were different?" Helmholtz shook his head. "Not quite. I'm thinking of a queer feeling I sometimes get. A feeling that I've got something important to say, and the power to say it, only I don't know what it is, and I can't make any use of the power. If there was some different way of writing, or else something else to write about." He was silent. Then, "You see," he went on at last, "I'm pretty good at inventing phrases, you know, the sort of words that suddenly make you jump, almost as though you'd sat on a pin. They seem so new and exciting, even though they're about something hypnopedically obvious. But that doesn't seem enough. It's not enough for the phrases to be good. What you make with them ought to be good too." "But your things are good, Helmholtz." "Oh, as far as they go," Helmholtz shrugged his shoulders. "But they go such a little way. They aren't important enough somehow. I feel I could be doing something much more important. Yes, and more intense, more violent. But what? What is there more important to say? And how can one be violent about the sort of things one's expected to write about? The words can be like X-rays if you use them properly. They'll go through anything. You read and you're pierced. That's one of the things I try to teach my students, how to write piercingly. But what on earth's the good of being pierced by an article about a community sing, or the latest improvement in scent organs? Besides, can you make words really piercing, you know, like the very hardest X-rays, when you're writing about that sort of thing? I mean, can you say something about nothing? That's what it finally boils down to. I try and I try." "Hush," said Bernard suddenly, and lifted a warning finger. They listened. "I believe there's somebody at the door," he whispered. Helmholtz got up, tiptoed across the room, and, with a sharp, quick movement, flung the door wide open. There was, of course, nobody there. "I'm sorry," said Bernard, feeling and looking uncomfortably foolish. "I suppose I've got things on my nerves a bit. When people are suspicious with you, you start being suspicious with them." He passed his hand across his eyes. He sighed. His voice became plaintive. He was justifying himself. "If you knew what I'd have to put up with recently," he said almost tearfully, and the uprush of his self-pity was like a fountain suddenly released. "If you only knew." Helmholtz Watson listened with a certain sense of discomfort. "Poor little Bernard," he said to himself, but at the same time he felt rather ashamed for his friend. He wished Bernard would show a little more pride. By 8 o'clock, the light was failing. The loudspeaker in the tower of the Stoke Pogues clubhouse began, in a more than human tenor, to announce the closing of the courses. Lenina and Henry abandoned their game and walked back towards the club. From the grounds of the Internal and External Secretion Trust came the lowing of those thousands of cattle which provided, with their hormones and their milk, the raw materials for the great factory at Farnham Royal. An incessant buzzing of helicopters filled the twilight. Every 2.5 minutes a bell and the screech of whistles announced the departure of one of the light monorail trains which carried the lower-caste golfers back from their separate course to the metropolis. Lenina and Henry climbed into their machine and started off. At 800 feet, Henry slowed down the helicopter screws and they hung for a minute or two poised above the fading landscape. The forest of Burnham Beeches stretched like a great pool of darkness towards the bright shore of the western sky. Crimson at the horizon, the last of the sunset faded through orange, upwards into yellow and a pale, watery green. Northwards, beyond and above the trees, the Internal and External Secretions factory glared with a fierce electric brilliance from every window of its 20 stories. Beneath them lay the buildings of the golf club, the huge lower-cased barracks, and, on the other side of a dividing wall, the smaller houses reserved for Alpha and Beta members. The approaches to the monorail station were black with the ant-like pullulation of lower-caste activity. From under the glass vault, a lighted train shot out into the open. Following its southeasterly course across the dark plain, their eyes were drawn to the majestic buildings of the Slough Crematorium. For the safety of night-flying planes, its 4 tall chimneys were floodlighted and tipped with crimson danger signals. It was a landmark. "Why do the smokestacks have those things like balconies around them?" inquired Lenina. "Phosphorus recovery," explained Henry telegraphically. "On their way up the chimney, the gases go through 4 separate treatments. P2O5 used to go right out of circulation every time they cremated someone. Now they recover over 98% of it. More than 1.5 kilos per adult corpse, which makes the best part of 400 tons of phosphorus every year from England alone." Henry spoke with a happy pride, rejoicing wholeheartedly in the achievement, as though it had been his own. "Fine to think we can go on being socially useful even after we're dead, making plants grow." Lenina, meanwhile, had turned her eyes away and was looking perpendicularly downwards at the monorail station. "Fine," she agreed, "but queer that alphas and betas won't make any more plants grow than those nasty little gammas and deltas and epsilons down there." "All men are physico-chemically equal," said Henry sententiously. "Besides, even epsilons perform indispensable services. Even an epsilon." Lenina suddenly remembered an occasion when, as a little girl at school, she had woken up in the middle of the night and become aware, for the first time, of the whispering that had haunted all her sleeps.
Alpha children wear grey. They work much harder than we do because they're so frightfully clever.
She saw again the beam of moonlight, the row of small white beds, heard once more the soft, soft voice that said, the words were there, unforgotten, unforgettable after so many night-long repetitions.
"Everyone works for everyone else. We can't do without anyone. Even epsilons are useful. We couldn't do without epsilons. Everyone works for everyone else. We can't do without anyone. Even epsilons..."
Lenina remembered her first shock of fear and surprise, her speculations through half a wakeful hour, and then, under the influence of those endless repetitions, the gradual soothing of her mind, the soothing, the smoothing, the stealthy creeping of sleep. "I suppose epsilons don't really mind being epsilons," she said aloud. "Well, of course they don't. How can they? They don't know what it's like being anything else. We'd mind, of course, but then we've been differently conditioned. Besides, we start with a different heredity." "I'm glad I'm not an epsilon," said Lenina with conviction. "And if you were an epsilon," said Henry, "your conditioning would have made you no less thankful that you weren't a beta or an alpha." He put his forward propeller into gear and headed the machine towards London. Behind them, in the west, the crimson and orange were almost faded. A dark bank of cloud had crept into the zenith. As they flew over the crematorium, the plane shot upwards on the column of hot air rising from the chimneys, only to fall as suddenly when it passed into the descending chill beyond. "What a marvellous switchback!" Lenina laughed delightedly. But Henry's tone was almost, for a moment, melancholy. "Do you know what that switchback was?" he said. "It was some human being finally and definitely disappearing, going up in a squirt of hot gas. It would be curious to know who it was, a man or a woman, an alpha or an epsilon." He sighed. Then, in a resolutely cheerful voice, "Anyhow," he concluded, "there's one thing we can be certain of. Whoever he may have been, he was happy when he was alive. Everybody's happy now." "Yes, everybody's happy now," echoed Lenina. They had heard the words repeated 150 times every night for 12 years. Landing on the roof of Henry's 40-story apartment house in Westminster, they went straight down to the dining hall. There, in a loud and cheerful company, they ate an excellent meal. Soma was served with the coffee. Lenina took 2 half-gram tablets and Henry 3. At 9:20, they walked across the street to the newly opened Westminster Abbey Cabaret. It was a night almost without clouds, moonless and starry, but of this, on the whole, depressing fact, Lenina and Henry were fortunately unaware. The electric sky signs effectively shut off the outer darkness. "Calvin Stopes and his 16 saxophonists." From the facade of the new abbey, the giant letters invitingly glared. "London's finest scent and colour organ, all the latest synthetic music." They ended. The air seemed hot and somehow breathless with the scent of ambergris and sandalwood. On the domed ceiling of the hall, the colour organ had momentarily painted a tropical sunset. The 16 saxophonists were playing an old favourite, "There Ain't No Bottle in All the World Like That Dear Little Bottle of Mine." 400 couples were 5-stepping round the polished floor. Lenina and Henry were soon the 401st. The saxophones wailed like melodious cats under the moon, moaned in the alto and tenor registers as though the little death were upon them. Rich with a wealth of harmonics, their tremulous chorus mounted towards a climax, louder and ever louder, until at last, with a wave of his hand, the conductor let loose the final shattering note of ether music and blew the 16 merely human blowers clean out of existence. Thunder in A-flat major. And then, in all but silence, in all but darkness, there followed a gradual deturgescence. A diminuendo sliding gradually through quarter tones down to a faintly whispered dominant chord that lingered on while the 5/4 rhythms still pulsed below, charging the darkened seconds with an intense expectancy. And at last, expectancy was fulfilled. There was a sudden explosive sunrise, and simultaneously the 16 burst into song. Bottle of mine, it's you I was wanted. Bottle of mine, why was I decanted? Bottle of mine, it's you I was wanted. Bottle of mine, why was I decanted? Skies are blue inside of you. The weather's always fine, for there ain't no bottle in all the world like that dear little bottle of mine. 5-stepping with the other 400, round and round Westminster Abbey, Lenina and Henry were yet dancing in another world. The warm, the richly coloured, the infinitely friendly world of Soma Holiday. How kind, how good-looking, how delightfully amusing everyone was. Bottle of mine, it's you I've always wanted. But Lenina and Henry had what they wanted. They were inside, here and now, safely inside with the fine weather, the perennially blue sky. And when, exhausted, the 16 had laid by their saxophones, and the synthetic music apparatus was producing the very latest in slow Malthusian blues, they might have been twin embryos gently rocking together on the waves of a bottled ocean of blood surrogate.
Good night, dear friends. Good night, dear friends.
The loudspeakers veiled their commands in a genial and musical politeness.
Good night, dear friends.
Obediently, with all the others, Lenina and Henry left the building. The depressing stars had travelled quite some way across the heavens, but though the separating screen of the sky signs had now to a great extent dissolved, The two young people still retained their happy ignorance of the night. Swallowing, half an hour before closing time, that second dose of Soma had raised a quite impenetrable wall between the actual universe and their minds. Bottled, they crossed the street. Bottled, they took the lift up to Henry's room on the 28th floor. And yet, bottled as she was, and in spite of that second gram of Soma, Lenina did not forget to take all the contraceptive precautions prescribed by the regulations. Years of intensive hypnopedia and, from 12 to 17, Malthusian drill 3 times a week had made the taking of these precautions almost as automatic and inevitable as blinking. "Oh, and that reminds me," she said as she came back from the bathroom. "Fanny Crown wants to know where you found that lovely green Morocco surrogate cartridge belt you gave me." Alternate Thursdays were Bernard's Solidarity Service days. After an early dinner at the Aphroditeum, to which Hernholtz had recently been elected under Rule 2, he took leave of his friend and, hailing a taxi on the roof, told the man to fly to the Fordson Community Singery. The machine rose a couple of 100 meters, then headed eastwards, and as it turned, there before Bernard's eyes, gigantically beautiful, was the Singery. Flood-lighted, its 320 meters of white Carrara surrogate gleamed with a snowy incandescence over Ludgate Hill. At each of the 4 corners of its helicopter platform, an immense T shone crimson against the night, and from the mouths of 24 vast golden trumpets rumbled a solemn synthetic music. "Damn, I'm late," Bernard said to himself as he first caught sight of Big Henry, the Singery clock. And sure enough, as he was paying off his cab, Big Henry sounded the hour. "Ford!" sang out an immense brass voice from all the golden trumpets. "Ford! Ford! Ford!" 9 times. Bernard ran for the lift. The great auditorium for Ford's Day celebrations and other massed community sings was at the bottom of the building. Above it, 100 to each floor, were the 7,000 rooms used by solidarity groups for their fortnight services. Bernard dropped down to floor 33, hurried along the corridor, stood hesitating for a moment outside room 3210, then, having wound himself up, opened the door and walked in. Thank Ford, he was not the last. 3 chairs of the 12 arranged round the circular table were still unoccupied. He slipped into the nearest of them as inconspicuously as he could, and prepared to frown at the yet later comers whenever they should arrive. Turning towards him, "What were you playing this afternoon?" the girl on his left inquired. "Obstacle or electromagnetic?" Bernard looked at her. Ford, it was Morgana Rothschild, and blushingly had to admit that he had been playing neither. Morgana stared at him with astonishment. There was an awkward silence. Then, pointedly, she turned away and addressed herself to the more sporting man on her left. A good beginning for the Solidarity Service, thought Bernard miserably, and foresaw for himself yet another failure to achieve atonement. If only he had given himself time to look around instead of scuttling for the nearest chair. He could have sat between Fifi Bradlau and Joanna Diesel, instead of which he'd gone and blindly planted himself next to Morgana. Morgana! Ford! Those black eyebrows of hers, that eyebrow, rather, for it met above the nose. Ford! And on his right was Clara Deterding. True, Clara's eyebrows didn't meet, but she was really too pneumatic. Whereas Fifi and Joanna were absolutely right. Plump, blonde, not too large, and it was that great lout, Tom Kawaguchi, who now took the seat between them. The last arrival was Sarangini Engels. "You're late," said the president of the group severely. "Don't let it happen again." Sarangini apologized and slid into her place between Jim Bokanovsky and Herbert Bakunin. The group was now complete. The Solidarity Circle perfect and without flaw. Man, woman, man, in a ring of endless alternation round the table. 12 of them, ready to be made one, waiting to come together, to be fused, to lose their 12 separate identities in a larger being. The president stood up, made the sign of the T, and switching on the synthetic music, let loose the soft, indefatigable beating of drums and a choir of instruments near wind and superstring that plangently repeated and repeated the brief and unescapable haunting melody of the first Solidarity hymn. Again, and it was not the ear that heard the pulsing rhythm, it was the midriff. The wail and clang of those recurring harmonies haunted not the mind, but the yearning bowels of compassion. The President made another sign of the T and sat down. The service had begun. The dedicated Soma tablets were placed in the center of the table. The loving cup of strawberry ice cream Soma was passed from hand to hand, and, with the formula, "I drink to my annihilation," 12 times quaffed. Then, to the accompaniment of the synthetic orchestra, the first Solidarity hymn was sung. For we are 12, oh make us one, like drops within the social river. Oh make us now together run, as swiftly as thy shining flivver. Come, greater being, social friend, annihilating 12 in one. We long to die, for when we end, our larger life has but begun. 12 yearning stanzas. And then the loving cup was passed a second time. I drink to the greater being was now the formula. All drank. Tirelessly the music played, the drums beat. The crying and clashing of the harmonies were an obsession in the melted bowels. The second Solidarity hymn was sung. Again 12 stanzas. By this time the Soma had begun to work. Eyes shone, cheeks were flushed. The inner light of universal benevolence broke out on every face in happy, friendly smiles. Even Bernard felt himself a little melted. When Morgana Rothschild turned and beamed at him, he did his best to beam back. But the eyebrow, that black 2-in-1, alas, it was still there. He couldn't ignore it, couldn't, however hard he tried. The melting hadn't gone far enough. Perhaps if he'd been sitting between Fifi and Joanna. For the third time, the loving cup went round. I drink to the imminence of his coming, said Morgana Rothschild, whose turn it happened to be to initiate the circular rite. Her tone was loud, exultant. She drank and passed the cup to Bernard. I drink to the imminence of his coming, he repeated, with a sincere attempt to feel that the coming was imminent, but the eyebrow continued to haunt him. And the coming, so far as he was concerned, was horribly remote. He drank and handed the cup to Clara de Turding. It'll be a failure again, he said to himself. I know it will. But he went on doing his best to beam. The loving cup had made its circuit. Lifting his hand, the President gave a signal. The chorus broke out into the third Solidarity hymn. Feel how the greater being comes, rejoice and in rejoicings die. Melt in the music of the drums, for I am you and you are I. As verse succeeded verse, the voices thrilled with an ever intenser excitement. The sense of the coming's imminence was like an electric tension in the air. The President switched off the music, and with the final note of the final stanza there was an absolute silence. The silence of stretched expectancy, quivering and creeping with a galvanic life. The President reached out his hand, and suddenly a voice, a deep, strong voice, more musical than any merely human voice, richer, warmer, more vibrant with love and yearning and compassion, A wonderful, mysterious, supernatural voice spoke from above their heads, very slowly. "Oh, Ford! Ford! Ford!" it said diminishingly and on a descending scale. A sensation of warmth radiated thrillingly out from their solar plexus to every extremity of the bodies of those who listened. Tears came into their eyes, their hearts, their bowels seemed to move within them as though with an independent life. Ford! They were melting. Ford! Dissolved, dissolved. Then, in another tone, suddenly, startlingly, "Listen!" trumpeted the voice. "Listen!" They listened. After a pause, sunk to a whisper, but a whisper somehow more penetrating than the loudest cry. "The feet of the greater being," it went on and repeated the words. "The feet of the greater being." The whisper almost expired. "The feet of the greater being are on the stairs." And once more there was silence, and the expectancy, momentarily relaxed, was stretched again, tauter, almost to the tearing point. The feet of the greater being, oh, they heard them. They heard them coming softly down the stairs, coming nearer and nearer down the invisible stairs, the feet of the greater being. And suddenly the tearing point was reached. Her eyes staring, her lips parted, Morgana Rothschild sprang to her feet. "I hear him!" she cried. "I hear him!" "He's coming!" shouted Sarangini Engels. "Yes, he's coming! I hear him!" Fifi Bradlaugh and Tom Kawaguchi rose simultaneously to their feet. Oh, Joanna inarticulately testified. "He's coming!" yelled Jim Bokanovsky. The president leaned forward and, with a touch, released a delirium of cymbals and brone blast, a fever of tom-tomming. "Oh, he's coming!" screamed Clara Deterding. "Ah!" And it was as though she were having her throat cut. Feeling that it was time for him to do something, Bernard also jumped up and shouted, "I hear him! He's coming!" But it wasn't true. He heard nothing, and for him, nobody was coming. Nobody, in spite of the music, in spite of the mounting excitement. But he waved his arms, he shouted with the best of them, and when the others began to jig and stamp and shuffle, he also jigged and shuffled. Round they went, a circular procession of dancers, each with his hands on the hips of the dancer preceding, round and round, shouting in unison, stamping to the rhythm of the music with their feet, beating it out with the hands on the buttocks in front. 12 pairs of hands beating as one, 12 buttocks slabbily resounding. 12 as one, 12 as one. I hear him coming. The music quickened, faster beat the feet, faster fell the rhythmic hands, and all at once a great synthetic bass boomed out the words which announced the approaching atonement and final consummation of solidarity, the coming of the 12 in one, the incarnation of the greater being. "Orgy, porgy," it sang, while the tom-toms continued to beat their feverish tattoo. "Orgy, porgy, Ford and fun. Kiss the girls and make them one. Boys at one with girls at peace. Orgy, porgy gives release." "Orgy, porgy," the dancers caught up the liturgical refrain. "Orgy, porgy, Ford and fun. Kiss the girls." And as they sang, the lights began slowly to fade, and at the same time to grow warmer, richer, redder, until at last they were dancing in the crimson twilight of an embryo store. Orgy, porgy. In their blood-colored and fetal darkness, the dancers continued for a while to circulate, to beat and beat out the indefatigable rhythm. Orgy, porgy. Then the circle wavered, broke, fell in partial disintegration on the ring of couches which surrounded, circle enclosing circle, the table and its planetary chairs. Orgy, porgy. Tenderly the voice crooned and cooed. In the red twilight, it was as though some enormous Negro dove were hovering benevolently over the now prone or supine dancers. They were standing on the roof. Big Henry had just sung 11. The night was calm and warm. "Wasn't it wonderful?" said Fifi Bradlow. "Wasn't it simply wonderful?" She looked at Bernard with an expression of rapture, but of rapture in which there was no trace of agitation or excitement, for to be excited is still to be unsatisfied. Hers was the calm ecstasy of achieved consummation. The peace not of mere vacant satiety and nothingness, but of balanced life, of energies at rest and in equilibrium. A rich and living peace. For the Solidarity Service had given as well as taken, drawn off only to replenish. She was full, she was made perfect, and she was still more than merely herself. "Didn't you think it was wonderful?" she insisted, looking into Bernard's face with those supernaturally shining eyes. "Yes, I thought it was wonderful," he lied and looked away. The sight of her transfigured face was at once an accusation and an ironical reminder of his own separateness. He was as miserably isolated now as he had been when the service began, more isolated by reason of his unreplenished emptiness, his dead satiety. Separate and unatoned while the others were being fused into the greater being, alone even in Morgana's embrace, much more alone indeed, more hopelessly himself than he had ever been in his life before. He had emerged from that crimson twilight into the common electrical glare with a self-consciousness intensified to the pitch of agony. He was utterly miserable, and perhaps, her shining eyes accused him, perhaps it was his own fault. "Quite wonderful," he repeated. The only thing he could think of was Morgana's eyebrow. Six. Odd, odd, odd was Lenina's verdict on Bernard Marx. So odd indeed that in the course of the succeeding weeks she had wondered more than once whether she shouldn't change her mind about the New Mexico holiday and go instead to the North Pole with Benito Hoover. The trouble was that she knew the North Pole, had been there with George Edsel only last summer, and what was more, found it pretty grim. Nothing to do, and the hotel too hopelessly old-fashioned. No television laid on in the bedrooms, no scent organ, only the most putrid synthetic music, and not more than 25 escalator squash courts for over 200 guests. No, decidedly she couldn't face the North Pole again. Added to which, she had only been to America once before, and even then, how inadequately. A cheap weekend in New York. Had it been with Jean-Jacques Habibula or Bukanovsky Jones? She couldn't remember. Anyhow, it was of absolutely no importance. The prospect of flying west again, and for a whole week, was very inviting. Moreover, for at least 3 days of that week they would be in the Savage Reservation. Not more than half a dozen people in the whole centre had been inside a Savage Reservation. As an Alpha Plus psychologist, Bernard was one of the few men she knew entitled to a permit. For Lenina, the opportunity was unique. And yet, so unique also was Bernard's oddness that she had hesitated to take it, had actually thought of risking the pole again with funny old Benito. At least Benito was normal, whereas Bernard... Alcohol in his blood surrogate, was Fanny's explanation of every eccentricity. But Henry, with whom one evening when they were in bed together, Lenina had rather anxiously discussed her new lover, Henry had compared poor Bernard to a rhinoceros. "You can't teach a rhinoceros tricks," he had explained in his brief and vigorous style. "Some men are almost rhinoceroses, they don't respond properly to conditioning. Poor devils, Bernard's one of them. Luckily for him, he's pretty good at his job. Otherwise the director would never have kept him. However," he added consolingly, "I think he's pretty harmless." Pretty harmless, perhaps, but also pretty disquieting. That mania, to start with, for doing things in private. Which meant, in practice, not doing anything at all, for what was there that one could do in private, apart, of course, from going to bed, but one couldn't do that all the time. Yes, what was there? Precious little. The first afternoon they went out together was particularly fine. Lenina had suggested a swim at Tokay Country Club, followed by dinner at the Oxford Union. But Bernard thought there would be too much of a crowd. Then what about a round of electromagnetic golf at St. Andrews? But, again, no. Bernard considered that electromagnetic golf was a waste of time. Then what's time for? Asked Lenina in some astonishment. Apparently, for going walks in the Lake District, for that was what he now proposed. Land on top of the Skiddaw and walk for a couple of hours in heather. Alone with you, Lenina. But, Bernard, we shall be alone all night. Bernard blushed and looked away. I meant alone for talking, he mumbled. Talking? But what about? Walking and talking? That seemed a very odd way of spending an afternoon. In the end, she persuaded him, much against his will, to fly over to Amsterdam to see the semi-demi-finals of the Women's Heavyweight Wrestling Championship. In a crowd, he grumbled, as usual. He remained obstinately gloomy the whole afternoon, wouldn't talk to Lenina's friends, of whom they met dozens in the ice cream Soma bar between the wrestling bouts, and in spite of his misery, absolutely refused to take the half-gram raspberry sundae which she pressed upon him. I'd rather be myself, he said. Myself and nasty, not someone else, however jolly. A gram in time saves 9, said Lenina, producing a bright treasure of sleep-taught wisdom. Bernard pushed away the preferred glass impatiently. Now don't lose your temper, she said. Remember, 1 cubic centimetre cures 10 gloomy sentiments. Oh, for Ford's sake, be quiet, he shouted. Lenina shrugged her shoulders. A gram is always better than a dam, she concluded with dignity, and drank the sundae herself. On their way back across the channel, Bernard insisted on stopping his propeller and hovering on his helicopter screws within 100 feet of the waves. The weather had taken a change for the worse. A southwesterly wind had sprung up. The sky was cloudy. Look, he commanded. But it's horrible, said Lenina, shrinking back from the window. She was appalled by the rushing emptiness of the night, by the black foam-flecked water heaving beneath them, by the pale face of the moon, so haggard and distracted amongst the hastening clouds. Let's turn on the radio, quick. She reached for the dialing knob on the dashboard and turned it at random. Sang 16 tremoloing falsettos. Then a hiccup and silence. Bernard had switched off the current. I want to look at the sea in peace, he said. One can't even look with that beastly noise going on. But it's lovely, and I don't want to look. But I do, he insisted. It makes me feel as though... He hesitated, searching for words with which to express himself. As though I were more... me, if you see what I mean. More on my own, not so completely a part of something else. Not just a cell in the social body. Doesn't it make you feel like that, Lenina? But Lenina was crying. It's horrible. It's horrible, she kept repeating. And how can you talk like that about not wanting to be part of the social body? After all, everyone works for everyone else. We can't do without anyone, even epsilons. Yes, I know, said Bernard derisively. Even epsilons are useful. So am I, and I damn well wish I wasn't. Lenina was shocked by his blasphemy. Bernard, she protested in a voice of amazed distress. How can you? In a different key. How can I? He repeated meditatively. No, the real problem is, how is it that I can't? Or rather, because, after all, I know quite well why I can't. What would it be like if I could? If I were free, not enslaved by my conditioning? But Bernard, you're saying the most awful things. Don't you wish you were free, Lenina? I don't know what you mean. I am free. Free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays. He laughed. Yes, everybody's happy nowadays. We begin giving the children that at 5. But wouldn't you like to be free, to be happy in some other way, Lenina? In your own way, for example, not in everybody else's way. I don't know what you mean, she repeated. Then, turning to him, Oh, do let's go back, Bernard, she besought. I do so hate it here. Don't you like being with me? But of course, Bernard. It's this horrible place. I thought we'd be more together here, with nothing but the sea and the moon. More together than in that crowd, or even in my rooms. Don't you understand that? I don't understand anything, she said with decision, determined to preserve her incomprehension intact. Nothing, least of all, she continued in another tone, why you don't take Soma when you have these dreadful ideas of yours. You'd forget all about them, and instead of feeling miserable, you'd be jolly. So jolly, she repeated and smiled, for all the puzzled anxiety in her eyes, with what was meant to be an inviting and voluptuous cajolery. He looked at her in silence, his face unresponsive and very grave, looked at her intently. After a few seconds, Lenina's eyes flinched away. She uttered a nervous little laugh, tried to think of something to say, and couldn't. The silence prolonged itself. When Bernard spoke at last, it was in a small, tired voice. "All right, then," he said. "We'll go back." And stepping hard on the accelerator, he sent the machine rocketing up into the sky. At 4,000, he started his propeller. They flew in silence for a minute or two, then, suddenly, Bernard began to laugh. Rather oddly, Lenina thought, but still, it was laughter. "Feeling better?" she ventured to ask. For answer, he lifted one hand from the controls and, slipping his arm around her, began to fondle her breasts. "Thank Ford," she said to herself. "He's all right again." Half an hour later, they were back in his rooms. Bernard swallowed 4 tablets of Soma at a gulp, turned on the radio and television, and began to undress. "Well," Lenina inquired with significant archness when they met next afternoon on the roof. "Did you think it was fun yesterday?" Bernard nodded. They climbed into the plane. A little jolt, and they were off. "Everyone says I'm awfully pneumatic," said Lenina reflectively, patting her own legs. "Awfully." But there was an expression of pain in Bernard's eyes. "Like meat," he was thinking. She looked up with a certain anxiety. "But you don't think I'm too plump, do you?" He shook his head. "Like so much meat." "You think I'm all right?" Another nod. "In every way?" "Perfect," he said aloud, and inwardly. She thinks of herself that way. She doesn't mind being meat. Lenina smiled triumphantly, but her satisfaction was premature. "All the same," he went on after a little pause, "I still rather wish it had all ended differently." "Differently? Were there other endings?" "I didn't want it to end without going to bed," he specified. Lenina was astonished. "Not at once, not the first day." "But then what?" He began to talk a lot of incomprehensible and dangerous nonsense. Lenina did her best to stop the ears of her mind, but every now and again a phrase would insist on becoming audible. "To try and effect the arresting of my impulses," she heard him say. The words seemed to touch a spring in her mind. "Never put off till tomorrow the fun you can have today," she said gravely. 200 repetitions twice a week from 14 to 16 and a half, was all his comment. The mad, bad talk rambled on. "I want to know what passion is," she heard him saying. "I want to feel something strongly." "When the individual feels, the community reels," Lenina pronounced. "Well, why shouldn't it reel a bit?" "Bernard!" But Bernard remained unabashed. "Adults intellectually and during working hours," he went on. "Infants where feeling and desire are concerned." "Our Ford loved infants." Ignoring the interruption, "It suddenly struck me the other day," continued Bernard, "that it might be possible to be an adult all the time." "I don't understand." Lenina's tone was firm. "I know you don't, and that's why we went to bed together yesterday like infants instead of being adults and waiting." "But it was fun," Lenina insisted. "Wasn't it?" "Oh, the greatest fun," he answered, but in a voice so mournful, with an expression so profoundly miserable, that Lenina felt all her triumph suddenly evaporate. Perhaps he had found her too plump after all. "I told you so," was all that Fanny said when Lenina came and made her confidences. "It's the alcohol they put in his surrogate." "All the same," Lenina insisted, "I do like him. He has such awfully nice hands, and the way he moves his shoulders, that's very attractive." she sighed. But I wish he weren't so odd. Halting for a moment outside the door of the director's room, Bernard drew a deep breath and squared his shoulders, bracing himself to meet the dislike and disapproval which he was certain of finding within. He knocked and entered. "A permit for you to initial, Director," he said as airily as possible, and laid the paper on the writing table. The Director glanced at him sourly. But the stamp of the World Controller's office was at the head of the paper, and the signature of Mustafa Mond bold and black across the bottom. Everything was perfectly in order. The Director had no choice. He penciled his initials, 2 small pale letters abject at the feet of Mustafa Mond, and was about to return the paper without a word of comment or genial forward speed, when his eye was caught by something written in the body of the permit. "For the New Mexican reservation," he said, and his tone, the face he lifted to Bernard, expressed a kind of agitated astonishment. Surprised by his surprise, Bernard nodded. There was a silence. The Director leaned back in his chair, frowning. "How long ago was it?" he said, speaking more to himself than to Bernard. 20 years, I suppose. Nearer 25. I must have been your age." He sighed and shook his head. Bernard felt extremely uncomfortable. A man so conventional, so scrupulously correct as the Director, and to commit so gross a solecism. It made him want to hide his face, to run out of the room. Not that he himself saw anything intrinsically objectionable in people talking about the remote past. That was one of those hypnopedic prejudices he had, or so he imagined, completely got rid of. What made him feel shy was the knowledge that the Director disapproved. Disapproved, and yet had been betrayed into doing the forbidden thing. Under what inward compulsion? Through his discomfort, Bernard eagerly listened. "I had the same idea as you," the Director was saying. "Wanted to have a look at the Savages. Got a permit for New Mexico and went there for my summer holiday. With the girl I was having at the moment, she was a beta minus, I think?" He shut his eyes. "I think she had yellow hair. Anyway, she was pneumatic, particularly pneumatic, I remember that. Well, we went there and we looked at the Savages and we rode about on horses and all that. And then, it was almost the last day of my leave, then, well, she got lost. We'd gone riding up one of those revolting mountains, and it was horribly hot and oppressive, and after lunch we went to sleep, or at least I did. She must have gone for a walk alone. At any rate, when I woke up, she wasn't there, and the most frightful thunderstorm I'd ever seen was just bursting on us, and it poured and roared and flashed, and the horses broke loose and ran away, and I fell down trying to catch them and hurt my knee so that I could hardly walk. Still, I searched and I shouted and I searched, but there was no sign of her. Then I thought she must have gone back to the rest house by herself, so I crawled down into the valley by the way we had come. My knee was agonizingly painful, and I'd lost my soma. It took me hours. I didn't get back to the rest house till after midnight, and she wasn't there. She wasn't there, the Director repeated. There was a silence. "Well," he resumed at last, "the next day there was a search, but we couldn't find her. She must have fallen into a gully somewhere or been eaten by a mountain lion, Ford knows. Anyhow, it was horrible. It upset me very much at the time, more than it ought to have done, I dare say. Because after all, it's the sort of accident that might have happened to anyone, and of course the social body persists, although the component cells may change." But this sleep-taught consolation did not seem to be very effective. Shaking his head, "I actually dream about it sometimes," the Director went on in a low voice. "Dream of being woken up by that peal of thunder and finding her gone. Dream of searching and searching for her under the trees." He lapsed into the silence of reminiscence. "You must have had a terrible shock," said Bernard almost enviously. At the sound of his voice, the Director started into a guilty realization of where he was, shot a glance at Bernard, and, averting his eyes, blushed darkly, looked at him again with sudden suspicion, and angrily on his dignity. "Don't imagine," he said, "that I'd had any indecorous relation with the girl. Nothing emotional, nothing long-drawn. It was all perfectly healthy and normal." He handed Bernard the permit. "I really don't know why I bored you with this trivial anecdote." Furious with himself for having given away a discreditable secret, he vented his rage on Bernard. The look in his eyes was now frankly malignant. "And I should like to take this opportunity, Mr. Marx," he went on, "of saying that I'm not at all pleased with the reports I receive of your behavior outside working hours. You may say that this is not my business, but it is. I have the good name of the Centre to think of. My workers must be above suspicion, particularly those of the highest castes. Alphas are so conditioned that they do not have to be infantile in their emotional behavior, but that is all the more reason for their making a special effort to conform. It is their duty to be infantile, even against their inclination. And so, Mr. Marx, I give you fair warning." The director's voice vibrated with an indignation that had now become wholly righteous and impersonal, was the expression of the disapproval of society itself. "If I ever hear again of any lapse from a proper standard of infantile decorum, I shall ask for your transference to a sub-centre, preferably to Iceland. Good morning." And swivelling round in his chair, he picked up his pen and began to write. "That'll teach him," he said to himself. But he was mistaken, for Bernard left the room with a swagger, exulting as he banged the door behind him in the thought that he stood alone, embattled against the order of things, elated by the intoxicating consciousness of his individual significance and importance. Even the thought of persecution left him undismayed, was rather tonic than depressing. He felt strong enough to meet and overcome affliction, strong enough to face even Iceland, and this confidence was the greater for his not for a moment really believing that he would be called upon to face anything at all. People simply weren't transferred for things like that. Iceland was just a threat, a most stimulating and life-giving threat. Walking along the corridor, he actually whistled. Heroic was the account he gave that evening of his interview with the DHC. Whereupon, it concluded, I simply told him to go to the bottomless past and marched out of the room, and that was that. He looked at Helmholtz Watson expectantly, awaiting his due reward of sympathy, encouragement, and admiration. But no word came. Helmholtz sat silent, staring at the floor. He liked Bernard. He was grateful to him for being the only man of his acquaintance with whom he could talk about subjects he felt to be important. Nevertheless, there were things in Bernard which he hated. This boasting, for example, and the outbursts of an abject self-pity with which it alternated, and his deplorable habit of being bold after the event, and full in absence of the most extraordinary presence of mind. He hated these things just because he liked Bernard. The seconds passed. Helmholtz continued to stare at the floor, and suddenly Bernard blushed and turned away. The journey was quite uneventful. The Blue Pacific rocket was 2.5 minutes early at New Orleans, lost 4 minutes in a tornado over Texas, but flew into a favorable air current at longitude 95 west and was able to land at Santa Fe less than 40 seconds behind scheduled time. 40 seconds on a 6.5-hour flight. Not so bad, Lenina conceded. They slept that night at Santa Fe. The hotel was excellent, incomparably better, for example, than that horrible Aurora Bora palace in which Lenina had suffered so much the previous summer. Liquid air, television, vibro-vacuum massage, radio, boiling caffeine solution, hot contraceptives, and 8 different kinds of scent were laid on in every bedroom. The synthetic music plant was working as they entered the hall and left nothing to be desired. A notice in the lift announced that there were 60 escalator squash racket courts in the hotel, and that obstacle and electromagnetic golf could both be played in the park. But it sounds simply too lovely, cried Lenina. I almost wish we could stay here. 60 escalator squash courts! There won't be any in the reservation, Bernard warned her. And no scent, no television, no hot water even. If you feel you can't stand it, stay here till I come back. Lenina was quite offended. Of course I can stand it. I only said it was lovely here because progress is lovely, isn't it? 500 repetitions once a week from 13 to 17, said Bernard wearily, as though to himself. What did you say? I said that progress was lovely. That's why you mustn't come to the reservation unless you really want to. But I do want to. Very well then, said Bernard, and it was almost a threat. Their permit required the signature of the warden of the reservation, at whose office next morning they duly presented themselves. An Epsilon Plus Negro porter took in Bernard's card, and they were admitted almost immediately. The warden was a blonde and brachycephalic Alpha Minus, short, red, moon-faced, and broad-shouldered, with a loud, booming voice, very well adapted to the utterance of hypnopedic wisdom. He was a mine of irrelevant information and unasked-for good advice. Once started, he went on, boomingly. 560,000 square kilometers, divided into 4 distinct sub-reservations, each surrounded by a high-tension wire fence. At this moment, and for no apparent reason, Bernard suddenly remembered that he had left the eau de cologne tap in his bathroom wide open and running. Supplied with current from the Grand Canyon Hydroelectric Station. Cost me a fortune by the time I get back. With his mind's eye, Bernard saw the needle on the cent meter creeping round and round, ant-like, indefatigable. Quickly telephoned to Helmholtz Watson. Upwards of 5,000 kilometers of fencing at 60,000 volts. You don't say so, said Lenina politely, not knowing in the least what the warden had said, but taking her cue from his dramatic pause. When the warden started booming, she had inconspicuously swallowed 1/2 gram of Soma, with the result that she could now sit, serenely not listening, thinking of nothing at all, but with her large blue eyes fixed on the warden's face in an expression of rapt attention. To touch the fence is instant death, pronounced the warden solemnly. There is no escape from a savage reservation. The word escape was suggestive. Perhaps, said Bernard, half rising, we ought to think of going. The little black needle was scurrying, an insect nibbling through time, eating into his money. No escape, repeated the warden, waving him back into his chair. And as the permit was not yet countersigned, Bernard had no choice but to obey. Those who were born in the reservation, and remember, my dear young lady, he added, leering obscenely at Lenina and speaking in an improper whisper, remember that in the reservation children still are born, yes, actually born, revolting as that may seem. He hoped that this reference to a shameful subject would make Lenina blush, but she only smiled with simulated intelligence and said, You don't say so. Disappointed, the warden began again. Those, I repeat, who are born in the reservation are destined to die there. Destined to die. A deciliter of eau de cologne every minute, 6 liters an hour. Perhaps, Bernard tried again, we ought... Leaning forward, the warden tapped the table with his forefinger. You ask me how many people live in the reservation, and I reply, triumphantly, I reply that we do not know. We can only guess. You don't say so. Yes, my dear young lady, I do say so. 6 times 24... No, it would be nearer 6 times 36. Bernard was pale and trembling with impatience, but inexorably the booming continued. About 60,000 Indians and half-breeds, absolute savages. Our inspectors occasionally visit, otherwise no communication whatever with the civilized world. Still preserve their repulsive habits and customs. Marriage, if you know what that is, my dear young lady. Families, no conditioning, monstrous superstitions, Christianity and totemism and ancestor worship, extinct languages such as Zuni and Spanish and Athapascan, pumas, porcupines and other ferocious animals, infectious diseases, priests, venomous lizards. You don't say so. They got away at last. Bernard dashed to the telephone. Quick, quick! It took him nearly 3 minutes to get onto Helmholtz Watson. We might be among the savages already, he complained. Damned incompetence. Have a gram, suggested Lenina. He refused, preferring his anger. And, at last, thank God, he was through. And yes, it was Helmholtz. Helmholtz, to whom he explained what had happened, and who promised to go round at once, and turn off the tap. Yes, at once, but took this opportunity to tell him what the DHC had said in public yesterday evening. What? He's looking for someone to take my place? Bernard's voice was agonized. So it's actually decided. Did he mention Iceland? You say he did? Ford, Iceland? He hung up the receiver and turned back to Lenina. His face was pale. his expression utterly dejected. "What's the matter?" she asked. "The matter?" He dropped heavily into a chair. "I'm going to be sent to Iceland." Often in the past he had wondered what it would be like to be subjected, somerless and with nothing but his own inward resources to rely on, to some great trial, some pain, some persecution. He had even longed for affliction. As recently as a week ago in the director's office, he had imagined himself courageously resisting, stoically accepting suffering without a word. The director's threats had actually elated him, made him feel larger than life, but that, as he now realized, was because he had not taken the threats quite seriously. He had not believed that when it came to the point the DHC would ever do anything. Now that it looked as though the threats were really going to be fulfilled, Bernard was appalled. Of that imagined stoicism, that theoretical courage, not a trace was left. He raged against himself. What a fool! Against the director. How unfair not to give him another chance. That other chance, which he now had no doubt at all, he had always intended to take. And Iceland. Iceland! Lenina shook her head. "Was and will make me ill," she quoted. "I take a gram and only am." In the end, she persuaded him to swallow 4 tablets of Soma. 5 minutes later, roots and fruits were abolished. The flower of the present rosily blossomed. A message from the porter announced that, at the warden's orders, a reservation guard had come round with a plane and was waiting on the roof of the hotel. They went up at once. An octoroon in gamma-green uniform saluted and proceeded to recite the morning's program. A bird's-eye view of 10 or a dozen of the principal pueblos, then a landing for lunch in the valley of Malpais. The rest house was comfortable there, and up at the pueblo the savages would probably be celebrating their summer festival. It would be the best place to spend the night. They took their seats in the plane and set off. 10 minutes later they were crossing the frontier that separated civilization from savagery. Uphill and down, across the deserts of salt or sand, through forests into the violet depth of canyons, over crag and peak and table-topped mesa, the fence marched on and on, irresistibly the straight line, the geometrical symbol of triumphant human purpose. And at its foot, here and there, a mosaic of white bones. A still-rotted carcass, dark on the tawny ground, marked the place where deer or steer, puma or porcupine or coyote, or the greedy turkey buzzards, drawn down by the whiff of carrion and fulminated as though by poetic justice, had come too close to the destroying wires. "They never learn," said the green-uniformed pilot, pointing down at the skeletons on the ground below them. "And they never will learn," he added and laughed, as though he had somehow scored a personal triumph over the electrocuted animals. Bernard also laughed. After 2 grams of Soma, the joke seemed, for some reason, good. Laughed, and then almost immediately dropped off to sleep, and sleeping was carried over Taos and Tesic, over Nambe and Picurius and Pohac, over Sia and Cochita, over Laguna and Acoma and the Enchanted Mesa, over Zuni and Cibola and Ojo Caliente, and woke at last to find the machine standing on the ground, Lenina carrying the suitcases into a small square house, and the gamma-green octoroon talking incomprehensibly with a young Indian. "Malpais," explained the pilot, and Bernard stepped out. "This is the rest house. There's a dance this afternoon at the Pueblo. He'll take you there." He pointed to the sullen young savage. "Funny, I expect." He grinned. "Everything they do is funny." And with that he climbed into the plane and started up the engines. "Back tomorrow, and remember," he added reassuringly to Lenina, "they're perfectly tame. Savages won't do you any harm. They've got enough experience at gas bombs to know that they mustn't play any tricks." Still laughing, he threw the helicopter screws into gear, accelerated, and was gone. The mesa was like a ship becalmed in a strait of lion-coloured dust. The channel wound between precipitous banks, and slanting from one wall to the other across the valley ran a streak of green, the river and its fields. On the prow of that stone ship in the centre of the strait, and seemingly part of it, a shaped and geometrical outcrop of the naked rock, stood the Pueblo of Malpais. Block above block, each story smaller than the one below, the tall houses rose like stepped and amputated pyramids into the blue sky. At their feet lay a straggle of low buildings, a crisscross of walls, and on three sides the precipices fell sheer into the plain. A few columns of smoke mounted perpendicularly into the windless air and were lost. "Queer," said Lenina. "Very queer." It was her ordinary word of condemnation. "I don't like it, and I don't like that man." She pointed to the Indian guide who had been appointed to take them up to the Pueblo. Her feeling was, evidently, reciprocated. The very back of the man, as he walked along before them, was hostile, sullenly contemptuous. "Besides," she lowered her voice, "he smells." Bernard did not attempt to deny it. They walked on. Suddenly, it was as though the whole air had come alive and were pulsing with the indefatigable movement of blood. Up there, in Malpais, the drums were being beaten. Their feet fell in with the rhythm of that mysterious heart. They quickened their pace. Their path led them to the foot of the precipice. The sides of the great Mesa ship towered over them, 300 feet to the gunwale. "I wish we could have brought the plane," said Lenina, looking up resentfully at the blank, impending rock face. "I hate walking, and you feel so small when you're on the ground at the bottom of a hill." They walked along for some way in the shadow of the mesa, rounded a projection, and there, in a water-worn ravine, was the way up the companion ladder. They climbed. It was a very steep path that zigzagged from side to side of the gully. Sometimes the pulsing of the drums was all but inaudible, at others they seemed to be beating only just around the corner. When they were halfway up, an eagle flew past so close to them that the wind of his wings blew chill on their faces. In a crevice of the rock lay a pile of bones. It was all oppressively queer, and the Indians smelt stronger and stronger. They emerged at last from the ravine into the full sunlight. The top of the mesa was a flat deck of stone. "Like the Charing T Tower," was Lenina's comment, but she was not allowed to enjoy her discovery of this reassuring resemblance for long. A padding of soft feet made them turn around. Naked from throat to navel, their dark brown bodies painted with white lines. "Like asphalt tennis courts," Lenina was later to explain. Their faces inhuman with daubings of scarlet, black, and ochre. 2 Indians came running along the path. Their black hair was braided with fox fur and red flannel. Cloaks of turkey feathers fluttered from their shoulders. Huge feather diadems exploded gaudily round their heads. With every stop they took came the clink and rattle of their silver bracelets, their heavy necklaces of bone and turquoise beads. They came on without a word, running quietly in their deerskin moccasins. One of them was holding a feather brush. The other carried in either hand what looked at a distance like 3 or 4 pieces of thick rope. One of the ropes writhed uneasily, and suddenly Lenina saw that they were snakes. The men came nearer and nearer. Their dark eyes looked at her, but without giving any sign of recognition, any smallest sign that they had seen her or were aware of her existence. The writhing snake hung limp again with the rest. The men passed. "I don't like it," said Lenina. "I don't like it." She liked even less what awaited her at the entrance to the Pueblo, where their guide had left them while he went inside for instructions. The dirt, to start with. The piles of rubbish, the dust, the dogs, the flies. Her face wrinkled up into a grimace of disgust. She held her handkerchief to her nose. "But how can they live like this?" she broke out in a voice of indignant incredulity. It wasn't possible. Bernard shrugged his shoulders philosophically. "Anyhow," he said, "they've been doing it for the past 5,000 or 6,000 years, so I suppose they must be used to it by now." "But cleanliness is next to forwardliness," she insisted. "Yes, and civilization is sterilization," Bernard went on, concluding on a tone of irony the second hypnopedic lesson in elementary hygiene. But these people have never heard of our Ford, and they aren't civilized. So there's no point in... Oh! She gripped his arm. Look! An almost naked Indian was very slowly climbing down the ladder from the first-floor terrace of a neighboring house, rung after rung, with the tremulous caution of extreme old age. His face was profoundly wrinkled and black, like a mask of obsidian. His toothless mouth had fallen in. At the corners of the lips, and on each side of the chin, a few long bristles gleamed almost white against the dark skin. The long, unbraided hair hung down in grey wisps round his face. His body was bent and emaciated to the bone, almost fleshless. Very slowly, he came down, pausing at each rung before he ventured another step. "What's the matter with him?" whispered Lenina. Her eyes were wide with horror and amazement. "He's old, that's all," Bernard answered as carelessly as he could. He too was startled, but he made an effort to seem unmoved. "Old?" she repeated. "But the director's old. Lots of people are old. They're not like that." "That's because we don't allow them to be like that. We preserve them from diseases. We keep their internal secretions artificially balanced at a youthful equilibrium. We don't permit their magnesium-calcium ratio to fall below what it was at 30. We give them transfusions of young blood. We keep their metabolism permanently stimulated, so of course they don't look like that. Partly," he added, "because most of them die long before they reach this creature's age. Youth almost unimpaired till 60, and then crack! The end." But Lenina was not listening. She was watching the old man. Slowly, slowly he came down. His feet touched the ground. He turned. In their deep sunken orbits, his eyes were still extraordinarily bright. They looked at her for a long moment expressionlessly, without surprise, as though she had not been there at all. Then, slowly, with bent back, the old man hobbled past them and was gone. "But it's terrible," Lenina whispered. "It's awful. We ought not to have come here." She felt in her pocket for her soma, only to discover that by some unprecedented oversight, she had left the bottle down at the rest house. Bernard's pockets were also empty. Lenina was left to face the horrors of Malpace unaided. They came crowding in on her thick and fast. The spectacle of two young women giving breast to their babies made her blush and turn away her face. She had never seen anything so indecent in her life. And what made it worse was that, instead of tactfully ignoring it, Bernard proceeded to make open comments on this revoltingly viviparous scene, ashamed, now that the effects of the soma had worn off, of the weakness he had displayed that morning in the hotel. He went out of his way to show himself strong and unorthodox. "What a wonderfully intimate relationship," he said, deliberately outrageous. "And what an intensity of feeling it must generate. I often think one may have missed something in not having had a mother. And perhaps you've missed something in not being a mother, Lenina. Imagine yourself sitting there with a little baby of your own." "Oh, Bernard, how could you?" The passage of an old woman with ophthalmia and a disease of the skin distracted her from her indignation. "Let's go away," she begged. "I don't like it." But at this moment, their guide came back, and beckoning them to follow, led the way down the narrow street between the houses. They rounded a corner. A dead dog was lying on a rubbish heap. A woman with a goiter was looking for lice in the hair of a small girl. Their guide halted at the foot of a ladder, raised his hand perpendicularly, and then darted it horizontally forward. They did what he mutely commanded, climbed the ladder, and walked through the doorway, to which it gave access into a long, narrow room, rather dark and smelling of smoke and cooked grease and long-worn, long-unwashed clothes. At the further end of the room was another doorway, through which came a shaft of sunlight and the noise, very loud and close, of the drums. They stepped across the threshold and found themselves on a wide terrace. Below them, shut in by the tall houses, was the village square, crowded with Indians. Bright blankets and feathers in black hair and the glint of turquoise and dark skins shining with heat. Lenina put the handkerchief to her nose again. In the open space at the center of the square were 2 circular platforms of masonry and trampled clay. The roofs, it was evident, of underground chambers, for in the center of each platform was an open hatchway with a ladder emerging from the lower darkness. A sound of subterranean flute playing came up and was almost lost in the steady, remorseless persistence of the drums. Lenina liked the drums. Shutting her eyes, she abandoned herself to their soft, repeated thunder, allowed it to invade her consciousness more and more completely, till at last there was nothing left in the world but that one deep pulse of sound. It reminded her reassuringly of the synthetic noises made at solidarity services and Ford's Day celebrations. "Orgy porgy," she whispered to herself. These drums beat out just the same rhythms. There was a sudden, startling burst of singing, hundreds of male voices crying out fiercely in harsh, metallic unison. A few long notes and silence, the thunderous silence of the drums. Then shrill in a neighing treble the woman's answer. Then again the drums, and once more the men's deep, savage affirmation of their manhood. Queer? Yes. The place was queer, so was the music, so were the clothes, and the goiters, and the skin diseases, and the old people, but the performance itself, there seemed to be nothing specially queer about that. "It reminds me of a lower-caste community sing," she told Bernard. But a little later, it was reminding her a good deal less of that innocuous function. For suddenly, there had swarmed up from those round chambers underground a ghastly troop of monsters. Hideously masked or painted out of all semblance of humanity, they had tramped out a strange limping dance round the square, round and again round, singing as they went, round and round, each time a little faster, and the drums had changed and quickened their rhythm so that it became like the pulsing of fever in the ears, and the crowd had begun to sing with the dancers louder and louder, and first one woman had shrieked and then another and another as though they were being killed. And then suddenly the leader of the dancers broke out of the line, ran to a big wooden chest which was standing at one end of the square, raised the lid and pulled out a pair of black snakes. A great yell went up from the crowd, and all the other dancers ran towards him with outstretched hands. He tossed the snakes to the first comers, then dipped back into the chest for more. More and more black snakes, and brown and mottled, he flung them out, and then the dance began again, on a different rhythm. Round and round they went with their snakes, snakily, with a soft undulating movement at the knees and hips, round and round. Then the leader gave a signal, and one after another all the snakes were flung down in the middle of the square. An old man came up from underground and sprinkled them with cornmeal, and from the other hatchway came a woman and sprinkled them with water from a black jar. Then the old man lifted his hand, and startlingly, terrifyingly, there was absolute silence. The drums stopped beating. Life seemed to have come to an end. The old man pointed towards the 2 hatchways that gave entrance to the lower world, and slowly, raised by invisible hands from below, there emerged from the one a painted image of an eagle, from the other that of a man, naked and nailed to a cross. They hung there, seemingly self-sustained, as though watching. The old man clapped his hands. Naked, but for a white cotton breechcloth, a boy of about 18 stepped out of the crowd and stood before him, his hands crossed over his chest, his head bowed. The old man made the sign of the cross over him and turned away. Slowly, the boy began to walk round the writhing heap of snakes. He had completed his first circuit and was halfway through the second when, from among the dancers, a tall man wearing the mask of a coyote and holding in his hand a whip of plaited leather advanced towards him. The boy moved on as though unaware of the other's existence. The coyote man raised his whip. There was a long moment of expectancy, then a swift movement. The whistle of the lash and its loud, flat-sounding impact on flesh. The boy's body quivered, but he made no sound. He walked on at the same slow, steady pace. The coyote struck again, and at every blow, at first a gasp, and then a deep groan went up from the crowd. The boy walked. Twice, thrice, 4 times round he went. The blood was streaming. 5 times round, 6 times round. Suddenly, Lenina covered her face with her hands and began to sob. "Oh, stop them," she implored. But the whip fell and fell inexorably. 7 times round. Then, all at once, the boy staggered, and still without a sound, pitched forward onto his face. Bending over him, the old man touched his back with a long white feather, held it up for a moment, crimson for the people to see, then shook it thrice over the snakes. A few drops fell, and suddenly the drums broke out again in a panic of hurrying notes. There was a great shout. The dancers rushed forward, picked up the snakes, and ran out of the square. Men, women, children, all the crowd ran after them. A minute later, the square was empty. Only the boy remained, prone where he had fallen, quite still. 3 old women came out of one of the houses and, with some difficulty, lifted him and carried him in. The eagle and the man on the cross kept guard for a little while over the empty pueblo, then, as though they had seen enough, sank slowly down through their hatchways, out of sight, into the netherworld. Lenina was still sobbing. "Too awful," she kept repeating, and all Bernard's consolations were in vain. "Too awful! That blood!" She shuddered. "Oh, I wish I had my Soma!" There was the sound of feet in the inner room. Lenina did not move, but sat with her face in her hands, unseeing, apart. Only Bernard turned round. The dress of the young man who now stepped out onto the terrace was Indian, but his plaited hair was straw-coloured, his eyes a pale blue, and his skin a white skin, bronzed. "Hello, good morrow," said the stranger, in faultless but peculiar English. "You're civilized, aren't you? You came from that other place outside the reservation?" "Who on earth?" Bernard began in astonishment. The young man sighed and shook his head. "A most unhappy gentleman," and pointing to the bloodstains in the centre of the square. "Do you see that damned spot?" he asked in a voice that trembled with emotion. "A gram is better than a dam," said Lenina mechanically from behind her hands. "I wish I had my Soma." "I ought to have been there," the young man went on. "Why wouldn't they let me be the sacrifice? I'd have gone round 10 times, 12, 15. Palautewa only got as far as 7. They could have had twice as much blood from me. The multitudinous seas incarnadine." He flung out his arms in a lavish gesture, then, despairingly, let them fall again. "But they wouldn't let me. They disliked me for my complexion. It's always been like that. Always." Tears stood out in the young man's eyes. He was ashamed and turned away. Astonishment made Lenina forget the deprivation of Soma. She uncovered her face and, for the first time, looked at the stranger. "Do you mean to say you wanted to be hit with that whip?" Still averted from her, the young man made a sign of affirmation. "For the sake of the pueblo, to make the rain come and the corn grow, and to please Pukong and Jesus. And then to show that I can bear pain without crying out. Yes." And his voice suddenly took on a new resonance. He turned with a proud squaring of the shoulders, a proud, defiant lifting of the chin. "To show that I am a man." Oh! He gave a gasp and was silent, gaping. He had seen, for the first time in his life, the face of a girl whose cheeks were not the colour of chocolate or dogskin, whose hair was auburn and permanently waved, and whose expression, amazing novelty, was one of benevolent interest. Lenina was smiling at him. Such a nice-looking boy, she was thinking, and a really beautiful body. The blood rushed up into the young man's face. He dropped his eyes, raised them again for a moment, only to find her still smiling at him, and was so much overcome that he had to turn away and pretend to be looking very hard at something on the other side of the square. Bernard's questions made a diversion. Who? How? When? From where? Keeping his eyes fixed on Bernard's face, for so passionately did he long to see Lenina smiling that he simply dared not look at her, the young man tried to explain himself. Linda and he, Linda was his mother, the word made Lenina look uncomfortable, were strangers in the reservation. Linda had come from the other place long ago before he was born, with a man who was his father. Bernard pricked up his ears. She had gone walking alone in those mountains over there to the north, had fallen down a steep place and hurt her head. Go on, said Bernard excitedly. Some hunters from Malpais had found her and brought her to the Pueblo. As for the man who was his father, Linda had never seen him again. His name was Tomakin. Yes, Thomas was the DHC's first name. He must have flown away back to the other place, away without her, a bad, unkind, unnatural man. And so I was born in Malpais, he concluded. In Malpais. And he shook his head. The squalor of that little house on the outskirts of the Pueblo. A space of dust and rubbish separated it from the village. 2 famine-stricken dogs were nosing obscenely in the garbage at its door. Inside, when they entered, the twilight stank and was loud with flies. Linda, the young man called. From the inner room, a rather hoarse female voice said, Coming! They waited. In bowls on the floor were the remains of a meal, perhaps of several meals. The door opened. A very stout, blonde squaw stepped out across the threshold and stood looking at the strangers, staring incredulously, her mouth open. Lenina noticed with disgust that 2 of the front teeth were missing, and the colour of the ones that remained. She shuddered. It was worse than the old man. So fat, and all the lines in her face, the flabbiness, the wrinkles, and the sagging cheeks with those purplish blotches, and the red veins on her nose, the bloodshot eyes, and that neck, and the blanket she wore over her head, ragged and filthy. And under the brown sack-shaped tunic, those enormous breasts, the bulge of the stomach, the hips. Oh, much worse than the old man, much worse. And suddenly, the creature burst out in a torrent of speech, rushed at her with outstretched arms, and Ford, it was too revolting. In another moment, she'd be sick, pressed her against the bulge, the bosom, and began to kiss her. Ford! To kiss, slobberingly, and smelt too horrible, obviously never had a bath, and simply reeked of that beastly stuff that was put into Delta and Epsilon bottles. No, it wasn't true about Bernard. Positively stank of alcohol. She broke away as quickly as she could. A blubbered and distorted face confronted her. The creature was crying. "Oh, my dear, my dear!" The torrent of words flowed sobbingly. "If you knew how glad! After all these years! A civilized face, yes, and civilized clothes! Because I thought I should never see a piece of real acetate silk again!" She fingered the sleeve of Lenina's shirt. The nails were black. "And those adorable viscose velveteen shorts! Do you know, dear, I've still got my old clothes, the ones I came in, put away in a box. I'll show you them afterwards. Though, of course, the acetate has all gone into holes, but such a lovely white bandolier, though I must say your green Morocco is even lovelier. Not that it did me much good, that bandolier." Her tears began to flow again. "I suppose John told you what I had to suffer, and not a gram of soma to be had, only a drink of mescal every now and again when Pope used to bring it. Pope is a boy I used to know. But it makes you feel so bad afterwards, the mescal does, and you're sick with the peyote. Besides, it always made the awful feeling of being ashamed much worse the next day, and I was so ashamed. Just think of it, me, a beta, having a baby. Put yourself in my place." The mere suggestion made Lenina shudder. "No, it wasn't my fault, I swear, because I still don't know how it happened. Seeing that I did all the Malthusian drill, by the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, always, I swear it. But all the same, it happened. And of course there wasn't anything like an abortion centre here. Is it still down in Chelsea, by the way? She asked. Lenina nodded. And still floodlighted on Tuesday and Fridays? Lenina nodded again. Oh, that lovely pink glass tower. Poor Linda lifted her face, and with closed eyes ecstatically contemplated the bright remembered image. And the river at night, she whispered. Great tears oozed slowly out from behind her tight-shut eyelids. And flying back in the evening from Stoke Pogues, and then a hot bath and vibro-vacuum massage, but there. She drew a deep breath, shook her head, opened her eyes again, sniffed once or twice, then blew her nose on her fingers and wiped them on the skirt of her tunic. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said in response to Lenina's involuntary grimace of disgust. I oughtn't to have done that, I'm sorry, but what are you to do when there aren't any handkerchiefs? I remember how it used to upset me, all that dirt and nothing being aseptic. I had an awful cut on my head when they first brought me here. You can't imagine what they used to put on it. Filth, just filth. Civilization is sterilization, I used to say to them. And Streptocock G to Banbury T to see a fine bathroom and WC, as though they were children. But of course they didn't understand, how should they? And in the end, I suppose I got used to it. And anyway, how can you keep things clean when there isn't hot water laid on? And look at these clothes. This beastly wool isn't like acetate. It lasts and lasts. And you're supposed to mend it if it gets torn. But I'm a beta. I worked in the fertilizing room. No one ever taught me to do anything like that. It wasn't my business. Besides, it never used to be right to mend clothes. Throw them away when they've got holes in them and buy new. The more stitches, the less riches, isn't that right? Mending's antisocial, but it's all different here. It's like living with lunatics. Everything they do is mad. She looked round, saw John and Bernard had left them and were walking up and down in the dust and garbage outside the house. But nonetheless, confidentially lowering her voice and leaning, while Lenina stiffened and shrank so close that the brown reek of embryo poison stirred the hair on her cheek. For instance, she hoarsely whispered, take the way they have one another here. Mad, I tell you, absolutely mad. Everybody belongs to everybody else, don't they? Well, don't they? She insisted, tugging at Lenina's sleeve. Lenina nodded her averted head, let out the breath she'd been holding, and managed to draw another one relatively untainted. Well, here, the other went on, nobody's supposed to belong to more than one person. And if you have people in the ordinary way, the others think you're wicked and antisocial. They hate and despise you. Once, a lot of women came and made a scene because their men came to see me. Well, why not? And then they rushed at me. No, it was too awful. I can't tell you about it. Linda covered her face with her hands and shuddered. They're so hateful, the women here. Mad and cruel. And of course they don't know anything about Malthusian drill or bottles or decanting or anything of that sort. So they're having children all the time like dogs. It's too revolting. And to think that Oh, Ford. And yet John was a great comfort to me. I don't know what I should have done without him. Even though he did get so upset whenever a man, quite as a tiny boy even, once, but that was when he was bigger, he tried to kill poor Waihusiwa, or was it Pope? Just because I used to have them sometimes. Because I never could make him understand that that was what civilized people ought to do. Being mad's infectious, I believe. Anyhow, John seemed to have caught it from the Indians. Because of course he was with them a lot. Even though they were always so beastly to him and wouldn't let him do all the things that other boys did, which was a good thing in a way, because it made it easier for me to condition him a little, though you've no idea how difficult that was. There's so much one doesn't know. It wasn't my business to know. I mean, when a child asks you how a helicopter works, or who made the world, well, what are you to answer if you're a beta and have always worked in the fertilizing room? What are you to answer? If you're enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to hit like and subscribe on this channel, or if you want ad-free versions, you can support me on Patreon for as little as 25 cents a week. 8. Outside, in the dust and among the garbage, there were 4 dogs now. Bernard and John were walking slowly up and down. "So hard for me to realize," Bernard was saying. "To reconstruct. As though we were living on different planets, in different centuries. A mother, and all this dirt, and gods, and old age, and disease." He shook his head. "It's almost inconceivable. I shall never understand unless you explain." "Explain what?" "This," he indicated the pueblo. "That," and it was the little house outside the village. "Everything, all your life." "But what is there to say?" "From the beginning, as far back as you can remember." "As far back as I can remember." John frowned. There was a long silence. It was very hot. They had eaten a lot of tortillas and sweet corn. Linda said, "Come and lie down, baby." They lay down together in the big bed. "Sing," and Linda sang. Sang Streptocock G to Banbury T and Bye-bye Banting, soon you'll need decanting. Her voice got fainter and fainter. There was a loud noise, and he woke with a start. A man was saying something to Linda, and Linda was laughing. She had pulled the blankets up to her chin, but the man pulled it down again. His hair was like 2 black ropes, and round his arm was a lovely silver bracelet with blue stones in it. He liked the bracelet, but all the same, he was frightened. He hid his face against Linda's body. Linda put her hand on him, and he felt safer. In those other words he did not understand so well, she said to the man, "Not with John here." The man looked at him, then again at Linda, and said a few words in a soft voice. Linda said, "No," but the man bent over the bed towards him, and his face was huge, terrible. The black ropes of hair touched the blanket. "No," Linda said again, and he felt her hand squeezing him more tightly. "No, no!" But the man took hold of one of his arms, and it hurt. He screamed. The man put up his other hand and lifted him. Linda was still holding him, still saying, "No, no!" The man said something short and angry, and suddenly her hands were gone. "Linda! Linda!" He kicked and wriggled, but the man carried him across the door, opened it, put him down on the floor in the middle of the other room, and went away, shutting the door behind him. He got up. He ran to the door. Standing on tiptoe, he could just reach the big wooden latch. He lifted it and pushed, but the door wouldn't open. "Linda!" he shouted. She didn't answer. He remembered a huge room, rather dark, and there were big wooden things with strings fastened to them, and lots of women standing round them making blankets, Linda said. Linda told him to sit in the corner with the other children while she went and helped the women. He played with the little boys for a long time. Suddenly, people started talking very loud, and there were the woman pushing Linda away, and Linda was crying. She went to the door, and he ran after her. He asked her why they were angry. "Because I broke something," she said, and then she got angry too. "How should I know how to do their beastly weaving?" she said. "Beastly savages." He asked her what savages were. When they got back to their house, Pope was waiting at the door, and he came in with them. He had a big gourd full of stuff that looked like water, only it wasn't water, but something with a bad smell that burnt your mouth and made you cough. Linda drank some, and Pope drank some, and then Linda laughed a lot and talked very loud, and then she and Pope went into the other room. When Pope went away, he went into the room. Linda was in bed, and so fast asleep that he couldn't wake her. Pope used to come often. He said the stuff in the gourd was called mescal, but Linda said it ought to have been called soma, only it made you feel ill afterwards. He hated Pope. He hated them all the men who came to see Linda. One afternoon, when he'd been playing with the other children, it was cold, he remembered, and there was snow on the mountains. He came back to the house and he heard angry voices in the bedroom. They were women's voices, and they said words he didn't understand, but he knew they were dreadful words. Then, suddenly, crash! Something was upset. He heard people moving about quickly. There was another crash, and then a noise like hitting a mule, only not so bony. Then Linda screamed. "Oh, don't, she said. He ran in. There were 3 women in dark blankets. Linda was on the bed. One of the women was holding her wrists, another was lying across her legs so that she couldn't kick. The third was hitting her with a whip. Once. Twice. 3 times, and each time Linda screamed. Crying, he tugged at the fringe of the woman's blanket. "Please, please!" With her free hand, she held him away. The whip came down again, and again Linda screamed. He caught hold of the woman's enormous brown hand between his own and bit it with all his might. She cried out, wrenched her hand free, and gave him such a push that he fell down. While he was lying on the ground, she hit him 3 times with the whip. It hurt more than anything he had ever felt, like fire. The whip whistled again, fell, but this time it was Linda who screamed. "But why did they want to hurt you, Linda?" he asked that night. He was crying because the red marks of the whip on his back still hurt so terribly. But he was also crying because people were so beastly and unfair, and because he was only a little boy and couldn't do anything against them. Linda was crying too. She was grown up, but she wasn't big enough to fight against 3 of them. It wasn't fair for her either. "Why did they want to hurt you, Linda?" "I don't know. How should I know?" It was difficult to hear what she said, because she was lying on her stomach and her face was in the pillow. "They say those men are their men," she went on, and she did not seem to be talking to him at all. She seemed to be talking with someone inside herself. A long talk which she didn't understand, and in the end she started crying louder than ever. "Oh, don't cry, Linda, don't cry." He pressed himself against her. He put his arms around her neck. Linda cried out, "Oh, be careful, my shoulder, oh!" And she pushed him away hard. His head banged against the wall. "Little idiot!" she shouted, and then suddenly she began to slap him. Slap! Slap! "Linda!" he cried out. "Oh, Mother, don't! I'm not your mother, I won't be your mother! But Linda, oh!" She slapped him on the cheek. "Turned into a savage!" she shouted. "Having young ones like an animal! If it hadn't been for you, I might have gone to the inspector. I might have got away, but not with a baby. That would have been too shameful." He saw that she was going to hit him again and lifted his arm to guard his face. "Oh, don't, Linda, please don't." "Little beast!" She pulled down his arm. His face was uncovered. "Don't, Linda!" He shut his eyes, expecting the blow. But she didn't hit him. After a little time, he opened his eyes again and saw that she was looking at him. He tried to smile at her. Suddenly, she put her arms around him and kissed him again and again. Sometimes, for several days, Linda didn't get up at all. She lay in bed and was sad, or else she drank that stuff that Pope brought and laughed a great deal and went to sleep. Sometimes she was sick. Often she forgot to wash him, and there was nothing to eat except cold tortillas. He remembered the first time she found those little animals in his hair, how she screamed and screamed. The happiest times were when she told him about the other place. "And you really can go flying whenever you like? Whenever you like." And she would tell him about the lovely music that came out of a box, and all of the nice games you could play, and the delicious things to eat and drink, and the light that came when you pressed a little thing in the wall, and the pictures that you could hear and feel and smell as well as see, and another box for making nice smells, and the pink and green and blue and silver houses as high as mountains, and everybody happy, and no one ever sad or angry, and everyone belonging to everyone else, and the boxes where you could see and hear what was happening at the other side of the world, and babies in lovely clean bottles, everything so clean, and no nasty smells, no dirt at all, and people never lonely, but living together and being so jolly and happy, like the summer dances here in Malpais, but much happier, and the happiness being there every day, every day. He listened by the hour, and sometimes when he and the other children were tired with too much playing, one of the old men of the Pueblo would talk to them in those other words of the great transformer of the world, and of the long fight between right hand and left hand, between wet and dry, of Awanawilona, who made a great fog by thinking in the night, and then made the whole world out of the fog, of Earth Mother and Sky Father, of Ahayuta and Masailema, the twins of war and chance, of Jesus and Pukong, of Mary and Etzanatlehi, the woman who made herself young again, of the Black Stone of Laguna and the Great Eagle and Our Lady of Acoma. Strange stories, all the more wonderful to him for being told in the other words and so not fully understood. Lying in bed, he would think of heaven and London and Our Lady of Acoma and the rows and rows of babies in clean bottles, and Jesus flying up and Linda flying up, and the great director of World Hatcheries and Awanawilona. Lots of men came to see Linda. The boys began to point their fingers at him. In the strange other words, they said that Linda was bad. They called her names he did not understand, but he knew they were bad names. One day they sang a song about her again and again. He threw stones at them. They threw back. A sharp stone cut his cheek. The blood wouldn't stop. He was covered in blood. Linda taught him to read. With a piece of charcoal, she drew pictures on the wall, an animal sitting down, a baby inside a bottle. Then she wrote letters. The cat is on the mat. The tot is in the pot. He learned quickly and easily. When he knew how to read all the words she wrote on the wall, Linda opened her big wooden box and pulled out from under those funny little red trousers she never wore a thin little book. He had often seen it before. "When you're bigger," she had said, "you can read it." Well, now he was big enough. He was proud. "I'm afraid you won't find it very exciting," she said, "but it's the only thing I have." She sighed. "If only you could see the lovely reading machines we used to have in London." He began reading. The chemical and bacteriological conditioning of the embryo. Practical instructions for beta embryo store workers. It took him a quarter of an hour to read the title alone. He threw the book on the floor. "Beastly, beastly book," he said, and began to cry. The boys still sang their horrible song about Linda. Sometimes, too, they laughed at him for being so ragged. When he tore his clothes, Linda did not know how to mend them. In the other place, she told him, people threw away clothes with holes in them and got new ones. "Rags, rags," the boys used to shout at him. "But I can read," he said to himself, "and they can't. They don't even know what reading is." It was fairly easy, if he thought hard enough about the reading, to pretend that he didn't mind when they made fun of him. He asked Linda to give him the book again. The more the boys pointed and sang, the harder he read. Soon he could read all the words quite well, even the longest. But what did they mean? He asked Linda, but even when she could answer, it didn't seem to make it very clear, and generally she couldn't answer at all. "What are chemicals?" he would ask. "Oh, stuff like magnesium salts and alcohol for keeping the deltas and epsilons small and backward, and calcium carbonate for bones and all that sort of thing." "But how do you make chemicals, Linda? Where do they come from?" "Well, I don't know. You get them out of bottles, and when the bottles are empty, you send up to the chemical store for more. It's the chemical store people who made them, I suppose. Or else they send to the factory for them. I don't know. I never did any chemistry. My job was always with the embryos." It was the same with everything else he asked about. Linda never seemed to know. The old men of the Pueblo had much more definite answers. "The seed of men and all creatures, the seed of the sun and the seed of the earth and the seed of the sky. Awanawilona made them all out of the fog of increase. Now the world has 4 wombs, and he laid the seeds in the lowest of the 4 wombs, and gradually the seeds began to grow." One day, John calculated later that it must have been soon after his 12th birthday, he came home and found a book that he had never seen before lying on the floor in the bedroom. It was a thick book and looked very old. The binding had been eaten by mice. Some of its pages were loose and crumpled. He picked it up, looked at the title page. The book was called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Linda was lying on the bed, sipping that horrible, stinking mezcal out of a cup. "Pope brought it," she said. Her voice was thick and hoarse like somebody else's voice. "It was lying in one of the chests of the Antilope Kiva. It's supposed to have been there for hundreds of years. I expect it's true, because I looked at it and it seemed to be full of nonsense, uncivilized. Still, it'll be good enough for you to practice your reading on." She took a last sip, set the cup down on the floor beside the bed, turned over on her side, hiccuped once or twice, and went to sleep. He opened the book at random. "Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty." The strange words rolled through his mind, rumbled like talking thunder, like the drums at the summer dances if the drums could have spoken, like the men singing the corn song, beautiful, beautiful, so that you cried. Like old Mitsima saying magic over his feathers and his carved sticks and his bits of bone and stone. Hiaflat silu, siloque, 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 kiai, silu, silu, tsithul. But better than Mitsima's magic, because it meant more. Because it talked to him, talked wonderfully and only half understandably. A terrible, beautiful magic about Linda. About Linda lying there, snoring, with the empty cup on the floor beside the bed. About Linda and Pope. Linda and Pope. He hated Pope more and more. A man can smile and be a villain. Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. What did the words exactly mean? He only half knew. But their magic was strong, and went on rumbling in his head. And somehow it was as though he had never really hated Pope before, never really hated him, because he had never been able to say how much he hated him. But now he had these words like drums and singing and magic. These words and the strange, strange story out of which they were taken. He couldn't make head nor tail of it, but it was wonderful, wonderful all the same. They gave him a reason for hating Pope, and they made his hatred more real. They even made Pope himself more real. One day, when he came in from playing, the door of the inner room was open, and he saw them lying together on the bed, asleep. White Linda and Pope almost black beside her, with one arm under her shoulders and the other dark hand on her breast, and one of the plaits of his long hair lying across her throat like a black snake trying to strangle her. Pope's gourd and a cup were standing on the floor near the bed. Linda was snoring. His heart seemed to have disappeared and left a hole. He was empty, empty and cold, and rather sick and giddy. He leaned against the wall to steady himself. Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous. Like drums, like the men singing for the corn, like magic, the words repeated and repeated themselves in his head. From being cold, he was suddenly hot. His cheeks burned with the rush of blood. The room swam and darkened before his eyes. He ground his teeth. "I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'll kill him," he kept saying. And suddenly there were more words. "When he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed." The magic was on his side. The magic explained and gave orders. He stepped back into the outer room. "When he is drunk asleep." The knife for the meat was lying on the floor near the fireplace. He picked it up and tiptoed to the door again. "When he is drunk asleep, drunk asleep." He ran across the room and stabbed. Oh, the blood! Stabbed again, as Pope heaved out of his sleep, lifted his hand to stab once more, but found his wrist caught, held, and twisted. He couldn't move. He was trapped. and there were Pope's small black eyes very close, staring into his own. He looked away. There were 2 cuts on Pope's left shoulder. "Oh, look at the blood!" Linda was crying. "Look at the blood!" She had never been able to bear the sight of blood. Pope lifted his other hand to strike him, he thought. He stiffened to receive the blow. But the hand only took him under the chin and turned his face, so that he had to look again into Pope's eyes. For a long time. For hours and hours. And suddenly, he couldn't help it. He began to cry. Pope burst out laughing. "Go," he said in the other Indian words. "Go, my brave Ahayuta." He ran out into the other room to hide his tears. "You are 15, said old Mitsima in the Indian words. "Now I may teach you to work the clay." Squatting by the river, they worked together. "First of all," said Mitsima, taking a lump of the wetted clay between his hands, "we make a little moon." The old man squeezed the lump into a disc, then bent up the edges. The moon became a shallow cup. Slowly and unskillfully, he imitated the old man's delicate gestures. "A moon, a cup, and now a snake." Mitsima rolled out another piece of clay into a long, flexible cylinder, trooped it into a circle, and pressed it onto the rim of the cup. "Then another snake, and another, and another." Round by round, Mitsima built up the sides of the pot. It was narrow, it bulged, it narrowed again towards the neck. Mitsima squeezed and patted, stroked and scraped, and there at last it stood, in shape the familiar water pot of Malpais, but creamy white instead of black, and still soft to the touch. The crooked parody of Mitsima's, his own, stood beside it. Looking at the 2 pots, he had to laugh. "But the next one will be better," he said, and began to moisten another piece of clay. To fashion, to give form, to feel his fingers gaining in skill and power, this gave him an extraordinary pleasure. "A, B, C, vitamin D," he sang to himself as he worked. "The fat's in the liver, the cod's in the sea." And Mitsima also sang a song about killing a bear. They worked all day, and all day he was filled with an intense, absorbing happiness. "Next winter," said old Mitsima, "I will teach you to make the bow." He stood for a long time outside the house, and at last the ceremonies within were finished. The door opened, they came out. Koth Lu came first, his right hand outstretched and tightly closed, as though over some precious jewel. Her clenched hand similarly outstretched, Kiakkime followed. They walked in silence, and in silence behind them came the brothers and sisters and cousins and all the troop of old people. They walked out of the pueblo, across the mesa. At the edge of the cliff they halted, facing the early morning sun. Koth Lu opened his hand. A pinch of cornmeal lay white on the palm. He breathed on it, murmured a few words, then threw it, a handful of white dust, towards the sun. Kiakkime did the same. Then Kiakkime's father stepped forward, and holding up a feathered prayer stick, made a long prayer, then threw the stick after the cornmeal. "It is finished," said old Mitsima in a loud voice. "They are married." "Well," said Linda as they turned away, "all I can say is it does seem a lot of fuss to make about so little. In civilized countries, when a boy wants to have a girl, he just... But where are you going, John?" He paid no attention to her calling, but ran on, away, away, anywhere, to be by himself. "It is finished." Old Mitsima's words repeated themselves in his mind. Finished. Finished. In silence and from a long way off, but violently, desperately, hopelessly, he had loved Kiakkime. And now it was finished. He was 16. At the full moon, in the Antelope Kiva, secrets would be told. Secrets would be done and born. they would go down boys into the kiva and come out again men. The boys were all afraid and at the same time impatient. And at last, it was the day. The sun went down, the moon rose. He went with the others. Men were standing dark at the entrance to the kiva. The ladder went down into the red-lighted depths. Already the leading boys had begun to climb down. Suddenly, one of the men stepped forward, caught him by the arm and pulled him out of the ranks. He broke free and dodged back into his place among the others. This time the man struck him, pulled his hair. "Not for you, Whitehair, not for the son of the she-dog," said one of the other men. The boys laughed. "Go!" And as he still hovered on the fringes of the group, "Go!" the men shouted again. One of them bent down, took a stone through it. "Go! Go! Go!" There was a shower of stones. Bleeding, he ran away into the darkness. From the red-lit kiva came the noise of singing. The last of the boys had climbed down the ladder. He was all alone. All alone outside the pueblo on the bare plain of the mesa. The rock was like bleached bones in the moonlight. Down in the valley, the coyotes were howling at the moon. The bruises hurt him. The cuts were still bleeding. But it was not for pain that he sobbed. It was because he was all alone, because he had been driven out alone, into this skeleton world of rocks and moonlight. At the edge of the precipice, he sat down. The moon was behind him. He looked down into the black shadow of the mesa, into the black shadow of death. He had only to take one step, one little jump. He held out his right hand in the moonlight. From the cut on his wrist, the blood was still oozing. Every few seconds, a drop fell, dark, almost colorless in the dead light. Drop, drop, drop. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. He had discovered time, and death, and God. Alone, always alone, the young man was saying. The words awoke a plaintive echo in Bernard's mind. Alone, alone. "So am I," he said on a gush of confidingness. "Terribly alone." "Are you?" John looked surprised. "I thought that in the other place. I mean, Linda always said that nobody was ever alone there." Bernard blushed uncomfortably. "You see," he said, mumbling and with averted eyes, "I'm rather different from most people, I suppose, if one happens to be decanted different." "Yes, that's just it," the young man nodded. "If one's different, one's bound to be lonely. They're beastly to one. Do you know, they shut me out of absolutely everything. When the other boys were sent to spend the night on the mountains, you know, when you have to dream which your sacred animal is, they wouldn't let me go with the others. They wouldn't tell me any of the secrets. I did it by myself, though," he added. "Didn't eat anything for 5 days, and then went out one night alone into the mountains. There," he pointed. Patronizingly, Bernard smiled. "And did you dream of anything?" he asked. The other nodded. "But I mustn't tell you what." He was silent for a little. Then, in a low voice, "Once," he went on, "I did something that none of the others did. I stood against a rock in the middle of the day in summer, with my arms out like Jesus on the cross. What on earth for? I wanted to know what it was like being crucified, hanging there in the sun. But why? Why? Well," he hesitated, "because I felt I ought to. If Jesus could stand it, and then if one has done something wrong. Besides, I was unhappy. That was another reason." "It seems a funny way of curing your unhappiness," said Bernard. But on second thoughts, he decided that there was, after all, some sense in it. Better than taking soma. "I fainted after a time," said the young man. "Fell down on my face. Do you see the mark where I cut myself? He lifted the thick yellow hair from his forehead. The scar showed, pale and puckered, on his right temple. Bernard looked, and then quickly, with a little shudder, averted his eyes. His conditioning had made him not so much pitiful as profoundly squeamish. The mere suggestion of illness or wounds was to him not only horrifying, but even repulsive and rather disgusting. Like dirt, or deformity, or old age. Hastily, he changed the subject. I wonder if you'd like to come back to London with us, he asked, making the first move in a campaign whose strategy he had been secretly elaborating ever since in the little house he had realized who the father of this young savage must be. Would you like that? The young man's face lit up. Do you really mean it? Of course, if I can get permission, that is. Linda, too? Well, he hesitated doubtfully. That revolting creature? No, it was impossible, unless... It suddenly occurred to Bernard that her very revoltingness might prove an enormous asset. But of course, he cried, making up for his first hesitations with an excess of noisy cordiality. The young man drew a deep breath. To think it should be coming true, what I've dreamt of all my life. Do you remember what Miranda says? Who's Miranda? But the young man had evidently not heard the question. Oh, wonder, he was saying, and his eyes shone. His face was brightly flushed. How many goodly creatures are there here? How beauteous mankind is! The flush suddenly deepened. He was thinking of Lenina, of an angel in bottle-green viscous, lustrous with youth and skin food, plump, benevolently smiling. His voice faltered. Oh, brave new world, he began. Then suddenly interrupted himself. The blood had left his cheeks. He was as pale as paper. Are you married to her? He asked. Am I what? Married, you know, forever. They say forever in the Indian words. It can't be broken. Oh, no. Bernard couldn't help laughing. John also laughed, but for another reason. He laughed for pure joy. Oh, brave new world, he repeated. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it. Let's start at once. You have a most peculiar way of talking sometimes, said Bernard, staring at the young man in perplexed astonishment. And anyhow, hadn't you better wait till you actually see the new world? Lenina felt herself entitled, after this day of queerness and horror, to a complete and absolute holiday. As soon as they got back to the rest house, she swallowed 6 half-gram tablets of Soma, lay down on her bed, and within 10 minutes had embarked for lunar eternity. It would be 18 hours at least before she was in time again. Bernard, meanwhile, lay pensive and wide-eyed in the dark. It was long after midnight before he fell asleep. Long after midnight. But his insomnia had not been fruitless. He had a plan. Punctually, on the following morning at 10 o'clock, the green-uniformed octoroon stepped out of his helicopter. Hermod was waiting for him among the agaves. Miss Crown's gone on a Soma holiday, he explained. Can hardly be back before 5, which leaves us 7 hours. He could fly to Santa Fe, do all the business he had to do, and be in Malpace again long before she woke up. She'll be quite safe here by herself? Safe as helicopters, the octoroon assured him. They climbed into the machine and started off at once. At 10:34, they had landed on the roof of the Santa Fe post office. At 10:37, Bernard had got through to the World Controller's office in Whitehall. At 10:38, he was speaking to his Fordship's 4th personal secretary. At 10:44, he was repeating his story to the 1st secretary. And at 10:47.5, it was the deep, resonant voice of Mustafa Mond himself that sounded in his ears. I ventured to think, stammered Bernard. that your Fordship might find the matter of sufficient scientific interest. Yes, I do find it of sufficient scientific interest, said the deep voice. Bring these two individuals back to London with you. Your Fordship is aware that I shall need a special permit. The necessary orders, said Mustafa Mond, are being sent to the warden of the reservation at the moment. You will proceed at once to the warden's office. Good morning, Mr. Marks. There was silence. Bernard hung up the receiver and hurried up to the roof. Warden's office, he said to the Gamma Green Octoroon. At 10:54, Bernard was shaking hands with the warden. Delighted, Mr. Marks, delighted. His boom was deferential. We have just received special orders. I know, said Bernard, interrupting him. I was talking to his Fordship on the phone a moment ago. His bored tone implied that he was in the habit of talking to his Fordship every day of the week. He dropped into a chair. If you'll kindly take all the necessary steps as soon as possible. As soon as possible, he emphatically repeated. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. At 11:03, he had all the necessary papers in his pocket. So long, he said patronizingly to the warden, who had accompanied him as far as the lift gates. So long. He walked across to the hotel, had a bath, a vibrovac massage, and an electrolytic shave, listened in to the morning's news, looked in for half an hour on the televisor, ate a leisured luncheon, and at 2:30 flew back with the Octoroon to Malpais. The young man stood outside the rest house. "Bernard!" he called. "Bernard!" There was no answer. Noiseless on his deerskin moccasins, he ran up the steps and tried the door. The door was locked. They were gone. Gone! It was the most terrible thing that had ever happened to him. She had asked him to come and see them, and now they were gone. He sat down on the steps and cried. Half an hour later, it occurred to him to look through the window. The first thing he saw was a green suitcase with the initials LC painted on the lid. Joy flared up like fire within him. He picked up a stone. The smashed glass tinkled on the floor. A moment later, he was inside the room. He opened the green suitcase, and all at once he was breathing Lenina's perfume, filling his lungs with her essential being. His heart beat wildly. For a moment, he was almost faint. Then, bending over the precious box, he touched, he lifted into the light, he examined. The zippers on Lenina's spare pair of viscous velveteen shorts were at first a puzzle, then solved, a delight. Zip, and then zip, zip, and then zip. He was enchanted. Her green slippers were the most beautiful things he had ever seen. He unfolded a pair of zippy Kaminex, blushed, put them hastily away again, but kissed a perfumed acetate handkerchief and wound a scarf round his neck. Opening a box, he spilt a cloud of scented powder. His hands were floury with the stuff. He wiped them on his chest, on his shoulders, on his bare arms. Delicious perfume! He shut his eyes. He rubbed his cheek against his own powdered arm. Touch of smooth skin against his face, scent in his nostrils of musky dust, her real presence. "Lenina," he whispered. "Lenina." A noise made him start, made him guiltily turn. He crammed up his thieveries into the suitcase and shut the lid, then listened again, looked. Not a sign of life, not a sound. And yet he had certainly heard something like a sigh, something like the creak of a board. He tiptoed to the door and, cautiously opening it, found himself looking onto a broad landing. On the opposite side of the landing was another door, ajar. He stepped out, pushed, peeped. There, on a low bed, the sheet flung back, dressed in a pair of pink one-piece zippy pajamas, lay Lenina, fast asleep, and so beautiful in the midst of her curls, so touchingly childish with her pink toes and her grave sleeping face, so trustful in the helplessness of her limp hands and melted limbs that the tears came to his eyes. With an infinity of quite unnecessary precautions, for nothing short of a pistol shot could have called Lenina back from her Soma holiday before the appointed time, he entered the room. He knelt on the floor beside the bed. He gazed. He clasped his hands. His lips moved. "Her eyes," he murmured. "Her eyes, her hair, her cheek, her gait, her voice, handless in thy discourse, oh, that her hand, in whose comparison all whites are ink, writing their own reproach, to whose soft seizure the signet's down is harsh." A fly buzzed round her. He waved it away. Flies, he remembered, on the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand, may seize and steal immortal blessings from her lips, who even in pure and vestal modesty still blush as thinking their own kisses sin. Very slowly, with the hesitating gesture of one who reaches forward to stroke a shy and possibly rather dangerous bird, he put out his hand. It hung there, trembling, within an inch of those limp fingers on the verge of contact. Did he dare to profane with his unworthiest hand that? No, he didn't. The bird was too dangerous. His hand dropped back. How beautiful she was! How beautiful! Then, suddenly, he found himself reflecting that he had only to take hold of the zipper at her neck and give one long, strong pull. He shut his eyes. He shook his head with the gesture of a dog shaking its ears as it emerges from the water. Detestable thought. He was ashamed of himself. Pure and vestal modesty. There was a humming in the air. Another fly trying to steal immortal blessings? A wasp? He looked, saw nothing. The humming grew louder and louder, localized itself as being outside the shuttered windows. The plane! In a panic, he scrambled to his feet and ran into the other room, vaulted through the open window, and hurrying along the path between the tall agaves, was in time to receive Bernard Marks as he climbed out of there. The hands of all the 4,000 electric clocks in all the Bloomsbury Centre's 4,000 rooms marked 27 minutes past 2. This hive of industry, as the director was fond of calling it, was in the full buzz of work. Everyone was busy, everything in ordered motion. Under the microscopes, their long tails furiously lashing, spermatozoa were burrowing headfirst into eggs, and, fertilized, the eggs were expanding, dividing, or, if Bokanovskified, budding and breaking up into whole populations of separate embryos. From the social predestination room, the escalators went rumbling down into the basement, and there, in the crimson darkness, stewingly warm on their cushion of peritoneum and gorged with blood surrogate and hormones, the fetuses grew and grew, or, poisoned, languished into a stunted epsilonhood. With a faint hum and rattle, the moving racks crawled imperceptibly through the weeks and the recapitulated eons to where, in the decanting room, the newly unbottled babes uttered their first yell of horror and amazement. The dynamos purred in the sub-basement. The lifts rushed up and down. On all the 11 floors of nurseries, it was feeding time. From 1,800 bottles, 1,800 carefully labelled infants were simultaneously sucking down their pint of pasteurized external secretion. Above them, in 10 successive layers of dormitory, the little boys and girls who were still young enough to need an afternoon nap were as busy as everyone else, though they did not know it, listening unconsciously to hypnopedic lessons in hygiene and sociability, in class consciousness and the toddler's love life. Above these again were the playrooms where, the weather having turned to rain, 900 older children were amusing themselves with bricks and clay modelling, hunt the zipper, and erotic play. Buzz, buzz, the hive was humming, busily, joyfully. Blithe was the singing of the young girls over their test tubes. The predestinators whistled as they worked. And in the decanting room, what glorious jokes were cracked above the empty bottles. But the director's face, as he entered the fertilizing room with Henry Foster, was grave, wooden with severity. "A public example," he was saying. "In this room, because it contains more high-caste workers than any other in the center. I have told him to meet me here at 2:30. "He does his work very well," put in Henry with hypocritical generosity. "I know, but that's all the more reason for severity. His intellectual eminence carries with it corresponding moral responsibilities. The greater a man's talents, the greater his power to lead astray. It is better that one should suffer than that many should be corrupted. Consider the matter dispassionately, Mr. Foster, and you will see that no offense is so heinous as unorthodoxy of behavior. Murder kills only one individual, and after all, what is an individual?" With a sweeping gesture, he indicated the rows of microscopes, the test tubes, the incubators. "We can make a new one with the greatest ease, as many as we like. Unorthodoxy threatens more than the life of a mere individual. It strikes at society itself. Yes, at society itself," he repeated. "Ah, but here he comes." Bernard had entered the room and was advancing between the rows of fertilizers towards them. A veneer of jaunty self-confidence thinly concealed his nervousness. The voice in which he said, "Good morning, Director," was absurdly too loud. That in which, correcting his mistake, he said, "You asked me to come and speak to you here," ridiculously soft. A squeak. "Yes, Mr. Marks," said the Director portentously. "I did ask you to come to me here. You returned from your holiday last night, I understand?" "Yes," Bernard answered. "Yes," repeated the Director, lingering, a serpent, on the S. Then, suddenly raising his voice, "Ladies and gentlemen," he trumpeted. "Ladies and gentlemen!" The singing of the girls over the test tubes, the preoccupied whistling of the microscopists suddenly ceased. There was a profound silence. Everyone looked around. "Ladies and gentlemen," the Director repeated once more. "Excuse me for thus interrupting your labors. A painful duty constrains me. The security and stability of society are in danger. Yes, in danger, ladies and gentlemen. This man," he pointed accusingly at Bernard, "this man who stands before you here, this Alpha Plus to whom so much has been given and from whom, in consequence, so much must be expected, this colleague of yours, or should I anticipate and say this ex-colleague, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sport and soma, by the scandalous unorthodoxy of his sex life, by his refusal to obey the teachings of our Ford and behave out of office hours even as a little infant." Here the Director made the sign of the T. "He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I propose to dismiss him with ignominy from the post he has held in this center. I propose forthwith to apply for his transference to a sub-center of the lowest order, and that his punishment may serve the best interest of society, as far as possible removed from any important center of population. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example." The Director paused. Then, folding his arms, he turned impressively to Bernard. "Marks," he said, "can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?" "Yes, I can," Bernard answered in a very loud voice. Somewhat taken aback, but still majestically, "Then show it," said the Director. "Certainly, but it's in the passage. One moment." Bernard hurried to the door and threw it open. "Come in," he commanded, and the reason came in and showed itself. There was a gasp, a murmur of astonishment and horror. A young girl screamed. Standing on a chair to get a better view, someone upset 2 test tubes full of spermatozoa. Bloated, sagging, and among those firm, youthful bodies, those undistorted faces, a strange and terrifying monster of middle-agedness, Linda arrived into the room, coquettishly smiling her broken and discolored smile, and rolling as she walked with what was meant to be a voluptuous undulation, her enormous haunches. Bernard walked beside her. "There he is," he said, pointing at the director. "Do you think I don't recognize him?" Linda asked indignantly. Then, turning to the director, "Of course I knew you, Tomikin. I should have known you anywhere among 1,000. But perhaps you've forgotten me. Don't you remember? Don't you remember, Tomikin? You're Linda." She stood looking at him, her head on one side, still smiling, but with a smile that became progressively, in the face of the director's expression of petrified disgust, less and less self-confident. That wavered, and finally went out. "Don't you remember, Tomikin?" she repeated in a voice that trembled. Her eyes were anxious, agonized. The blotched and sagging face twisted grotesquely into the grimace of extreme grief. "Tomikin!" She held out her arms. Someone began to titter. "What's the meaning," began the director, "of this monstrous... Tomikin!" She ran forward, her blanket trailing behind her, threw her arms round his neck, hid her face on his chest. A howl of laughter went up irrepressibly. "This monstrous practical joke!" the director shouted. Red in the face, he tried to disengage himself from her embrace. Desperately, she clung. "But I'm Linda! I'm Linda!" The laughter drowned her voice. "You made me have a baby!" she screamed above the uproar. There was a sudden and appalling hush. Eyes floated uncomfortably, not knowing where to look. The director went suddenly pale, stopped struggling, and stood, his hands on her wrists, staring down at her, horrified. "Yes, a baby! And I was its mother!" She flung the obscenity like a challenge into the outraged silence, then, suddenly breaking away from him, ashamed, covered her face with her hands, sobbing, "It wasn't my fault, Tomikin, because I always did my drill, didn't I? Didn't I? Always! I don't know how. If you knew how awful, Tomikin, but he was a comfort to me all the same." Turning towards the door, "John!" she called. "John!" He came in at once, paused for a moment just inside the door, looked round, then, soft on his moccasined feet, strode quickly across the room, fell on his knees in front of the director, and said in a clear voice, "My father!" The word for father was not so much obscene as, with its connotation of something at one remove from the loathsomeness and moral obliquity of childbearing, merely gross, a scatological rather than a pornographic impropriety. The comically smutty word relieved what had become a quite intolerable tension. Laughter broke out, enormous, almost hysterical, peal after peal, as though it would never stop. My father! And it was the director! My father! Oh, Ford, that was really too good. The whooping and the roaring renewed themselves. Faces seemed on the point of disintegration. Tears were streaming. 6 more test tubes of spermatozoa were upset. My father! Pale, wide-eyed, the director glared about him in an agony of bewildered humiliation. My father! The laughter, which had shown signs of dying away, broke out again more loudly than ever. He put his hands over his ears and rushed out of the room. After the scene in the fertilizing room, all uppercase London was wild to see this delicious creature who had fallen on his knees before the director of hatcheries and conditioning, or rather the ex-director, for the poor man had resigned immediately afterwards and never set his foot inside the centre again, had flopped down and called him, the joke was almost too good to be true, my father. Linda, on the contrary, cut no ice. Nobody had the smallest desire to see Linda. To say one was a mother, that was past a joke. It was an obscenity. Moreover, she wasn't a real savage, had been hatched out of a bottle and conditioned like anyone else, so couldn't have any really quaint ideas. Finally, and this was by far the strongest reason for people's not wanting to see poor Linda, there was her appearance. Fat, having lost her youth, with bad teeth and a blotched complexion, and that figure, God. You simply couldn't look at her without feeling sick. Yes, positively sick. So the best people were quite determined not to see Linda, and Linda, for her part, had no desire to see them. The return to civilization was, for her, the return to Soma, was the possibility of lying in bed and taking holiday after holiday, without ever having to come back to a headache or a fit of vomiting, without ever being made to feel, as you always felt after peyote, as though you'd done something so shamefully antisocial that you could never hold up your head again. Soma played none of these unpleasant tricks. The holiday it gave was perfect, and if the morning after was disagreeable, it was so not intrinsically, but only by comparison with the joys of the holiday. The remedy was to make the holiday continuous. Greedily she clamoured for ever larger, ever more frequent doses. Dr. Shaw at first demurred, then let her have what she wanted. She took as much as 20 grams a day. "Which'll finish her off in a month or two," the doctor confided to Bernard. "One day the respiratory centre will be paralysed, no more breathing, finished, and a good thing too. If we could rejuvenate, of course, it would be different, but we can't." Surprisingly, as everyone thought, for on Soma holiday Linda was most conveniently out of the way, John raised objections. "But aren't you shortening her life by giving her so much?" In one sense, yes," Dr. Shaw admitted. "But in another, we're actually lengthening it." The young man stared, uncomprehending. "Soma, it makes you lose a few years in time," the doctor went on. "But think of the enormous, immeasurable durations it can give you out of time. Every Soma holiday is a bit of what our ancestors used to call eternity." John began to understand. "Eternity was in our lips and eyes," he murmured. "Eh?" "Nothing." "Of course," Dr. Shaw went on. "You can't allow people to go popping off into eternity if they've got any serious work to do. But as she hasn't got any serious work." "All the same," John persisted, "I don't believe it's right." The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "Well, of course, if you prefer to have her screaming mad all the time." In the end, John was forced to give in. Linda got her Soma. Thenceforward, she remained in her little room on the 37th floor of Bernard's apartment house, in bed, with the radio and television always on, and the patchouli tap just dripping, and the Soma tablets within reach of her hand. There she remained, and yet wasn't there at all. Was all the time away, infinitely far away, on holiday. On holiday in some other world, where the music of the radio was a labyrinth of sonorous colours, a sliding, palpitating labyrinth that led, by what beautifully inevitable windings, to a bright centre of absolute conviction, where the dancing images of the television box were the performers in some indescribably delicious all-singing feelie, where the dripping patchouli was more than scent, was the sun, was a million saxophones, was Pope making love, only much more so, incomparably more, and without end. "No, we can't rejuvenate, but I'm very glad," Dr. Shaw had concluded, "to have had this opportunity to see an example of senility in a human being. Thank you so much for calling me in." He shook Bernard warmly by the hand. It was John, then, they were all after. And as it was only through Bernard, his accredited guardian, that John could be seen, Bernard now found himself, for the first time in his life, treated not merely normally, but as a person of outstanding importance. There was no more talk of the alcohol in his blood surrogate, no jibes at his personal appearance. Henry Foster went out of his way to be friendly, Benito Hoover made him a present of 6 packets of sex hormone chewing gum. The assistant predestinator came out and cadged almost abjectly for an invitation to one of Bernard's evening parties. As for the women, Bernard had only to hint at the possibility of an invitation, and he could have whichever of them he liked. "Bernard's asked me to meet the Savage next Wednesday," Fanny announced triumphantly. "I'm so glad," said Lenina. "And now you must admit that you were wrong about Bernard. Don't you think he's really rather sweet?" Fanny nodded. "And I must say," she said, "I was quite agreeably surprised." The chief bottler, the director of predestination, 3 deputy assistant fertilizer generals, the professor of Feelies in the College of Emotional Engineering, the dean of the Westminster Community Singery, the supervisor of Bukhanovskification. The list of Bernard's notables was interminable. "And I had 6 girls last week," he confided to Helmholtz Watson. "1 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 2 more on Friday, and 1 on Saturday. And if I'd had the time or the inclination, there were at least a dozen more who were only too anxious." Helmholtz listened to his boastings in a silence so gloomily disapproving that Bernard was offended. "You're envious," he said. Helmholtz shook his head. "I'm rather sad, that's all," he answered. Bernard went off in a huff. Never, he told himself, never would he speak to Helmholtz again. The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head, and in the process completely reconciled him, as any good intoxicant should do, to a world which, up until then, he had found very unsatisfactory. Insofar as it recognized him as important, the order of things was good. But, reconciled by his success, he yet refused to forego the privilege of criticizing this order. For the act of criticizing heightened his sense of importance, made him feel larger. Moreover, he did genuinely believe that there were things to criticize. At the same time, he genuinely liked being a success and having all the girls he wanted. Before those who now, for the sake of the Savage, paid their court to him, Bernard would parade a carping unorthodoxy. He was politely listened to, but behind his back, people shook their heads. "That young man will come to a bad end," they said, prophesying the more confidently in that they themselves would in due course personally see to it that the end was bad. "He won't find another Savage to help him out a second time," they said. Meanwhile, however, there was the first Savage. They were polite. And because they were polite, Bernard felt positively gigantic. Gigantic and at the same time light with elation, lighter than air. "Lighter than air," said Bernard, pointing upwards. Like a pearl in the sky, high, high above them, the weather department's captive balloon shone rosily in the sunshine. The said Savage, so ran Bernard's instructions, to be shown civilized life in all its aspects. He was being shown a bird's-eye view of it at present, a bird's-eye view from the platform of the Charing T Tower. The station master and the resident meteorologist were acting as guides, but it was Bernard who did most of the talking. Intoxicated, he was behaving as though, at the very least, he were a visiting world controller. Lighter than air. The Bombay green rocket dropped out of the sky. The passengers alighted. 8 identical Dravidian twins in khaki looked out of the 8 portholes of the cabin. The stewards. 1,250 kilometers an hour, said the station master impressively. "What do you think of that, Mr. Savage?" John thought it was very nice. "Still," he said, "Ariel could put a girdle round the earth in 40 minutes. The Savage, wrote Bernard in his report to Mustafa Mond, shows surprisingly little astonishment at, or awe of, civilized inventions. This is partly due, no doubt, to the fact that he has heard them talked about by the woman Linda, his M-. Mustafa Mond frowned. "Does the fool think I'm too squeamish to see the words written out at full length?" Partly on his interest being focused on what he calls the soul, which he persists in regarding as an entity independent of the physical environment, Whereas, as I tried to point out to him... The controller skipped to the next sentences and was just about to turn the page in search of something more interestingly concrete when his eye was caught by a series of quite extraordinary phrases. "Though I must admit," he read, "that I agree with the savage in finding civilized infantility too easy or, as he puts it, not expensive enough, and I would like to take this opportunity of drawing your Fordship's attention to..." Mustafa Mon's anger gave place almost at once to mirth. The idea of this creature solemnly lecturing him about the social order was really too grotesque. The man must have gone mad. "I ought to give him a lesson," he said to himself, then threw back his head and laughed aloud. For the moment, at any rate, the lesson would not be given. It was a small factory of lighting sets for helicopters, a branch of the Electrical Equipment Corporation. They were met on the roof itself, for that circular letter of recommendation from the controller was magical in its effects, by the chief technician and the human element manager. They walked downstairs into the factory.
"Each process," explained the human element manager, "is carried out, so far as possible, by a single Bukhanovsky group."
And, in effect, 83 almost noseless black brachycephalic deltas were cold pressing. The 56 four-spindle chucking and turning machines were being manipulated by 56 aquiline and ginger gammas. 107 heat-conditioned epsilon Senegalese were working in the foundry. 32 delta females, long-headed, sandy, with narrow pelvises, and all within 20 millimeters of 1 meter 69 centimeters tall, were cutting screws. In the assembling room, the dynamos were being put together by 2 sets of Gamma Plus 12s. The 2 low work tables faced one another. Between them crawled the conveyor with its load of separate parts. 47 blonde heads were confronted by 47 brown ones. 47 snubs by 47 hooks. 47 receding by 47 prognathous chins. The completed mechanisms were inspected by 18 identical curly auburn girls in gamma green, packed in crates by 34 short-legged left-handed male Delta Minuses, and loaded into the waiting trucks and lorries by 63 blue-eyed, flaxen and freckled Epsilon semi-morons. "Oh, brave new world." By some malice of his memory, the savage found himself repeating Miranda's words. "Oh, brave new world that has such people in it."
"And I assure you," the human element manager concluded as they left the factory, "we hardly ever have any trouble with our workers. We always find..." But the savage had suddenly broken away from his companions and was violently retching behind a clump of laurels, as though the solid earth had been a helicopter in an air pocket. "The savage," wrote Bernard, "refuses to take Soma, and seems much distressed because of the woman Linda, his M- remains permanently on holiday. It is worthy of note that, in spite of his M-'s senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the savage frequently goes to see her and appears to be much attached to her, an interesting example of the way in which early conditioning can be made to modify and even run counter to natural impulses, in this case the impulse to recoil from an unpleasant object. At Eton, they alighted on the roof of Upper School. On the opposite side of School Yard, the 52 stories of Lupton's Tower gleamed white in the sunshine. College on their left, and on their right, the school community's singery, reared their venerable piles of ferro-concrete and vita glass. In the centre of the quadrangle stood the quaint old chrome-steel statue of our Ford. Dr. Gaffney, the provost, and Miss Keat, the headmistress, received them as they stepped out of the plane. "Oh, no," the provost answered. "Eton is reserved exclusively for upper-caste boys and girls. 1 egg, 1 adult. It makes education more difficult, of course, but as they'll be called upon to take responsibilities and deal with unexpected emergencies, it can't be helped." He sighed. Bernard, meanwhile, had taken a strong fancy to Miss Keat. If you're free any Monday, Wednesday, or Friday evening, he was saying, jerking his thumb towards the Savage. He's curious, you know, Bernard added. Quaint. Miss Keat smiled, and her smile was really charming, he thought. Said thank you, would be delighted to come to one of his parties. The Provost opened a door. 5 minutes in that Alpha Double Plus classroom left John a trifle bewildered. What is elementary relativity? He whispered to Bernard. Bernard tried to explain, then thought better of it, and suggested that they should go to some other classroom. From behind a door in the corridor leading to the Beta- geography room, a ringing soprano voice called, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, with a weary impatience, as you were. Malthusian drill, explained the headmistress. Most of our girls are free martins, of course. I'm a free martin myself. She smiled at Bernard. But we have about 800 unsterilized ones who need constant drilling. In the Beta- geography room, John learnt that a Savage Reservation is a place which, owing to unfavourable climatic or geological conditions or poverty of natural resources, has not been worth the expense of civilizing. A click. The room was darkened, and suddenly, on the screen above the master's head, there were the penitentes of Acoma, prostrating themselves before Our Lady, and wailing as John had heard them wail, confessing their sins before Jesus on the cross, before the eagle image of Pu Kong. The young Etonians fairly shouted with laughter. Still wailing, the penitentes rose to their feet, stripped off their upper garments, and, with knotted whips, began to beat themselves, blow after blow. Redoubled, the laughter drowned even the amplified recording of their groans. But why do they laugh? Asked the Savage in a pained bewilderment. Why? The Provost turned towards him, a still broadly grinning face. Why? Because it's so extraordinarily funny. In the cinematographic twilight, Bernard risked a gesture which, in the past, even in total darkness, would hardly have emboldened him to make. Strong in his new importance, he put his arm around the headmistress's waist. It yielded willowily. He was just about to snatch a kiss or two and perhaps a gentle pinch when the shutters clicked open again. Perhaps we had better go on, said Miss Keat, and moved towards the door. And this, said the Provost a moment later, is the hypnopedic control room. Hundreds of synthetic music boxes, one for each dormitory, stood ranged in shelves round 3 sides of the room. Pigeonholed on the 4th were the paper soundtrack rolls on which the various hypnopedic lessons were printed. You slip the roll in here, explained Bernard, interrupting Dr. Gaffney. Press down this switch. No, that one, corrected the Provost, annoyed. That one, then. The roll unwinds. The selenium cells transform the light impulses into sound waves, and there you are, Dr. Gaffney concluded. Do they read Shakespeare? Asked the Savage as they walked, on their way to the biochemical laboratories past the school library. Certainly not, said the headmistress, blushing. Our library, said Dr. Gaffney, contains only books of reference. If our young people need distraction, they can get it at the Fearleys. We don't encourage them to indulge in any solitary amusements. 5 busloads of boys and girls, singing, or in a silent embracement, rolled past them over the vitrified highway. Just returned, explained Dr. Gaffney, while Bernard, whispering, made an appointment with the headmistress for that very evening. From the Slough Crematorium. Death conditioning begins at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week at the hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept there, and they get chocolate cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. Like any other physiological process, put in the headmistress professionally. 8 o'clock at the Savoy. It was all arranged. On their way back to London, they stopped at the Television Corporation's factory at Brentford. Do you mind waiting here a moment while I go and telephone? Asked Bernard. The Savage waited and watched.
The main day shift was just going off duty. Crowds of lower-caste workers were queued up in front of the monorail station, 700 or 800 Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon men and women, with not more than a dozen faces and statues between them. To each of them, with his or her ticket, the booking clerk pushed over a little cardboard pillbox. The long caterpillar of men and women moved slowly forward. "What's in those," remembering the Merchant of Venice, "those caskets?" the savage inquired when Bernard had rejoined him. "The day's soma ration," Bernard answered rather indistinctly, for he was masticating a piece of Benito Hoover's chewing gum. "They get it after their work's over. 4 half-gram tablets, 6 on Saturdays." He took John's arm affectionately, and they walked back towards the helicopter. Lenina came singing into the changing room. "Oh, you seem very pleased with yourself," said Fanny. "I am pleased," she answered. "Zip! Bernard rang up half an hour ago. Zip, zip!" She stepped out of her shorts. "He had an unexpected engagement. Zip! Asked me if I'd take the Savage to the Feelies this evening. I must fly." She hurried away towards the bathroom. "She's a lucky girl," Fanny said to herself as she watched Lenina go. There was no envy in the comment. Good-natured Fanny was merely stating a fact. Lenina was lucky. Lucky in having shared with Bernard a generous portion of the Savage's immense celebrity. Lucky in reflecting from her insignificant person the moment's supremely fashionable glory. Had not the secretary of the Young Women's Fortean Association asked her to give a lecture about her experiences? Had she not been invited to the annual dinner of the Aphroditeum Club? Had she not already appeared in the Feely Tone news visibly, audibly, and tactually appeared to countless millions all over the planet? Hardly less flattering had been the attentions paid her by conspicuous individuals. The resident World Controller's second secretary had asked her to dinner and breakfast. She had spent one weekend with the Ford Chief Justice, and another with the arch-community songster of Canterbury. The president of the Internal and External Secretions Corporation was perpetually on the phone, and she had been to Deauville with the deputy governor of the Bank of Europe. "It's wonderful, of course, and yet, in a way," she had confessed to Fanny, "I feel as though I were getting something on false pretenses. Because, of course, the first thing they all want to know is what it's like to make love to a savage, and I have to say, I don't know." She shook her head. "Most of the men don't believe me, of course, but it's true. I wish it weren't," she added sadly, and sighed. "He's terribly good-looking, don't you think so?" "But doesn't he like you?" asked Fanny. "Well, sometimes I think he does, and sometimes I think he doesn't. He always does his best to avoid me, goes out of the room when I come in, won't touch me, won't even look at me. But sometimes, if I turn around suddenly, I catch him staring, and then, well, you know how men look at you when they like you." Yes, Fanny knew. "I can't make it out," said Lenina. She couldn't make it out, and not only was bewildered, but also rather upset. "Because you see, Fanny, I like him." Liked him more and more. Well, now there'd be a real chance, she thought, as she scented herself after her bath. Dab, dab, dab. A real chance. Her high spirits overflowed in a song. "Hug me till you drug me, honey, kiss me till I'm in a coma. Hug me, honey, snugly, bunny, love's as good as soma." The scent organ was playing a delightfully refreshing herbal capriccio. Rippling arpeggios of thyme and lavender, of rosemary, basil, myrtle, tarragon, a series of daring modulations through the spice keys into ambergris, and a slow return through sandalwood, camphor, cedar, and new-mown hay, with occasional subtle touches of discord, a whiff of kidney pudding, the faintest suspicion of pig's dung. Back to the simple aromatics with which the piece began. The final blast of time died away. There was a round of applause. The lights went up. In the synthetic music machine, the soundtrack roll began to unwind. It was a trio for hyperviolin, supercello, and oboe surrogate that now filled the air with its agreeable languor. 30 or 40 bars, and then, against this instrumental background, a much more than human voice began to warble, now throaty, now from the head, now hollow as a flute, now charged with yearning harmonics. It effortlessly passed from Gaspard Forster's low record, on the very frontiers of musical tone, to a trilled bat note high above the highest C, to which, in 1770 at the Ducal Opera of Parma, and to the astonishment of Mozart, Lucrezia Adjugari, alone of all the singers in history, once piercingly gave utterance. Sunk in their pneumatic stalls, Lenina and the Savage sniffed and listened. It was now the turn also for eyes and skin. The house lights went down. Fiery letters stood out solid and as though self-supported in the darkness. 3 weeks in a helicopter. An all-super singing, synthetic talking, coloured, stereoscopic feely with synchronized scent organ accompaniment. "Take hold of those metal knobs on the arms of your chair," whispered Lenina. "Otherwise you won't get any of the feely effects." The Savage did as he was told. Those fiery letters, meanwhile, had disappeared. There were 10 seconds of complete darkness. Then, suddenly, dazzling and incomparably more solid-looking than they would have seemed in actual flesh and blood, far more real than reality, there stood the stereoscopic images, locked in one another's arms, of a gigantic Negro and a golden-haired young brachycephalic Beta Plus female. The Savage started, that sensation on his lips. He lifted a hand to his mouth. The titillation ceased. Let his hand fall back on the metal knob. It began again. The scent organ, meanwhile, breathed pure musk. Expiringly, a sound-tracked superdove cooed, "Ooh!" and, vibrating only 32 times a second, a deeper-than-African bass made answer. "Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah." The stereoscopic lips came together again, and once more the facial erogenous zones of 6,000 spectators in the Alhambra tingled with almost intolerable galvanic pleasure. Ooh. The plot of the film was extremely simple. A few minutes after the first oohs and ahs, a duet having been sung and a little love made on that famous bearskin, every hair of which, the assistant predestinator was perfectly right, could be separately and distinctly felt. The Negro had a helicopter accident, fell on his head. Thump. What a twinge through the forehead! A chorus of "ows" and "ah" went up from the audience. The concussion knocked all the Negro's conditioning into a cocked hat. He developed for the Beta Blonde an exclusive and maniacal passion. She protested. He persisted. There were struggles, pursuits, an assault on a rival. Finally, a sensational kidnapping. The Beta Blonde was ravished away into the sky and kept there, hovering for 3 weeks in a wildly antisocial tete-a-tete with the Black Madman. Finally, after a whole series of adventures and much aerial acrobatics, 3 handsome young alphas succeeded in rescuing her. The Negro was packed off to an adult reconditioning center, and the film ended happily and decorously, with the Beta Blonde becoming the mistress of all her 3 rescuers. They interrupted themselves for a moment to sing a synthetic quartet, with full super-orchestral accompaniment and gardenias on the scent organ. Then the bearskin made a final appearance, and amid a blare of saxophones, the last stereoscopic kiss faded into darkness. The last electric titillation died on the lips, like a dying moth that quivers, ever more feebly, ever more faintly, and at last is quiet, quite still. But for Lenina, the moth did not completely die. Even after the lights had gone up, while they were shuffling slowly along with the crowd towards lifts, its ghost still fluttered against her lips, still traced fine, shuddering roads of anxiety and pleasure across her skin. Her cheeks were flushed. She caught hold of the Savage's arm and pressed it limp against her side. He looked down at her for a moment, pale, pained, desiring, and ashamed of his desire. He was not worthy, not Their eyes for a moment met. What treasures hers promised! A queen's ransom of temperament. Hastily he looked away, disengaged his imprisoned arm. He was obscurely terrified lest she should cease to be something he could feel himself unworthy of. "I don't think you ought to see things like that," he said, making haste to transfer from Lenina herself to the surrounding circumstances the blame for any past or future lapse from perfection. "Things like what, John? Like this horrible film?" "Horrible?" Lenina was genuinely astonished. "But I thought it was lovely." "It was base," he said indignantly. "It was ignoble." She shook her head. "I don't know what you mean. Why was he so queer? Why did he go out of his way to spoil things?" In the taxicopter, he hardly even looked at her. Bound by strong vows that had never been pronounced, obedient to laws that had long since ceased to run, he sat averted and in silence. Sometimes, as though a finger had plucked at some taut, almost breaking string, his whole body would shake with a sudden nervous start. The taxicopter landed on the roof of Lenina's apartment house. At last, she thought exultantly as she stepped out of the cab. At last, even though he had been so queer just now. Standing under a lamp, she peered into her hand mirror. At last. Yes, her nose was a bit shiny. She shook the loose powder from her puff. While he was paying off the taxi, there would just be time. She rubbed at the shininess, thinking, he's terribly good-looking. No need for him to be shy like Bernard. And yet, any other man would have done it long ago. Well, now, at last. That fragment of a face in the little round mirror suddenly smiled at her. "Good night," said a strangled voice behind her. Lenina wheeled round. He was standing in the doorway of the cab, his eyes fixed, staring, had evidently been staring all this time while she was powdering her nose, waiting. But what for? Or hesitating, trying to make up his mind, and all the time thinking she could not imagine what extraordinary thoughts. "Good night, Lenina," he repeated, and made a strange, grimacing attempt to smile. "But, John, I thought you were... aren't you?" He shut the door and bent forward to say something to the driver. The cab shot up into the air. Looking down through the window in the floor, the savage could see Lenina's upturned face, pale in the bluish light from the lamps. The mouth was open. She was calling. Her foreshortened figure rushed away from him. The diminishing square of the roof seemed to be falling through the darkness. 5 minutes later, he was back in his room. From its hiding place, he took out his mouse-nibbled volume, turned with religious care its stained and crumbled pages, and began to read Othello. Othello, he remembered, was, like the hero of 3 Weeks in a Helicopter, a black man. Drying her eyes, Lenina walked across the roof to the lift. On her way down to the 27th floor, she pulled out her Soma bottle. 1 gram, she decided, would not be enough. Hers had been more than a 1 gram affliction. But if she took 2 grams, she ran the risk of not waking up in time tomorrow morning. She compromised, and into her cupped left palm shook out 3 half-gram tablets. Bernard had to shout through the locked door. The savage would not open. "But everyone's there waiting for you." "Let them wait," came the muffled voice through the door. "But you know quite well, John." How difficult it is to sound persuasive at the top of one's voice. "I asked them on purpose to meet you." "You ought to have asked me first whether I wanted to meet them." "But you always came before, John." "That's precisely why I don't want to come now." "Just to please me," Bernard bellowingly wheedled. "Won't you come to please me?" "No." "Do you seriously mean it?" "Yes." Despairingly. "But what shall I do?" Bernard wailed. "Go to hell," bawled the exasperated voice from within. "But the arch-community songster of Canterbury is there tonight." Bernard was almost in tears.
Ayya Takwa! It was only in Zuni that the savage could adequately express what he felt about the arch community songster. Hani! He added as an afterthought, and then, with what derisive ferocity, Sons esotena! And he spat on the ground, as Pope might have done. In the end, Bernard had to slink back, diminished, to his rooms and inform the impatient assembly that the savage would not be appearing that evening. The news was received with indignation. The men were furious at having been tricked into behaving politely to this insignificant fellow with the unsavory reputation and the heretical opinions. The higher their position in the hierarchy, the deeper their resentment. To play such a joke on me, the arch songster kept repeating, on me! As for the women, they indignantly felt that they had been had on false pretenses, had by a wretched little man who had alcohol poured into his bottle by mistake, by a creature with a gamma-minus physique. It was an outrage, and they said so more and more loudly. The head mistress of Eton was particularly scathing. Lenina alone said nothing. Pale, her blue eyes clouded with an unwanted melancholy, she sat in a corner, cut off from those who surrounded her by an emotion which they did not share. She had come to the party filled with a strange feeling of anxious exultation. In a few minutes, she had said to herself as she entered the room, I shall be seeing him, talking to him, telling him, for she had come with her mind made up, that I like him more than anybody I've ever known. And then perhaps he'll say, What would he say? The blood had rushed to her cheeks. Why was he so strange the other night after the Feelies? So queer. And yet, I'm absolutely sure he really does rather like me. I'm sure. It was at this moment that Bernard had made his announcement. The savage wasn't coming to the party. Lenina suddenly felt all the sensations normally experienced at the beginning of a violent passion surrogate treatment. A sense of dreadful emptiness, a breathless apprehension, a nausea. Her heart seemed to stop beating. Perhaps it's because he doesn't like me, she said to herself. And at once this possibility became an established certainty. John had refused to come because he didn't like her. He didn't like her. It really is a bit too thick, the headmistress of Eden was saying to the director of crematoria and phosphorus reclamation. When I think that I actually... Yes, came the voice of Fanny Crown. It's absolutely true about the alcohol. Someone I knew someone who was working in the embryo store at the time. She said to my friend, and my friend said to me. Too bad, said Henry Foster, sympathizing with the arch community songster. It may interest you to know that our director was on the point of transferring him to Iceland. Pierced by every word that was spoken, the tight balloon of Bernard's happy self-confidence was leaking from 1,000 wounds. Pale, distraught, abject and agitated, he moved among his guests, stammering incoherent apologies, assuring them that next time the savage would certainly be there, begging them to sit down and take a carotene sandwich, a slice of vitamin A pâté, a glass of champagne surrogate. They duly ate, but ignored him, drank and were either rude to his face or talked to one another about him, loudly and offensively, as though he had not been there. And now, my friends, said the arch community songster of Canterbury in that beautiful, ringing voice with which he had led the proceedings at Ford's Day celebrations. Now, my friends, I think perhaps the time has come. He rose, put down his glass, brushed from his purple viscous waistcoat the crumbs of a considerable collation, and walked towards the door. Bernard darted forward to intercept him. Must you really, Arch Songster? It's very early still. I'd hoped you would... Yes. What hadn't he hoped? When Lenina confidentially told him the arch community songster would accept an invitation if it was sent. He's really rather sweet, you know. And she had shown Bernard the little golden zipper fastening in the form of a T, which the arch songster had given her as a memento of the weekend she had spent at Lambeth. To meet the arch community songster of Canterbury and Mr. Savage.
Bernard had proclaimed his triumph on every invitation card, but the savage had chosen this evening of all evenings to lock himself up in his room, to shout honey, and even, it was lucky that Bernard didn't understand Zuni, sons esotetna. What should have been the crowning moment of Bernard's whole career had turned out to be the moment of his greatest humiliation. I'd so much hoped, he stammeringly repeated, looking up at the great dignitary with pleading and distracted eyes. "My young friend," said the arch-community songster in a tone of loud and solemn severity. There was a general silence. "Let me give you a word of advice." He wagged his finger at Bernard. "Before it's too late, a word of good advice." His voice became sepulchral. "Mend your ways, my young friend. Mend your ways." He made the sign of the T over him and turned away. "Lenina, my dear," he called in another tone, "come with me." Obediently, but unsmilingly, and wholly insensible of the honor done to her, without elation, Lenina walked after him out of the room. The other guests followed at a respectful interval. The last of them slammed the door. Bernard was all alone. Punctured, utterly deflated, he dropped into a chair and, covering his face with his hands, began to weep. A few minutes later, however, he thought better of it and took 4 tablets of Soma. Upstairs in his room, the savage was reading Romeo and Juliet. Lenina and the arch-community songster stepped out onto the roof of Lambeth Palace. "Hurry up, my young friend, Lenina," called the arch-songster impatiently from the lift gates. Lenina, who had lingered for a moment to look at the moon, dropped her eyes and came hurrying across the roof to rejoin him. A New Theory of Biology was the title of the paper which Mustafa Mond had just finished reading. He sat for some time, meditatively frowning, then picked up his pen and wrote across the title page, "The author's mathematical treatment of the conception of purpose is novel and highly ingenious, but heretical, and so far as the present social order is concerned, dangerous and potentially subversive. Not to be published." He underlined the words, "The author will be kept under supervision. His transference to the Marine Biological Station of St. Helena may become necessary." A pity, he thought, as he signed his name. It was a masterly piece of work, but once you began admitting explanations in terms of purpose, well, you didn't know what the result might be. It was the sort of idea that might easily decondition the more unsettled minds amongst the higher castes, make them lose their faith in happiness as the sovereign good, and take to believing instead that the goal was somewhere beyond, somewhere outside the present human sphere, that the purpose of life was not the maintenance of well-being, but some intensification and refining of consciousness, some enlargement of knowledge, which was, the controller reflected, quite possibly true, but not, in the present circumstance, admissible. He picked up his pen again, and under the words, "Not to be published," drew a second line, thicker and blacker than the first, then sighed. "What fun it would be," he thought, "if one didn't have to think about happiness." With closed eyes, his face shining with rapture, John was softly declaiming to vacancy. "Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. It seems she hangs upon the cheek of night, like a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear, beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear." The golden tea lay shining on Lenina's bosom. Sportively, the arch-community songster caught hold of it. Sportively, he pulled. "I think," said Lenina suddenly, breaking the long silence, "I'd better take a couple of grams of Soma." Bernard, by this time, was fast asleep and smiling at the private paradise of his dreams. Smiling. But, inexorably, every 30 seconds, the minute hand of the electric clock above his bed jumped forward with an almost imperceptible click. Click, 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 and it was morning. Bernard was back among the miseries of space and time. It was in the lowest spirits that he taxied across to his work at the conditioning center. The intoxication of success had evaporated. He was soberly his old self, and by contrast with the temporary balloon of these last weeks, the old self seemed unprecedentedly heavier than the surrounding atmosphere. To this deflated Bernard, the savage showed himself unexpectedly sympathetic. "You're more like what you were at Malpace," he said when Bernard had told him his plaintive story. "Do you remember when we first talked together, outside the little house? You're like what you were then." "Because I'm unhappy again, that's why." "Well, I'd rather be unhappy than have the sort of false lying happiness you were having here." "I like that," said Bernard bitterly. "When it's you who were the cause of it all, refusing to come to my party, and so turning them all against me." He knew that what he was saying was absurd in its injustice. He admitted inwardly, and at last even aloud, the truth of all the savage now said about the worthlessness of friends who could be turned upon so slight a provocation into persecuting enemies. But in spite of this knowledge and these admissions, in spite of the fact that his friends' support and sympathy were now his only comfort, Bernard continued perversely to nourish, along with his quite genuine affection, a secret grievance against the savage, to mediate a campaign of small revenges to be wreaked upon him. Nourishing a grievance against the arch-community songster was useless. There was no possibility of being revenged on the chief bottler or the assistant predestinator. As a victim, the savage possessed, for Bernard, this enormous superiority over the others, that he was accessible. One of the principal functions of a friend is to suffer, in a milder and symbolic form, the punishments that we should like but are unable to inflict upon our enemies. Bernard's other victim friend was Helmholtz. When, discomfited, he came and asked once more for the friendship which, in his prosperity, he had not thought it worth his while to preserve, Helmholtz gave it, and gave it without a reproach, without a comment, as though he had forgotten that there had ever been a quarrel. Touched, Bernard felt himself at the same time humiliated by this magnanimity, a magnanimity the more extraordinary and therefore the more humiliating in that it owed nothing to Soma and everything to Helmholtz's character. It was the Helmholtz of daily life who forgot and forgave, not the Helmholtz of a half-gram holiday. Bernard was duly grateful. It was an enormous comfort to have his friend again, and also duly resentful. It would be pleasure to take some revenge on Helmholtz for his generosity. At their first meeting after the estrangement, Bernard poured out the tale of his miseries and accepted consolation. It was not till some days later that he learned, to his surprise and with a twinge of shame, that he was not the only one who had been in trouble. Helmholtz had also come into conflict with authority. "It was over some rhymes," he explained. "I was giving my usual course of advanced emotional engineering for third-year students, 12 lectures, of which the 7th is about rhymes. On the use of rhymes in moral propaganda and advertisement, to be precise. I always illustrate my lecture with a lot of technical examples. This time I thought I'd give them one I'd just written myself. Pure madness, of course, but I couldn't resist." He laughed. "I was curious to see what their reaction would be. Besides," he added more gravely, "I wanted to do a bit of propaganda. I was trying to engineer them into feeling as I'd felt when I wrote the rhymes. Thought." He laughed again. "What an outcry there was. The principal had me up and threatened to hand me the immediate sack. I'm a marked man." "But what were your rhymes?" Bernard asked. "They were about being alone." Bernard's eyebrows went up. I'll recite them to you, if you like. And Helmholtz began. Yesterday's committee, sticks but a broken drum. Midnight in the city, flutes in a vacuum. Shut lips, sleeping faces, every stopped machine. The dumb and littered places where crowds have been. All silences rejoice, weep loudly or low. Speak, but with the voice of whom I do not know. Absence, say, of Susans. Absence of Egerias. Arms and respective bosoms, lips, and posteriors. Slowly form a presence whose, and I ask of what? So absurd an essence that something which is not, nevertheless should populate empty night more solidly than that with which we copulate. Why should it seem so squalidly? Well, I gave them that as an example, and they reported me to the principal. I'm not surprised, said Bernard. It's flatly against all their sleep teaching. Remember, they've had at least 250,000 warnings against solitude. I know. I thought I'd like to see what the effect would be. Well, you've seen now. Helmholtz only laughed. I feel, he said after a silence, as though I were just beginning to have something to write about. As though I were beginning to be able to use that power I feel I've got inside me, that extra latent power. Something seems to be coming to me. In spite of all his troubles, he seemed, Bernard thought, profoundly happy. Helmholtz and the savage took to one another at once, so cordially indeed that Bernard felt a sharp pang of jealousy. In all these weeks, he had never come to so close an intimacy with the savage as Helmholtz immediately achieved. Watching them, listening to their talk, he found himself sometimes resentfully wishing that he had never brought them together. He was ashamed of his jealousy, and alternately made efforts of will and took some soma to keep himself from feeding it, but the efforts were not very successful, and between the soma holidays there were, of necessity, intervals. The odious sentiment kept on returning. At his third meeting with the savage, Helmholtz recited his rhymes on solitude. "What do you think of them?" he asked when he had done. The savage shook his head. "Listen to this," was his answer, and unlocking the drawer in which he kept his mouse-eaten book, he opened and read. "Let the bird of loudest lay on the sole Arabian tree, herald sad and trumpet be." Helmholtz listened with a growing excitement. At sole Arabian tree, he startled. At thou shrieking harbinger, he smiled with sudden pleasure. At every fowl of tyrant wing, the blood rushed up into his cheeks, but at defunctive music he turned pale and trembled with an unprecedented emotion. The savage read on. "Property was thus appalled, that the self was not the same, single nature's double name, neither two nor one was cold, reason in itself confounded, saw division grow together." "Orgy porgy," said Bernard, interrupting the reading with a loud, unpleasant laugh. "It's just a solidarity service hymn." He was revenging himself on his two friends for liking one another more than they liked him. In the course of their next 2 or 3 meetings, he frequently repeated this little act of vengeance. It was simple, and since both Helmholtz and the savage were dreadfully pained by the shattering and defilement of a favourite poetic crystal, extremely effective. In the end, Helmholtz threatened to kick him out of the room if he dared to interrupt again, and yet, strangely enough, the next interruption, the most disgraceful of all, came from Helmholtz himself. The savage was reading Romeo and Juliet aloud, reading, for all the time he was seeing himself as Romeo and Lenina as Juliet, with an intense and quivering passion. Helmholtz had listened to the scene of the lovers' first meeting with a puzzled interest. The scene in the orchard had delighted him with its poetry, but the sentiments expressed had made him smile. Getting into such a state about having a girl, it seemed rather ridiculous. But, taken detail by verbal detail, what a superb piece of emotional engineering. "That old fellow," he said. "He makes our best propaganda technicians look absolutely silly." The savage smiled triumphantly and resumed his reading. All went tolerably well until, in the last scene of the third act, Capulet and Lady Capulet began to bully Juliet to marry Paris. Helmholtz had been restless throughout the entire scene, but when, pathetically mimed by the savage, Juliet cried out, "Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? O sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week, or if you do not, make the bridal bed in that dim monument where Tybalt lies." When Juliet said this, Helmholtz broke out in an explosion of uncontrollable guffawing. The mother and father grotesque obscenity, forcing the daughter to have someone she didn't want, and the idiotic girl not saying that she was having someone else whom, for the moment at any rate, she preferred. In its smutty absurdity, the situation was irresistibly comical. He had managed, with a heroic effort, to hold down the mounting pressure of his hilarity, but sweet mother, in the savage's tremulous tones of anguish, and his reference to Tybalt lying dead, but evidently uncremated and wasting his phosphorus on a dim monument, were too much for him. He laughed and laughed till the tears streamed down his face. Quenchlessly laughed, while, pale with a sense of outrage, the savage looked at him over the top of his book, and then, as the laughter still continued, closed it indignantly, got up, and with the gesture of one who removes his pearl from before swine, locked it away in its drawer. "And yet," said Helmholtz, when, having recovered breath enough to apologize, he had mollified the savage into listening to his explanations, "I know quite well that one needs ridiculous, mad situations like that. One can't write really well about anything else. Why was that old fellow such a marvelous propaganda technician? Because he had so many insane, excruciating things to get excited about. You've got to be hurt and upset, otherwise you can't think of the really good, penetrating, X-rayish phrases. But mothers and fathers," he shook his head. "You can't expect me to keep a straight face about fathers and mothers. And who's going to get excited about a boy having a girl or not having her?" The savage winced, but Helmholtz, who was staring pensively at the floor, saw nothing. "No," he concluded with a sigh, "it won't do. We need some other kind of madness and violence. But what? What? Where can one find it?" He was silent, then shaking his head. "I don't know," he said at last. "I don't know." Henry Foster loomed up through the twilight of the embryo store. "Like to come to a feelie this evening?" Lenina shook her head without speaking. "Going out with someone else?" It interested him to know which of his friends was being had by which other. "Is it Benito?" he questioned. She shook her head again. Henry detected the weariness in those purple eyes, the pallor beneath the glaze of lupus, the sadness at the corners of the unsmiling crimson mouth. "You're not feeling ill, are you?" he asked, a trifle anxiously, afraid that she might be suffering from one of the few remaining infectious diseases. Yet once more, Lenina shook her head. "Anyhow, you ought to go and see the doctor," said Henry. "A doctor a day keeps the jim-jams away," he added heartily, driving home his hypnopedic adage with a clap on the shoulder. "Perhaps you need a pregnancy substitute," he suggested. "Or else an extra strong VPS treatment. Sometimes, you know, the standard passion surrogate isn't quite—" "Oh, for Ford's sake," said Lenina, breaking her stubborn silence. "Shut up!" And she turned back to her neglected embryos. A VPS treatment, indeed. She would have laughed if she hadn't been on the point of crying. As though she hadn't got enough VP of her own. She sighed profoundly as she refilled her syringe. "John," she murmured to herself. John. Then, my Ford, she wondered. Have I given this one its sleeping sickness injection or haven't I? She simply couldn't remember. In the end, she decided not to run the risk of letting it have a second dose and moved down the line to the next bottle. 22 years, 8 months, and 4 days from that moment, a promising young Alpha Minus administrator at Mwanza Mwanza was to die of trypanosomiasis, the first case for over half a century. Sighing, Lenina went on with her work. An hour later in the changing room, Fanny was energetically protesting. But it's absurd to let yourself get into a state like this. Simply absurd, she repeated. And what about a man? One man! But he's the one I want. As though there weren't millions of other men in the world. But I don't want them. How can you know until you've tried? I have tried. But how many? Asked Fanny, shrugging her shoulders contemptuously. 1, 2... dozens, but, shaking her head, it wasn't any good, she added. Well, you must persevere, said Fanny sententiously, but it was obvious that her confidence in her own prescriptions had been shaken. Nothing can be achieved without perseverance. But meanwhile, don't think of him. I can't help it. Take Soma then. I do. Well, go on. But in the intervals, I still like him. I shall always like him. Well, if that's the case, said Fanny with decision, why don't you just go and take him, whether he wants it or no? But if you knew how terribly queer he was, all the more reason for taking a firm line. It's all very well to say that. Don't stand any nonsense. Act. Fanny's voice was a trumpet. She might have been a YWFA lecturer giving an evening talk to adolescent beta minuses. Yes, act at once. Do it now. I'd be scared, said Lenina. Well, you've only got to take half a gram of Soma first, and now I'm going to have my bath. She marched off, trailing her towel. The bell rang, and the savage, who was impatiently hoping that Helmholtz would come that afternoon, for having at last made up his mind to talk to Helmholtz about Lenina, he could not bear to postpone his confidences a moment longer, jumped up and ran to the door. I had a premonition it was you, Helmholtz, he shouted as he opened. On the threshold, in a white acetate satin sailor suit and with a round white cap rakishly tilted over her left ear, stood Lenina. Oh, said the savage, as though someone had struck him a heavy blow. Half a gram had been enough to make Lenina forget her fears and her embarrassments. Hello, John, she said, smiling, and walked past him into the room. Automatically, he closed the door and followed her. Lenina sat down. There was a long silence. You don't seem very glad to see me, John, she said at last. Not glad? The savage looked at her reproachfully, then suddenly fell on his knees before her, taking Lenina's hand, reverently kissing it. Not glad? Oh, if only you knew, he whispered, and venturing to raise his eyes to her face. Admired Lenina, he went on. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. She smiled at him with a luscious tenderness. Oh, you so perfect. She was leaning towards him with parted lips. So perfect and so peerless are created, nearer and nearer, of every creature's best, still nearer. The savage suddenly scrambled to his feet. That's why, he said, speaking with averted face, I wanted to do something first. I mean, to show that I was worthy of you. Not that I could ever really be that, but at any rate to show I wasn't absolutely unworthy. I wanted to do something. Why should you think it necessary? Lenina began, but left the sentence unfinished. There was a note of irritation in her voice. When one has leant forward, nearer and nearer with parted lips, only to find oneself quite suddenly, as a clumsy oaf scrambles to his feet, leaning towards nothing at all, well, there is a reason, even with half a gram of Soma circulating in one's bloodstream, a genuine reason for annoyance. At Malpace, the savage was incoherently mumbling, you had to bring her the skin of a mountain lion. I mean, when you wanted to marry someone, or else a wolf.
There aren't any lions in England, Lenina almost snapped. And even if there were, the savage added with sudden contemptuous resentment, people kill them out of helicopters, I suppose, with poison gas or something. I would not do that, Lenina. He squared his shoulders. He ventured to look at her and was met with a stare of annoyed incomprehension. Confused. I'll do anything, he went on more and more incoherently. Anything you tell me. There be some sports are painful, you know, but their labor delights in them sets off. That's what I feel. I mean, I'd sweep the floor if you wanted. But we've got vacuum cleaners here, said Lenina in bewilderment. It isn't necessary. No, of course it isn't necessary, but some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something nobly, don't you see? But if there are vacuum cleaners, that's not the point, and Epsilon semi-morons to work them, she went on. Well, really, why? Why? But for you, just to show that I... And what on earth vacuum cleaners have got to do with lions? To show how much... Or lions with being glad to see me. She was getting more and more exasperated. How much I love you, Lenina, he brought out almost desperately. An emblem of the inner tide of startled elation. The blood rushed up into Lenina's cheeks. Do you mean it, John? But I hadn't meant to say so, cried the savage, clasping his hands in a kind of agony. Not until... Listen, Lenina, in Malpace, people get married. Get what? The irritation had begun to creep back into her voice. What was he talking about now? For always. They make a promise to live together for always. What a horrible idea. Lenina was genuinely shocked. Outliving beauties outward, with a mind that doth renew swifter than blood decays. What? It's like that in Shakespeare, too. If thou dost break her virgin knot before all sanctimonious ceremonies may with full and holy rite. For God's sake, John, talk sense. I can't understand a word you say. First it's vacuum cleaners, then it's knots. You're driving me crazy. She jumped up, and as though afraid that he might run away from her physically as well as with his mind, caught him by the wrist. Answer me this question. Do you really like me, or don't you? There was a moment's silence. Then, in a very low voice, I love you more than anything in the world, he said. Why on earth didn't you say so? She cried, and so intense was her exasperation that she drove her sharp nails into the skin of his wrist. Instead of drivelling away about knots and vacuum cleaners and lions, and making me miserable for weeks and weeks. She released his hand and flung it angrily away from her. If I didn't like you so much, she said, I'd be furious with you. And suddenly her arms were round his neck. He felt her soft lips against his own, so deliciously soft, so warm and electric that inevitably he found himself thinking of the embraces in 3 weeks in a helicopter. Ooh, ooh, the stereoscopic blonde, and the more than real blackamoor. Horror, horror, horror. He tried to disengage himself, but Lenina tightened her embrace. Why didn't you say so? She whispered, drawing back her face to look at him. Her eyes